Guys, please support by subscribing to the channel. That's how it is. Go back and make some preparations. The headmaster, dressed in a black uniform, crossed his arms, glanced at the thin boy in front of him, and a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. Have I been included in the conscription quota? Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. I've only been here a short time and haven't had time to adjust yet. Then I learned this devastating news. For an ordinary student like Lin Yuan, recruiting soldiers is not a bad thing. The government has always been generous in its military spending. Even conscripts receive decent treatment. But that was during peacetime. News of an alien invasion has arrived in the border star system. Many people speculate that the purpose of this conscription is to prepare soldiers for the front lines. In the year 2.6 million of the Starcy calendar, the Cosmic Human Alliance embarked on a frenzied interstellar expansion, conquering one galaxy after another, and inevitably coming into contact with other races and civilizations. Resources are limited, and in order to compete for various cosmic resources, human civilization has proactively initiated a series of conflicts and wars. Those alien civilizations that were driven out, they are all watching human civilization from the shadows, ready to launch a counterattack at the first opportunity. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan's mood sank. He was well aware that, although human civilization as a whole, they held an absolute advantage in wars against most alien civilizations. However, things were not always smooth sailing on the local battlefields. A brutal and tyrannical alien civilization dwells deep within the stars. The individual is incredibly powerful. Tearing apart warships is definitely not an exaggeration. Even with human soldiers fully armed, fighting against these alien races, the average mortality rate also reached 20% to 30%. Also, due to the need for secrecy during the war, all soldiers participating in the war to exterminate the alien race were prohibited from communicating with the outside world. Local interstellar wars are generally lengthy, often lasting for hundreds or even centuries. In other words, Lin Yuan was selected for this conscription quota. Even though they survived the fight against the alien race, I estimate I'll spend the rest of my life on a cold, outer space warship. They will never be able to come into contact with the land and ocean of a planet inhabited by life. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Director, can we discuss this? My parents are waiting for me to support them, and I also have a younger sister. The head of the teaching department tapped on the table and said solemnly, "Don't worry if you actively respond to the government's conscription policy. Your family will be properly taken care of. Your father will be promoted, and your mother will get a decent job in the district. Your sister will have all her tuition fees waived from now on, and after she turns 18, she will have a place in a higher education institution for further study. So you've already thought about what will happen to me after I'm gone?" Lin Yuan pursed his lips, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Honestly, these conditions are acceptable. My father is currently facing a career plateau, a hurdle most people struggle to overcome over decades. My mother is currently unemployed, so it would be helpful if she could get a decent job. It can greatly improve home living conditions. As for her younger sister's place at a prestigious university, that's something money can't buy. My sister is able to go to a university for further studies, so it's no exaggeration to say that she has a bright future ahead of her. Only. Why should all of this be built on my sacrifice? Lin Yuangang had only been in this body for a few days and had already absorbed all the memories. But faced with this scene of sacrificing myself for the happiness of my whole family, I still feel an indescribable sense of rejection. I still prefer life on this planet. Lin Yuan remained silent for a while before finally speaking. Once you become a soldier, everything will be subject to military management. It will be too late to say no by then. Although refusing now probably won't do any good, Lin Yuan, serving the government is an obligation that we citizens should fulfill. Besides, this conscription is a mandatory policy. Once you're selected, there's no use in it even if you don't want to go. Besides, young man, what's wrong with going out and exploring? Being able to see all sorts of alien races that only appear in textbooks is something that ordinary citizens can never do in their entire lives. If I can make a contribution, I might be able to be transferred back to the military region in the future. This is a rare opportunity. The head of the teaching department patiently comforted Lin Yuan for a few moments. But Lin Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say a few more words. The head of the teaching department waved his hand dismissively. All right, you can go now. Spend more time with your family these next few days. Under the watchful eye of the dean of students, Lin Yuan got up and left, outside the door. There were more than 10 students, about the same age as Lin Yuan, waiting in line. After Lin Yuan came out, a student went in. Student, the director asked us to come over. What's the matter? A dark-skinned student hurriedly grabbed Lin Yuan's arm and asked in a low voice. You'll find out once you go in. Lin Yuan sighed, ignored him, and walked away. Before meeting the director, Lin Yuan never expected that he would be included in the mandatory conscription quota. Last week, Lin Yuan learned about the mandatory conscription from a report by an authoritative media outlet on this planet. Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention to it at the time. The scope of the mandatory conscription includes the entire Kanglan star, as well as dozens of surrounding inhabited planets. The permanent population of Kanglan star is 50 billion. The conscription quota allocated to Kanglan star is only a few 100,000. From a probabilistic point of view, the number of citizens selected for mandatory conscription is approximately 1 in 100,000. Lin Yuan didn't take such a tiny possibility to heart at all. But reality is full of unexpected events. The original owner of this body had bought all kinds of lottery tickets for over 10 years and never won once. The chance of getting a mandatory conscription spot is only 1 in 100,000, and it just so happens. Return home. Lin Yuan noticed that his parents were both there, and even his younger sister, who was sitting in her seat, was a rare sight. My mouth watered as I looked at the cake in front of me, but I didn't dare to reach out. Xiao Yuan. Mother Lu Qiang stood up, her gaze towards Lin Yuan hesitant, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. The father, Lin Shucheng, sat there with a frown, seemingly lost in thought. Clearly, news of Lin Yuan being included in the mandatory conscription quota had already reached his family. Even before Lin Yuan, his parents knew about this. There is still room for maneuver regarding conscription. I will go to your cousin tomorrow and ask him to intervene. Father Lin Shucheng spoke first. The uncle he mentioned was a distant relative. Currently working at a research institute, I have quite a few connections. No, Lin Yuan shook his head. The policy of mandatory conscription is issued by the government, let alone employees of some obscure research institute. Even if the ruler of Kanglan Star wanted to make changes, he would have to pay a huge price. Certainly, if Lin Yuan really is involved with the governor, their names will never appear on the conscription list. Before the conscription list is released, money and connections are spent. There is hope that they will not be included on the list, but once the list is finalized, it's difficult to change it. I'm a little tired. I'm going back to my room now. Lin Yuan ate a little something and then got up and went back to his room. How to escape mandatory conscription quotas. Lin Yuan lay on the soft bed, still holding on to the last glimmer of hope. Connect with the goddess of wisdom. After a moment's thought, Lin Yuan sat up. The goddess of wisdom is one of the three goddesses of the cosmic human alliance. It is the core intelligent processing system of the entire civilization, which governs the overall operation of the civilization, is responsible for all affairs of all citizens of human civilization, strictly monitors any abnormal behavior, and ensures that all operations are carried out in accordance with the charter of the civilization. Over the span of more than 2 million years of the starry sky calendar, the three goddesses played an indispensable role in enabling human civilization to sweep away many alien races. Without the absolutely selfless handling of these three goddesses, the human civilization in the universe would probably have perished in internal strife long ago. How could it have developed into such a large, glorious, and brilliant civilization as it is today? Humans have emotions, can have cognitive biases, and can make wrong decisions due to their emotions, but the three goddesses do not. The three goddesses always stand on the side of all human civilization, without any selfish motives, and are able to maintain eternal impartiality. The goddess of wisdom that Lin Yuan connected with was naturally not the true consciousness of the goddess of wisdom. Rather, it is a tiny, insignificant subconsciousness that it differentiates from, a benefit that every citizen possesses. Lin Yuan, a first-class citizen of the universe, please state your question. A synthesized electronic voice, traveling through the ubiquitous network, rang in Lin Yuan's ears. I'd like to know the conditions for exemption from mandatory conscription. Lin Yuan organized his thoughts and asked. Compulsory conscription originates from Article 156 of the Charter, which is used to maintain the stability of human civilization and to wage war against foreign enemies. All human citizens have an obligation to cooperate with conscription. The following three situations may exempt you from mandatory conscription. 1. Evolvers, humans walking on the path of evolution, are the hope of human civilization and have the privilege of refusing mandatory conscription. Evolver Lin Yuan's expression was complicated. Throughout the long history of the Star Sea, the existence of evolved beings is no secret. There are many ways to become an evolved being. They are mainly divided into unique evolved beings and universal evolved beings. Unique evolved beings are easy to understand. They are evolved beings that cannot be popularized or replicated. For example, certain evolutionary families that inherit their lineage through bloodlines fall into this category. Some individuals have undergone a unique and unrepeatable process, resulting in mutations and the acquisition of extraordinary powers. It is also a unique type of evolver. As for the general type evolved beings, they are humans who have embarked on a stable evolutionary path. For example, gene warriors take expensive gene serums and embark on the path of evolution. And spiritual masters, through brutal training and torture, killing machines created in conjunction with specific cultivation methods, etc. Any stable evolutionary path is extremely valuable. It is precious knowledge that countless predecessors explored with their lives. I'm probably just an ordinary person, Lin Yuan sighed. Being an ordinary person means being ineligible for the unique type of evolutionary being. If Lin Yuan wants to become an evolved being, he can only consider a stable evolutionary path. However, the latter is not something that can be achieved overnight, while a few evolutionary pathways, such as gene warriors, can be accelerated. But that's based on expensive gene editing drugs and other valuable resources. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, gene-based drugs are strictly controlled products. Ordinary people simply do not have the means or qualifications to purchase them. Even if we put the gene serum in front of Lin Yuan, he still couldn't afford it, just as Lin Yuan was pondering. The cold, indifferent synthesized electronic voice sounded again. Second, Level 4 citizens of the universe will have an exemption privilege once every 10 years, which can be used to offset mandatory conscription. Level 4 citizen, Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. In the first year of the Starry Sky calendar, human civilization established a citizen hierarchy. Citizens are divided into 12 levels, and the higher the level of citizen, the greater the privileges they possess. The way to elevate one's citizenship status is to contribute to human civilization. This process is overseen by 3 goddesses, ensuring absolute impartiality. Therefore, raising one's citizenship level is exceptionally difficult. Almost 99% of citizens, from birth to death, are only first-level citizens. Of course, this comes with many benefits for high-ranking citizens. Starting with Level 4 citizens, they are granted an exemption privilege every 10 years. It can pardon the punishment of citizens who are serious criminals or below. Forced conscription is also included in this category. Only, with the Lin family's current connections, where can they meet a Level 4 citizen? It's important to know that the current permanent population of the entire Kanglan star is 50 billion. Only one person reached Level 4 of the citizenship class. That is the governor of Kanglan's star, a powerful figure who holds the lives and deaths of hundreds of billions of citizens in his hands. What about the third scenario? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. Third, contribute to human civilization and be promoted to a second-level citizen, and you will be exempt from mandatory conscription. The synthesized voice came again. This caused Lin Yuan to fall silent once again. Even if a Level 2 citizen is not an evolved being, their status is no lower than that of most evolved beings. The privileges that evolved beings possess, second-level citizens naturally also have. However, this is even harder than becoming an evolved being. At least Lin Yuan knows how to become an evolved being, even if he can't do it himself. However, the contribution required to be recognized by the goddess of wisdom for promotion to Level 2 citizen was completely unknown. What specific actions can be considered contributions? Lin Yuan asked tentatively. Providing entirely new evolutionary pathways will yield enormous contributions. An electronic synthesized sound began. Lin Yuan vaguely realized the goddess of wisdom attached great importance to the new path of evolution. Otherwise, they wouldn't offer huge rewards for such contributions. Let's think of other solutions. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. Considering the 3 possibilities offered by the goddess of wisdom, none of them are things Lin Yuan can currently do. Especially the last one, does it offer a completely new evolutionary path? If Lin Yuan had this, he would have been promoted to a second-level citizen long ago. Why would he be waiting to be forcibly conscripted? Before we knew it, it was already midnight. Lin Yuan gradually fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, just then, a strange suction force pulled Lin Yuan's mind towards his brain. Deep within my mind, a magnificent and imposing gate of light appeared. The interior was filled with a pale blue light curtain. Like ripples on water, constantly spreading. What's this? Lin Yuan was startled. He then woke up with a start. It's not a dream. Even after waking up, Lin Yuan was still able to sense the portal deep within his mind. At the same time, a series of illusory characters flashed past in Lin Yuan's field of vision. A name, Lin Yuan identity, holder of the gate to all realms, third realm, none yet talent, none supernatural power, none of this door. Can you send me to another world? Through a brief spiritual connection. Messages were transmitted from inside the door. In short, if Lin Yuan wanted to, he could pass through the door in his mind, enter another world. The entry here does not refer to physical entry, Rather, it is the descent of the true spirit and consciousness, similar to reincarnation. The gate to all realms. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. Based on the text information that flashed below my field of vision, the portal in my mind should be the portal to all worlds. Lin Yuan is the one who holds the reins of this gate of myriad realms. Want to give it a try now? Lin Yuan fell into thought. The gate of all realms can send his true spirit consciousness into another world. However, it is not without limitations. Each time it travels through different worlds, the gate of all worlds needs a period of time to recharge. Based on the orbital period of Kanglin's star, this period is approximately 8 months to a year. Never mind, Lin Yuan made up his mind. A few days later, recruitment staff will pick him up. At that time, he and the other new recruits will be under full-scale surveillance. Lin Yuan was unaware that the Gate of Myriad Realms was conducting true spirit travel. Will it leave marks on the body, thus alerting the monitoring system to the abnormality? But Lin Yuan dared not gamble. Even a fool could see that the gate to all worlds in his mind was an extraordinary treasure. If this gets out, his fate will be far worse than forced conscription. Lin Yuan understood the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime. Therefore, the best time to travel between worlds is now. At least for now, Lin Yuan is not under any surveillance. Even if something unusual happens, there is hope of covering it up. Furthermore, its extraordinary nature is revealed through the Gate of all realms. Perhaps this could allow Lin Yuan to become an evolved being, thus exempting him from mandatory conscription. Shuttle. As soon as Lin Yuan had this thought, the portal in his mind began to vibrate. Lin Yuan felt his mind and consciousness uncontrollably rushing into the Light Gate, the Great Li Dynasty, Daisen Temple. As a world-renowned Buddhist holy site, the Great Zen Temple has an unfathomable cultural heritage. There are no fewer than 50 martial monks at the innate realm, and even one holy monk at the Grandmaster realm. You should know, whether in the imperial court or in the martial world. A Shantian martial artist is already a master in their own right, and a Grandmaster is as rare as 2 hands can hold. With a Grandmaster presiding over it, Dachen Temple can be considered one of the top forces. Warrior Monk Academy. Hundreds of monks, shirtless and sweating profusely, practiced Arhat Fist. Luhan Fist is not a profound martial art, but it is quite beneficial for building a solid foundation. The many martial monks of Dachen Temple often practice this fist technique to circulate their own qi and blood. While the monks were practicing their punches again and again, not far away, a group of 3 or 4-year-old novices, dressed in gray robes, peeked out. Its round eyes looked over, full of curiosity and anticipation. This group of young novices are the disciples recently accepted by the Great Zen Temple. Most of them are orphans without parents. Unexpected among the dozen or so young novices, one who was noticeably younger suddenly had a strange glint in his eyes. This young novice monk was none other than Lin Yuan, who had traveled through time, the world of martial arts. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. Although the original novice monk was young, he still had some understanding of this world. This is a world similar to ancient Earth, where martial arts masters exist who can fight against thousands. Lin Yuan recalled from the memories of a young novice monk that an old monk in the Great Zen Temple could shatter a wall with a single, gentle palm strike from dozens of meters away. In the context of human civilization in the universe, this would definitely be considered a Superman belonging to the ranks of evolved beings. A name, Lin Yuan identity, holder of the Gate to all realms star realm, none bound talent, unparalleled comprehension current status, consciousness descends and duration of stay, 20 years. In the lower left corner of Lin Yuan's field of vision, lines of illusory text flashed silently. Am I only allowed to stay in this world for 20 years? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. That's not hard to understand. However, the newly appeared, a binding talent left Lin Yuan slightly puzzled. Exceptional comprehension. Lin Yuan examined himself and found that his 5 senses had become much clearer. There were no other abnormalities. Huh? That's a sparrow. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a sparrow flying across the sky. Lin Yuan's heightened senses allowed him to notice every detail about the sparrow: feathers, wings, plumes. Only a moment had passed. Your comprehension is extraordinary. After watching a sparrow fly, you comprehended the martial art. The divine sparrow soaring through the sky. Lin Yuan's eyes widened immediately. In an instant, countless key points about the sparrow crossing the sky technique in martial arts flooded into his mind. This movement technique allows a person to briefly float in the air. Even if it doesn't allow them to fly and soar like a real sparrow, it is still incredibly incredible. This is extraordinary comprehension. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. After watching sparrows for a while, he comprehended a rare movement technique, an ability that truly deserves the title of defying the heavens. Earthworm. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze to the earthworms crawling out of the soil beside him. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You observed earthworms digging in the soil and comprehended the martial art, earth dragon turning over. A wealth of digging experience and techniques emerged. With his earthworm-like ability to turn over, Lin Yuan was able to create a massive underground tunnel in a short time, making him the ancestor of all Tomb Raiders. Abnormal. That's insane. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. At the same time, his gaze was no longer focused on his surroundings. Instead, he looked towards the group of martial monks practicing their boxing not far away. Your comprehension is extraordinary. After watching the monks practice the Arhat fist, you comprehended the superior martial art, the great Arhat Buddha fist, compared to the previous 2 attempts. This one took much longer, almost half an incense stick's time. Great Arhat Buddha fist? A flash of inspiration struck Lin Yuan, and he began to practice his boxing under an old, towering tree in the martial arts academy. Abbot Huiwen stopped and looked at the many martial monks practicing their boxing. Not bad, not bad. There are no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. Only through decades of arduous practice can one achieve something. Headmaster Huiwen nodded slightly, his expression revealing approval. He observed for a while and found that no monks were slacking off. Everyone was practicing their boxing seriously and had not been negligent. Those little brats. The abbot, Huiwen, glanced around and saw the group of young novices peeking from not far away. Although Dachun Temple is a sacred Buddhist site, it is also a major martial arts sect. It is perfectly normal for a newly initiated novice monk to yearn for martial arts. You haven't even learned to walk yet, and you're already thinking about running. When Abbot Huiwen saw 6 or 7 young novices imitating martial monks and pretending to practice their boxing, he felt somewhat helpless. Even though Luohan Fist isn't a particularly advanced martial art, it's a secret tradition of the Great Zen Temple, and it would take at least 7 or 8 years to master. This is all under the premise of having sufficient Kai and blood and guidance from a renowned master. As for those young novices, they haven't even grown up yet, so it's impossible for them to master the Arhat fist. Nonsense, everyone's just being ridiculous. Headmaster Huiwen frowned. Practicing martial arts is no joke. Forcing yourself to practice will not only be of no benefit, but will also injure your body. Kindness. Just as Abbot Huiwen was about to step in and drive the group of young novices away, suddenly I froze. His gaze fell on the youngest novice monk. Like the other young novices, this young novice was also practicing martial arts. The head of the academy, Huiwen had a slightly changed expression. The more he looked, the more incredulous he became, and his heart was filled with shock for Huiwen, a martial arts expert at the peak of the innate realm. Very few things could cause him to have emotional fluctuations. Buddhist practices inherently have the effect of calming the mind and spirit. Huiwen has been immersed in Buddhism for 70 or 80 years, and he remains calm even if Mount Tai collapses before him. They're not that different. Just now. Huiwen's heart was filled with turbulent waves. This is Arhat Fist. No, this isn't Arhat Fist. Huiwen carefully observed the young novice monk practicing his boxing techniques. Compared to the surging energy and blood that burst forth when hundreds of adult monks practice Arhat Fist, the young novice monk's boxing practice didn't cause much of a commotion. But in Huiwen's eyes, it was a kind of antelope horns hanging from a tree. It is a work of nature. Every punch and kick the young novice threw carried a mysterious meaning. How is this possible? How could a mere child master such profound boxing techniques? Huiwen's words were unbelievable. To learn and master any martial art, including Buddhist martial arts, requires a significant amount of time for study and practice. Luohan Fist is not a profound martial art, but it still takes a normal person 6 or 7 years of hard training to achieve any level of proficiency. The boxing technique that the young novice is currently practicing is clearly several levels higher than that of the Arhat Fist. Yet he had already mastered it perfectly, which was simply unbelievable. What Huiwen found most incredible was that he had never seen the boxing style the young novice was practicing before. It bears traces of Luohan Fist, but is far superior to it. It almost reached the level of the 72 unique skills of Dachen Temple. Such superior Buddhist martial arts were something that Huiwen, an old monk nearing 100 years old, had never heard of before. Head of the courtyard. The other young monks also noticed Huiwen's gaze. Their faces were pale, and they stood obediently in place. Only Lin Yuan continued practicing the great Arhat Buddha Fist he had just mastered. Kindness, Huiwen paid no attention to the young novices who had sneaked out at that moment. He waved his hand, signaling all the young novices to leave. He, meanwhile, kept his eyes glued to Lin Yuan, who was practicing his boxing. Great Arhat Buddha Fist. Lin Yuan practiced the boxing technique he had just comprehended, while feeling the tingling sensation spreading from my limbs and bones. It's as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. I don't know how much time has passed. A wisp of energy silently condensed within Lin Yuan's lower abdomen, specifically in his dantian. This must be internal energy? Innate internal energy that only innate martial arts masters can master? Lin Yuan made his own guess. He was just a 3 or 4-year-old novice monk, and his knowledge was limited. All that is known is that innate internal energy is a power controlled by innate martial arts experts. As soon as his internal energy was formed, Lin Yuan felt a surge of hunger, so he instinctively stopped practicing his boxing. If I keep training like this, I'll probably starve to death. However, when Lin Yuan looked around, they spotted hundreds of martial monks not far away, as well as more than a dozen young novices beside them. They all disappeared without a trace. Instead, there were 7 monks who looked quite old. The old monk in the middle with his long eyebrows gave Lin Yuan a chill down his spine with his piercing gaze. Head of the academy. Abbot? Lin Yuan asked tentatively. Of the 7 monks, Lin Yuan had met 3 of them. The head of the Martial Monks Academy, the head of the Discipline Academy, and the current abbot of the Great Zen Temple. As for the other 4 people, I don't know them. However, being able to stand alongside the abbot and head monk indicates that one's status and position must be quite high. Especially the old monk with long eyebrows. Even though he was the abbot, he only dared to stand half a step behind him. Little guy. The abbot of the great Zen temple, Huiju, smiled gently and asked, "Where did you learn that set of boxing techniques you were just practicing?" After the head of the martial monks' academy, Huiwen, dismissed the other novice monks, he immediately contacted the abbot of the great Zen temple and other academy leaders. These true martial arts masters from the great Zen temple immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and dropped everything to come over. Everyone's judgment was the same as Huiwen's. The boxing style that Lin Yuan practiced was so profound that it was no less than that of a superior martial art. Moreover, this style of boxing is a Buddhist style of boxing that has never been heard of before. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. There are also superior Buddhist martial arts techniques in this world that they have never even heard of. Where did you learn it? Lin Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. He demonstrated the great Arhat Buddha fist on the spot, which also meant to show off his talent. Through the 3 attempts just now, Lin Yuan understood that in order to tap into the effects of his extraordinary comprehension, he had to come into contact with the profound martial arts of this world as much as possible. By observing sparrows and earthworms, one can only comprehend ordinary martial arts techniques, such as divine sparrow crossing the sky and earth dragon turning over. Watching the monks practice the Arhat fist allows one to directly comprehend the superior martial art, the great Arhat Buddha fist. If one could observe a superior martial arts technique, the insights gained would be immense. Although Lin Yuan was unaware of the status of superior martial arts, but to be able to ascend to the heavens in one step and condense innate internal energy is naturally no simple feat. Those who wish to access the superior martial arts of the great Zen temple, or even more profound martial arts, are intrigued. He certainly couldn't do that with just his status as a novice monk. Reporting to the abbot, "I just saw my fellow disciples practicing their fist techniques and wanted to join in. As I practiced, I somehow came to understand this style of fist. I don't know if I should do it." Lin Yuan immediately revealed a hint of unease. What he said was not a lie. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, if Lin Yuan is this candid, he might be observed or even studied. But the world we live in now is similar to the martial arts world of ancient feudal dynasties. Especially in a place like Dachen Temple, which is full of Buddhist atmosphere. Even if Lin Yuan displays extraordinary talent, he will only be seen as a reincarnation of a true Buddha or a living Buddha. By watching the monks practice the Arhat fist, I comprehended a superior martial art that far surpasses the Arhat fist. The abbot of Dachen Temple and the other abbots remained silent. The long-browed monk who had been scrutinizing Lin Yuan with a burning gaze also fell silent. If anyone else dared to say that, the group naturally wouldn't believe them. Are you kidding me? Do you really think that superior martial arts are as common as cabbage? Most of the world's superior martial arts are created by martial arts masters at the grandmaster level through painstaking effort. Dachen Temple is a sacred Buddhist site and a major martial arts center. The main reason is that it relies on the 72 ultimate skills to continuously cultivate martial arts experts at the innate realm. The 72 unique skills are 72 superior martial arts techniques. You're a 3 or 4-year-old child claiming you've mastered a superior martial art? However, upon closer examination, the abbot and the others found it unbelievable that what Lin Yuan said was very likely true. First of all, the great Arhat Buddha fist is a superior Buddhist martial art. In the world today, besides the great Zen temple, there are indeed some other Buddhist sects. But without a doubt, all of them were led by the great Zen temple. Beyond the 72 ultimate skills, there are superior Buddhist martial arts. But the abbot and the head of the academy must have heard of it, The superior boxing technique that Lin Yuan practiced was something that everyone was seeing for the first time. Secondly, it is not difficult to see that the Great Arhat Buddha fist and the Arhat fist have a close connection. This aligns with Lin Yuan's claim that he comprehended the Great Arhat Buddha fist by observing Arhat fist. In a flash, the abbot of Dachen Temple and several other temple leaders exchanged glances. A thought spontaneously arose in their minds. Could it be that among the newly accepted disciples of Dachen Temple, there has truly emerged a martial arts prodigy, one in 1,000 years? Little guy, show me your hands. Just the abbot, the head of the academy, and others were lost in thought. The long-browed old monk stepped forward and spoke in a kind tone. Good Lin Yuan did not refuse. In fact, they couldn't refuse. As Lin Yuan looked at the long-browed old monk, he felt the wisp of innate internal energy that had just been nurtured in his Dachen tremble. It is obvious. This old monk with long eyebrows was far more powerful than Lin Yuan had imagined. He is far superior to the abbot, the head of the academy, and others. Because Lin Yuan did not feel such pressure from the latter. When martial arts are perfected, internal energy will naturally arise. Indeed, he has mastered a superior martial art to its fullest potential. The long-browed old monk gently touched Lin Yuan's right hand, and a burst of intense internal energy spread out. Then he sighed. Internal energy arises spontaneously? Upon hearing this, the abbot and other heads of the temple all breathed a sigh of relief. Even though they had suspected it, they still found it unbelievable. In this world, martial arts are divided into acquired, innate grandmaster, and great grandmaster. Generally speaking, a grandmaster is already the ceiling, and a great grandmaster might not appear for hundreds of years. Acquired and innate talents constitute the vast majority of martial artists in the world. There are roughly 3 paths to transition from the acquired realm to the innate realm. 1. After consuming a rare and precious herb, once the medicinal power is fully absorbed, even an ordinary person can become a martial arts expert at the innate realm. 2. Peak martial artists who have reached the acquired realm seize the opportunity to break through and successfully enter the innate realm. This is also the mainstream path, and almost all innate martial artists have achieved this. 3. Cultivate a superior martial art to perfection. Superior martial arts are the result of the painstaking efforts of a master-level martial arts expert. The highest level of martial arts at the perfect level has already developed a certain aspect of the human body to its extreme. It is not strange that innate internal energy naturally arises from this. The martial arts experts who enter the innate realm through this path are basically in their 50s or 60s, having studied superior martial arts day and night for decades, and finally, on a certain day, it is a chance event that leads to a sudden enlightenment. The abbot had never heard of anyone like Lin Yuan, who had mastered a superior martial art at the age of 3 or 4. Only those martial arts prodigies who are born with this knowledge, and are rare to find in 1,000 years, can barely make sense of it. Little one, would you like to become my disciple? The old monk with long eyebrows looked at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression, and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, the abbot and other monks did not show any surprise. After confirming that Lin Yuan had mastered a superior martial art and cultivated it to perfection, the group realized that Lin Yuan's martial arts talent was undoubtedly the best in the Great Zen Temple's history of 1,000 years. Such a martial arts prodigy is someone that only the long-browed old monk in the entire Great Zen Temple is confident in teaching. As for the abbot and others, strictly speaking, they were at the same innate realm as Lin Yuan. Where do people get the qualifications to take on apprentices? Disciple greets master. Lin Yuan immediately bowed to the long-browed old monk. Becoming the disciple of the long-browed old monk indeed saved Lin Yuan a great deal of time. According to the rules of the Great Zen Temple, any disciple, regardless of who they are or their status, is subject to these rules. They all needed to go through 3 years as a horse-riding monk, 3 years as a menial monk, 3 years as a lecture hall monk, and 3 years as a monastic discipline hall monk. Only by enduring these 12 years can one be qualified to formally learn the true martial arts of the Great Zen Temple. If Lin Yuan hadn't revealed his talent and had remained among ordinary novice monks, who knows how much time he would have wasted. Even with his extraordinary comprehension, he could gain some insight simply by observing mountains and rivers. However, with different starting points, the gains obtained in the same amount of time will naturally be vastly different. Given the premise that one can only stay in this world for 20 years, it is clear that lying low is not an option. Lin Yuan became a disciple of the long-browed old monk, receiving instruction and teachings from this only master of the Great Zen Temple. Coupled with his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan's progress was so rapid that it was absolutely unparalleled in the world. 2 months later, Lin Yuan and the long-browed old monk sat facing each other. From now on, you will move to the library to live. The old monk with long eyebrows twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. The implication of these words is that the long-browed old monk felt he could no longer teach Lin Yuan. No way. Lin Yuan's comprehension is too exaggerated. At first, the old monk with long eyebrows could still give Lin Yuan some pointers, but after a few days, I realized something was wrong. Since ancient times, the phrase able to draw inferences from one instance has been used to describe people who are exceptionally intelligent. But Lin Yuan's ability to apply knowledge to other situations goes far beyond just learning one thing. It's about learning by analogy. It's about applying one example to 100 others. No matter what the long-browed old monk said, Lin Yuan could quickly understand it, and from this, one can glean even more profound insights. What the long-browed old monk found even more incredible was that Lin Yuan's talent wasn't limited to martial arts. The same applies to Buddhist scriptures and teachings. Faced with such a freakish situation, even a master as strong as the long-browed old monk was somewhat overwhelmed. So later on, it was less about the old monk with long eyebrows instructing Lin Yuan. It was more like two eminent monks having an equal debate. Even some of the things Lin Yuan said benefited the long-browed old monk, who was a grandmaster, greatly. It only took 2 months to get to this point. The library pavilion? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. The Sutra Repository is where the Great Zen Temple collects martial arts techniques. It is an absolutely important and crucial location. The 72 unique skills, these 72 superior martial arts techniques, are placed on the 2nd floor of the Scripture Pavilion. In addition, on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Repository, there are profound martial arts techniques that surpass the 72 ultimate skills. In fact, Lin Yuan had long wanted to visit the Sutra Repository, but the long-browed old monk had never agreed. They said that being too young and exposed to things of too high a level is bad for one's state of mind. The numerous martial arts manuals collected in the Sutra Repository were written by the masters of the Great Zen Temple throughout the ages. You should be able to learn more there. The long-browed old monk waved his hand, looking like he'd given up on everything. Since he can't teach Lin Yuan, then let the successive masters of the Great Zen Temple teach him. In fact, as a key area of the Great Zen Temple, the Sutra Repository was not open to ordinary disciples, but Lin Yuan was different. With the permission of the master, the long-browed old monk, he would have no problem entering the Sutra Repository. After that day, the long-browed old monk announced that he would go into seclusion. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, often resided in the sutra repository. At the tender age of 3, Lin Yuan began to explore numerous martial arts techniques. The martial arts collected in the sutra repository are vast and numerous, with the 72 ultimate skills being only the most famous part. There are many other martial arts as well. Yi Jin Jing. On the second floor of the sutra repository, Lin Yuan took out an ancient book. Yi Jin Jing is a special martial art that can reshape the meridians and improve martial arts aptitude. Its value even surpasses that of the 72 arts. However, no one in the entire Great Zen Temple has mastered this martial art. The reason is that the threshold for martial arts is too high, requiring not only martial arts comprehension, but also the essence of Buddhist scriptures. The old monk with long eyebrows may have the foundation to master the Yi Jin Jing, but for a grandmaster, the Yi Jin Jing is no longer that important. Lin Yuan picked up the original copy of the Yi Jin Jing and began to read it carefully. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Your comprehension is extraordinary. After viewing the special martial art Yi Jin Jing, you have mastered the special martial art Yi Jin Si Sui Duan Ti Huan Su Kui Shen Gong. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. A mysterious aura began to circulate through his limbs and bones, slowly strengthening his meridians and flesh. This power is not limited to the physical body, it has also begun to nurture Lin Yuan's spirit and soul. The original Yi Jin Jing could only cleanse and reshape the tendons and meridians, and its effect was rather limited. The Yi Jin Si Sui Tuan Ti Huan Su King Shen Gong that I have now comprehended can strengthen in all aspects without any shortcomings or weaknesses. Even grandmasters would probably be envious. Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Through 2 months of instruction from the master, the long-browed old monk, Lin Yuan was no longer completely ignorant of the martial arts of the world today. Grandmasters do not pay attention to muscles and bones. Or rather, each master's physical constitution has been developed to the extreme level that ordinary people can achieve. However, the subsequent body tempering, blood exchange, and spirit tempering can have a great impact on a grandmaster. Especially the spirit tempering technique, which is said to be a martial art that even grandmasters desperately crave to enhance their spirit. With this tendon changing, marrow cleansing, body tempering, blood renewing, and divine tempering technique, one should be able to enter the grandmaster realm a while earlier. Lin Yuan nodded, slightly quite satisfied. After comprehending the great Arhat Buddha fist, Lin Yuan ascended to the heavens in one step, skipping the acquired realm and directly entering the innate realm. However, Lin Yuan's innate realm was somewhat outwardly strong but inwardly weak. After all, other innate martial arts masters all cultivated innate internal energy under the premise of vigorous blood and kai, and eventually broke through to the innate realm. Lin Yuan, being only 3 years old, naturally possessed innate internal energy that was far inferior in both quality and quantity to that of a normal innate martial arts expert. Once you reach a certain level, everything else is just a matter of time. However, now, with this tendon changing, marrow cleansing, body tempering, blood renewing, and divine tempering technique, to nourish his physical body and spirit, Lin Yuan even saves time. This martial art far surpasses the Yi Jin Jing and can comprehensively improve and enhance everything about Lin Yuan, that's all. Lin Yuan stayed in the Sutra repository for 5 years, the ancient Buddha and the dim lamp at Daken Temple. 5 years have passed without leaving any trace here. The Sutra repository. It's been 5 years. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Unbeknownst to me, 5 years have passed since I arrived in this world. A quarter of the 20-year residency period has passed. During these 5 years, Lin Yuan was immersed in comprehending the Dharma and cultivating. I have gained a certain understanding of this world. As for how I learned about it, it naturally came from the great Zen Temple. As a sacred Buddhist site and a major martial arts sect in the world, it is impossible for Dachen Temple to truly live in seclusion. Conversely, the great Zen Temple's intelligence dark web, it has permeated almost every aspect of life. Using Buddhist beliefs as a pretext to spread intelligence is incredibly effective. As far as Lin Yuan knew, the Great Li Dynasty is currently ruling the Central Plains and is at its peak. All within the 4 seas and 8 wastelands submit to its authority. Even a great sect like the Great Zen Temple, with a history spanning over 1,000 years, even the Great Li Dynasty had to bow down. According to the intelligence gathered by the Great Zen Temple, at least 6 martial arts masters served the Dali Dynasty. You need to know. There are probably only a dozen or so martial arts masters in the world today. With a grandmaster presiding over the temple, Dachen Temple can dominate the martial arts world. The fact that the Great Li Dynasty mobilized 6 martial arts masters demonstrates its formidable power. The reason why the Dali Dynasty has such a rich history is because of its founding emperor. He was a grandmaster. Grandmaster, grandmaster. It's just a difference of one word. Vastly different. Throughout history, every era has produced some masters. It can range from a few digits or tens of digits to several tens of digits. However, a grandmaster is a rare talent, appearing only once every few centuries. The Great Li Dynasty swept across the world, forcing even a major martial arts sect like the Great Zen Temple to bow down. It was thanks to that invincible Grandmaster Taizu. As a result, the founding emperor of the Great Li Dynasty has been dead for many years. They still have the means to control so many martial arts masters. If we talk about acquired, innate, and even master-level skills, they are all just improvements and transformations in physical strength and physique. The Grandmaster, then, represents a spiritual elevation. A single glance from a living Grandmaster is enough to make an ordinary Grandmaster tremble. Psychic power. Lin Yuan touched his brow. The founder of Dachen Temple 1,000 years ago, Bodhidharma, was also a great master. Therefore, the Great Zen Temple is not lacking in descriptions of the Great Master, compared to a Grandmaster. The most distinctive characteristic of a Grandmaster is that they begin to develop the power of their spirit and soul. To break through to the Grandmaster level, one must condense and master spiritual power. However, how ethereal and intangible is the spirit and soul? Even an ordinary Grandmaster might not be able to sense this kind of power even after decades. Even if a Grandmaster has grasped this, during the process of condensing spiritual power, even a slight mishap, it could also lead to utterly disastrous consequences. After all, physical injuries can be gradually treated and recovered. However, one cannot afford to be negligent in matters of spirit and soul. Normally speaking, among the 100 masters, 80 people spend their entire lives without ever reaching the level of the spiritual and soul. 19 people, after gaining insight into the spiritual and soul level, failed and died while trying to condense their spiritual power. Ultimately, only one Grandmaster can advance to the Great Grandmaster realm. The 163rd secret technique to break through to the Grandmaster level is almost safe, Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. Since 4 years ago, when he used the Yi Jin Si Sui Tuan Ti Huan Zui Ku Kui Shen Gong to nourish his physical body, he successfully entered the realm of Grandmaster. In his spare time, Lin Yuan pondered how to advance to the Grandmaster level. With Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension, comprehending, and even developing his spiritual soul would be a piece of cake. The difficulty lies in how to gather spiritual power without any risk. Even Lin Yuan had to be extremely careful with such essential powers that involved the soul. The Bodhidharma patriarch of Dachen Temple did indeed leave behind a method for breaking through to the level of a grandmaster, and it stayed on the third floor of the sutra repository. However, this method has a very high mortality rate, reaching 96%, a mortality rate of 96%. Compared to the 99% mortality rate outside, this is already a significant increase. However, for Lin Yuan, it was still far from acceptable. That is precisely why Lin Yuan then planned to use his extraordinary comprehension to create a risk-free secret technique for entering the Grandmaster realm, after creating 162 secret techniques. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with the 163rd bird breakthrough technique he had learned a few days ago. Not only will the risk of breaking through to the Grandmaster level be reduced to almost zero, even in some extreme situation, such as being disturbed by external forces during the breakthrough. Or perhaps Lin Yuan himself suddenly didn't want to break through anymore. There is always room for redemption. It will take at most a few years to recover. Unlike other breakthrough techniques, there is no turning back. Today marks your entry into the Grandmaster realm. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan decided to start the breakthrough immediately. At the same time, the abbot of Dachen Temple chatted with Huiwen, the head of the Martial Monks Academy, and several other abbots. Judging by the time, junior brother Huizhen, it's been 3 or 4 years since you last stepped out of the scripture pavilion, hasn't it? The head of the disciplinary academy pondered for a moment before speaking. Huizhen's junior brother is Lin Yuan. After becoming a disciple of the long-browed old monk, a grandmaster, Lin Yuan's seniority at Dachen Temple was the same as that of the abbot. They belong to Hui generation. Normally, when the abbot mentions Lin Yuan, he always refers to him as his junior brother. Good. The abbot of Dachen Temple nodded and said, since Lin Yuan moved into the sutra repository 5 years ago, he has only come out to stroll around occasionally during the first year. For the next 4 years, he never stepped out of the library again. It is said that junior brother Huizhen had already cultivated innate internal energy at the age of 3, making him a martial arts prodigy who appears only once in 1,000 years. However, the effort he has put into martial arts is also unmatched by ordinary people. The head of the miscellaneous servants' quarters spoke first. The others nodded to each other silently. He spent 4 years without leaving the library, his days spent with martial arts texts. Such composure and patience are not possessed by many eminent monks. I wonder how junior brother Huizhen's cultivation is going. A hint of curiosity appeared on the third head of the academy's face. After merely watching the monks practice the Arhat fist, he effortlessly entered the innate realm. Now that Lin Yuan has been in the sutra repository for 5 years, everyone wants to know what level he is at. With junior brother Huizhen's talent, he might already be at the peak of the innate realm, the head of the disciplinary academy guessed. Peak of the innate realm? The abbot of Dachen Temple hesitated for a moment. In this world, martial arts are divided into acquired, innate grandmaster, and great grandmaster. Although Lin Yuan, at the age of 3, had already entered the innate realm, however, 3-year-old children are already deficient in Kaiyan blood. Once one reaches the innate realm with such a foundation, it will certainly require a great deal of time to make up for it. In 5 years, Lin Yuan may have just finished making up for his shortcomings and reached the level of an ordinary innate martial arts expert. Perhaps. The abbot of Dachen Temple pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. He did not believe that his junior brother Huizhen could make up for his shortcomings after he had fully recovered. Then cultivate until you reach the peak of the innate realm. However, Lin Yuan was a disciple of the long-browed old monk and of the same generation as them, so they couldn't be too dismissive of him in their words. "You two old geezers, you have so little faith in junior brother Huizhen." Perhaps junior brother Huizhen is already a Grand Master. The head of the Martial Monks Academy glanced in the direction of the scripture pavilion, and a smile appeared on his face. He was the first person to discover Lin Yuan's martial arts talent. Grand Master, the head of the Discipline Hall, and the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall exchanged a glance and shook their heads slightly. Even though they sensed a joking tone in the words of the head of the Martial Arts Academy, neither of them responded or echoed his sentiments. After all, he was a Grand Master. Under the heavens, there are only a handful of towering pillars. All right, let's stop talking about junior brother Huizhen. The abbot of Dacheng Temple felt that the conversation was getting increasingly out of line and immediately spoke up to stop it. However, just then, rumble! An invisible wave surged into the sky, transforming into ripples that spread in all directions. Is this some kind of psychic power? It's a Grandmaster's spiritual power. The abbot and several other temple leaders' pupils suddenly contracted. Immediately, his scalp tingled and his face was filled with fear. When will a Grandmaster emerge in the world? And this great master even came to their great Zen temple? No, this strange spiritual power comes from the scripture pavilion. This is junior brother Huizhen's aura. The head of the disciplinary monastery seemed to have noticed something, his eyes widening in surprise. Junior brother Huizhen's aura, psychic powers, Grandmaster? The abbot of the great Zen temple and the head of the Martial Monks Academy opened their mouths, as if they had seen a ghost. Based on the source and aura of this spiritual power, a possibility couldn't help but surface in their minds. Could it be that Huizhen, the junior brother who spent 5 years in the Sutra repository, has become a Grandmaster? Realizing this, a sense of absurdity welled up in the group. It's one thing if a child is born with a congenital condition at the age of 3, but now he's an 8-year-old Grandmaster? Is this even human? Is this even human? Innate talent and master are completely different concepts. Moreover, he is a Grandmaster who has already developed spiritual powers. The most obvious manifestation is that one can take shortcuts in the innate realm, for example, swallowing some kind of miraculous elixir. Or perhaps one receives the full transmission of skills from a master, given the profound resources of Dacheng Temple, if they were willing to pay the price. It is entirely possible to artificially create several martial arts experts at the innate realm. However, this action is meaningless. For a major martial arts sect like the Great Zen Temple, the presence of a few more innate martial arts experts will not have a substantial impact. The one who truly decides the fate of the Great Zen Temple, he is a Grandmaster. He is a Grandmaster. The latter can even determine the general trend of the world. Only, whether it's entering the Grandmaster realm or the Great Grandmaster realm, external objects are of negligible use. To break through from the innate level to the Grandmaster level, one needs to achieve perfect control over power. To break through from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster, one must develop spiritual powers, facing a life or death situation. This is also why the abbot and others of Dacheng Temple were shocked when they realized that the mysterious Grandmaster, who had displayed extraordinary spiritual power, might be Lin Yuan from the Sutra repository. In today's world, a Grandmaster is a rare find, perhaps only once every few centuries. The last known Grandmaster was the founding emperor of the Great Li Dynasty, 180 years ago. Considering the timeline, it's not impossible for another Grandmaster to emerge. but one should also emerge from among those established masters at the pinnacle of their field. As for Lin Yuan? But he's only 8 years old. How could he possibly be a grandmaster who is invincible in this era? This is completely beyond common sense and beyond our comprehension. The back mountain of Dachan Temple, the long-browed old monk, who was in seclusion, was also startled by the spiritual fluctuations emanating from the scripture pavilion room. Psychic powers? My disciple Huizhen has already stepped into the Grandmaster realm. The old monk with long eyebrows stared blankly at himself, muttering to himself. Even though he had anticipated this day, his emotions were still fluctuating uncontrollably. The long-browed old monk was the patriarch of the great Zen temple in this generation. He had taught Lin Yuan for 2 months and knew of his terrifying talent in martial arts. In the eyes of the long-browed old monk, there's no problem for Lin Yuan to become a grandmaster in the future. There is even a very high possibility that they will reach the grandmaster level. But that was decades later, and now, only 5 years have passed. Lin Yuan is already a grandmaster? Compared to the abbot and other monks, the long-browed old monk was far more shocked. The abbot and the head of the academy are only at the peak of the innate realm. They only knew how difficult it was to break through to the grandmaster level. However, there is no concrete concept. The long-browed old monk was a grandmaster. He is only 1 realm away from becoming a grandmaster. I can feel the immense gap between grandmasters at all times. Even with the breakthrough techniques left by Bodhidharma, the old monk with long eyebrows also had no clue about breaking through to the grandmaster level. Inside the sutra repository, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, suppressing the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. Is this spiritual power similar to the evolutionary path of spiritual masters in human civilization across the universe? Lin Yuan made his own guess. In the universe of human civilization, evolved beings are not a secret. The many evolutionary paths that have arisen from this are mostly known to the general public. The path to becoming a spiritual master requires stimulating the mind through special means. Furthermore, they mastered the power of the mind, unleashing many incredible abilities. It's similar, not the same, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Those who evolve through the mind master path possess mental power that leans towards illusion. The spiritual power of a grandmaster is a pure killing technique, and the sense of oppression it creates is greater than that of a mind master. Furthermore, the spiritual masters of human civilization in the universe are generally considered to have a weakness in their physical bodies, being somewhat frail. However, a grandmaster's physical body has already surpassed the limits of an ordinary person, and they can perfectly control every bit of power in their body. Lin Yuan was unaware of the specific advantages and disadvantages of the mind master's evolutionary path. But in his mind, he guessed that the mind master was probably weaker in terms of combat strength. Martial arts, in the context of human civilization in the universe, should be considered a completely new path of evolution. If one can advance martial arts to a higher level in this realm, and then submit it to the goddess of wisdom for evaluation upon returning, one should be able to obtain a huge reward, Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. After learning about the forced conscription, Lin Yuan consulted the goddess of wisdom and learned that she attached great importance to the new evolutionary path. Are they all waiting outside? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something and glanced outside the sutra repository. When one breaks through to the grandmaster level, the condensation of spiritual power inevitably leads to its spread. Therefore, it is perfectly normal for the abbot and head of the academy to notice this. Outside the sutra repository, the long-browed old monk, the abbot of the great Zen temple, the head monk, and others were waiting. If other monks were present, they would have noticed that the abbot and head monk, who always presented themselves as high-ranking monks, now showed a look of unease on their faces. It's like a student in a private school wanting to meet their admired teacher. Disturbed, expect, come in everyone. Just then, a gentle voice rang in everyone's ears. Yes, with permission granted, the abbot, the head of the academy, and others breathed a slight sigh of relief and followed the long-browed old monk into the sutra repository. I have met the Buddhist disciple. On the third floor of the sutra repository, the long-browed old monk and his companions finally met Lin Yuan. He immediately bowed and said, "No way." If Lin Yuan reached the innate realm at the age of 3, it could be explained as a martial arts prodigy who appears only once in 1,000 years. So, to reach the Grandmaster level at the age of 8 is something that cannot be explained by common sense. Only the legendary reincarnation of the true Buddha, a living Buddhist disciple, can bring people back to their senses. Everyone, including the old monk with long eyebrows, addressed Lin Yuan as Buddha's disciple without hesitation. Buddha's disciple? Lin Yuan smiled slightly, neither admitting nor denying. Lin Yuan knows his own family's affairs. He is not some Buddhist disciple, but as long as Lin Yuan himself doesn't say anything, no one will know about this. Next, Lin Yuan chatted for a few more minutes with the abbot, the head of the academy, and others. He then shared his insights from the past few years, which he had occasionally gained from breaking through from the innate realm to the Grandmaster realm in a guiding manner. This was a revelation to the abbot, the head of the academy, and others. As a lineage of great masters, Dachen Temple naturally has records on how to break through to the level of a master. That is the precious legacy left by Bodhidharma and the masters of all generations. However, even the notes left by Bodhidharma contained much that the abbot, head of the academy, and others could only vaguely understand. Being able to do certain things does not necessarily mean that you have mastered all the principles and essence of those things. Everyone knows that to break through to the Grandmaster level, one needs to perfectly control every bit of their power. However, it didn't explain in detail how to achieve perfect control, let alone how to do it. However, Lin Yuan, with his extraordinary comprehension, perfectly replicated the process of breaking through from the innate realm to the Grandmaster realm, providing specific methods and techniques. This brought tears to the eyes of the abbot and the head of the academy. With Lin Yuan's guidance, they at least saw hope of breaking through to the Grandmaster level. If one can accumulate experience for 10 or 20 years, one might be able to reach the level of a Grandmaster. In just a few words, Lin Yuan almost foresaw the future of Dachen Temple decades later, cultivating several masters. Such abilities, if one is not a Buddhist who could do this? It can be said that if anyone still dares to question Lin Yuan's status as a Buddha's disciple, then the abbot and several other heads of the temple were the first to object. As for you, Master Lin Yuan looked at the long-browed old monk standing beside him. The old monk with long eyebrows had taught and guided Lin Yuan, even if it was only for 2 months. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's smooth move into the sutra repository was also due to the approval of the long-browed old monk. The Grandmaster realm is all about spirit, and it is difficult for external forces to interfere. Several years ago, I studied the martial arts manual Yi Jin Jing in the sutra repository. Comprehended another martial art, which should be helpful in my journey to becoming a Grandmaster. The martial art that Lin Yuan mentioned was naturally Yi Jin Si Sui Duan Ti Huan Su Kui Shen. Gong. This martial art not only nourishes the physical body, but also tempers the spirit. The breakthrough from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster is essentially about developing spiritual power. The purer the spiritual power, the easier it is to sense and condense into spiritual supernatural power. It can be said that as long as one can cultivate this martial art to perfection, it is possible. The probability of a grandmaster breaking through to the great grandmaster realm is roughly 20% to 30%. Buddhist disciples need not waste their energy on me. The path of a great master requires a sudden enlightenment. The long-browed old monk immediately spoke. Before Lin Yuan, the common knowledge among martial arts experts in the world was that the grandmaster realm could not be forced. Even a grandmaster as powerful as him would find it nearly impossible to cultivate another grandmaster. 1,000 years ago, Bodhidharma, the founder of Dachen Temple, was also a great master. He accepted 108 eminent Buddhist monks as his disciples and established Dachen Temple. As a result, none of these 108 eminent Buddhist monks were able to enter the realm of grandmasters. It's all right, just listen to it. Lin Yuan didn't say much, but slowly recited the Yi Jin Si Sui Tuan Ti Huan Su Kui Shen Gong. Seeing this, the long-browed old monk listened patiently. At first, the long-browed old monk was quite calm. I think what Lin Yuan said is probably similar to the insights and teachings left by Bodhidharma. Upon hearing only 1/5, his brows furrowed and his thoughts began to churn. This, the old monk with long eyebrows felt his heart race. As a grandmaster, he still had basic eyesight. He realized the value of Lin Yuan's martial arts teachings after hearing only half of what he had heard. This is actually a martial art that tempers the spirit. Martial arts on a spiritual level have indeed appeared before. Several spiritual martial arts techniques are preserved on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Repository, all left behind by Bodhidharma. However, all spiritual martial arts in the world can only be practiced by grandmasters, and only grandmasters who have condensed spiritual power have the basic conditions to practice spiritual martial arts. The tendon changing, marrow cleansing, body tempering, blood renewal, and divine tempering technique that Lin Yuan comprehended could be practiced even by martial artists at the innate realm. This is simply unbelievable. The old monk with long eyebrows suddenly found his mouth dry. He was well aware of the value of this martial art. It could be said that if word got out, the great Zen temple would become the focus of the world. Other major martial arts sects, and even the Great Li dynasty, would disregard all shame and come to snatch this martial art. A moment later, after Lin Yuan finished speaking, he looked at the dumbfounded old monk with long eyebrows. The abbot and the head of the academy nearby also listened to it once, but they did not immediately realize the value of this martial art. They only felt that the martial art Lin Yuan described was obscure and difficult to understand, and needed to be slowly comprehended. All right, you should all go back. Lin Yuan lowered his gaze and waved his hand. Yes, the long-browed old monk seemed to awaken from a dream, suppressing his excitement, and said respectfully. After the long-browed old monk and the others left, the library fell silent once again. Lin Yuan went up to the 3rd floor and picked up an ancient book. The ancient book clearly bears the 4 characters Subduing Demons Wisdom Sutra. The Wisdom Sutra is related to the spirit. This martial art is clearly a spiritual martial art. It was left by Bodhidharma, the patriarch of the Tang dynasty, 1,000 years ago. Before breaking through to the grandmaster level, Lin Yuan did not possess any spiritual power. Despite possessing extraordinary comprehension, he hasn't delved much into this type of spiritual martial arts. Now that he has become a grandmaster, he naturally began to study this aspect. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 10 days or so, Lin Yuan has been reading the Subduing Demons Wisdom Sutra. You possess extraordinary comprehension, comprehending the spiritual martial art Subduing Demon Wisdom Scripture, and mastering the extraordinary spiritual skill heaven-shattering, earth-striking technique. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. Within the Yuan Palace between the eyebrows, strands of spiritual energy continuously intertwined and formed some kind of mysterious pattern, which was then imprinted on it. Heaven-shattering earth-striking technique, a miraculous spiritual ability. Lin Yuan had a feeling that once he activated the pattern condensed with spiritual power within his Yuan Palace, it would release a spiritual field. Within the area, even among grandmasters, their spiritual will is suppressed, and they suffer the pain of sinking into depravity and loss. Unreasonable, Lin Yuan shook his head, feeling somewhat emotional. With this extraordinary spiritual skill alone, Lin Yuan was confident that he could become invincible within the Grandmaster realm. Time flies. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the sutra repository, a strange aura spread outwards, but all stopped at the door. Above, Grandmaster Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and a faint white lightning bolt flashed across the void. Electricity arises from the void. This is the outward manifestation of an extremely powerful spirit. A Grandmaster's spiritual power can kill, but it cannot shake the laws of matter. For example, using mental strength to lift a stone. Throughout history, no Grandmaster has ever been able to accomplish this, but now, Lin Yuan has broken this ironclad rule. Because Lin Yuan's realm has surpassed that of a Grandmaster, reaching a level unprecedented in this world. With his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan only took 5 years to cross the 3 realms of acquired, innate and Grandmaster, and achieved the status of Grandmaster. Now, 5 years later, it is not surprising that he has broken through the shackles of the Grandmaster and achieved something unprecedented. The realm above Grandmaster is called the mythical realm, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The level above Grandmaster is legend and myth, therefore, naming it mythology is quite fitting. I have another 10 years to stay. It's time to go outside and take a look. Lin Yuan calmed himself down and looked up at the outside of the great Zen temple. After entering the mythical realm, Lin Yuan had basically digested and absorbed all the accumulated wisdom of the great Zen temple over 1,000 years. Next, Lin Yuan wanted to maintain the cultivation speed of the past 10 years. One must travel the world to learn about other martial arts techniques and secret methods. After all, the Great Zen Temple is merely a major sect of martial arts in the world. Besides the Great Zen Temple, there are still several other major martial arts sects. There was even the Great Li dynasty ruling over and overlooking it. He experienced martial arts completely different from those of the Great Zen Temple, and then used his extraordinary comprehension to elevate them to the extreme. This will make it easier for Lin Yuan to comprehend the later stages of the path, outside Bodhi Temple, Abbot Huyuan of Dacheng Temple, and several other abbots gathered together once again. I can already sense the bottleneck of the Grandmaster realm. It will take at least 10 years, or at least 20 years, to reach the Grandmaster level. Abbot Huyuan spoke with great emotion. Under normal circumstances, given his qualifications, the possibility of him becoming a Grandmaster is slim. However, Lin Yuan's guidance several years ago gave him hope. The other heads of the academy were also quite excited, and they had benefited greatly from Lin Yuan's guidance. Although not as confident as the abbot in reaching the Grandmaster level within 20 years, but there is still a lot of hope in 30 or 40 years. In this world, it is not difficult for martial arts experts at the peak of the innate realm to live past 100 years old. Most of the leaders of the academy are in their 60s or 70s and have the ability to make one last stand. Just then, a martial monk strode in. "Abbot, headmaster, no, something terrible has happened." The monk stammered, clearly in a great hurry. "Speak slowly, don't rush." Abbot Huyuan comforted him from the side. Buddha's disciple, Buddha's disciple. The monk took a deep breath, about to speak. What's wrong with the Buddhist disciple? Abbot Huiyuan suddenly stood up and stared at the martial monk. The other heads of the academy also looked solemn. At this moment, in the eyes of these people, the Buddhist disciple was already the hope for the great Zen temple for the next 500 years. Any matter concerning Buddhist disciples is a major event for the great Zen temple. Buddha's disciple. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the abbots, the monk quickly said, "The Buddhist disciple has descended the mountain." What? The Buddhist disciple has descended the mountain? Abbot Huiyuan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly asked, "Did the Buddhist disciple say what he was going to do after going down the mountain?" "Yes." "What did the Buddhist disciple say?" Huiyuan, the head of the martial monks' academy, also asked anxiously. "The Buddhist disciple said he wanted to go down the mountain, down the mountain." The monk composed himself and tried his best to imitate Lin Yuan's tone. "Take a look at the world. A Buddhist disciple has entered the world." Huiyuan, the head of the martial arts academy, immediately realized what was happening. The monks of Dachin Temple descended the mountain to enter the world and traveled throughout the land. It's not strange at all. Abbot Huiyuan and several other abbots have experienced this, and more than once. For eminent Buddhist monks, descending the mountain to engage in worldly life is a form of spiritual cultivation. However, in the minds of Abbot Huiyuan and others, Lin Yuan sat in the sutra repository for 10 years without changing his mind. Such a state of mind is unmatched by at least a few of the academy leaders. That's why they overlooked the fact that Lin Yuan had never come down the mountain. Won't the Buddhist disciple encounter any danger going down the mountain alone? The head of the disciplinary hall seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but speak. However, he swallowed the words before he could finish them. Abbot Huiyuan and the other head monks rolled their eyes. "Are you kidding me? Danger?" They were unaware of Lin Yuan's current state of being, but as early as 5 years ago, Lin Yuan had already reached the Grandmaster level. Even if Lin Yuan didn't make any progress in 5 years, he would still become a Grandmaster. Even with the strength of a Grandmaster, he could withstand an attack from hundreds of thousands of troops. It will take some time, but we can wipe out this army completely. At worst, they can escape unscathed. A Grandmaster travels the world. As long as he doesn't want to die, he can't die. It's all right. The portrait of the Buddha has long been distributed to temples throughout the land. The monks of my great Zen temple in various places will obey the commands of the Buddha. Abbot Huiyuan spoke slowly. The great Zen temple is a sacred Buddhist site and a major martial arts center in the world. Their potential power and influence are unfathomable. It is even second to none among the other major martial arts sects. Outside the great Zen temple, the sky is high and the earth is vast. A young monk in a gray robe walks along a narrow mountain path. If someone were to observe closely from the side, they would be able to notice that with each step this young monk took, his figure appeared several meters away, which was extremely mysterious. This young monk was none other than Lin Yuan. After leaving the great Zen temple, Lin Yuan covered 1,200 li in 2 hours. Compared to the Grandmaster realm, within a martial artist at the mythical realm, internal energy has evolved into a higher level of energy. Lin Yuan temporarily refers to this ability as Yuan power. A single strand of Yuan energy can break through 10 strands of Grandmaster level internal energy. Of course, this is just a simple conversion. In actual combat, that would be a different situation. According to Lin Yuan's estimation, his true combat strength has reached an unprecedented level. Even if all the great masters throughout history were to die and be resurrected, even if they were all standing in front of him, they wouldn't be enough for him to slap. Ha 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 ha. That felt great, so great. With each step Lin Yuan took, his blood and Kai surged, and his Yuan power circulated. The terrifying heat spread in all directions, burning like a furnace. Lin Yuan's mythical physique made him resemble a humanoid monster. Suddenly, just then, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped. A gentle breeze caressed my face. Lin Yuan stood there, stunned. The sun rose and set, and several days passed. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have read countless scriptures, felt the blowing wind, listened to the mysteries of the wind, and comprehended the true essence of the martial art 9 steps of divine wind. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and countless flashes of inspiration burst forth in his mind, forming a true martial art. True intent martial arts is a martial art that surpasses even the martial arts of grandmasters. It requires a martial artist at the mythical realm to expend a great deal of energy and time to have any hope of creating it. Having left the great Zen temple, Lin Yuan felt relaxed, freed from his confinement, and able to feel the winds of heaven and earth. With the help of his extraordinary comprehension, he created this martial art. 9 steps of divine wind. Lin Yuan carefully comprehended that this martial art belonged to the category of movement techniques. Using the primordial energy within the body to draw upon the power of heaven earth, after 9 steps, blend yourself into the wind as much as possible. This allows its speed to increase several times over. Horrible. Lin Yuan felt quite emotional. At his level, everything has reached its peak. Even improving by 1 point is incredibly difficult, let alone a direct increase of several times over. True meaning martial arts have begun to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Will the path ahead also be related to heaven and earth? Lin Yuan remained standing in the same spot, looking thoughtful. Pudu Temple. This temple was built 300 years ago by a high-ranking monk from Dakin Temple when he traveled here. For hundreds of years, it has maintained close ties with the great Zen temple. What business does the Buddhist disciple have going to the Bright Moon Palace? The abbot of Pudu Temple asked cautiously. Sitting in front of him was a young monk, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's main purpose in leaving Great Zen Temple this time was to observe the advanced martial arts techniques of other major schools. Among them, the forces that are on par with the Great Zen Temple and are also major martial arts sects are the first choice. Those who can be revered as grandmasters of martial arts were basically founded by grandmasters. Furthermore, many masters have emerged from it throughout history. And the Bright Moon Palace is a major sect of martial arts. The founder of Mingyu Palace was also a rare female grandmaster. I want to observe the many martial arts techniques of Mingyu Palace. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and spoke calmly. On the way to Mingyu Palace, Lin Yuan stopped to rest for a while when he passed Pudu Temple. Even someone as powerful as a mythical being is still human. It's impossible to be tireless like a robot. Pudu Temple and Dachen Temple have a deep historical connection. The abbot of Pudu Temple recognized Lin Yuan's identity and immediately treated him personally. Bright Moon Palace. The abbot of Pudu Temple looked hesitant. To be honest, half a year ago, the grandmaster of Mingyu Palace passed away, leaving no successor. There was also a rebellion within Mingyu Palace, and many martial arts manuals are probably missing, the abbot of Pudu Temple said in a low voice. Although the Bright Moon Palace tried their best to suppress this matter, however, Pudu Temple learned of this matter through special channels. Kindness. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. If the Buddhist disciple wishes to view the martial arts manuals of the Bright Moon Palace, he can make a trip to the capital of the Great Li Kingdom. In the past, the great ancestor of Dali trampled across the world and swept across all directions. He even visited Mingyu Palace and copied all of its martial arts classics to take back with him. Pudu Temple paused for a moment. then subtly mentioned another matter. At that time, it wasn't just Mingyu Palace. All the other major martial arts sects, including the Great Zen Temple, were visited by the great ancestor of Dali. Many martial arts techniques were copied and taken away. As a grandmaster, the great ancestor of Dali was invincible in his time. No martial arts grandmaster dared to refuse, and they could only swallow their pride and accept the loss. Oh? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. He had not read about this matter in the books of the Great Zen Temple, but on second thought, it makes perfect sense. Having your martial arts manuals stolen from your home is hardly a glorious thing, even if this person is the great ancestor of the Great Li Dynasty or a grandmaster. Even if Dachen Temple didn't intentionally suppress the matter, it wouldn't be possible for them to specifically publicize and record it. In other words, the capital of the Great Li Kingdom possesses the martial arts classics of all the major martial arts sects of the time? Lin Yuan asked. In the past, the great ancestor of Dali wanted to go further, so he gathered all the martial arts in the world. Every martial arts force with a name had to hand over its own martial arts manual, without exception. The abbot of Pudu Temple stated the truth. That's good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Originally, Lin Yuan Ruo wanted to observe the martial arts techniques of various schools. We definitely need to visit them one by one, as the major martial arts sects are located in various places. If Lin Yuan went to each of them one by one, it would definitely waste a lot of time. Now it's simple. We can just go to the capital of Dali, Linglong Pavilion. As the largest restaurant in the capital, Linglong Pavilion is always packed with people, guests from out of town, and local guests. Given the chance, who wouldn't want to try Linglong Pavilion's dishes? Snap! In the center of the restaurant, on a raised platform, a storyteller is telling a story with great enthusiasm. 10 years ago, in the sacred Buddhist temple of Dachen Temple, a Buddhist disciple was born. This disciple was born with innate knowledge and possessed the appearance of all Buddhas. It is said that at that time, the golden body of Buddha appeared in the sky above Dachen Temple, and the golden light covered an area of dozens of miles. Many people's hidden illnesses disappeared under the golden light. Now, 10 years have passed, and that Buddhist disciple, the storyteller suddenly stopped, cupped his hands, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end for today. If you wish to know how this young Buddhist disciple is doing now, please come again tomorrow." These words were spoken. The guests in the room immediately sighed in dismay. They were listening intently, eager to know what had happened to the Buddhist monk, when the storyteller abruptly ended their conversation. Who could stand that? This is a reward for you. Continue. A burly man took out a silver ingot and threw it on the high platform. The other onlookers also threw out some copper coins and other valuables. Thanks to the readers for their appreciation, I will continue now. Upon seeing this, the storyteller chuckled and immediately sat down again. If you want your book to be well told, you need to make the transitions at the right points to pique the reader's curiosity. Otherwise, how will you make money? The storyteller was clearly an expert in this art. He carefully collected the money from the platform before continuing his story. Judging by his age, that Buddhist disciple should be in his teens or so. He's probably currently reciting Buddhist scriptures and studying Buddhist teachings at the Great Zen Temple. The storyteller unfolded his paper fan, shook his head, and began to speak. Ruins, many guests couldn't help but let out a shh sound. They were hoping to hear what amazing things the Buddhist disciple would do next, but this is what they got. However, upon closer examination, everyone found it reasonable. What could a child in his teens possibly do, no matter how high his Buddhist nature was? As for the strange phenomena mentioned by the storyteller, they were probably just fabricated to attract attention. What no one in the restaurant noticed was, near the corner, a young monk in a gray robe had a strange expression on his face. Am I being written into a storybook? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He didn't find anything strange about it. Daten Temple is a sacred Buddhist site and a major center of martial arts. His every move naturally attracted attention, especially from those who had been accepted as disciples by a master like the long-browed old monk. There are definitely many eyes watching. Furthermore, the abbots and heads of the academy did not intend to suppress the news. Over time, with the spread of misinformation, various versions of the rumors naturally emerged. Lin Yuan sampled the delicacies of this world inside the Linglong Pavilion. He got up, put down the silver, and went out. The streets, paved with bluestone slabs, are bustling with people, and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares can be heard everywhere. Lin Yuan walked among them, but he wasn't particularly noticeable. However, as Lin Yuan continued to walk deeper into the capital city, fewer and fewer pedestrians were on the road, but more and more soldiers were patrolling. They walked until they reached a tall city gate, where dozens of soldiers with strong auras stood guard with sharp eyes. Behind the city gate lies the Great Li Imperial Palace, the absolute core of a dynasty. Even standing outside the palace, one can vaguely see the magnificent palace inside. Just then, a carriage slowly drove out of the palace. Upon seeing this, the goalkeeper immediately stepped back to make way. Inside the carriage, a middle-aged monk dressed in a crimson robe was rubbing his temples. The current Empress Dowager Dali is a devout Buddhist and often invites eminent monks to the palace. This middle-aged monk, dressed in a crimson robe, is a highly respected monk who has gained considerable fame in recent years and is deeply favored by the Empress Dowager. He would be invited to the palace every 10 days or so. The Empress Dowager's questions have become increasingly difficult lately. The middle-aged monk frowned, looking somewhat troubled. They should be leaving the palace by now. The middle-aged monk reached out and lifted the carriage curtain. He glanced at it casually, but this glance made the middle-aged monk's pupils shrink. That is, the middle-aged monk stared at the young monk who was standing not far away, looking somewhat surprised and uncertain. Buddha's disciple? The middle-aged monk came from the great Zen temple, although he had been staying in the capital of Dali Kingdom for the past 10 years or so. However, he maintained regular contact with the Dachen Temple. Several years ago, the Dachen Temple sent him a portrait of a Buddhist monk, instructing the middle-aged monk to remember it well and to obey orders if he ever saw it. The portrait was almost identical to that of the young monk not far away. Thinking of this, the middle-aged monk quickly got off the carriage and came to Lin Yuan. Buddha's disciple? The middle-aged monk tentatively asked a question. You know me? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. 20 years ago, I was also a monk at Dachen Temple. The middle-aged monk revealed his identity with just this one sentence. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Dachen Temple is a sacred Buddhist site, and its influence extends far beyond Shaoxi Mountain. The Pudu Temple that Lin Yuan had passed by earlier, and the middle-aged monk in front of him, are examples of this. Wonder what brings you to this capital, Buddhist disciple? The middle-aged monk asked curiously. Before meeting Lin Yuan, he had not received any news from the Great Zen Temple. Clearly, even the abbot of the Great Zen Temple was unaware that Lin Yuan had come here. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely impossible not to notify him. I would like to enter the Imperial Palace Martial Hall for a look. Lin Yuan spoke up. The Martial Hall of the Great Li Imperial Palace is where countless martial arts manuals from all over the world are stored. In the past, when the great ancestor of Dali established his rule over the world, he placed all the copied martial arts techniques from various schools in the martial hall. It can be said that the martial arts hall of the Dali Imperial Palace contains 10 or even 100 times more martial arts techniques than the scripture library of the Dachan Temple. Getting into the martial hall is going to be a bit troublesome. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged monk frowned. Generally speaking, only members of the royal family are qualified to enter the martial hall. This was a rule established by the founding emperor of the Great Li dynasty. In addition, important ministers who have made significant contributions to the Great Li dynasty are also eligible to enter the martial hall. However, Lin Yuan clearly does not meet either of these criteria. Therefore, it is almost impossible to have any opportunity to come into contact with the martial hall. The Great Li dynasty established its nation on military strength and placed great importance on numerous martial arts manuals. It is absolutely impossible to let an outsider into a martial arts holy land like the martial hall. It's not that there's no way. The middle-aged monk slowly said, "The palace is heavily guarded. Sneaking in is definitely impossible." A hint of apprehension appeared on the middle-aged monk's face. As a guest of honor of the Empress Dowager, he had some knowledge of the Dali Imperial Palace. The 8,000 imperial guards in the palace are all peak-level martial artists trained using royal secret techniques. 200 deputy commanders, all of whom were martial arts experts at the innate realm. The 18 commanders were all peak-level martial arts experts. It can be said that this force alone is enough to easily sweep away an army of hundreds of thousands. Even if a grandmaster were to arrive in person, he would be trapped. In addition, the middle-aged monk overheard the Empress Dowager saying that at various points within the palace, there are even grandmaster-level martial arts experts stationed there. The middle-aged monk had been frequently entering and leaving the palace over the years. It can be roughly estimated that there are no fewer than 4 grandmasters in the palace, 4 masters. 18 peak-level innate beings, 200 people at the innate realm, 8,000 is the peak of the acquired realm. This is the strongest trump card of the Great Li dynasty. Even if the world is in chaos now, the Great Li dynasty can be rebuilt, not to mention that this is only part of the Great Li dynasty's trump card. Outside the palace, a large army was stationed on the border, and the grandmasters are always at the beck and call of the Great Li dynasty. Buddha's disciple, listen to me. You will come with me to the palace later to meet the Empress Dowager. With my introduction, the Empress Dowager will definitely think highly of the Buddhas. Son, for the next 3 months, the Buddhist disciple should visit the Empress Dowager frequently to make her a familiar face. 6 months later, on the emperor's 60th birthday, the Empress Dowager will personally escort you, Buddha, to offer your congratulations. At that time, I will present a Buddhist treasure. The emperor of Dali was overjoyed, and the Buddhist disciple proposed to enter the martial hall for a look. The chances of success are very high. After much contemplation, the middle-aged monk revealed the only feasible method available at the moment. Theoretically speaking, outsiders cannot enter the martial hall. However, if the current emperor of Dali allows it, then the question of whether or not one can enter is irrelevant. As long as Lin Yuan can win the emperor's favor, entering the martial hall is not an impossible task. After all, Lin Yuan only went into the martial hall to take a look, and he did not cause any damage to the many martial arts books in the hall. I wonder what the Buddhist disciple thinks. After the middle-aged monk finished speaking in one breath, he saw that Lin Yuan remained silent and asked with some unease. That's not bad, Lin Yuan nodded. The middle-aged monk was indeed very dedicated. Following his method, there's a high probability he'll be able to successfully enter the martial hall. Only, Lin Yuan shook his head again. Just what? The middle-aged monk asked nervously. Too much trouble. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm as he looked at the palace not far away. Trouble? The middle-aged monk didn't react for a long time. The plan he just devised was as concise as possible. They took Lin Yuan directly to see the Empress Dowager, and then used the Empress Dowager to influence the emperor. This was the fastest way the middle-aged monk could think of to enter the martial hall. He couldn't just go directly to see the emperor, could he? Without someone of sufficient influence to introduce him, even a middle-aged monk couldn't possibly meet the emperor, let alone Lin Yuan. Just say it directly. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he took a step forward, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly towards the direction of the palace. This humble monk, Hui Zhen, wishes to enter the imperial palace's martial hall for a visit. When he uttered the first word poor, his voice sounded perfectly normal. But the second word starts to rise in pitch. By the fifth word, terrifying sound waves spread wildly in all directions. When the last word, "e," was uttered, it was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had split open, and thunder had roared. Boom! 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 At this moment, the entire palace was enveloped in terrifying sound waves. The 8,000 imperial guards at the peak of the day after tomorrow realm felt a deafening roar in their ears, and their consciousness was fading. The 18 grand commanders at the peak of the innate realm were bleeding from all 7 orifices and knelt on the ground, unable to get up. Deep within the palace, the auras of 5 grandmasters flashed by, attempting to resist the Buddhist chants. But they only managed to hold on for a few breaths before their auras rapidly weakened, leaving them powerless to resist. In an instant, the once heavily guarded Dali Imperial Palace crumbled into disarray, becoming a scattered mess, teetering on the brink of collapse. The middle-aged monk opened his mouth wide. The Great Li Imperial Palace, Taiji Hall. A majestic man dressed in a dragon robe sat before a sandalwood table. Opposite him sat a thin, elderly man. With your current strength, granduncle, there should be no one in the world who can rival you, right? The imposing man was none other than the current emperor of the Great Li dynasty. The thin, elderly man sitting opposite him was the ancestor of the Great Li royal family. He was also the strongest among them, a martial arts master at the peak of the grandmaster level. Without this pillar of strength, the Great Li dynasty might also have achieved its current status of ruling the world and having all directions submit to it, but it definitely won't be that easy. Until you reach the grandmaster level, how can you talk about having no rivals? The thin old man shook his head, but his tone showed no humility whatsoever. Even among grandmasters, there are differences in strength. The thin old man undoubtedly stood at the very top of the grandmaster realm. In terms of lineage, the other major martial arts sects also have a lineage of grandmasters, but the grandmaster Taizu of the Dali dynasty undoubtedly had the greatest influence. After all, this founding emperor was still alive more than 100 years ago, and his prestige remains undiminished to this day. The numerous martial arts manuals that have been left behind are, without a doubt, superior to those passed down by other grandmasters, at least more complete and perfect. Not to mention that the founding emperor once personally visited other major martial arts sects and copied all their martial arts techniques to bring back to China. By gathering the martial arts of the world, the foundation of the Great Li dynasty will far surpass that of any major martial arts sect. A grandmaster. My great-uncle is only a hair's breadth away from becoming a grandmaster, the emperor of Dali asked in a cryptic tone. A mere hair's breadth, can make all the difference. The thin old man sighed. The closer he got to the Grandmaster realm, the more desperate and helpless he felt. This is still based on the premise that the great ancestor of Dali left behind many breakthrough insights. Without these, the thin old man would never have dared to dream of reaching the Grandmaster realm. Even so, thin old man had little confidence in whether he could take that step. But Your Majesty, rest assured, in this world, if I cannot break through to the Grandmaster level, then no other Grandmaster can even dream of breaking through. The thin old man spoke in a low voice which contained great confidence. Just as the Emperor of Dali opened his mouth to say something, terrifying sound waves descended, filling every inch of the air. This humble monk, Huizhen, wishes to enter the Imperial Palace's Martial Hall for a visit. This humble monk, Huizhen, wishes to enter the Imperial Palace's Martial Hall for a visit. This humble monk, Huizhen, wishes to enter the Imperial Palace's Martial Hall for a visit. The demonic sound filled his ears, and the Emperor of Dali felt his eardrums vibrate, and his vision begin to blur. Compared to the Emperor of Dali, the gaunt old man beside him, who was already at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, looked much more miserable. The greater one's strength, the more sensitive one is to sound waves, and the more severe the suppression from their influence will be. Ah! Such sonic skill, the thin old man could not believe it. Based solely on sound, even when separated by an unknown distance, this rendered even a martial arts master like himself unable to resist. Who exactly is it? Could he be a Grandmaster? Even a Grandmaster as powerful as the great ancestor of Dali couldn't achieve this level, right? Outside the palace, Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm. He just used the lion's roar, one of the 72 unique skills of the Great Zen Temple, to say the words, "Enter the martial hall for a look." The lion's roar is a superior martial art. Furthermore, it is a rare sonic martial art that can intimidate people with sound, causing them to tremble with fear and feel their liver and gallbladder shatter. However, this martial art is unlikely to affect martial arts experts at the innate realm. After all, compared to fist and foot weapons, the effect of sound waves is indeed not high. However, Lin Yuan's strength was simply too great at this moment. With a physique and elemental power surpassing that of a Grandmaster, with a single roar, even if mountains and rivers are not shattered, it would be difficult for a Grandmaster to withstand it. Of course, Lin Yuan did not kill him. Enveloped in the terrifying sonic waves of the lion's roar, those below the peak of the acquired realm only felt eardrum concussion, without suffering other injuries. As for those at the peak of the acquired realm, the peak of the innate realm, and even the Grandmaster realm of martial arts experts, the impact was indeed quite severe, but I'll recover in a month or two. It will not cause irreversible damage. In the past, the great ancestor of Dali visited the Great Zen Temple and forced the monks to hand over their secret martial arts techniques by force. Now, Lin Yuan, standing outside the palace, roared, causing the entire heavily guarded palace to fall into chaos, a fitting retribution. Buddha's disciple, this. The middle-aged monk next to him had a completely blank mind at that moment. He was just wondering why the Buddhist disciple would say it was troublesome. And what does speak it directly mean? Then I witnessed this incredible scene. Look, we should be able to get in soon. Lin Yuan glanced back at the middle-aged monk and said casually. The middle-aged monk was still immersed in the shock, although he didn't know what had happened inside the palace. But just now, after Lin Yuan's roar, various chaotic auras emanated from within the palace. Even the aura of a Grandmaster is declining. The middle-aged monk had a feeling the current security forces at the royal palace have been reduced to their lowest level in history. I'm afraid any random group of innate martial artists could wipe them out in a bloodbath. In this situation, the middle-aged monk had no doubt about Lin Yuan's statement. I guess we'll be able to go in soon. Based on the results Lin Yuan just shouted out, let alone entering the mere martial hall.
Even
entering the harem of the current emperor of Dali. It's probably just a matter of a few words. A moment later, under the watchful eyes of the middle-aged monk, a dignified man in a dragon robe and a thin old man walked out quickly. In addition, several other figures followed behind. Although the figures all appeared weak and listless, the imposing aura they exuded as they moved was far beyond what anyone at the innate realm could match. The Emperor of Dali walked out of the palace and soon saw Lin Yuan standing there, dressed in a gray monk's robe. Greetings, master. The Emperor of Dali felt bitter and immediately bowed. After the Taiji Hall was hit by the terrifying sonic waves, the Emperor of Dali was not greatly affected and recovered quickly. The Emperor of Dali's first thought was to flee. However, thin old man beside him stopped the Emperor of Dali. The lean old man was at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. He knew very well that such a scene could be created using sound waves. Its owner's strength, if not unprecedented, he was no match for the great Emperor Taizu of Dali, who lived at least 100 years ago. How can one escape from such a powerful figure? And where can one possibly escape to? On the contrary, the thin old man observed the injuries sustained by the Emperor of Dali. It was determined that Lin Yuan likely had no intention of killing the Dali royal family. Otherwise, that terrifying sound wave alone could severely injure someone like me, a peak grandmaster. How could the Emperor of Dali, a mere mortal who wasn't even at the innate realm, be affected by such a small amount? That is precisely why, on the advice of the thin old man, the Emperor of Dali finally mustered up his courage and followed the source of the sound waves to the outside of the palace. This humble monk, Huizhen, wishes to enter the imperial palace's martial hall for a visit. Upon seeing the disheveled Emperor of Dali, Lin Yuan spoke frankly. That's simple. Please come in, master. Please come in, master. The Emperor of Dali breathed a slight sigh of relief. At the same time, a feeling of grievance welled up inside me. If you wanted to enter the martial hall, you should have said so earlier. Why make such a fuss? Time flows on. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the story of Lin Yuanyi's roar that pacified the imperial palace spread like wildfire throughout the land. After all, this matter caused quite a stir, so even the imperial guards and palace maids dared not spread it around. However, the martial arts experts outside the palace could not pretend that nothing had happened. They are not blind, nor are they deaf. Even middle-aged monks could sense the changes in the atmosphere within the palace. Other martial arts experts can naturally do the same. Furthermore, the scene of the Emperor of Dali taking the initiative to leave the palace and bow to Lin Yuan was witnessed by many people. By considering the context, it's easy to deduce the general truth. The imperial palace of the Great Li dynasty was breached by a mysterious Buddhist master. Even the reigning emperor had to step forward and admit his mistake. The Great Li dynasty tried to suppress it, but it couldn't. And this statement is also true, even elevating the Great Li dynasty. After all, the use of the word pierce through at least indicates that Lin Yuan made several moves. The Dali dynasty still had the power to resist, but it ultimately failed. But the truth is that a single sonic attack was enough to knock down many powerful figures in the palace. The world was in an uproar. Ordinary people and martial arts masters from all sides. Everyone is talking about this. The Great Li dynasty ruled the world for nearly 200 years, and due to its founding emperor, all martial arts experts were suffocated by his oppressive influence. Seeing the great Li dynasty suffer a setback and be completely defeated, everyone is naturally happy to see it happen. After discussing the great Li dynasty, everyone's attention immediately turned to the mysterious Buddhist monk. Was the great Li dynasty weak? It's definitely not weak. It is not weak at all. It's terrifyingly strong. Even after that Grandmaster Taizu passed away, the great Li dynasty's strength still allows it to suppress the entire world. Even so, the imperial palace, which gathers the most elite forces and the most powerful individuals of the great Li dynasty, remains a vital part of the imperial palace. However, he was defeated by a mysterious monk. What this means is chilling to everyone who thinks about it. Without a doubt, the mysterious monk's strength has reached the level of a grandmaster. The imperial palace of Dali, Martial Hall. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his expression calm. Lin Yuan has not left since he entered this place 6 months ago. The emperor of Dali was quite astute. He immediately designated the Martial Hall as a forbidden area, forbidding anyone from disturbing Lin Yuan. In addition, every meal was carefully prepared. Not only does it replenish vital energy, but it is also carefully prepared by the imperial chefs. It is so delicious that there is nothing wrong with its taste. It's not enough. These martial arts techniques are far from sufficient. Lin Yuan sighed softly to himself. In just 6 months, Lin Yuan mastered and understood many of the martial arts techniques in the Martial Hall of the Great Li Imperial Palace. It's not that the martial arts in the Martial Hall are inferior to those in the Sutra Repository of the Great Zen Temple. To be honest, the martial arts collected in the Martial Hall far surpass those in the Scripture Pavilion. However, times have changed. Lin Yuan's current height is an unprecedented mythical realm. At the Great Zen Temple, Lin Yuan was a grandmaster of the innate realm. With a high-level perspective, the efficiency of enlightenment naturally far surpasses that of the latter. However, even after mastering all the martial arts techniques in the Martial Hall, even with his extraordinary comprehension reaching its peak, Lin Yuan still failed to break through to the mythical realm. Of all the martial arts in the world, only a few can be recorded and passed down. Most of the martial arts are scattered among every martial artist in the world. Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. These martial arts techniques may not be of a high level, far from reaching the level of superior martial arts, but they are unique in their approach. It is even completely different from the current martial arts training system. If Lin Yuan Ruo could comprehend martial arts from other perspectives, it would likely help him break through to the mythical realm. Come in. With a general idea in mind, Lin Yuan raised his head slightly and looked towards the entrances of the Martial Hall. Yes, the thin old man immediately came over respectfully. As the ancestor with the highest status and strongest power in the great Li royal family, the thin old man shouldn't have acted like this. He personally stood guard outside the Martial Hall, waiting for Lin Yuan's instructions. But ever since Lin Yuangang entered the Martial Hall and casually gave the thin old man some pointers, which enlightened him, the thin old man then stood guard outside the Martial Hall and refused to leave. That guidance made the thin old man realize that even if he cultivated diligently for 10, 20, or 50 years, it would still be effective. It's not even as good as a casual remark from Lin Yuan. I plan to hold a world martial arts tournament in this capital city, where any martial artist, whether in the acquired realm or the innate realm, can participate. The top 10 can choose any 3 superior martial arts techniques. Lin Yuan spoke up. With his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan didn't need to learn martial arts at all. He could gain insights simply by observing how others displayed their skills. More than 10 years ago, Lin Yuan watched the monks of Dacheng Temple practice Luohan Fist, and comprehended the superior martial art of Daluhan Buddha fist from it, which is an example. It's unrealistic to expect all martial artists in the world to write down their signature techniques. Many idle martial artists, without the burden of a sect, can simply hide in the deep mountains and forests if pushed too far, and even Lin Yuan can't do anything about it. However, if they were lured over by a martial arts tournament, with Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension, he could easily find out their true nature without them even realizing it. As for whether those idle martial artists can come over, people are only pursuing two things: fame or fortune. The martial artist is one more, that is one's own martial arts realm. Lin Yuan used superior martial arts as bait, and was not worried that those idle martial artists would not take the bait. Superior martial arts are not commonplace. A single superior martial art can serve as the foundation for its inheritance. Even in a Buddhist holy site like Dachen Temple, a major martial arts sect in the world, there are only 72 superior martial arts techniques. Furthermore, these martial arts tournaments are spearheaded by the Great Li dynasty, and anyone who makes a name for themselves can quickly gain fame. And grandmasters too. Lin Yuan touched his chin. It makes no sense to have grandmasters participate in the martial arts tournament. After all, there are very few grandmasters. The number of grandmasters in the world who are openly recognized can be counted on two hands. Even if we include those who live in seclusion and hide in the shadows, the number couldn't possibly exceed 20. If a grandmaster comes, he/she can challenge me. Regardless of the outcome, he/she will receive a spiritual martial art, Lin Yuan said slowly. Simply put, as long as the masters arrive, they can obtain a spiritual martial art. What is the concept of spiritual martial arts? It is a secret technique that only grandmasters can cultivate. Although grandmasters cannot cultivate spiritual martial arts, years of contemplation and enlightenment are of great help in reaching the realm of great grandmaster. Yes, the thin old man swallowed hard. Although the great ancestor of Dali left behind several spiritual martial arts, but who would complain about having more spiritual martial arts? Comprehending different spiritual martial arts simultaneously and verifying the Grandmaster realm from various angles makes it easier to take that step. As news of the martial arts tournament spread, the entire world was in an uproar, and countless martial artists were dumbfounded. If you can get into the top 10 in the martial arts tournament, you can choose any 3 superior martial arts techniques. If it weren't for the Emperor of Dali's personal promise, probably no one would have believed it. That's a top-tier martial art. You can get it just by being in the top 10? And you can choose any one of them. At first, some martial artists had doubts, but after the first martial arts tournament was held, the top 10 martial artists received the 3 superior martial arts techniques they wanted. Martial artists all over the world went crazy. They all rushed to the capital of Dali Kingdom without stopping, waiting for the start of the next martial arts tournament. Compared to the excitement of the acquired realm and innate realm martial artists, the thoughts of the various masters who were stationed in different places gradually changed. The Emperor of Dali announced to the outside world that they had all seen the news about the martial arts tournament. Grandmasters can also participate and challenge the mysterious monk who single-handedly stormed the palace. Regardless of success or failure, you will gain a spiritual martial art. In no time, many grandmasters could not contain themselves and headed towards the capital of the Great Li Kingdom. 6 months later, the Great Li Imperial Palace. Outside the martial hall, a burly man carrying a heavy sword appeared silently. Beside the burly man was a boy who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. South China Sea Sword Saint, I didn't expect you to be here too. The thin old man guarding outside the martial hall had a solemn expression. Before meeting Lin Yuan, the thin old man boasted that he was invincible below the level of a grandmaster. There are very few grandmasters in the world whom he can be wary of. The Sword Saint of the South Sea was one of them. In terms of strength, the South China Sea Sword Saint was no stronger than the thin old man. The two are at best evenly matched. However, the Sword Saint of the South China Sea did not come from a major martial arts sect. He has reached his current level step by step. The thin old man came from the royal family of Dali and had been guided by masters since childhood. He often contemplates the insights and lessons left by the founding emperor. That's how we got to where we are today. The Sword Saint of the South Sea, relying solely on himself, was able to keep pace with the gaunt old man. His comprehension and aptitude should not be underestimated. You've already begun to cultivate spiritual power? The thin old man took a close look at the South China Sea Sword Saint and was immediately taken aback. He could sense a faint spiritual pressure emanating from the other person. This is the beginning of the gathering of spiritual power. Once the first wisp of spiritual power is successfully nurtured, then one can break through to the Grandmaster realm. The Sword Saint of the South Sea remained silent. From the moment he appeared until now, his gaze has never fallen on the thin old man. Instead, he stared intently into the martial hall. Grandmaster, a smile appeared on the lips of the South China Sea Sword Saint, unlike other masters who came to this place. He, the Sword Saint of the South China Sea, came here not for spiritual martial arts. Spiritual martial arts can indeed help to gather spiritual power, but even the South China Sea Sword Saint no longer needs them. His real purpose was to challenge that mysterious monk. That Grandmaster who single-handedly breached the Great Li Imperial Palace. The Sword Saint of the South Sea had great ambitions. He wanted to use a Grandmaster as a stepping stone to forge yourself and embark on the path to becoming a Grandmaster. Master, do you really want to go in? Beside the South China Sea Sword Saint, the 15 or 16-year-old boy appeared somewhat nervous. After all, it was a fact widely acknowledged by many martial artists that the mysterious monk was at the Grandmaster level. Aside from Grandmasters, who else could single-handedly break through the Great Li Imperial Palace? His master, the Sword Saint of the South Sea, was extremely powerful and had even begun to condense spiritual power, embarking on the path of a Grandmaster. But he was never a Grandmaster. Facing a true Grandmaster, life or death is uncertain. Don't worry, my disciple. With my current strength, I could break through to the Grandmaster realm at any time if I only faced the mental pressure of a Grandmaster. The Sword Saint of the South Sea had nothing to worry about. He has now taken one foot into the realm of Grandmaster. With just a little stimulation from a true Grandmaster, reaching the Grandmaster level would be a matter of a moment. At that time, even if the South Sea Sword Saint was no match for that mysterious monk, he believed he could still escape unscathed, given that both were at the Grandmaster level. I am going inside. My good disciple, wait outside for a while. The South China Sea Sword Saint spoke with longing and looked expectant. The gates of the martial hall opened quickly. The South China Sea Sword Saint walked in, his face full of fighting spirit, that 15 or 16-year-old boy, in a fleeting glimpse. Deep inside the martial hall, a young monk dressed in a gray robe sat. Master will definitely not lose. The 15 or 16-year-old boy clenched his fists and encouraged himself. Only a little over half an incense stick's time had passed. The gates of the martial hall opened again. The burly man carrying a heavy sword walked out with a blank expression. Master, it's over so quickly? The boy leaned closer and said with concern, let's go. The sword saint of the South Sea shook his head slightly and led the boy away from the palace. Until they arrived outside the capital, the sword saint of the South Sea finally stopped. He turned and looked towards the palace, then plopped down on a rock. He kept muttering things like, "How can he be so strong? And how could there be such a person in the world?" Upon seeing this, the 15 or 16-year-old boy immediately realized that his master must have lost. And it was a complete and utter defeat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have behaved this way. "Master, he doesn't seem that strong to me." When you become a grandmaster in the future, you can challenge him and win back, right? The boy said from the side, "That's true." Just now, the sword saint of the South Sea entered the martial hall. The young man had caught a glimpse of the mysterious monk. His aura was indeed unfathomable, but at most he was stronger than his own master, and he might catch up in the future. Not that strong, the sword saint of the South Sea remained silent for a while, unsure of what to say. After a long silence, the sword saint of the South Sea composed himself and slowly said, "You are only at the innate realm now, and your vision is still narrow. You see him as a frog at the bottom of a well, looking up at the moon. Wait until the day you are fortunate enough to reach the Grandmaster realm, or become a half-step Grandmaster." The South China Sea Sword Saint continued, with an extremely complex emotion. "You will see him looking up at the blue sky like a mayfly, outside the martial hall." The gaunt old man, Yuan Pan, watched the figure of the South China Sea Sword Saint disappear. To think that Master Huizhen can be used as a stepping stone for one's ascent to the Grandmaster realm, that's truly, for a moment, the thin old man Yuan Pan didn't know what to say. A look of sympathy involuntarily appeared on his face. In fact, this kind of use of life or death pressure, the methods used to break through constraints and bottlenecks, are not uncommon. With the South China Sea Sword Saint's aptitude and comprehension, under the pressure of a Grandmaster, it is indeed quite possible to achieve this. After all, compared to Yuan Pan, the South China Sword Saint has reached this point entirely on his own merits. Its potential is self-evident. The biggest mistake the South China Sea Sword Saint made was setting his sights on Master Huizhen. Because in Yuan Pan's eyes, Lin Yuan's strength undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary Grandmaster. He could even be considered the strongest among all the Grandmasters throughout history. After nearly a year of contact, Yuan Pan was almost certain of this. Even more terrifying speculations arose from Yuan Pan. Has the master's skill truly broken through to that next level? Yuan Pan felt his whole body trembling. Throughout history, spanning thousands of years, Grandmasters have always been considered the undisputed strongest. It is the ultimate realm pursued by all martial artists in the world. As for realms beyond Grandmaster, those beyond Grandmaster, Yuan Pan dared not think about it, nor would he ever think about it. This is as pointless as pondering why the sun hangs in the sky. But now, having witnessed the power of Lin Yuan's roar, Yuan Pan finally began to have doubts. Perhaps there is an even higher realm above the Grandmaster, for example, someone like Lin Yuan? It's no wonder Yuan Pan thought that way. Lin Yuan's combat prowess was simply too much. The Grandmaster Taizu of the Great Li dynasty hasn't been dead for many years. Yuan Pan remembered the description of the Grandmaster very clearly. Even the strongest wouldn't be this strong. In addition, over the past year, he has received occasional guidance from Lin Yuan. Yuan Pan clearly sensed the existence of the bottleneck in the Grandmaster realm. If the guidance of a Grandmaster is so useful, there will no longer be the saying that a Grandmaster cannot train another Grandmaster. Inside the martial hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Since 6 months ago, a martial arts tournament has been held in the capital. Having witnessed countless martial artists fighting, Lin Yuan's gains never stopped. The martial artists participating in the martial arts tournament may not be very strong. However, the martial arts techniques they employ are diverse. Lin Yuan, with his extraordinary comprehension, comprehended the Tao from countless angles. It is far more useful than simply studying a few superior or profound martial arts techniques. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have gained insight into the martial arts of the world, and your understanding of martial arts beyond the mythical realm has been enhanced. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have grasped the essence of martial arts and the true nature of the world. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have grasped the essence of martial arts. Created the cloud mist refining divine technique. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You've grasped the essence of martial arts and are beginning to perceive the path to breakthroughs in your future realms. The Lin Yuan was completely immersed in the world of enlightenment and would not wake up unless he was threatened with death. With Lin Yuan's current physique and the mythical realm Yuan power that protects him, he can achieve this. Even if a group of grandmasters attack, they will not suffer the slightest injury. 2 weeks later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, finally found it. Lin Yuan sighed softly. At this moment, aided by his extraordinary comprehension, he finally locked onto a path that transcends the level of mythology. Of course, it's just a lock-in. To actually reach it, it will still require a lot of effort. However, as long as the direction is right, the rest is just a matter of time for Lin Yuan. It's time to go back. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the outside of the martial hall. Although with Lin Yuan's current strength, it doesn't matter where he cultivates. Having spent 10 years at Dachan Temple, he was quite satisfied with the undisturbed environment of Shaoxi Mountain, with its ancient temples and Buddhist statues. Reaching the next level of cultivation beyond the mythical realm would take a considerable amount of time, so Lin Yuan still wanted to return to Shaoxi Mountain. Click. The gates of the martial hall opened. The thin, elderly man, Yuan Pan, who had been standing guard outside, was suddenly startled. Master. Yuan Pan subconsciously looked towards the martial hall, but they discovered that the young monk who was supposed to be sitting there had disappeared. Master, have you left? Yuan Pan was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat lost. Even though he had a premonition and knew that a powerful figure like Lin Yuan couldn't stay in the palace forever, at that moment, it felt as if something had been lost. Days in Temple. Abbot Huiyuan, head of the Martial Monks Academy Huiwen, and several other abbots gathered at the temple gate, looking worried. A year ago, the Great Lei Imperial Palace was breached by a mysterious monk who appeared to be a Grand Master. The Great Zen Temple had naturally heard about this matter long ago. Unlike other martial artists and factions who speculated about the mysterious monk's origins, Abbot Huiyuan and several other abbots immediately recognized the monk as their own disciple. No way. He was a young monk again. He also possesses the strength of a grandmaster. Such a precise description could only come from a Buddhist disciple who had recently entered the world. At first, the group was amazed by Lin Yuan's strength. More than 100 years ago, the great ancestor grandmaster of the Great Li attacked Shaoxi Mountain. The Buddhist disciple of Dachan Temple has single-handedly breached the Dali Imperial Palace, which can be considered a reciprocal gesture. However, as time went by, the abbot and others then realized that something was wrong. It seems the Buddhist disciple intends to reside permanently in the Dali Imperial Palace. Abbot Huiyuan and the others never expected that Lin Yuan would abandon the Great Zen Temple. Rather, they were worried that the Great Li dynasty might have other intentions. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Indeed, with Lin Yuan's strength, no one in the Great Li dynasty could rival him. But what if the Dali dynasty resorts to some underhanded tactics? You must know, The Dali Imperial Palace was where the Grandmaster ancestor lived, and they might have their own ways of dealing with Grandmasters. What if Lin Yuan falls into a trap while staying in the Dali Imperial Palace for so long? Also, Abbot Huiyuan had even deeper concerns. With the holding of the martial arts tournament, and several grandmasters traveling to the capital to spar with Lin Yuan, rumors about Lin Yuan's strength are increasing. Grandmaster at the pinnacle, invincible Grandmaster, the greatest master of all time, etc. These rumors all came from several other masters. There is no doubt about its authenticity. As a result, Lin Yuan's reputation grew, far surpassing that of Bodhidharma 1,000 years ago and the great ancestor of Dali 100 years ago. This situation may not have much impact on other grandmasters. After all, other grandmasters have spent at least decades to reach this point, and their mental state has already been tempered by many trials. But Abbot Huiyuan knew very well that the Buddhist disciple was only a little over 10 years old. At such a young age, is it possible for him to experience the trials and tribulations of fame and fortune in the martial arts world? Let's wait a little longer. The Buddhist disciple has only been down the mountain for a year. It's still a short time. Even if he is influenced by worldly affairs, he can turn back in time, the head of the disciplinary hall said in a deep voice. Even for ordinary martial artists, let alone grandmasters, a year is not a long time. It's considered just entering the martial world. Buddhist disciples have a pure and simple mind. The head of the martial arts academy frowned, about to speak. Just then, on the narrow mountain path of Shaoxi Mountain, a young monk dressed in monk's robes and cloth shoes walked up step by step. Buddha's disciple has returned. Abbot Huiyuan spotted Lin Yuan immediately. A moment later, Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance of the great Zen temple. Buddha's disciple. The group bowed slightly to Lin Yuan, wanting to say something but then swallowed their words. Everything is settled. Lin Yuan only said this sentence. He then returned to the third floor of the sutra repository, sat down again, and distanced himself from the world and the martial arts world. On this day, the young Buddhist monk from Shaoxi Mountain, dressed in cloth shoes and monk's robes, entered the martial world only to leave it behind. Lin Yuan's return to Dacheng Temple did not cause much of a stir. Apart from the abbot and a few head monks, no other monks knew about it. On the third floor of the sutra repository, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. 8 years left. Lin Yuan glanced at the illusory light screen below his line of sight, knowing that his time in this world was running out. That should be enough. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Having grasped the path to enlightenment beyond the mythical realm, I now have a concrete direction and a clear strategy. Given his extraordinary comprehension speed, 8 years would be more than enough. The path of martial arts, Lin Yuan's eyes were deep and unfathomable. The path of martial arts in this world is based on the human body, combined with the spirit, and constantly transforms. Although the improvement is slow, it has no major weaknesses. It has a much greater potential than the evolutionary path of gene warriors in human civilizations. Gene warriors represent a purely physical evolutionary path. Once you encounter evolved beings such as psychic sorcerers or mind masters, without prior preparation, they are almost always swept aside. The evolutionary path of gene warriors is estimated to be that a higher level of human civilization, an evolutionary path specifically created for their own descendants. Relying entirely on gene serums, as long as one can purchase gene serums of sufficient rank, one can continue to improve. I wonder what kind of evolutionary path martial arts is considered, and how it's regarded by the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Cosmic Human Alliance encourages its citizens to develop new evolutionary pathways. The goddess of wisdom even offered huge rewards to attract more human citizens to participate in this endeavor. Whether an evolutionary path is valuable or not depends on two aspects. First, the degree of popularization. The second factor is the level of potential. The degree of popularity is easy to understand. If this evolutionary path is only allowed for one person to cultivate, then it will have little value for human civilization as a whole. As for the level of potential, that is the theoretical upper limit of this evolutionary path. For more than 10 years since he was born into this world, Lin Yuan has been using his extraordinary comprehension to deduce martial arts, opening up the mythical realm above the Grandmaster level, and even surpassing the mythical level. It is about raising the upper limit of martial arts evolution paths as much as possible, in order to gain a higher evaluation from the goddess of wisdom and receive sufficient rewards. Lin Yuan clearly understood the priorities. This world was merely a passing phase for him. Once their 20-year stay is over, they will still have to return to the Universal Human Alliance. Continue to ponder. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes and once again entered a state of enlightenment. This trip to the capital of Dali was of great help to Lin Yuan. The martial hall contains thousands of martial arts techniques, including various wondrous skills mastered by martial artists from all over the world. Catalyzed by his extraordinary comprehension, countless spiritual lights continuously burst forth in Lin Yuan's mind, steadfastly advancing towards a realm beyond the mythical realm. Time passed. 8 years have passed in the blink of an eye. As time went on, the true origins of the mysterious monk who broke through the Great Li Imperial Palace were finally revealed to the world. Huizhen, a Buddhist disciple of Dacheng Temple, when Lin Yuan was outside the palace, his words, "This humble monk is Huizhen," were heard by many. In addition, the Great Zen Temple had already distributed the Buddha's portrait temples all over the world, and then Lin Yuan had also made an appearance at several martial arts tournaments held in the capital of the Great Li Kingdom. Comparing the two periods, it's not hard to deduce the answer. The exposure of the mysterious monk's identity had direct consequences. As a result, the Great Zen Temple became bustling with activity, and every day, a large number of martial artists came from the foot of Shaoxi Mountain to visit it. The mysterious monk only stayed in the capital of Dali Kingdom for a year before disappearing without a trace. Many people speculate that the mysterious monk may have returned to the Great Zen Temple. Many martial artists came to the Great Zen Temple, hoping to see Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan is a recognized grandmaster, and even called the greatest grandmaster of all time by those grandmasters. In literature, there is no first place. In martial arts, there is no second. There is only one possibility for someone to be recognized by all the masters, without anyone having a word to question them. That was the Buddhist disciple Huizhen, whose strength was truly unbelievable. He defeated all the grandmasters. This attracted a large number of martial artists. Even if you can't see him, it would be great to catch a glimpse of him from afar. What if you're lucky enough to be noticed by that nameless monk? Isn't this kind of opportunity even greater than a carp leaping over the dragon gate? As for being favored by that Buddhist disciple, it's possible that he might be ordained as a monk. As long as one can reach the Grandmaster realm, let alone become a monk, there are plenty of people willing to sever all emotions and desires. On the narrow mountain path of Shaoxi Mountain, a burly man carrying a heavy sword walked slowly forward. Behind the burly man was a young man in his 20s. "Master, Master, you've come here to challenge that Buddhist disciple again?" the young man asked curiously as he walked. The burly man carrying a heavy sword was none other than the sword saint of the South Sea. If a grandmaster were present, they would notice that the South Sea Sword Saint possessed a profound aura, and upon looking directly into his eyes, one could sense a spiritual power as sharp as a sword. Grandmaster. This sword saint of the South China Sea has already taken that step and become a grandmaster. In any other era, the birth of any grandmaster would have been an extremely sensational event. Congratulations came from all directions. Tens of thousands bowed their heads. These are all the most basic. However, the sword saint of the South Sea found it utterly boring. Since his sparring session with Lin Yuan 8 years ago, the South Sea Sword Saint has come to understand that there are always people more skilled than you, and that there is always something beyond your understanding. So what if he's a grandmaster? Even a grandmaster would die if faced with that Buddhist disciple. I just came to take a look. The sword saint of the South Sea shook his head. Also, don't compare your master to that Buddhist disciple. That Buddhist disciple was no longer a grandmaster 8 years ago. The sword saint of the South Sea took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Suddenly, the sword saint of the South Sea's expression suddenly changed drastically. I looked up and suddenly gazed towards the top of Shaoxi Mountain, in the direction of Dacheng Temple. A terrifying aura began to ripple, instantly sweeping across the entire Shaoxi Mountain, and it spread in all directions at an extremely terrifying speed. What is that? The South China Sea Sword Saint's face turned pale. In his perception, an aura as vast as the ocean rose from the depths of the great Zen temple, shining upon the world like the sun. Finally, it's finally done. On the 3rd floor of the Sutra Repository, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, got up, and walked out of the Sutra Repository. After nearly 10 years, he finally stepped into the realm above the mythical realm, outside the Sutra Repository. The long-browed old monk, the abbot, and the other heads of the academy had been waiting for a long time. Lin Yuan's breakthrough was so significant that even the South Sea Sword Saint on the mountainside noticed it, not to mention the many monks in the great Zen temple. Buddha's disciple. I have met the Buddhist disciple. Upon seeing Lin Yuan emerge from the Sutra Repository, the long-browed old monk and the others immediately bowed. Kindness. Lin Yuan nodded, in a good mood. The Buddha's strength should have already surpassed that of a grandmaster, right? Abbot Huyuan hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking. He had actually made this guess a long time ago, but he hadn't been sure about it. After all, the grandmaster has always been the ceiling of martial arts, and it's not easy to surpass the grandmaster. Just now, I sensed the commotion when Lin Yuan broke through. Even if Abbot Huyuan was stupid, he would have realized something. That overwhelming aura was far beyond the reach of even 10 or 100 grandmasters. As for why Abbot Huyuan knew so much, it was because the long-browed old monk had also successfully advanced to the grandmaster realm a year ago. Almost Lin Yuan's gaze was calm as he spoke softly. Has he truly surpassed the grandmaster realm? Even though they had expected it, Abbot Huyuan and the other two were still overwhelmed with emotion. The holy monk, who was already a grandmaster, had even more complicated thoughts. He had personally watched Lin Yuan grow up step by step, and even more than 10 years ago, he had guided him as his master. What are those above the grandmaster level like? Abbot Huyuan asked, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, the others immediately stared intently at Lin Yuan. Although they could never reach Lin Yuan's level, and even the hope of becoming a grandmaster was slim, at least they could listen to his teachings, which was better than those grandmasters who dominated an era throughout history. Above the grandmaster realm is the mythical realm, where inner energy is sublimated into primal power. Lin Yuan patiently explained the many mysteries of the mythical realm. After speaking, Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then continued, I haven't thought of a name for the realm above the mythical realm yet, but it involves the fusion of qi, blood, and spirit, allowing one to sense the key of heaven and earth. Kindness, above the mythical realm, Abbot Huiyuan and the others were deeply shocked and remained speechless for a long time. They were just immersed in the many wonders of the mythical realm, imagining the various characteristics of this realm, when Lin Yuan started talking about something beyond the mythical realm. Could it be that the young Buddhist disciple before them is no longer at the mythical realm? Otherwise, how could he know the mysteries beyond the mythical realm? Next, Lin Yuan patiently explained a few more words before sending Abbot Huiyuan and the others away. It wasn't that Lin Yuan didn't want to say more. Rather, it's because one's understanding is insufficient. No matter how much one says, it's useless. On the contrary, it will affect one's spiritual practice. It should have reached its limit. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, and at this moment he could vaguely feel a sense of oppression from heaven and earth. He has already reached the pinnacle of his current level. Reaching higher is not impossible with his extraordinary comprehension, but Lin Yuan doesn't have enough time left. That's about it. Inside the library, Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of books piled up in front of him. It records the specific process details from the acquired realm to the mythical realm, and even beyond the mythical level. Of course, the higher one goes in martial arts, the more obscure and difficult it becomes for ordinary people to understand. This is also why Lin Yuan was unwilling to explain in detail to Abbot Huiyuan and the others. However, if in the future, a disciple of extraordinary talent, with even a fraction of Lin Yuan's abilities, were to emerge from the great Zen temple, these books might provide guidance. But the thought that this day might come is probably hundreds or thousands of years from now. After reaching a level above the mythical realm, Lin Yuan stopped cultivating and instead began to travel and enjoy the scenery. Even so, he felt the pressure from heaven and earth growing stronger, like a stranded whale, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Several months later, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Because the gate to countless worlds deep within my mind suddenly shone brightly. First, dungeon completed. The pace is a bit fast. How does everyone feel about it? In a daze. Lin Yuan opened his eyes again. Bed, bookshelf, photos. Lin Yuan looked over and finally let out a soft sigh of relief. Are you back? Looking at everything familiar around him, Lin Yuan felt as if he had been transported to another world. Just a moment ago, he was still in the martial arts world where he had been for 20 years. Now we return to the Cosmic Human Alliance, which traverses the vast universe. By the way, let's check how much time has passed. After his reflection, Lin Yuan immediately checked the time. Although judging from the current environment, Lin Yuan believes that not much time has passed. Otherwise, if he had descended into another world in a state where his consciousness had left his body, his parents would have already taken him to the hospital for treatment. However, we still need to pay attention to the exact number of minutes and hours that have passed. Only 10 minutes have passed. After confirming the current time, Lin Yuan was slightly lost in thought. The 20 years that have passed in the martial arts world are only 10 minutes in the main world. Is it because the flow rates are different between the two worlds? Before he even began his journey, the gate to all realms gave Lin Yuan a heads up. The time flow in the worlds they travel through differs from that in the current world. But Lin Yuan didn't expect the time flow rate to differ so much. 10 minutes to compare 20 years. There has been a saying since ancient times that one day in the celestial realm is equivalent to 1 year on Earth. The flow of time in higher worlds is much slower than in lower worlds. Compared to the main world, the martial arts world is clearly a lower level world. The difference is far greater than that between the celestial realm and the mortal realm. This can be seen from the comparison of time flow rates. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan's mind sank into his thoughts. There, a tall and majestic gate is suspended. Upon closer inspection, the gate to all realms appears noticeably dimmer at this moment. Its edges are gradually lighting up. Once the entire gate to all realms is fully illuminated, Lin Yuan will be able to travel through it a second time. Just as Lin Yuan was focusing his mind on the gate of myriad realms, messages were transmitted over again. Kindness? Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. Having experienced his first journey, more functions of the gate to myriad realms flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. The first thing is the method of transportation. Aside from the kind of travel that involves the arrival of consciousness, through the gate of all realms, one can also physically travel between worlds. However, this method of travel consumes more resources from the gate of all realms. It will take at least several years to accumulate the necessary energy. It should be noted that Lin Yuan's normal consciousness can descend and travel through time once every 8 months to a year. Transporting through the flesh. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, not very optimistic about this method of travel. Physical body travel has many advantages, such as not needing to start cultivating from scratch. However, the drawback is also obvious. If you die, you really die. The method of consciousness descending and traveling means that even if the body dies, the consciousness simply returns to the body. There's still a chance to start over. Of course, Lin Yuan did not completely deny the possibility of physical body transformation. It can at least serve as a means of survival. For example, Lin Yuan might encounter a life or death crisis in the main world. It is entirely possible to escape to another world by physically transporting oneself. Come back after the crisis is over. Alternatively, the difference in time flow rates between the two worlds can be utilized. After achieving a breakthrough in another world, they return to the main world to turn the tide, and so on. In addition to increasing the ways of physical movement, the message from the Gate of All Worlds also mentioned that it was possible to bring back items from other worlds by paying a certain price. This did not surprise Lin Yuan. If even people can travel through time, there's no reason why other things can't. Innate internal energy. After absorbing the information transmitted from the Gate of Myriad Realms, Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly, and a wisp of innate internal energy naturally condensed in his. Dantian. In the world of martial arts, Lin Yuan only comprehended the superior martial art, the Great Arhat Buddha Fist, and then took advantage of his child form to condense his inner energy. Moreover, it has now transcended the level of mythology. Lin Yuan named it the realm of freedom, which transcends the level of mythology. Once inside this realm, the sky is vast and the earth is boundless, allowing me to roam freely. This is the realm of freedom. If it weren't for the fact that advancing to the Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, or even the mythical realm requires a massive amount of external energy and cannot be achieved overnight. Lin Yuan now estimates that the decision will be made in an instant. When you reach a certain level, all advancements will come naturally. Now, should I be considered an evolved being? Lin Yuan manipulated his innate internal energy to circulate throughout his body, silently thinking to himself. The Cosmic Human Alliance has a very clear definition of an evolved being, someone who has mastered a power that ordinary people cannot. The term power here is used in a general sense. The spiritual master's power of the mind, the superpowers of a superpowered sorcerer, etc. All of them are within its scope. Although the innate internal energy that Lin Yuan condensed was not very strong, it was clearly beyond the control of ordinary people. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room suddenly rang. Brother, it's me. A young girl's voice came from behind. Lin Yuan looked up and recognized her as his 6-year-old sister. After the mandatory conscription notice was issued, his parents were properly taken care of, as were his younger sister. Before even starting primary school, they already had a place in a higher education institution. Such immense wealth must have been the envy of countless people. Get up. Open the door. Lin Yuan then met his younger sister. Brother, you can have the cake. The younger sister, holding the cake, said with a pitiful expression. It was obvious that giving the cake to Lin Yuan was not the younger sister's intention. Lin Yuan glanced at the living room and noticed that although his parents were doing their own things, they were secretly watching this side. The forced conscription was tantamount to sacrificing Lin Yuan for the sake of the whole family's wealth, which made his parents feel bad. After all, Lin Yuan is their son, and they naturally have a deep bond after so many years together. But they can't change it. It's a decision made by the Human Alliance government. Forced conscription. Why is the word forced added before front? The parents wanted to comfort Lin Yuan, but they were afraid of upsetting him. She could only let her younger sister bring her favorite little cake to Lin Yuan to eat. Not bad. Lin Yuan took the small cake from his younger sister and ate it in one bite under her expectant gaze. It must be said that after gathering his innate internal energy, Lin Yuan was hungry. Although this cake was just a drop in the ocean, it tasted especially sweet. Is it delicious, brother? The younger sister looked at Lin Yuan with her big eyes, and tears were beginning to well up in her eyes. It's especially delicious. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Wow, this cake was so delicious. How could my brother eat it all? My younger sister burst into tears and ran to the living room. After closing the door, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Now that he is an evolved being, he is exempt from conscription, and logically, he should tell his parents. However, it would be safest to obtain an evolver certificate before becoming an evolver. Only in this way can one be considered registered and have official proof, thus being eligible to apply for exemption from conscription. Lin Yuan plans to go to the Evolver Association tomorrow to obtain the Evolver certificate, before announcing the matter to his parents. Otherwise, even if he told his parents, they might not believe him. How could their perfectly good son suddenly become an evolved being? Anyway, there are still almost 2 weeks until the conscription date. According to the Charter of the Universal Human Alliance, as long as one has not entered a military region warship, one can be exempted from conscription as an evolved being. The most urgent task at present is to restore our full strength as soon as possible. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, thinking to himself. With Lin Yuan's level of cultivation, as long as there is sufficient external energy, he can return to his peak in the shortest possible time. External energy can be translated as various nutritional products, supplements, etc. Human civilization, which rules over vast star systems, has no shortage of these things. But the prerequisite is having enough money. As a student, Lin Yuan naturally didn't have much money. Although the parents had some savings, however, the quantity of nutritional supplements Lin Yuan purchased is definitely far from enough. The path to martial arts evolution, if Lin Yuan could upload this evolutionary path, given the level of support that human civilization in the universe provides for developing entirely new evolutionary pathways, Lin Yuan will certainly receive substantial rewards. It's not just a reward, but also a prestigious status. Lin Yuan has seen on the internet more than once the various deeds of evolutionary scientists who have opened up a certain evolutionary path. However, before uploading the martial arts evolution path, Lin Yuan still needs to make minor modifications to it. After all, the human body structure of humans in the martial arts world is not the same as that of humans in other universes. As a result, citizens of the main world may not be able to master the martial arts techniques used in the martial arts world. This undoubtedly greatly reduces the value of evolutionary pathways. One criterion for judging the value of an evolutionary path is its degree of prevalence. However, this kind of problem was extremely simple for Lin Yuan. Given that the general framework is roughly the same, he relied on his extraordinary comprehension. Lin Yuan could slightly modify the path of martial arts evolution to make it suitable for the citizens of the main world to cultivate. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have begun to improve the path of martial arts evolution, and with considerable success. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have begun to improve path of martial arts evolution, and with considerable success. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have begun to improve the path of martial arts evolution, and with considerable success. Compared to creating something from nothing, this deduces the subsequent path of martial arts evolution. This kind of modification to the original martial arts is undoubtedly much easier. Only 2 hours had passed. Lin Yuan then completed the revisions to the innate chapter and the Grandmaster chapter. At the same time, he integrated everything he had learned in the martial arts world over the past 20 years to form a complete cultivation system. Martial Arts Classic. Lin Yuan named it Wu Jing. After doing all this, Lin Yuan chose to connect to the goddess of wisdom. As one of the 3 ultimate intelligent beings in the universe and human civilization, the goddess of wisdom is absolutely impartial and has no selfish motives. The evolutionary path will be transmitted to the goddess of wisdom, and there will be no accidents such as being intercepted midway. The goddess of wisdom will judge its value fairly. Several seconds passed. A familiar electronic synthesized voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Lin Yuan, a first-class citizen of the universe, please state your demands. Please remember that you have already connected with the goddess of wisdom twice this month, and you have 8 chances left. Please use them carefully. I want to upload a completely new evolution path, Lin Yuan said directly. Upload a brand new evolutionary path. The synthesized electronic sound remained completely still. In fact, not to mention the entire Universal Human Alliance, just the Azure Star. Every moment, a large number of citizens upload what they believe to be their own evolutionary path. What is the evolutionary path? It is the guide that enables the essence of life to leap forward. For such a leap to be stable and positive, most of the evolutionary paths uploaded by citizens are extremely one-sided and highly volatile, with perhaps very few concrete examples. It's a complete waste of the goddess of wisdom's review and judgment time. However, this entirely new evolutionary path is far too important for the Cosmic Human Alliance, as it relates to whether a new supreme powerhouse can be born. Therefore, whether it's the Human Alliance or the 3 intelligent goddesses, they spared no effort in encouraging citizens to explore and research new evolutionary pathways. Even if this results in some waste of resources, that's all. Lin Yuan translated the innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter of the martial classes into a written language of human civilization, and then began uploading it. Evolutionary pathway receiving. Initial assessment begins. Almost instantly, the martial arts classic, innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter were continuously simulated and deduced under the immense computing power. Preliminary assessment indicates that this evolutionary path is genuine. Preliminary assessment indicates that this evolutionary pathway has appeared for the first time. Preliminary assessment indicates that this evolutionary path is extremely widespread. A few seconds later, Lin Yuan is considering the upcoming Grandmaster and Mythology chapters. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom reached my ears once more. However, compared to the electronically synthesized voice in front of me. This time, the voice sounded solemn and aloof, even carrying a hint of emotion that shouldn't have been there at all. Respected Level 1 Citizen Lin Yuan, the evolutionary path you uploaded is undergoing further evaluation. Please wait. Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. He naturally noticed the changes in the goddess of wisdom. Could it be that the one contacting me now is one of the main consciousnesses of the goddess of wisdom? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The human civilization that rules over vast star systems has an incalculable number of citizens. Therefore, the goddesses of wisdom that are distributed to each citizen as a form of citizen welfare are actually insignificant subconsciousnesses of the true goddess of wisdom. It's similar to ordinary artificial intelligence. The only difference is that they can contact the real goddess of wisdom at any time. It is said that when faced with truly important decisions, the main consciousness of the goddess of wisdom will appear, but Lin Yuan has never experienced it. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, at this very moment, in a mysterious space located on the planet Kanglin, countless light years away, a huge light screen was flashing rapidly, frantically assessing the value of the martial scripture. Based on in-depth analysis, this evolutionary path meets the standards in terms of both completeness and stability. Based on in-depth analysis, the potential upper limit of this evolutionary path has reached the third tier. Based on in-depth analysis, there is no similar evolutionary path in the current database. Based on the assessment, the item complies with Article 3 of the Alliance Charter. The corresponding contingency plan should be activated immediately, and authorization requests will be initiated shortly. The highest-ranking official in the vicinity of Kanglin Star is Governor Song Wuyang. Contact Song Wuyang the Regent, the highest point of Kanglin Star. Song Wuyang stretched, preparing to end his workday. As the planetary ruler of Kanglin Star, Song Wuyang has too many things to do. Kanglin Star is a medium-sized life-bearing planet, with a permanent population of 50 billion. Moreover, there are citizens from other planets who come to visit or conduct business. All of this is Song Wuyang's responsibility. Prepare to rest and turn off all communication devices. Song Wuyang gave instructions to his AI assistant, then got up and rubbed his temples. This has been Song Wuyang's habit for many years. Once he takes a break, he doesn't touch anything related to work. Of course, Song Wuyang's rest time was also very short. He only has 2 hours each day, but during those 2 hours, Song Wuyang will absolutely not have any contact with anything related to work, just as Song Wuyang was about to rest. A synthesized electronic voice suddenly rang in his ears. Consul, someone requests to speak. Didn't I say I'd shut down all communication devices? No one is allowed to contact me while I'm resting. Song Wuyang suddenly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed, and said with great dissatisfaction, the requester's privilege level is the highest in the vicinity of the star system. Refusal is not possible. The highest level of authority in the nearby star field. Song Wuyang raised an eyebrow, quickly regaining his composure. Is it the various star lords? No, it's the goddess of wisdom. The goddess of wisdom? Song Wuyang looked solemn. As one of the 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses, the goddess of wisdom has the highest authority, not only in the nearby star system. Even within the context of all human civilization in the universe, the goddess of wisdom is one of the beings with the highest authority. What does the goddess of wisdom want with me so late? Song Wuyang made his own guess. Every action of the goddess of wisdom is the result of countless calculations by the AI. It is by no means meaningless. Could it be that those alien races have attacked? Song Wuyang frowned deeply. Several months ago, the Alliance detected traces of alien races in a nearby star system. That's why they launched a conscription campaign in order to resolve the issue of the foreign tribes as soon as possible. Connect me. Song Wuyang's thoughts were in turmoil, and he chose to answer the call. In fact, given the authority possessed by the goddess of wisdom, even if he refused to connect, it's pointless. The goddess of wisdom could easily force a call. The so-called connection power was a power that a Star Lord proposed at a once-in-a-century charter conference hundreds of thousands of years ago, under the pretext of protecting citizens' privacy. He reluctantly applied to the three goddesses for this power. Even if this power is completely useless, it's not true that you can simply choose not to call and the call won't go through. But at least it's a fig leaf, so that when you're doing something private, you don't suddenly hear the voices of three goddesses in your ear, the moment Song Wuyang selected to connect the call. With a ding sound, Goddess of Wisdom has been connected. Song Wuyang composed himself, adopted a proper posture, and cautiously asked, "It's so late. I wonder what brings the goddess to see me?" The three ultimate intelligent goddesses of human civilization in the universe are the goddess of liberty, the goddess of justice, and the goddess of wisdom. These three goddesses govern different areas. The goddess of liberty governs aggression and expansion. The goddess of justice governs legal decision-making, and the goddess of wisdom governs people's livelihood and logistics. The three goddesses each have their own roles, working together to support the brilliant and dazzling human civilization in the universe we see today. According to Article 16 of the Charter, when a new evolutionary path with the potential to reach the third level or above is discovered, the goddess of wisdom and the person with the highest authority in the vicinity will jointly discuss and make a decision. The solemn and dignified voice of the goddess of wisdom resounded. Song Wuyang's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately asked, "You mean you've discovered a completely new evolutionary path, and this path has the potential to reach the third tier?" As the governor of Song Wuyang, he would receive new evolution paths every day for review and authorization. However, almost all evolutionary paths have very low potential, and most of them are not yet at the first level. Occasionally, one might discover a first-level evolutionary path, which is considered extremely lucky. No wonder the goddess of wisdom was so cautious, contacting me outside of work hours. Song Wuyang looked thoughtful. If it were just a normal evolutionary path, the goddess of wisdom would have already made her own judgment and then authorized Song Wuyang when he went to work tomorrow. It's just that the potential has reached the third level. The term potential does not refer to the current upper limit of this evolutionary path. Instead, the goddess of wisdom used her immense computing power to simulate the future upper limit of this evolutionary path. Any evolutionary path with the potential to reach the third tier or higher represents the future and wealth of human civilization. Through this evolutionary path, it is hoped that third-tier evolvers will be born. Good. The goddess of wisdom replied, "Please look, Governor Song Wuyang." Suddenly, layers of light screens flashed before Song Wuyang's eyes. It was the martial arts classic, innate chapter and grandmaster chapter that Lin Yuan handed over. This, Song Wuyang frowned. He was also a powerful evolver and immediately realized the terrifying nature of the martial arts evolution path represented by the martial scripture. There are few external requirements and little need for qualifications. Even if one does not ultimately become an evolved being through this path, one can still improve their physical health through this method. It has extremely high popularity, few restrictions, and no shortcomings. Unlike some extreme evolutionary paths that are too specialized and therefore vulnerable to attack with the slightest targeting, This approach is not a viable alternative. The Grandmaster level of this evolutionary path should have already reached the standard for entering the evolutionary stage. Song Wuyang made his judgment. Regardless of their evolutionary path, all evolved beings are divided into non-advanced evolved beings and advanced evolved beings. Although non-advanced evolvers are also evolvers and possess power that surpasses the limits of ordinary people, their strength is far inferior to that of advanced evolvers. This evolutionary path should be able to get into the evolution rankings of my Kanglan star, right? Song Wuyang asked tentatively. The Kanglan evolution ranking records all the evolutionary paths that occurred on Kanglan star over a period of 820,000 years since it became a habitable planet. According to the statistics calculated by the highest level AI, its martial arts evolution path ranks 93rd on the Kanglan evolution ranking. The voice of the goddess of wisdom came. They've really made it onto the evolution rankings? Song Wuyang's expression was slightly complicated. The Kanglan evolution ranking includes the 100 strongest evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglan star. These 100 evolutionary paths have withstood the test of time and have rarely changed. Since Song Wuyang became the governor, the Kanglan evolution ranking has remained unchanged. According to Article 86 of the Charter, regarding the support policy for the research and development of new evolutionary pathways, researchers of this evolutionary pathway will be awarded 2,000 merit points. Does Governor Song Wuyang agree? The voice of the goddess of wisdom was solemn and dignified. 2,000 merit points? Song Wuyang fell into deep thought. Merit points are the most valuable currency in the Universal Human Alliance, and they are directly distributed by the three goddesses. In human civilization, merit points can be used for almost anything, such as raising one's citizen rank. With enough merit points, one can even command the three goddesses. Of course, the distribution of merit points depends entirely on one's contribution to human civilization. The more merit points you have, the greater your contribution to human civilization, and naturally you can enjoy corresponding privileges. The goddess of wisdom decided to reward the developer of the martial arts evolution path with 2,000 merit points, which made Song Wuyang realize that he had underestimated this evolution path. It's important to know that for a normal evolutionary path that reaches the third tier of potential, the merit points required are only between 800 and 1,000. Very few people have more than 1,000 merit points. Not to mention, it's 2,000 merit points directly. I agree. Song Wuyang nodded. The goddess of wisdom is impartial. If she deems it worth 2,000 merit points, then it must be worth 2,000 merit points. Inside the room, Lin Yuan remained seated cross-legged on the bed. I'm still a little hungry. After finishing the snacks in the room, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Just then, a solemn and dignified voice rang out. Dear Citizen Lin Yuan, the martial arts evolution path you uploaded has been evaluated. Oh! Lin Yuan immediately perked up. The path to martial arts evolution, however, took him 20 years to master in the world of martial arts. It is Lin Yuan's ultimate Dao fruit in the martial arts world. Lin Yuan also wanted to know the value of this evolutionary path to the Cosmic Human Alliance. Citizen Lin Yuan, according to the assessment, the theoretical potential of the martial arts evolution path is level 3, with extremely wide applicability, and is worth 2,000 merit points. Shall we issue it now? 2,000 merit points. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He had long known the value of merit points. This honor, bestowed personally by the three goddesses of human civilization, is the highest symbol of honor and can be used to elevate a citizen's rank. As for the 2,000 merit points, that's also a huge surprise to Lin Yuan. it's important to know that merit points can be used to purchase almost any restricted resource. In the underground black market, a single merit point can often fetch a sky-high price of tens of millions. Even if you sell 2,000 merit points on the black market for a pittance, they would still be worth hundreds of billions. Merit points have been distributed. After the voice of the goddess of wisdom rang out, Lin Yuan immediately noticed that the words 2,000 had appeared after the merit points column in his account, which was previously invisible. Raise the citizen status. Lin Yuan began to operate it. Although merit points are very valuable, their most important function is to improve citizen level. As for using merit points as currency to purchase items and converting merit points into currency through the underground black market, this is a complete case of draining the pond to catch all the fish. Once your citizenship level is raised, are you still worried about not getting money? At least Lin Yuan knew that citizens at level 2 or above could obtain tens of millions of yuan in interest-free loans from the central bank every year. In many places, simply having a high-ranking citizen registered in name can generate tens or hundreds of millions of yuan in revenue annually. As Lin Yuan began to raise his citizenship level, the voice of the goddess of wisdom sounded once more. Lin Yuan, a level 1 citizen of the universe, has been promoted to level 2 citizen using 1,000 merit points. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled. It takes 1,000 merit points to advance from level 1 to level 2 citizen. It takes 5,000 merit points to go from level 2 to level 3 citizen. Although he didn't become a level 3 citizen, Lin Yuan was already very satisfied. More than 99.9% of citizens are now level 2 citizens. Normally, only one level 2 citizen would appear out of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of level 1 citizens. They can be described as one in hundreds of thousands of privileged individuals. This coincided with a change in Lin Yuan's citizenship status. One email after another was quickly sent to Lin Yuan's inbox. Mail? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Immediately, a thought crossed his mind and he connected to the network. A virtual screen appeared in front of him. Human civilization in the universe prioritizes technological development and has long since abandoned external network devices such as mobile phones and computers. Any human citizen can connect to the ubiquitous network through specific fluctuations of consciousness. The 3 ultimate intelligent systems, including the goddess of wisdom, can contact any citizen at any time through this method. Open your email. Lin Yuan browsed the first email that had been sent to him. The sender of this email is the extraterrestrial human civilization. The general message was to congratulate Lin Yuan on becoming a level 2 citizen and to express the hope that he would work hand in hand with human civilization in the future. The email concluded with encouragement from human civilization across the universe. 5 million was transferred. They really know how to spend money. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue in thought. Then I glanced at my bank account. Yes, 5 million just arrived in my account. The currency of human civilization in the universe is extremely valuable. 5 million is enough to cover the expenses of a normal family of 4 for 200 years. Lin Shucheng, the father, worked his whole life and never earned 5 million. Even a second-level citizen wouldn't ignore 5 million. After all, no one would complain about having too much money. It seems that higher-ranking citizens are far more popular than other evolved beings of the same level. Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. At least he had never heard of any citizen receiving a transfer of money from the universe's human civilization as soon as they became an evolved being. This is actually quite reasonable. There are many ways to become an evolved being, such as purchasing specific resources, like gene serums, or developing one's body. These are mostly personal matters and have little to do with the Universal Human Alliance. However, to become a Level 2 citizen, one must contribute to the Universal Human Alliance and receive merit points from the Goddess of Wisdom. The Universal Human Alliance naturally places greater emphasis on high-ranking citizens. Lin Yuanxi glanced at his 5 million yuan savings account again with a smug look. With this huge sum of money, Lin Yuan bought nutritional supplements and other tonics. With no more restrictions, regaining full strength is just around the corner. Next. Lin Yuan then read through the other emails. The content of these emails was basically an explanation of various privileges. After becoming a Level 2 citizen, Lin Yuan gained many privileges that ordinary citizens could not access. There are 5 main aspects. 1. Livelihood security. A second-level citizen, even if they do nothing. Each month, one can also receive 10,000 civilization coins from the central bank. Second, exemption privileges, such as those involving coercive actions like conscription and immigration. Unless Lin Yuan himself agrees, he can be refused directly. 3. Virtual world access permissions. Level 2 citizens are eligible to enter the virtual world LAN. 4th, life privileges. Within the territory governed by the Universal Human Alliance, even if a Level 2 citizen commits a crime, local law enforcement agencies have no right to arrest or kill them. Purchase rights. Many limited resources in human civilization cannot be bought even with money. One must possess the corresponding citizenship level. Of course, in addition to the 5 privileges mentioned above, second-level citizens also enjoy many hidden benefits. For example, according to the regulations of the Universal Human Alliance, a large conglomerate must have a certain number of second-level citizens, etc. No wonder there are so few high-ranking citizens. Lin Yuan's expression revealed astonishment. Virtual world permissions. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the 3rd privilege. Lin Yuan could understand the other privileges of a second-level citizen. But this virtual world permission, enter the virtual world. Just as Lin Yuan was gazing at the line of people in the virtual world, the solemn voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rang in his ears. Go in. Lin Yuan nodded. He was somewhat curious about this virtual world. Requesting connection to the virtual world. Since this is the applicant's first time connecting to the virtual world, identity verification is required. Iris verification passed. Blood test. Passed. The clonal characteristics were checked, and the result was confirmed to be non-clonal. The DNA verification was successful. Life exhibits unique volatility, consistent with records, and has been verified. Citizen Lin Yuan, while in the virtual world, do not entertain any thoughts of resistance. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom had just arrived. Lin Yuan then felt everything go black before his eyes, and his consciousness rapidly sank. With Lin Yuan's strength, he could easily escape this state of decline. But in doing so, one might not be able to enter the so-called virtual world, and thus their consciousness would continue to sink into oblivion. Here it is. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a starry sky. Beneath your feet, a pale blue planet slowly rotates. Is it Kanglin star? Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. He immediately recognized that the planet beneath his feet was a miniature version of the real-world planet Kanglin. Both the number of land masses and the area covered by oceans are exactly the same as the real Kanglin star. Dear citizen Lin Yuan. Just then, a solemn voice rang out. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a beautiful woman in a white dress quietly watching him. I am the Goddess of Wisdom. Next, I will introduce the virtual world features to you. The Goddess of Wisdom paused for a moment, then continued. the virtual world that Lin Yuangong is currently connected to is, to be precise, the Kanglan Star Local Area Network. This area is divided into 7 zones: living area, trading area, arena area, and central plaza area. Each time the goddess of wisdom spoke of a region, a section of the azure star below would instantly magnify. That is, Lin Yuan looked at the central plaza area as described by the goddess of wisdom. In this area, a large number of people gathered, and in the very center, a giant and majestic stone monument stood. That's the Kanglan Evolution Ranking. It includes the 100 strongest evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglan's star, the goddess of wisdom explained softly. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, then suddenly asked curiously, I wonder where the martial arts evolution path ranks. The martial arts evolution path developed by Lin Yuangong can be ranked 93rd according to the calculation of the highest intelligence. The goddess of wisdom answered. 93. Lin Yuan, however, showed no emotion. The current path of martial arts evolution was only developed by him over 20 years in the martial arts world. Even with extraordinary comprehension, given the nearly million-year history of Kanglan's star, which has produced countless genius scholars, it's still a challenging situation. It's not surprising that they ranked 93rd. In terms of comprehension, no one in the millions of years of Kanglan Star's history can compare to Lin Yuan. But it can't withstand the long time frame and the large population base. The Kanglan Evolution Ranking will be updated tomorrow, at which time Lin Yuangong's martial arts evolution path will be displayed for the first time. Did Lin Yuan conceal his citizenship number? And the goddess of wisdom inquired, in the Universal Human Alliance, a citizen's identity is not determined by their name, it is a citizen number. After all, many people share the same name, but a citizen number is unique. Let's hide it. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and then nodded. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. The Kanglan Evolution Ranking selects only the 100 strongest evolution paths, so its value is undoubtedly incredibly high. Lin Yuan is currently weak and has no background, so it's best for him not to be so high profile. After learning about the functions of virtual world, Lin Yuan then withdrew. Is it getting light? Lin Yuan glanced at the sky. Jiao Yuan, may I come in? At this moment, Lu Qiang's voice came from outside the door. Fearing that Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to withstand the blow of forced conscription, his parents refrained from contacting him all night. It was almost dawn, and after much deliberation, Lu Qiang, the mother, decided to come and see Lin Yuan. The door wasn't locked. Lin Yuan sat up in bed. You're awake so early? You probably didn't sleep well last night, did you? The mother, Lu Qiang, had a gentle voice and, although her appearance was rather ordinary, she gave people a feeling of wanting to get close to her. Xiao Yuan, we actually learned about the conscription yesterday. The district chief called Shu Cheng. Shu Cheng refused right away. You know your dad, he would never trade your freedom for your future. I wasn't willing either. Our family of 4 was doing well. Why should we be separated? Mother Lu Qiang's eyes were red. Mom, please don't be so sentimental. I understand everything. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Indeed, the forced conscription was entirely due to Lin Yuan's bad luck and had nothing to do with outsiders. There is no one targeting Lin Yuan. You are the son I've raised for so long, the flesh and blood of my own flesh. If you are drafted, what will I do? Although with the current technology available to human civilization, methods such as in vitro fertilization have long been achieved. However, nearly half of all citizen couples are still willing to go through the arduous and thankless process of 10 months of pregnancy to conceive their offspring. Lu Qiang is one such person. Xiao Yuan, This card contains the money I've saved over the years. Shu Cheng doesn't know about it. Keep it for now. The password is your birthday. It'll definitely come in handy later. Lu Qiang took out a bank card, put it in Lin Yuan's hand, and said with a slight sob in her voice. Lin Yuan hesitated slightly. He could naturally tell that the money in this card was saved up by his mother, Lu Qiang, through frugality. Now give it to him all at once. Actually, I don't need these. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't need to be recruited. I know you're sensible, Zhao Yuan, just as her mother, Lu Qiang, was about to speak. She suddenly realized something. What did you say? I don't need to be drafted anymore. Lin Yuan repeated it. Lin Yuan's original plan was to go to the Evolvers Association, register, and then refuse conscription as an evolved being. Everything became simple after I was promoted to level 2 citizen. Among the 3 ways the Goddess of Wisdom offers to exempt individuals from conscription, both evolved beings and second-level citizens have the privilege of refusing conscription. Zhao Yuan, are you all right? Should we go to the hospital to get checked out? The mother, Lu Qiang, showed no joy whatsoever, but spoke with a face full of worry. Forced conscription is not a trivial matter. It cannot be refused at will. In Lu Qiang's opinion, Lin Yuan must have been stimulated in some way, causing him to lose his mind and start talking nonsense. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, I should be an evolved being now. You'll see if you don't believe me. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and pushed it towards the living room. Several meters away, the ceramic bowl placed on the dining table turned into dust. Ah? Upon seeing this, Lu Qiang, the mother, widened her eyes. Faced with this unbelievable scene, Lu Qiang's heart began to race. Is he really an evolved being? Lu Qiang muttered to herself. Aside from those miraculous evolved beings, how could ordinary people possibly achieve these things? Old Lin, get up quickly. Thinking of this, Lu Qiang hurriedly ran out to report the good news to her father, Lin Shucheng. A moment later, Lin Yuan sat at the dining table. Lin Yuan's father, Lin Shucheng, and mother, Lu Qiang, sat upright, looking Lin Yuan up and down. It seemed like she was meeting her son for the first time. Lin Shucheng, in particular, was racking his brains over the conscription issue. Even though the chances were slim, he simply couldn't accept watching his son being sent to fight against foreign invaders. Lin Shucheng never dreamed that things would be resolved in another way. Lin Yuancheng has evolved. According to the charter of human civilization, even those who have not yet reached a higher level of evolution have the right to refuse conscription. How did you become an evolved being? Father Lin Shucheng couldn't help but ask. There are many ways to become an evolved being, but most of them require paying a significant price, whether in terms of money or other aspects. Lin Yuan was just an ordinary student. He had no choice but to pay the price. I had it this morning when I woke up after a nap. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, and then came up with a random explanation. He naturally couldn't reveal the gate to all worlds in his mind. This was his biggest secret, and he couldn't tell anyone but himself, not even his closest relatives. It's not that the parents would harm Lin Yuan, but the more people who know, the greater the risk of it being leaked. Could it be an awakened evolutionary being? The father, Lin Shucheng, began to speculate with great interest. Evolvers are divided into 2 types, the unique type and the common type. The unique type is further divided into many varieties, among which the awakened type is one. Awakened evolvers have evolutionary factors in their bloodline. These factors may never manifest in their lifetime, or they may suddenly manifest one day. According to Lin Yuan's description, his son is very similar to an awakened evolutionary. My Lin family must have had a powerful evolver among our ancestors. Otherwise, it would be impossible for evolutionary factors to have been passed down to us. The father, Lin Shucheng, was quite proud of himself. Mother Lu Qiang immediately became unhappy and pushed Lin Shucheng. Why can't the evolution factor be from my side? The two spoke in a noticeably more relaxed tone. Regardless of which side's evolutionary factor it came from, Lin Yuan became an evolved being, and the subsequent forced conscription had nothing to do with him anymore. Of course, with the abolition of mandatory conscription, the conditions previously offered by the government were also cancelled. But all of this pales in comparison to his son becoming an evolved being. After all, as long as Lin Yuan comes into contact with the circle of evolved beings, he can easily leapfrog social classes, if not soar to great heights, and they can even benefit from it. The virtual world of Kanglan Star, Central Plaza area. Without exception, everyone who appears here is a citizen of level 2 or above, or an evolved being. Ordinary citizens don't even have access to the virtual world, let alone enter it. Of the 7 areas in the virtual world, the central square area is the most bustling, where the giant monument formed by the Kanglan evolution ranking stands tall. They are looked up to by countless evolved beings and high-ranking citizens. Now that you have just become evolved beings and entered this virtual world, the first thing you need to know is the significance of the Kanglan evolution ranking. In a corner of the central square area, a middle-aged woman wearing black-rimmed glasses was explaining common sense to several men and women who were clearly not very old. The Kanglan evolution ranking includes the 100 most powerful evolution paths in the history of my Kanglan star, some of which have even shone brightly in other star regions. You must remember that. Each of these 100 evolutionary paths has withstood the test of time and is a monument to us evolutionaries, which cannot be changed. The middle-aged woman with black-rimmed glasses spoke quickly. The men and women listening nearby nodded in agreement. What a joke! They're not stupid. They naturally know the value of the Kanglan evolution ranking. Kindness, the middle-aged woman with black-rimmed glasses nodded slightly. This time, at least no one with high aspirations but low abilities stood up to refute it. Next, the middle-aged woman with black-rimmed glasses was about to continue speaking. Just then, a baby-faced woman below suddenly opened her mouth wide. Sister Ruan, things have changed, the rankings have changed. The baby-faced woman stammered. Are you seeing things? How could the Kanglan evolution ranking possibly change? The woman with black-rimmed glasses frowned slightly. The 100 evolution paths on the Kanglan evolution ranking are the strongest evolution paths that have emerged from countless evolution paths over nearly 1 million years. The changes to the Kanglan evolution ranking mean that one of the evolution paths has been surpassed and removed from the ranking, which is obviously an extremely unbelievable thing. However, out of curiosity, she looked up at the Kanglan evolution ranking again. The evolutionary path of blood. The woman with black-rimmed glasses first looked at the blood evolution path, which was ranked 100th. Is it really gone? The woman with the black-rimmed glasses felt a sudden jolt in her heart. The blood evolution path, which was originally ranked 100th, has disappeared and has been replaced by the evolution path that was previously ranked 99th. The path to martial arts evolution. The woman with black-rimmed glasses quickly looked up and immediately spotted a new face ranked 93rd. Is this the evolutionary path that allowed them to break into the Kanglan evolution ranking? The woman with black-rimmed glasses took a deep breath, her heart churning with turbulent emotions. Being able to break into the evolution rankings has already proven the potential of the martial arts evolution path. What shocked the woman with black-rimmed glasses was who exactly was the big shot who developed this evolution path. Something big is about to happen, the woman with black-rimmed glasses thought to herself. The changes in the Kanglin evolution ranking will inevitably attract the attention of many forces on Kanglin's star. For example, the blood evolution path has been squeezed out of the evolution rankings, and those who cultivated this path have probably gone mad. The changes in the Kanglin evolution ranking were noticed by the other people in the square at the same time. In an instant, the entire square erupted in excitement. Wow, that's impressive. I remember the last time the evolution rankings changed was 560 years ago. Who exactly developed the martial arts evolution path? Dr. Chen? Or Dean Shi? I don't know. Dr. Chen is my relative, and I haven't heard that he's been researching new evolutionary pathways recently. What exactly is the path to martial arts evolution? Has anyone tried it? Many evolved beings and citizens of level 2 and above were discussing it. They wanted to know who had developed the martial arts evolution path, but unfortunately, the citizen number was hidden and no one knew. Lin Yuan was naturally unaware that his uploading of the martial arts evolution path had caused a hurricane-like tremor in the virtual world. He was browsing the online store, looking to buy some nutrient solution to restore his strength as quickly as possible. A shopping mall, in essence, is a shopping platform officially established by human civilization. The store offers a wide variety of goods at extremely fair prices, thanks to its official backing. As a level 2 citizen, Lin Yuan browsed mostly restricted product lists. Gene therapy, which ordinary citizens can never access, is also included, and it costs only 1 million per bottle. Advanced nutrient solution? Lin Yuan quickly searched for a while before focusing his attention on advanced nutrient solution. Nutrient solution is one of the essential supplies for those space explorers, as it can greatly replenish their energy consumption. Nutrient solutions are classified into low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade. A single serving of basic nutrient solution contains enough energy for an average person to consume for a month. In other words, a normal person can go a month without eating or drinking after taking just one dose of a low-grade nutrient solution. As for intermediate and advanced levels, they are mostly used by certain giant beasts and strange creatures. Ordinary humans simply cannot withstand the terrifying energy contained in this quality of nutrient solution. Let's buy one bottle and see how it goes. Lin Yuan selected the quantity of advanced nutrient solution as 1. Then click buy. A bottle of high-grade nutrient solution costs 200,000. This is equivalent to 10 years' income for an average citizen who doesn't eat or drink. Furthermore, high-quality nutrient solutions are already classified as restricted resources. If Lin Yuan hadn't been promoted to a level 2 citizen, he wouldn't even see the option to buy it. My current strength level is probably that of an unranked evolved being. After purchasing the premium nutrient solution, Lin Yuan began to examine himself. According to the different description standards of the Cosmic Human Alliance for each level of evolved beings, the innate realm in martial arts barely reaches the threshold of an evolved being. That is, being in the unranked level. Of course, realm is realm, and combat power is combat power. The two should not be confused. With Lin Yuan's mastery of the free and unfettered realm, 1 unit of effort can produce 10 times the effect. Even though they are only below a certain level, when facing ordinary advanced evolvers, they can also completely dominate and crush their opponents. Among advanced evolved beings, the first tier is divided into 12 stages. If I can recover my full strength, I would probably be between the 10th and 12th stage, Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. In terms of pure destructive power, the Grandmaster realm is equivalent to the 1st to 3rd stages, the first tier. The Great Grandmaster realm is equivalent to the 4th to 6th stages of the first tier, and the mythical realm is the 7th to 9th stages of the first tier. He's probably close to the first tier limit of the free and unfettered realm, approaching the second tier. True second tier evolvers, while not reaching the city-destroying level, however, as long as there are no other evolved beings of the same level or technological weapons to stop them destroying, city will not take long. A casual strike can easily destroy skyscrapers hundreds or thousands of meters high. Advanced evolution fluid, being a restricted resource, definitely needs to be sourced from other major cities. It will take at least half a day to reach Lin Yuan. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Yuan plans to buy a house. To be precise, it's about buying a training ground. The room where Lin Yuan is currently living in is far too cramped and fragile. Lin Yuan sometimes worries that he might collapse the building if he stretches out. Most importantly, Lin Yuan sometimes needs a large enough space to test his martial arts skills. Furthermore, as evolved beings, they also need their own space. The current residence clearly does not meet the requirements. Shuyu Residential Area. Lin Yuan browsed the internet for a while, and then selected this neighborhood. Shuyu Residential Area is a high-end residential area in Dongning City. It was only recently opened for sale, and is located in the suburbs. In the interstellar age, the true elites are actually less inclined to live in city centers. Therefore, high-end residential communities like Shuyu Community, which are built in the suburbs, close to nature, and emphasize the environment, have always been very popular. Lin Yuan glanced at the property prices in the Shuyu residential complex. It's roughly between 10 million and 15 million. In addition, Level 2 citizens can purchase at a 50% discount. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this. In extraterrestrial human civilization, it is perfectly normal for high-ranking citizens to enjoy numerous welfare benefits. After all, citizenship ranks cannot be inherited, and all the high-ranking citizens currently alive have made genuine contributions to human civilization. This is the neighborhood. Lin Yuan left home and headed to the suburbs. There are discounts ranging from 10 million to 15 million, and also discounts ranging from 5 million to 700,000 to 800,000. This exceeds Lin Yuan's current deposit limit. However, after being promoted to Level 2 citizen, Lin Yuan received a credit card from the central bank. A loan of 20 million Wenming coins is available without interest. These 20 million civilization coins only need to be returned within 50 years. It is also a form of implicit welfare benefit for second-level citizens. With the status of a second-level citizen, earning several million a year is easy, and 20 million would only take 7 or 8 years. It's not a high-risk loan. Soon. Lin Yuan then went to the sales office of Shuyu Residential Complex. There aren't many citizens who come here, but without exception, they all possess extraordinary qualities and belong to the true elite. After all, ordinary citizens rarely visit such high-end residential complexes worth tens of millions of yuan. Lin Yuan walked in, and although he was dressed plainly, he was not ignored. A staff member immediately came up to greet him. "Hello, sir. What type of house are you looking for?" The staff member was a girl with red lips and white teeth, big eyes, and a tall figure. She wore a slightly tight uniform that subtly outlined her curves, a bigger one and a quieter one. Lin Yuan explained his needs. Yes. As the conversation continued, Anna's heart grew increasingly heavy. She glanced at the man in front of her, who looked to be under 20. Could he really be here to buy a house? It wasn't that Anna looked down on Lin Yuan, but rather that 9 out of 10 people who came here to inquire were just asking questions, and only one person had even the slightest intention to buy. That's quite normal. After all, when it involves tens of millions, everyone will be cautious. Judging from Lin Yuan's tone, it didn't seem like he was just asking. Thinking of this, Anna immediately cheered up and even closed the distance between herself and Lin Yuan, almost sticking to him. This is the one. Lin Yuan looked at it for a while and finally made a decision. This house has 3 floors. It's more like an estate than a house, with a private courtyard and even an underground training ground. Are you really going to buy it? Anna was overjoyed. Does the gentleman need a loan? Anna asked cautiously. Need not. Lin Yuan shook his head. Loans usually incur interest, but the central bank credit card he used offered interest-free loans. Here, second-level citizens should be able to buy houses at a 50% discount, right? Lin Yuan asked. Indeed, for high-ranking citizens, I shui you? Anna gave a routine reply. I froze halfway through my answer. Sir, are you a level 2 citizen? Anna's voice trembled slightly. Anna has seen plenty of wealthy people buying houses here. However, citizens at level 2 and above are extremely rare. The main problem is that there are only a handful of level 2 citizens in the entire city of Dongning. Their numbers are far too small. Sir, please wait a moment while I go and call our manager. Anna apologized several times and ushered Lin Yuan into the VIP room, the rest area of the sales office. Zhao Kuan took a sip of water and then immediately came out. She was able to get this part-time job, but at a great cost. For saleswomen in high-end residential complexes like Shuyu Community, appearance and figure are the most basic requirements, but their friendliness and customer service skills are extremely important. The goal is to ensure that customers feel no aversion while still making them willingly spend money. I wonder when we'll be able to sell one. Zhao Qiwen sighed. I glanced up at it casually. Huh? Isn't that Lin Yuan? Zhao Qiwen immediately noticed Lin Yuan, who was talking to Anna. What is he doing here? Zhao Qiwen was completely puzzled. He and Lin Yuan were classmates. Although they didn't communicate much, they knew about each other's family background. Logically speaking, given Lin Yuan's family background, he absolutely could not afford a house in Shuyu Community. Are you here just to browse? Zhao Qiwen had a guess in her mind. There was no intention to go forward. Firstly, since they are classmates, meeting in this setting is slightly awkward. Secondly, since Anna has already stepped forward, if he goes up there, he will inevitably be suspected of stealing clients. Even though Zhao Qiwen thought that Lin Yuan, as a client, had no ability to buy a house at all, only, what happened next? But this made Zhao Qiwen's eyes widen. At first, he didn't know what Lin Yuan and Anna had said, and then Anna respectfully led him into the VIP room. Oh my god, that's the VIP room. Normally, only those who have passed the verification of their funds and whose deposits exceed 20 million yuan, demonstrating sufficient purchasing power, will be invited to the VIP room. Zhao Qiwen racked her brains but couldn't figure out why Lin Yuan was invited into the VIP room. If Anna weren't a senior employee here, incapable of making such a common-sense mistake, she would have been unable to resist stepping in to stop her. However, before Zhao Qiwen could recover from the shock, a dignified-looking middle-aged man hurried over and then entered the VIP room. Before entering the VIP room, the middle-aged man stopped and patiently knocked on the door. Manager Wang, upon seeing this, Zhao Qiwen swallowed hard. Manager Wang is the sales office manager, and it is said that he has close ties with several high-ranking leaders in Dongning City. Given Manager Wang's status, he basically doesn't receive clients anymore. Even if someone has the purchasing power, it's very difficult to meet with Manager Wang. Not to mention that Manager Wang would come over in such a humble manner. Could I have misread it? At this point, Zhao Qiwen began to doubt her own eyesight. That person just now could not possibly be Lin Yuan, but rather some important figure who resembles Lin Yuan. But would a big shot wear such shabby clothes? Zhao Qian remembered that Lin Yuan had also worn that outfit at school. Could there really be such a coincidence in the world? Filled with questions, Zhao Qian waited outside. A moment later, Zhao Qian then saw Lin Yuan being respectfully greeted by manager Wang. Then, led by Wang Jingli himself, they went to the residential area behind to look at houses. It really is Lin Yuan. This time, Zhao Qian looked very carefully. He realized that the young man walking in front of manager Wang was his classmate. What are you looking at? How did you learn to stare at the customers like that? At this moment, Anna walked to the side, frowning as she looked at Zhao Qian. Sister Anne, I'm just curious, what's that person's identity? Even manager Wang knows him. Zhao Qian didn't say the words like a grandson aloud, but that the meaning was clear. Mr. Lin is a distinguished guest of my Shuyu group. Don't refer to him as that person, or the manager will not let you off the hook. Anna glared at Zhao Qian and continued, also don't inquire about our VIP guests. That's a company rule, you understand. Yes, I understand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's face paled slightly. Anna cited company regulations, clearly indicating that Lin Yuan's true identity was far beyond the reach of someone like her. The environment is quite nice. In Shuyu Residential Complex, at No. 32, Lin Yuan sat in the underground training room, a satisfied expression on his face. You get what you pay for, and this place certainly meets Lin Yuan's standards. By the way, we need to change the address. As if he had just thought of something, Lin Yuan opened the shopping app and changed the address of the premium nutrient solution he had purchased to the current address. Half a day later, a strange man arrived at Shuyu residential area and stopped in front of Lin Yuan's residence. Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan, these are the items you purchased. You can open them using your fingerprint. Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy box handed to him and ran his finger along the top of the box. Beep. Fingerprint verification successful. A synthesized electronic voice sounded, and then the alloy box opened, revealing a 10-centimeter long test tube. Inside the test tube was a sky blue liquid. As expected of a high-grade nutrient solution costing 200,000 per dose, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Gurgle. Lin Yuan opened the advanced nutrient solution and drank it directly into his stomach. Instantly, Lin Yuan felt a scorching heat spreading throughout his body. The terrifying power almost burst through the body, exploding in all directions. Refine it. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Instantly, a terrifying heat flow rapidly entered his body and was continuously refined. An hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes silently. He's entered the Grandmaster realm? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he felt a surge in his blood and internal energy. I'll need about 20 more bottles to fully restore my strengths. Having confirmed the effectiveness of the advanced nutrient solution, Lin Yuan purchased 20 bottles without hesitation. 2 days later, Lin Yuan had digested and absorbed all 20 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution, and his strength was fully restored. Shuyu Residential Complex, House No. 32. Underground training room. Right now, there's no sense of pressure. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his eyes deep, lost in thought. In the world of martial arts, after he entered the realm of carefree wandering, then they sensed an oppressive force emanating from the unseen realm. It felt like a stranded whale, making me feel uncomfortable all over. But right now, I don't feel that way. Is it due to differences in the world's upper limits? Lin Yuan made his own guess. The upper limit of the martial arts world is significantly lower than that of the main world. This can be seen from the huge difference in the speed of time flow. Lin Yuan is in an unprecedented state of carefree ease. In the world of martial arts, this may be approaching its true limit. they will face suppression and rejection from the world. But in the main world, even if it's not the beginning, however, it is still a long way from the true upper limit of the world. At least as far as Lin Yuan knew, those truly powerful evolved beings in the Cosmic Human Alliance, they can easily traverse the starry sky with their physical bodies and shatter stars with the flick of their fingers. Over 2 million years into the starry sky era, human civilization was able to emerge from its home planet, sweep away alien races from all directions, and occupy vast and boundless star fields. In addition to being coordinated by 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses, extremely powerful individual evolvers have also made indelible contributions. Having regained his full strength, Lin Yuan adjusted for a while before connecting his consciousness to the virtual world. In the past few days, while refining the advanced nutrient solution, Lin Yuan would occasionally venture into the virtual world to explore the virtual world of Kanglin's star, the living area. Lin Yuan's figure appeared on a street. People occasionally pass by. Occasionally, a few figures would gather on the seats in the corner to chat. At a glance, there were at least dozens of figures on this street. Lin Yuan was already used to this, although ordinary people do not have permission to connect to the virtual world. However, the population of Kanglin's star is as high as 50 billion. Even if only one of the 500,000 citizens becomes a level 2 citizen, the total number of level 2 citizens on the entire Kanglin's star would still exceed 100,000. In fact, 1 in every 2 or 300,000 people is a level 2 citizen, and the true number of level 2 citizens on Kanglin's star is already close to 300,000. This is only a level 2 citizen. Evolvers also have the authority to connect to the virtual world. The number of evolved beings is far greater than the number of second-level citizens. After all, there are many ways to become an evolved being: normal, abnormal, mutated, genetic, and so on. Of course, the large number of evolved beings is relative to that of second-level citizens. Compared to normal citizens, evolved beings are extremely rare, occurring in only 1 out of every few thousand people on average. Lin Yuan casually walked into a bar in a residential area, sat in a corner, and ordered a mixed drink. This feel Lin Yuan took a sip, his expression slightly surprised. If Lin Yuan hadn't been able to clearly perceive his external body, he would have almost thought he had entered the real world. No wonder the goddess of wisdom restricts access to the virtual world. Such a vivid sensory simulation must be built on a giant server. If anyone could connect, the cost would be terrifyingly high. Lin Yuan sat in the bar for a while before logging out of the virtual world. Now that your strength has been restored, go to the Evolver Association as soon as possible, register, and obtain an Evolver certificate. The Cosmic Human Alliance has extremely strict control over evolved individuals. Even those who haven't reached a higher level must register as soon as possible. With this in mind, Lin Yuan immediately contacted the city's Evolutionists Association and scheduled a registration time for tomorrow. For official organizations like the Evolutionary Association, it's best to make an appointment in advance. The next day, Lin Yuan went home. These past few days, Lin Yuan has been staying away from home, citing the need to undergo official training as a new evolved being. At the dinner table, Lu Qiong, the mother, seemed to remember something and said, "Xiao Yuan, didn't you become an evolved being?" Old Lin always likes to show off, and he mentioned it in the relatives group chat. Several relatives heard about it and wanted to host a family dinner so everyone could get together, celebrate, and visit you. That family group chat. Lin Yuan glanced at his father, Lin Shucheng. In the interstellar era, the concept of clans has long faded, but human relationships and social customs still exist. Lin Yuan becoming an evolver is a major event that transcends social classes, far more reliable than getting into any prestigious university. Getting into a prestigious university doesn't guarantee success. Millions graduate from universities every year, but how many actually find satisfactory jobs? But it's different for evolved beings. Even those who haven't reached the next level of evolved beings are sought after by numerous companies and conglomerates with high salaries. If I am fortunate enough to become an advanced evolver in the future, that would be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Originally, Lin Yuan's family was just an ordinary family, holding an insignificant position among relatives, but now that Lin Yuan has become an evolved being, everything is different. No one can guarantee that they won't need to ask Lin Yuan, this evolved being, for help in the future. Sometimes it's not shameful to ask for help. What's shameful is not being able to find anyone to ask for help from. Uncle Nyan helped me before, and he wanted us all to get together, so I couldn't refuse. Father Lin Shucheng wore a bitter smile. He was just bragging a few words in the group, never expecting that someone would actually stand up for him. It's all right, I'll be there for the family dinner. Lin Yuan knew what his parents meant. They were simply worried that he might be unable to attend if something came up. If even the main character, Lin Yuan, isn't there, then what's the point of holding a family banquet? A family dinner? What kind of family dinner? Is there anything good to eat? Lin Yi, the younger sister, immediately perked up and asked with her big, blinking eyes. After finishing my meal, I left home. Lin Yuan then planned to go to the Evolver Association to collect the certificate. Not long after he left, Lin Yuan received a phone call. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Yuan?" A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, asking somewhat cautiously. "I am." Lin Yuan nodded. "I'm from the Evolutionary Association." Mr. Lin Yuan applied yesterday and came to register today. At the time, we were unaware that Mr. Lin Yuan was a level 2 citizen, so we didn't make it clear. According to the association's regulations, any level 2 citizen coming to handle business needs to be picked up and dropped off by a designated person. The woman on the other end of the phone was almost crying with anxiety. There are only a few level 2 citizens in Dongning City, and they all know the president of the Evolution Association. When they need to do something, they go directly through the president. How could a lowly employee like her have any contact with second-level citizens? When she received Lin Yuan's application yesterday, she was busy with other things and didn't take it seriously. However, when she entered Lin Yuan's citizen number this morning, she was surprised to find that he was a second-level citizen. This incident also caught the attention of her superior, who inquired about the needs of this level 2 citizen and instructed her to fulfill them as much as possible. "It doesn't matter," Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "I didn't lose anything. Where is Mr. Lin now?" "I'll send someone to pick him up immediately." The woman on the other end of the phone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Yuan had held a grudge about her service attitude, she would have been fired the next day without a doubt, and the reason would have been written into her file. At that time, no corporate group will be willing to hire her, because looking down on high-ranking citizens is a serious breach of the law, no matter where it is done. "I'm here now." Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still revealed his current location. Having someone pick you up is convenient and saves you money on taxi fares. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan casually found a coffee shop on the roadside and waited. Only, not long after, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Lin Yuan, what are you doing here?" Lin Yuan turned his head and saw a tall, muscular-looking boy running towards him. It was Du Quan, Lin Yuan's deskmate and good friend at school. Du Quan jogged over and put his arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder. Where have you been for the past 2 weeks? If you ask Aunt Lu, just tell her you've been busy. Lin Yuan smiled but didn't say anything. Du Quan didn't care much. He suddenly looked surprised and touched Lin Yuan's shoulder and chest. Haven't seen you for half a month. You've gotten quite a bit stronger, brother. Du Quan marveled. Yeah? Lin Yuan was not surprised. It should be noted that Lin Yuangang had just refined 21 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution not long ago. Due to the law of conservation of energy, even though the vast majority of the energy in the 21 bottles of advanced nutrient solution, all of this is transformed into vital energy and spirit, but the physical body is affected to some extent. This is because Lin Yuan's martial arts evolution path emphasizes secrecy and concealment. If it were an evolver from another evolutionary path, who recklessly absorbed so much energy, even if he didn't grow much taller or become as strong as an ox, he wouldn't be much different. Unlike Lin Yuan, who merely appears stronger, after a moment of reflection, Du Quan pointed to a group of people approaching from a distance. Look who's here. Lin Yuan glanced at them and immediately recognized that these people were all his classmates. Since we just graduated, we came out to have some fun, Du Quan explained. He had originally intended to invite Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan wasn't home, so he had to give up. At that moment, the other group of people approached. Lin Yuan, what are you doing here? Are you waiting for someone? A bespectacled, refined-looking man asked casually. You're Lin Yuan? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you seem to have changed a lot. A girl looked Lin Yuan up and down, slightly surprised. Hello everyone. Lin Yuan greeted everyone symbolically as they arrived. In fact, the original owner was a very quiet person. If it weren't for Du Quan, she would never have gotten along with these people. These people are mainly divided into 2 groups. One of them was led by Chu Xiaoyu, the bespectacled, refined-looking man. Chu Xiaoyu comes from a well-off family and is a good student, so many classmates are willing to be close to him. Another group was led by Huo Qingyao, who had an extraordinary background, with elders serving in the military, and who was fearless back in school. Du Quan, on the other hand, was good at socializing and smoothing things over, and he got along very well with both sides. In addition, he was a righteous person, so Chu Shiyu and Huo Qingyao gave him face. In addition, several girls were present. Lin Yuan, look who this is. She's the prettiest girl in our class. She's already been accepted into a prestigious university, and I invited her here this time. Aren't you impressed, buddy? Du Quan pointed to a tall girl and said smugly. The girl has regular features and wears simple jeans that accentuate her shapely hips and legs. It was Zhao Kuan. Lin Yuan? Zhao Kuan was extremely unsettled. Ever since I saw Lin Yuan, who seemed so ordinary, being respectfully ushered into the VIP room at the Shuyu Residential Complex sales office, and directly buying a detached house worth over 10 million yuan, with even manager Wang standing by and behaving with utmost deference. Zhao Kuan realized that Lin Yuan's identity was not simple. The entire class, and even the entire school, were deceived by Lin Yuan. He agreed to Du Quan's invitation this time, because Du Quan and Lin Yuan usually had the best relationship. Perhaps Lin Yuan will attend as well. Otherwise, given her personality, how could she possibly participate in such a meaningless gathering? However, upon arriving at the venue, she discovered that Lin Yuan was not there. Just as she was feeling disappointed, she saw Lin Yuan again. This dramatic turn of events left Zhao Kuan somewhat bewildered. Hello, Lin Yuan. Zhao Kuan composed herself and extended her right hand toward Lin Yuan. This surprised Du Quan, who was standing next to her. Zhao Kuan was always aloof and didn't even give a second generation like Huo Qingyao and Chu Shiyu any face. Why would she take the initiative to shake hands with Lin Yuan? Hello. Lin Yuan returned the gesture by shaking hands. the group exchanged pleasantries for a while. So he took the initiative to find a seat and sat down. Chu Shiyu called over a staff member and ordered a cup of the coffee shop's signature coffee for everyone. Brother Yu is so straightforward, Du Quan praised from the side. This shop's signature coffee is not cheap. Each cup costs nearly 30 yuan, and for several people it would cost more than 200 yuan, which is equivalent to almost half a month's living expenses when I was in school. Once they were seated, they began to chat. I didn't do well on the college entrance exam this time and ended up in a third-rate university. I don't know what I'll do after graduation. A girl sighed. That's easy. Aren't you on good terms with Brother Yu? Just go work at Brother Yu's house after graduation. Du Quan joked from the side. You? The girl pretended to be angry, but was actually secretly delighted and kept stealing glances at Chu Shiyu. Du Quan is right. If you come to my company in the future, your compensation will definitely be good. Chu Shiyu waved his hand. How could he possibly pass up such an opportunity to be in the limelight in front of his classmates? After all, graduation was still a long way off, and he could deal with the future later. Thank you, Brother Yu. The girl thanked her profusely. The group chatted while drinking coffee. They soon started talking about Lin Yuan. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan, you should be on the conscription list, right? Huo Qingyao seemed to have thought of something and spoke up. These words were spoken. A sudden silence fell over the surroundings. All eyes were on Lin Yuan. Conscription during normal times is not a bad thing. In fact, it can even help people find jobs after they are discharged. For a normal person, this is already a pretty good result. However, this conscription is aimed at foreign races. For the sake of secrecy, it is highly likely that all those on the conscription list will not return. Even if they do not die in battle, it is unlikely that they will ever see them again in their lifetime. Although the government will provide compensation and the family will be properly resettled, I will definitely be the victim. It's all hearsay. As far as I'm concerned, these are just rumors. Du Quan immediately spoke up. 2. The government hasn't mentioned it publicly, so it's probably just a normal conscription. Yes, Lin Yuan, don't worry too much. Maybe after you retire, you'll be transferred back to the military region. Several people offered words of comfort to Lin Yuan. Of course, it was just consolation. In reality, no one is optimistic about this conscription. Although the government has not explicitly stated the purpose of this conscription, all those on the conscription list have already received compensation. This is no secret. Anyone with a little effort could find out. If it were just normal conscription, would such a large amount of compensation be offered? Actually, it's not like there's no chance. My uncle works in the military region. When I get home tonight, I'll ask him if we can get him transferred. Huo Qingyao spoke up at this moment. He was the only one on the field with a military background, and he was also the one who had the most confidence to say these words. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Yao. Upon hearing this, Du Quan immediately spoke up. This isn't flattery, but a heartfelt expression of gratitude. As classmates and friends for so many years, he didn't want Lin Yuan to go down a path of no return. When the others heard this, especially the girls, their eyes lit up. Huo Qingyao's words revealed a lot, the most obvious being that could potentially influence the conscription list, which is an incredibly powerful tool for building connections. Compared to this, Chu Shiyu, who had just promised to help arrange a job, seemed insignificant. It's just a job, how can it be compared to Huo Qingyao, who can influence the military region's recruitment? In an instant, apart from Zhao Qiwen, the other girls on the field, including the one who wanted Chu Shiyu to arrange a job, all became close to Huo Qingyao. Lin Yuan, sitting next to Huo Qingyao, not only didn't find it offensive, but actually found it somewhat amusing. The conscription list has been reviewed by the goddess of wisdom. It cannot be changed at will. However, Hu Qingyao was ultimately helping him, even if the essence of this help was to suppress Chu Shiyu. At Lin Yuan's level, the power struggles between Hu Qingyao and Chu Shiyu are as laughable as children playing house. It's almost time. I have to go now. Someone is waiting for me. Lin Yuan glanced at the time, then stood up to say goodbye. Without waiting for everyone's agreement, he left the coffee shop and walked towards the roadside. Kindness. Upon seeing this, everyone on the field immediately frowned. Especially Hu Qingyao, who promised to go back and ask his uncle. Although he didn't make any promises, he should at least say thank you. However, Lin Yuan didn't say anything and just sat there. Now he even made up an excuse to leave. Such impolite behavior made Hu Qingyao feel somewhat disgusted. This person, Hu Qingyao, stared at Lin Yuan's retreating figure through the glass of the coffee shop, just about to say something. Just then, a sleek, all-black hover car was parked on the side of the road. To be precise, it stopped in front of Lin Yuan. What was the license plate of that hover car? Chu Shiyu also noticed that area, and his gaze instantly focused on the license plate. Although his family had no military background, they frequently dealt with the government and immediately recognized the license plate of the black hover car as government-owned. Having this type of license plate allows access to special roads, which not only shortens the distance, but also avoids potential traffic jams. These specially made hover cars are usually only used to pick up important figures, so why are they stopping in front of Lin Yuan now? It's a coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Chu Shiyu couldn't help but think to himself. But then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a tall man stepped out of the black hover car and respectfully ushered Lin Yuan into the vehicle. The crowd fell silent once again. They initially thought that Lin Yuan's claim that someone is waiting for him was just a random excuse. He just didn't expect it to be true, and the person waiting for him was driving a government-provided vehicle. This license plate belongs to the Evolution Association. I've seen this type of license plate before when I went to the association with my uncle on business. As if remembering something, Chu Shiyu spoke again. The Association of Evolvers. Hu Qingyao's expression changed slightly. Among the many government departments, the Evolvers Association is undoubtedly the most formidable. They manage the evolved race, are exceptionally powerful, and are very influential. Why would the powerful Evolutionary Association send a special car to pick up a student like Lin Yuan? Everyone was filled with doubt. This is completely unreasonable. Ha ha ha, maybe the military region has some kind of cooperation with the Evolver Association. Hu Qingyao racked his brains and came up with this reason. Probably. This is all we have. The others nodded slightly upon hearing this. Although this claim is extremely absurd, the Evolvers Association and the military region have always been two separate systems, so what kind of cooperation could they possibly have? But that's the only explanation that makes sense of what happened before. After all, Lin Yuan was on the conscription list, and the only way he could be associated with the Evolver Association was through the various military regions behind the conscription. I checked the conscription notice again a few days ago and found that Lin Yuan's name is no longer on the conscription list. Just then, Zhao Qiwen, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. These words were spoken. Everyone was stunned. Hu Qingyao, in particular, froze completely. He wasn't stupid. He knew how difficult it was to get off the conscription list, especially with this kind of forced conscription. Although he had just confidently said that he would go back and ask his uncle, it was just a routine inquiry, and he figured his uncle wouldn't have any solutions. Even if there were a way, the cost would be terrifying, and it would be impossible to do that for an outsider. But now, has Lin Yuan's name really been removed from the list? Impossible. I want to ask the goddess of wisdom. Huo Qingyao immediately connected to the network. Upon discovering that Lin Yuan's name was not on the list, immediately began applying to connect with the goddess of wisdom to inquire about why Lin Yuan was exempted from conscription. The next moment, a solemn and dignified female voice rang directly in Huo Qingyao's ears. Warning, first-class citizen Huo Qingyao, you are accessing content outside your authorized scope, which is suspected of violating Article 560 of the Charter. This the first warning. If the investigation continues, the case will be sent to the Supreme Court for trial. Upon hearing the goddess of wisdom's cold warning, Huo Qingyao turned pale and was so frightened that he sat down on the ground with a thud. The Supreme Court of the Universal Human Alliance has always tried the most heinous criminals. Those who are tried by the Supreme Court are all guilty of major crimes and have caused extremely bad influence. Who is Huo Qingyao? Does he deserve the Supreme Court's time to try him? Huo Qingyao's teeth chattered, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Huo Qingyao is now very frightened. As one of the three ultimate intelligent goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance, the goddess of wisdom possesses one of the highest levels of authority. Even the high and mighty Star Lord was extremely respectful in front of the three goddesses, not daring to show the slightest impatience for fear of lowering his reputation among the goddesses. Now that the goddess of wisdom has personally descended upon his consciousness to give him a stern warning, Huo Qingyao felt as if the sky had fallen. Before Huo Qingyao could recover, he heard Chu Shaiyu's face suddenly turn deathly pale. Their level of fear was no less than, or even greater than, that of Huo Qingyao. You also checked Lin Yuan's information? Huo Qingyao inquired. He suddenly turned to the others and warned, you absolutely must not investigate Lin Yuan's personal information. Even when he tried to check Lin Yuan's personal information, he was warned by the goddess of wisdom. One can imagine how much more others would react. We're all classmates, and our relationship isn't bad enough. There's no need to watch the other person get warned by the goddess of wisdom. The girls looked blankly at each other. Huo Qingyao briefly recounted his experiences. What exactly is Lin Yuan's background, that his personal information is encrypted by the goddess of wisdom? Chu Shiyuan realized what was happening and his expression turned ugly. Although in the era of human civilization, citizens' personal information is considered privacy. But he just wanted to find out why Lin Yuan's name was warned by the goddess of wisdom after it was removed from the conscription list. Such a level of personal information protection is only available to rare and exceptional individuals and high-ranking citizens. Could Lin Yuan be connected to either of these two things? No matter what its origin is, I've really lost face this time. Huo Qingyao's face flushed slightly. Just now, in front of everyone, he had confidently declared that he would ask his uncle if he could help Lin Yuan. It turned out that the other party didn't need his help at all, and their name had already been removed from the list. Zhao Qiwen, since you knew so early on that Lin Yuan was exempted from conscription, did you know more? Chu Shiyu seemed to have thought of something and looked at Zhao Qiwen sitting to the side. The others' eyes lit up immediately, and their gazes all fell on Zhao Qiwen. Really? Zhao Qiwen was the first to say that Lin Yuan is no longer on the conscription list. Clearly, Zhao Qiwen knew more than they did. I don't know much about it either. Zhao Qiwen shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and then said truthfully, it's just that a few days ago, I was working part-time at the sales office of the newly opened Shuyu residential complex. Upon discovering that Lin Yuan was there, they immediately bought a house there. These words were spoken. Everyone gasped in shock. Shuyu Residential Complex is quite well known. It advertised extensively when it was first developed. It is a truly high-end residential community, with any unit costing over 10 million. If Zhao Qian wasn't lying, Lin Yuan was definitely the richest student in their school. Even for someone like Chu Shiyu, it would be difficult to casually spend tens of millions of dollars without using family connections to borrow money. It's not that the Chu family doesn't have tens of millions in assets, but rather that Chu Shiyu cannot represent the Chu family. Hu Qingyao and Chu Shiyu exchanged a glance, their expressions quite complicated. The two of them had been fighting in class for 3 years, and Lin Yuan probably saw it all. Considering Lin Yuan's background, watching them fight each other would be as laughable as watching a monkey show. Zhao Qian glanced at the dejected Hu Qingyao and Chu Shiyu. There was one more thing she didn't mention. Manager Wang of the Shuyu sales office treated Lin Yuan with the utmost respect, like a grandson meeting his grandfather. Shuyu Real Estate Group is a well-known asset tycoon with markets spanning dozens of surrounding cities. Manager Wang had connections with several leaders in Dongning City, yet he behaved the way he did in front of Lin Yuan. Zhao Qian felt a chill run down her spine just thinking about it. She had actually spent 3 years living and working with such a powerful figure. If Zhao Qian bit her lip lightly, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Yuan, he actually has such a powerful background. Du Quan was somewhat bewildered. He had known Lin Yuan for 3 years, but now it felt as if he had never truly known him. The Association of Evolvers. A black hovercar drove up silently. The hovercar stopped and Lin Yuan stepped off. Is this the Association of Evolvers? A strange feeling arose in Lin Yuan's heart. In front of them was a gray building, extremely understated, without even a sign that read Evolver Association. Is this Mr. Lin Yuan? A woman wearing a black suit, the hem of which was a bit short, only reaching above her knees, revealing her fair and slender legs, ran over with small steps and tentatively asked. It's me. Lin Yuan nodded. Mr. Lin, please come in. Zhu Qianqian stole a glance at Lin Yuan and immediately walked ahead to lead the way. She was the staff member who failed to enter Lin Yuan's citizen number in a timely manner. Because of this, Zhu Qianqian was under tremendous pressure, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was living in constant fear. If she hadn't received Lin Yuan's forgiveness, she probably would have been fired by her boss today. Mr. Lin looks so young. Zhu Qianqian led the way, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. Following Zhu Qianqian, Lin Yuan entered the gray building and arrived at an elevator. As they entered the elevator, Zhu Qianqian stood beside Lin Yuan and explained, Mr. Lin, before registering as an evolver, you need to undergo an assessment, and an evolver certificate will be issued. Based on the assessment results. I understand, Lin Yuan nodded. The evolver certificate contains a specific rank description. In this respect, only through a performance evaluation can this be determined, not long after. The two took the elevator to the 22nd floor. Bite. The elevator doors opened. Inside are individual small rooms. Made of a dark gold alloy, they are neatly arranged in 2 rows. Mr. Lin's assessment room is here. Zhu Qianqian led Lin Yuan to the innermost room. The assessment will be conducted in this room? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes and no. Zhu Qianqian nodded, then shook her head. He simply pushed the door open. Inside, a silver-white metal cabin was visible. This is a virtual world cabin. Mr. Lin's assessment needs to be conducted in the virtual world. Zhu Qianqian didn't keep them in suspense and spoke directly. To be done in a virtual world? Lin Yuan glanced around the room. That's natural. Zhu Qianqian smiled and said, powerful evolved beings can easily destroy cities and annihilate lands. Do you expect us to set aside an entire planet just for them to test their strength? Therefore, the assessment of evolved beings is basically conducted in the virtual world. Zhu Qianqian paused for a moment before continuing. Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry. Your strength in the virtual world will not be consistent with your real strength in the outside world. This is a virtual world cabin. As long as Mr. Lin lies down in it, his whole body can be scanned, and his physical body can be simulated 100% and synchronized with his physical body in the virtual world. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. Slightly. Indeed, the strength of the evolved beings varies. The weaker ones, such as those who have not yet entered a new rank, or those at the third or fourth stage of the first rank, are not so bad. At most, a square can be used to assess strength. But stronger evolved beings, such as Lin Yuan, a single, casual strike could destroy this gray building beneath their feet. Even stronger ones are second order, third order, and even fourth and fifth order. How many resources would it take to assess the strength of such a powerful evolved being? Therefore, placing the assessment location in the virtual world is the most efficient approach. In the virtual world, everything is virtual. Simulating an entire galaxy is not a difficult task. Next. Zhu Qianqian then told Lin Yuan some precautions when using the virtual world cabin. He then respectfully left the room. Virtual world cabins, Lin Yuan observed carefully for a while, then lay down inside. Buzz, a slight ripple swept by. Lin Yuan felt a slight tingling sensation on his skin. Then I heard the voice saying, "Replication complete. Please connect to the virtual world, Evolver. Welcome to the world of assessment." Lin Yuan opened his eyes and saw a cold-looking man looking at him. Assessing the world, Lin Yuan immediately took a moment to feel himself. Physical strength, the circulation of internal energy, and the spiritual power within the Nuan Palace of the mind. They are no different from the external body in any way. The cosmic human alliance is truly terrifying. Lin Yuan was secretly shocked. Such a perfect replica meant that he had no secrets. Wrong. The gate to all realms has not been replicated. Lin Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and his mind focused deep into his head. The place that should have stood as the gate to all worlds was now empty. Even the cosmic human alliance can't replicate the gate to all realms, or rather, they were completely unaware of the existence of the gate to all realms. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but speculate. Evolver, please select your assessment scenario. The stern-looking man in the distance suddenly spoke. The words had barely left his mouth. Scenes flashed before Lin Yuan's eyes. There are vast deserts with endless yellow sand, dense forests with ancient trees, and cities with towering buildings. Let's go to the desert. Lin Yuan randomly chose one. Scene confirmed. The stern-faced man waved his hand. The surrounding environment changed in an instant, and Lin Yuan found himself in a desert with endless yellow sand and scorching heat. Based on the energy fluctuations within the evolved individuals, this assessment will begin directly from the first stage. First, you need to defeat your opponent in the first stage of the first level. Only after defeating him will you be qualified to proceed to the next stage of the assessment. Do you understand? The cold-faced man looked calmly at Lin Yuan. Clear. Lin Yuan nodded. Swoosh. The cold-faced man disappeared. Not far away, a large swath of yellow sand quickly gathered, forming a human-shaped figure. This was a tall man with dark skin and a menacing black horn growing from his forehead. Die. Without saying a word, the man with the black horn charged toward Lin Yuan. He's a bit faster than a typical grandmaster, but he's no threat to me. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. According to the cold-faced man, the assessment is from weakest to strongest. The first opponent is at the first level of the first tier. Only by defeating him can one face an opponent at the second level of the first tier. Click. The man with the black horn suddenly stopped. His gaze dimmed instantly, and his body turned back into yellow sand and vanished. Lin Yuan stood still, without moving an inch. When facing an opponent whose strength is far inferior to one's own, the fastest way to defeat them is to use mental martial arts. With Lin Yuan's spiritual strength at the free and unfettered realm, he could crush his opponent's spirit and soul in an instant. Call. The yellow sand gathered again. Lin Yuan's opponent this time is still that man with the black horns. However, this time, the black-horned man's aura had increased again, almost reaching the peak of the Grandmaster level. However, even a Grandmaster or whatever, for Lin Yuan, it was just a matter of a glance. That's all, a few breaths. Then faced their ninth opponent. The opponent is still the man with the black horns. However, compared to the previous 8, this black-horned man had a deep gaze, and after condensing his power, he did not immediately attack Lin Yuan. Is it an evolutionary path like that of a spiritual master? This time I've specifically strengthened my soul defenses. I can be immune to 60% of your mental attacks. A cruel smile crept across black-horned man's lips. Although he was just an intelligent life form simulated by a large amount of data, he still had basic emotions. Anyone who was crushed 8 times in an instant would not feel good. Die. After the man with the black horn finished speaking, he strode forward again. But the next moment, click, a long, slender right hand suddenly gripped his neck and twisted it forcefully. Who told you I only have psychological attacks? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For those who evolve through the path of martial arts, the most fundamental thing is always the physical body. As for spiritual power, it is merely a power born from a powerful physical body. You're not an evolved being like a spiritual master. The man in the black corner was incredulous, and then turned into yellow sand once more. Evolvers of the psychic master type possess bizarre methods of mental attack. However, the physical body is indeed a weakness. Even some powerful spiritual masters, by taking gene-enhancing drugs and cultivating 2 evolutionary paths, find it difficult to completely overcome this disadvantage. The Association of Evolvers. After leaving the assessment room, Zhu Qianqian returned to her workstation. I wonder where Mr. Lin's evolutionary rank will be. Zhu Qianqian was quite curious and stared intently at the display screen in front of her. To protect the privacy of the evolved individuals, the battle scenes that occur during their assessments are not allowed to be disclosed to the outside world. Therefore, even internal staff members like Zhu Qianqian were unable to see the specific assessment content. The number of levels an evolved being has passed, and the stage they are stuck on can only be determined by the number of beams of light that illuminate on the real screen. Xiao Zhu, has Mr. Lin already gone inside? Not long after Zhu Qianqian sat down, the president of the Evolutionary Association came over. As the president of the Evolver Association, there is absolutely no need for me to pay attention to the assessment of a particular evolver. However, Lin Yuan is not only an evolved being, but also a level 2 citizen. Even if a second-level citizen doesn't hold an official position, their status wouldn't be much lower than that of the association president. In addition, the president of the Evolutionary Association had never heard of this level 2 citizen before, which is why he made a special trip to get to know him and build connections after the assessment. Regardless of the reasons, it's never wrong to befriend a second-level citizen, huh? President. Zhu Qianqian immediately stood up nervously and stammered, Mr. Lin has already gone in. Don't be nervous. The president of the Evolvers Association was in a good mood. Good. Zhu Qianqian composed herself and sat back down at her workstation. Xiao Zhu, which section do you think Mr. Lin will be placed in? The president of the Evolutionary Association also became interested and casually asked a question. Mr. Lin is a level 2 citizen. Since he's here to register, he must have level 1 strength, right? Zhu Qianqian said cautiously. For ordinary people, becoming an evolved being is extremely difficult. However, for high-ranking citizens, there are many ways to do so. The simplest way is to buy a bottle of gene serum and follow the evolutionary path of a gene warrior. Although gene warriors have significant shortcomings, little potential, and are highly dependent on external aids, but they are undoubtedly evolved beings as well. Good. The president of the Evolutionary Association nodded slightly. He also felt that Lin Yuan must have first-tier strength and couldn't possibly still be an unranked evolver. Normally, high-level citizens are likely to be evolved beings, but many weaker evolved beings are still level 1 citizens. In my opinion, Mr. Lin's final ranking will be between 1st Dan and 2nd Dan or 3rd Dan. The secretary standing next to the president spoke up. This conjecture prompted the president of the Evolutionary Association to nod in agreement once again. It's not difficult for high-level citizens to become evolved beings, but becoming a powerful evolved being is also a hurdle. This threshold lies between the 3rd and 4th stages of the 1st level. In the first tier of 12 stages, every 3 stages is a bottleneck. To advance from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage, it is not enough to just put in hard work and effort. One must also have a certain amount of talent. High-ranking citizens may possess extraordinary abilities in other areas, which enables them to contribute to human civilization and gain the approval of the goddess of wisdom. But the talent in evolution is something that money can't buy. While gene-enhancing drugs can forcibly improve one's abilities, they come with a certain mortality rate, and high-class citizens wouldn't risk their lives. Xiao Zhang is right. The president of the Evolutionary Association gave his secretary an approving look. Zhu Qianqian listened from the side without any objection. Even though she had a good impression of Lin Yuan, strength is strength. Mr. Lin, remember to let me know when the assessment is over. The president of the Evolvers Association was about to leave. Just then, the first beam of light suddenly lit up on the display screen in front of Zhu Qianqian. It seems Mr. Lin has already begun the assessment. Upon seeing this, the president of the Evolutionary Association suddenly decided not to leave and planned to sit down and wait for Lin Yuan's assessment to end. In the president's opinion, Lin Yuan's strength is at most at the 3rd stage of the 1st rank, and he only needs to pass 3 tests. However, what happened next stunned the president of the Evolution Association. On the display screen, after the first beam of light lit up, the second beam of light lit up in an instant. Then came the 3rd course, the 4th one, the 5th one, until the 12th. It took almost a few breaths. All 12 beams of light lit up. At this moment, the president of the Evolutionary Association had not yet fully sat down. Is this the 12th section? Zhu Qianqian's eyes widened, and the president next to her was also somewhat taken aback. 12 Dan? First tier, 12 stages? The president of the Evolution Association was somewhat bewildered. He wasn't surprised by the first order 12th stage itself. Although a Tier 1, Stage 12 Evolver is powerful, even in the entire Dongning City, they are among the top tier. However, the president of the Evolutionary Association has an extraordinary background. Even true second-tier evolvers have seen people who have risen to his position. The president of the Evolution Association was shocked that Lin Yuan had the strength of the first tier, 12th stage, on his first registration. It should be noted that the transformation of an evolved being's strength also requires a gradual process. It's impossible to jump from level 1 today to level 2 tomorrow. The Cosmic Human Alliance has extremely strict standards for classifying the strength of advanced evolvers. Compared to first-tier evolvers, second-tier evolvers differ by more than 100 times in the energy fluctuations within their bodies alone. Such a large gap is difficult to bridge in a short period of time. Lin Yuan already possessed the strength of a first-level 12th Dan cultivator when he first registered with the association. The president of the Evolutionary Association has two speculations on this matter. First, Lin Yuan is very good at holding back. He became an evolved being a long time ago, but he just didn't register. He kept holding back until now, until he reached the first tier, 12th level of strength. This possibility is not very high. Human alliances control over evolved beings. An unregistered evolver who displays their strength without authorization will be punished if discovered. Even if Lin Yuan is exempted from punishment due to his level 2 citizen privileges, the president of the Evolutionary Association will still find out. It's impossible that we were completely unaware of this by now. The second speculation is that Lin Yuan's evolutionary talent is exceptionally terrifying. It may have taken only a few years or even less than 10 years to go from the first level to the 12th level. With the help of the Human Alliance's life-extending technology, a first-tier evolved being can easily live to be 500 years old, so a few years is nothing. The president of the Evolutionary Association leans towards the second hypothesis, compared to the association president's calm analysis and reflection. Zhu Qianqian, standing next to her, slightly opened her mouth wide. Oh my god. This is a 12th stage evolver. She wished Qianqian well, as she had been working there for almost 2 years. This is the first time I've ever seen a level 12 evolved being. In a place like Dongning City, a tier 12 evolver is already considered the ceiling, and their numbers are comparable to those of tier 2 citizens. They are not people you can see easily. Furthermore, this 12th stage evolver is none other than Lin Yuan, who looks no different from an ordinary person. This contrast made Zhu Qianqian feel even more incredulous. It should be noted that, according to the official statistics, a first-tier, 12th stage evolved human standard combat power is enough to destroy a building tens of meters high with a single strike. The thought that such immense power was contained within Lin Yuan's body was utterly unbelievable to Zhu Qianqian. Walk. Go pick up Mr. Lin. The president of the Evolutionary Association had only 2 breaths left to think. He then decided to go to the assessment room in person and wait for Lin Yuan to appear. At first, the president only intended to meet Lin Yuan and establish a good relationship with him. But now, after deducing the opponent's terrifying evolutionary talent, the president felt he needed to lower his stance a bit. The assessment room. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and got up from his virtual world cabin. PT. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. After defeating the 12th opponent, the assessment space naturally condensed into second-tier opponents. Lin Yuan did not withdraw, but wanted to see how much of a gap there was between himself and those second-tier evolvers. The result is obvious. Lin Yuan was defeated after only 3 moves. Second order. Countless flashes of inspiration suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. With his extraordinary comprehension, he began to slowly comprehend the path ahead. To begin to comprehend the essence of the second tier, simply through a battle with a second-tier evolver, if word got out, countless evolvers would probably want to smash their heads against a wall in despair. Compared to Lin Yuan, most of the other evolved beings seemed to have lived lives that were like dogs, but for Lin Yuan, this was commonplace. With his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan was constantly in a state of enlightenment. Even without fighting against second-tier revolvers, reaching the second-tier realm is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. We have a general direction, and we should be able to make a breakthrough within 5 years. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Coming to the Evolver Association this time was definitely the right decision. Not only did they register it, but they also gained insight into the path ahead. Smack, Lin Yuan pushed open the door. Then they saw Zhu Qingqian standing outside with a middle-aged man. "Mr. Lin, this is our president." Zhu Qianqian immediately introduced. "President?" Lin Yuan looked at the middle-aged man. "The president of the Evolution Association is definitely a big shot, probably ranking among the top 5 in the entire Dongning city. My surname is Liao." The middle-aged man stepped forward and said kindly, "What do you mean by chairman or chairman? It's just a matter of being a few years older than Mr. Lin. If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, you can just call me Brother Liao." Chairman Liao said warmly. The two chatted for a while. Lin Yuan then got up to take his leave. Chairman Liao personally escorted Lin Yuan to the door. The next day, Lin Yuan returned home. "Be a little sweeter with your words tomorrow. Even though you're an evolved being now, you can't be too cold. Those are relatives. Even as an evolved being, you still need to know how to navigate social situations. You might need their help in the future." While cooking, Lin Yuan's mother, Lu Qiang, reminded him. "I see." After finishing his sister's cake in 2 bites, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the large bag of snacks next to him. "Tomorrow is the day of the family banquet. Lin Yuan's distant relatives will come over to congratulate him on becoming an evolved being, and it will also be a good opportunity for everyone to get together." Lin Yuan naturally remembered this matter. His father, Lin Shucheng, had mentioned it to him a few days ago. "Hey Lao Lin, what do you think about us booking a few tables at the Starry Night Hotel?" Mother Lu Qiang said hesitantly. The reason for this is that the Starry Sky Hotel is one of the most upscale hotels in Donghai City, and the price of booking a table there is equivalent to several months' salary for my father, Lin Shucheng. Lu Qiang was really reluctant to part with it. "If you're going to order, you should definitely order from Starry Sky." Without a second thought, the father, Lin Shucheng, answered directly. Uncle Nian specially invited Lin Hao this time. He is the secretary of a bureau chief in Dongning City. "We can't let Xiao Yuan lose face." Lin Shucheng spoke up. Lin Hao, Mother Lu Qiang was somewhat lost in thought. Given Lin Hao's social status, his family could be considered to be from a completely different class. Normally, Lin Shucheng doesn't even have the chance to see Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, this time, because of Lin Yuan becoming an evolved being, this big shot was actually invited. "Then you definitely have to order from Starry Sky." Lu Qiang nodded. In her simple mind, since Lin Hao was willing to take the time to come, her family should naturally treat him well. It's only right to spend a little more money. Dongning City. Inside a luxury mansion, Chu Shiyu stood there with his head down. Sitting in front of him was a bearded man. "You went to look up information about your classmate, but ended up getting a warning from the main consciousness of the goddess of wisdom." The bearded man asked again, his expression grave. "Yes, grandfather, I didn't mean to." Chu Shiyu turned pale with fright, and her legs were trembling slightly. "The bearded man sitting in front of me is the founder of the Chu group. Today, I suddenly called him over and asked him why he had been warned by the goddess of wisdom." Chu Shiyu could only answer truthfully. This accident was unintentional and insignificant. The fact that your classmate receives such a level of personal information protection from the goddess of wisdom means that he is no ordinary person. Even though you didn't target him at the time, it would be troublesome if he took it to heart. tomorrow, I'll take you to visit your classmate's house. The bearded man made up his mind. It's no wonder he was so on high alert. The seriousness of the situation was beyond imagination. That's the goddess of wisdom who rules over the entire human alliance of the universe. Even a Star-Lord as powerful as her has to be careful, let alone the Chu family. When it comes to anything concerning the goddess of wisdom, one can never be too careful. Well, Chu Shiyu reluctantly agreed. Another estate. Huo Qingyao stood ramrod straight, having a video call with a man in military uniform with a dignified face. Goddess of wisdom, your classmate is probably already on the list of people she's watching closely. It will definitely see great development in the future. On the other end of the video call, a dignified man in military uniform spoke slowly. Great development. Huo Qingyao shrank back. The fact that he received such high praise from his uncle shows that Lin Yuan's future achievements will far exceed what Dongning City alone can limit. You're really good at causing trouble. Fine, I'll make the trip for you. Regardless of what your classmate does in the future, first of all, you two need to ease the tension in your relationship. That day you boasted that you would change the conscription list, which is nothing short of audacious to anyone with a modicum of sense. I'll take you to apologize to them tomorrow. We don't need to befriend anyone, but at least we shouldn't make enemies. The man in military uniform on the other end of the video call spoke. The Association of Evolvers. Chairman Liao sat in a chair. A short while later, the secretary then came in. Has Mr. Lin's background been investigated? Chairman Liao looked up and asked. President, Mr. Lin Yuan's personal information has been blocked by the goddess of wisdom. I dare not continue to investigate for fear of causing trouble, the secretary said directly. Goddess blockade. Chairman Liao looked serious. How could the goddess of wisdom possibly block the information of a particular citizen, even if he is a second-level citizen? It would be unreasonable. There must be other reasons. However, we couldn't find out about Mr. Lin Yuan, but we did find out about his parents. Mr. Lin's parents are from Dongning City, born and raised there, and have no connection with other places. The secretary suddenly said. So, Mr. Lin is also from Dongning City? A glint of light flashed in Chairman Liao's eyes. What does the president mean? Upon seeing this, the secretary immediately guessed what had happened and couldn't help but ask. Whether it will work out or not, we'll have to ask in person. In that case, I'll postpone everything for tomorrow and go to Mr. Lin's house in person to have a detailed talk with him. Chairman Liao solemnly. Starry Night Hotel. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were standing at the door of the private room early in the morning. As one of the most upscale hotels in Dongning City, Fangxing Hotel is impeccable except for its high price. Whether it's the service or the quality of the food, there's nothing to criticize. It's an honor to host a banquet here to celebrate one's son becoming an evolved being. Uncle, you've arrived. Please sit here, please sit here. Is this your daughter? She's grown so much in the blink of an eye. Uncle Nyan, please slow down and come inside. If it weren't for you back then, I don't know where I would be now. Lin Shoucheng was constantly busy, standing at the door of the private room exchanging pleasantries. Half an hour later, almost everyone has arrived. The family dinner then officially began. Everyone started to sit down and eat and drink. Lin Yuan sat in the main seat, his chopsticks never stopping. The reason why Fangxing has been able to grow so large in Dongning City is not only because it has powerful backers, but also because of its own strengths. Many of the materials in Fangxing come from other planets, and much of the meat is rare exotic beast meat, whose quality and taste far surpass those of farmed meat in Dongning City. Although the energy contained in these meats was far less than that of high-grade nutrient solutions, it still exceeded that of ordinary meals, and Lin Yuan ate with great pleasure. At the banquet, aside from Lin Yuan, everyone else wasn't just focused on eating, it was mostly just casual conversation and exchange. Among them, the most active are definitely those who are doing well. Lin Xing's distant cousin, Lin Ji, caught the wave of Dongning City's development, bought several plots of land in the suburbs, which were eventually developed by the government, making him a fortune and enjoying great success. Let me tell you, I've met the owner of this starry night restaurant a few times. She's a woman, supposedly. Lin Ji immediately began to show off his connections and knowledge. However, his words did attract the attention of most people on the field. The owner of Starry Sky has always been mysterious, and few people have ever seen him. Everyone is secretly guessing which big shot he must be. Oh right, Shoucheng, what are your plans for Shaoyuan in the future? Lin Ji chatted with the owner of Fangxing for a while, then his gaze suddenly fell on Lin Yuan, who was eating and drinking. These words were spoken. Everyone's attention immediately turned to Lin Yuan. After all, this family dinner was initiated by Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan's ability to become an evolved being was indeed beyond the expectations of his relatives. Putting everything else aside, just considering Lin Yuan's future development, it's bound to be substantial. Most of the relatives present can only look up to him in awe. I don't have any ideas yet, let's take it one step at a time. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, put down his chopsticks, and told the truth. That's true. So far, Lin Yuan doesn't really have any specific goals. If I had to say something, it would be to become as strong as possible. But saying that would be pointless, since who doesn't want to become stronger? Why don't you come work for my company? Your uncle's company isn't big, but if you come, I'll pay you 20,000 a month. Lin Ji patted his chest and said, 20,000 a month. The surrounding relatives all looked on with envy. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan would amount to 240,000 yuan a year, which is considered a high salary. The average citizen's monthly salary is only about 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. How about it? Don't feel like you're wasting your talents. Our company has also hired an evolver to be in charge of security. If you come here, you can not only get paid monthly, but also ask him questions about evolution, Lin Ji said confidently. For ordinary people, evolved beings are extremely rare. However, wealthy bosses have a special channel for hiring evolved individuals. Of course, he only hired those who had not yet reached the advanced level of evolution. Those who had reached the advanced level were beyond the reach of a small business owner like Lin Ji. Even so, Lin Ji's words greatly enhanced his standing among his relatives on the field. Immediately, someone asked, Ji, is your company hiring? My son is looking for a job. The salary doesn't need to be 20,000, 5,000 is enough. 5,000? Third aunt, your son didn't graduate from any prestigious university. How dare he ask for 5,000? Gee, my daughter is beautiful and has a great figure. She would be perfect for working as a receptionist at your company. Unbeknownst to many, Lin Ji replaced Lin Yuan as the focus of the banquet. Lin Ji was very polite and beamed with joy amidst the flattery of his many relatives. Lin Yuan didn't care at all. He picked up his chopsticks again and ate while watching Lin Ji's performance. Don't be fooled by Lin Ji's current enthusiastic attitude, as if he's taking care of everything. He might just play dead once the banquet is over. Lin Yuan took the opportunity to connect to the internet and, using his level 2 citizen privileges, roughly checked Lin Ji's asset situation. There is indeed a company that has hired a non-advanced evolver. However, this unranked evolver had already resigned several years ago. The reason was that Lin Ji had repeatedly withheld wages, and this matter almost escalated to the Evolutionary Association. It's conceivable that Lin Jai may have been wealthy in the past, but his current financial situation is certainly not very good. How could they possibly hire another evolved being? Of course, Lin Yuan saw through it but didn't say anything, but Lin Shucheng and Lu Qiang thought what the other party said was true and would occasionally strike up a conversation with Lin Ji to ask about the details of the work. At this moment, Lin Hao, who was sitting in the main seat, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yuan is still so young. Even if he becomes an evolved being, there is no need for him to enter the workforce so early. Lin Hao spoke, and the arena immediately fell silent. Even Lin Ji, who had just been boasting, immediately shut up. Of all the people attending the family banquet, Lin Hao was undoubtedly the one with the highest status. Lin Hao, as the secretary of a bureau chief in Dongning City, was able to participate in this family banquet, which even Lin Shucheng found shocking. "Brother Hao, what do you mean?" Lin Shucheng asked in a low voice. "Our bureau has one spot for further studies at a university this year, and only evolved individuals can apply." Lin Hao thought for a moment and then said, "How about this? Xiao Yuan will participate in the bureau's interview in a while, and after he joins the company, I will transfer the position to him. As an evolved being, one will inevitably receive preferential treatment from the resources of a higher education institution, a treatment completely different from that of ordinary students. Therefore, this spot is highly coveted, and all the evolved individuals in Director Lin Hao's office are eyeing it. However, this matter could only be decided by Lin Hao. Although he was not an evolved being, he was the director's secretary and managed several evolved beings. Lin Hao originally intended to save this good thing for his son. But his son was disappointing. Despite hiring several evolved beings to tutor him, he still failed to become an evolved being. It seemed the spot was about to fall to one of the other evolved individuals in the bureau. He then heard that a distant relative of his had produced an evolved being. Lin Hao's idea was simple. Since his family had no chance of getting this spot anyway, he might as well give it to Lin Yuan, which was better than giving it to the other evolved individuals in the bureau. At least Lin Yuan will remember the kindness of his distant cousin in the future. After all, we're all relatives. Oh, could this be very precious? Lin Shucheng was somewhat bewildered. Although he is not an evolved being, the difficulty of obtaining a place in a higher education institution is significant. But it's incredibly difficult for ordinary people to get into a university, yet Lin Hao's son was able to get in with just a word. "It's all right. Just listen to me when the time comes," Lin Hao said indifferently. Giving the spot to Lin Yuan can be considered keeping the benefits within the family. Who told my son to be so disappointing? Thinking of this, Lin Hao glanced at his son sitting next to him. He also brought his son along to the family dinner. "Thank you, Brother Hao." "Thank you, Brother Hao." Lin Shucheng was overjoyed and immediately stood up to express his gratitude. "Xiao Yuan, why don't you thank your uncle?" Lin Shucheng glared at Lin Yuan. "Thank you, uncle." Lin Yuan spoke up. "This was ultimately my uncle's good intention. At least he would think of me if there were any benefits to be had." "Humph, you received such a huge benefit, and you're only going to say thank you." Lin Yan, who had been sitting next to Lin Hao without saying a word, was extremely displeased. Logically speaking, this spot should belong to him after all. He is Lin Hao's son. If he doesn't get such a great benefit, who else could it be given to? As a result, things went wrong in the process of becoming an evolved being, and he failed to become one. That was the end of it. Lin Yan had already prepared to give the spot to someone else. But to my surprise, my father ended up giving the spot to a distant relative. The thought of Lin Yuan going to a prestigious university to further his studies and enjoy everything that originally belonged to him made Lin Yan feel extremely uncomfortable. You worthless bastard, you're useless yourself and you still criticize others. Lin Hao frowned, staring at his son, almost slapping him across the face. The others looked on with strange expressions upon hearing this. This was clearly an internal problem for the Lin Hao family, but now that it has involved the Lin Shucheng family, it's quite a show. Lin Shucheng's face flushed slightly, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Normally, he should speak up immediately at this moment and say that his family does not need that spot. This was done to ease the tension between Lin Hao and his son. However, Lin Shucheng was reluctant to give up that spot. The situation on the field suddenly became awkward. Just then, suddenly, staff from Starry Sky burst in. He asked with a slightly nervous expression, "Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Yuan here?" These words immediately broke the atmosphere in the room. "It's here. Is there something you need?" Lin Shucheng stepped forward and answered. The staff member immediately said, "Someone wants to visit Mr. Lin Yuan." This left Lin Shucheng completely bewildered. Someone wants to visit his son? Aren't all the guests at the family dinner already here? Who could be coming at this time? Who's looking for my son? Lin Shucheng stood up and asked. He mentally went over the matter again. We confirmed that all the relatives who were supposed to be there had arrived, and that nothing had been missed. Could it be that a relative came on a whim without prior notice? Lin Shucheng couldn't help but become suspicious. It's Mr. Chu. Seeing this, the staff breathed a slight sigh of relief. There was no other way. The Chu group and Fang Xing had been cooperating for many years. She was quite startled when the founder of the Chu group personally came to her door, saying he wanted to see Mr. Lin Yuan. Fortunately, the person was indeed with them. Mr. Chu. Everyone at the family dinner was slightly taken aback. Surnamed Chu? That person isn't from the Lin family either, while everyone was discussing it amongst themselves. A bearded man led in a young man who looked about 17 or 18 years old. Although the bearded man was dressed plainly, the air of authority he exuded was far beyond that of ordinary people, and he was very similar to those powerful figures. He is the founder of the Chu group? Someone on the field seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but exclaim. In the interstellar age, with the internet so developed, photos of even slightly famous citizens are circulated online. As one of the top 50 companies in Dongning City, Chu's group is naturally very well known. No matter how low-key its founder is, it is impossible for no one to know him. The founder of the Chu group? My God? This is a big shot in our Dongning City. It is said that the Chu group has assets of tens or hundreds of billions, and its founder is a well-known tycoon in several nearby cities. Such an important figure. Is he here to see Lin Yuan? The crowd immediately started discussing it, and some even connected to the internet on the spot to compare the bearded man in front of them with the photos on the internet. Director Chu, Lin Ji strode over and stood excitedly in front of the bearded man. We met 6 years ago. Back then, your group bought that piece of land in the suburbs. Kindness. The bearded man replied dismissively. In fact, he didn't remember Lin Ji at all. Is Secretary Lin here too? The bearded man glanced around and, seeing Lin Hao sitting in the main seat, nodded slightly in greeting. He then pulled the 17 or 18-year-old youth behind him, Chu Shiyu, and quickly walked up to Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, my junior is blind to talent. Please don't take offense. The bearded man stood very low, showing no airs of an elder. It's all right. Lin Yuan glanced at Chu Shiyu, who was sitting awkwardly beside him. and immediately thought of their chance encounter at the coffee shop not long ago. He shook his head and said, "How did you find this place?" Lin Yuan asked curiously. "I originally planned to bring Shayu to visit Mr. Lin's home today, but after we got there, we heard from others that Mr. Lin's family was having a family banquet at the Starry Night Hotel, so we came along." The bearded man told the truth. "I see." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It was no secret that the family banquet hosted by the father, Lin Shui, was known to 6 or 7 out of 10 neighbors in the community. "This is a small token of my appreciation to congratulate Mr. Lin on becoming an evolver." The bearded man took out an envelope and handed it over with a hint of respect. What he revered was not Lin Yuan's status as an evolved being. Evolved beings were rare, not non-existent. In fact, their Chu group even had a group of evolved beings under its wing. What the bearded man truly feared was the goddess of wisdom's favoritism towards Lin Yuan. Even searching for related information would earn him a warning from the goddess. Even a fool knows that Lin Yuan is no ordinary person. At least when others search for him as the founder of a group, they won't receive any warnings. "No," Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. He didn't take what happened in the coffee shop that day to heart. In fact, nothing really happened. What Lin Yuan didn't know was the uproar his conversation with the breathing man caused in the eyes of the many relatives present. After recognizing the bearded man, some people suspected that they had mistaken him for someone else. Perhaps the bearded man Zhao's Mr. Lin Yuan was just a coincidence of names with Lin Shucheng's son. After all, Lin Yuan had only just become an evolved being. Where would he get such a wide network of connections to get to know such an important figure as the bearded man? Only when the bearded man walked up to Lin Yuan and the two spoke did everyone realize that there had been no misunderstanding of looking for the wrong person. The founder of the Chu group was looking for Lin Yuan. Lin Ji's expression was uncertain. Just now, he had acted like an elder, intending to give Lin Yuan a chance to come and work for him, and with a wave of his hand, he offered a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Not long after, the founder of the Chu group, whom he once couldn't even look up to, stood before Lin Yuan with an extremely humble attitude. My nephew, Lin Hao, sitting in the main seat, fell into deep thought. To others, the bearded man was a big shot. But to Lin Hao, he was just a businessman, at most a businessman who had become a big businessman. However, to Lin Hao's surprise, no matter how much the bearded man was wealthy, how could he speak to Lin Yuan in such a tone? Knock, knock, knock. The door to the private room was knocked on again. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Yuan's private room? A strong, resonant voice rang out. Ah? Are they here to see Lin Yuan again? Having witnessed the example of the bearded man, no one in the audience dared to underestimate him, and Lin Shucheng even personally stepped forward to open the door to the private room. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a man with an upright posture walked in. Behind him followed a young man of about 17 or 18, Huo Qingyao. Who is this person? The people at the family dinner started going online, but found no relevant information. This one probably isn't some big shot anymore, right? Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Everyone was quite agitated by the bearded man, thinking that Lin Yuan really had some terrifying identity. In retrospect, perhaps they were overthinking things. The bearded man's attitude towards Lin Yuan was probably just a coincidence, just when everyone's hearts were finally at ease. Lin Hao, who was originally sitting in the main seat, and even the bearded man had to bow to greet him, suddenly stood up. Kano Huo? Lin Hao's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Military information is always kept secret, and ordinary people do not have certain permissions to find it online. But Lin Hao is different. As the Bureau Chief's secretary, he has much greater authority and can know more information. Secretary Lin, Huo Yaming glanced at Lin Hao and nodded in acknowledgement. He immediately stepped aside, and another figure strolled in leisurely. Chairman Liao, if meeting Huo Yaming only shocked Lin Hao, after all, the military region and the government are two separate systems, and neither can control the other. Upon seeing the person behind Huo Yaming, Lin Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Chairman Liao, president of the Dongning City Evolution Association. As a second-level citizen, in terms of status and position, he would rank among the top 5 in Dongning City. Even Lin Hao's bureau chief would have to greet such an important figure with utmost care. Could it be? Is Chairman Liao also here to see Xiao Yuan? A bizarre idea suddenly popped into Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao's guess was correct. Chairman Liao did indeed come to see Lin Yuan. As for the purpose, it was certainly not just to offer congratulations. Lin Hao was very perceptive. After hearing that Director Liao and Lin Yuan had important matters to discuss, he immediately noticed them. He immediately stood up and led the way, telling everyone else to leave, leaving only Lin Yuan and Director Liao to discuss things in the private room. Lin Hao is the bureau chief's secretary, and even Huo Yaming, a senior colonel in the military region, cannot suppress him in the slightest. As for the others, they naturally dared not have any other opinions and left the private room one after another. Inside the private room, Lin Yuan and Chairman Liao sat facing each other. Mr. Lin, I'm here to ask you for a favor. Chairman Liao didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Please speak, Chairman, Lin Yuan said solemnly. He could deduce the intentions of the Chu and Hu families who came. However, Chairman Liao and Lin Yuan were somewhat puzzled. First of all, the president of the Evolutionary Association is also a level 2 citizen, an evolutionary strength rank. Even if he is not as strong as Lin Yuan, he is not much weaker. What could this person possibly want from Lin Yuan? In another year, it will be the Kanglin Star Arena battle. I would like to ask Mr. Lin to participate on behalf of Dongning City, Chairman Liao said in a deep voice. A ring battle? Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. They immediately realized what was happening. Arena battles are one of the most popular activities on Kanglin Star and even in the entire Universal Human Alliance. On the arena, the two evolved individuals fought fiercely to determine the champion. The entire process was broadcast live, making it incredibly exciting and thrilling, and it was very popular among the general public. Why did you choose me? Lin Yuan asked casually. Because Mr. Lin is from Dongning City and is under 100 years old, he meets the requirements for the star-rated arena battle. Most importantly, Mr. Lin's strength is extremely close to the second tier. They're already among the strongest in Dongning City. If we don't choose Mr. Lin, are we supposed to let those evolved individuals who are much weaker than Mr. Lin take the stage? Chairman Liao answered truthfully. The arena battles on Kanglin Star involve selecting evolved individuals from various major cities, who then compete against each other to determine the winner. To be honest, Mr. Lin, Dongning City's ranking in the past few tournaments has been quite poor. If this tournament goes as usual, I, as the president of the Evolution Association, can resign. A bitter look appeared on Chairman Liao's face. The Evolvers Association has the responsibility of managing and training all evolved individuals in the area. The evolved individuals in Dongning City are weak and cannot achieve any significant rankings in the arena battles. So as the association president, he naturally bears the primary responsibility. This is also one of the methods used by the Cosmic Human Alliance to stimulate the potential of evolved beings and guide the birth of more powerful evolved beings. Of course, if you can achieve a good ranking in the arena battle, such as entering the top 3,000, you can receive official rewards, So that's how it is. Lin Yuan immediately understood. Mr. Lin, rest assured, as long as you can squeeze into the top 5,000 in this arena battle, our Evolution Association will give you 50 million civilization coins as a reward. Chairman Liao, fearing that Lin Yuan might not agree, immediately made a promise. Based on previous years, there will be approximately 10,000 evolved individuals participating in the arena battles. Out of 10,000 evolvers, achieving a ranking in the top 5,000 is considered average. The main reason is that in previous years, he was always ranked at the bottom and Chairman Liao was afraid of losing. This time, he doesn't expect to break into the top 3,000 and get the official reward. He just wants to stay in the top 5,000 and avoid being punished. 50 million? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. No one would complain about having too much money, especially since Lin Yuan was extremely short of cash. Putting everything else aside, Lin Yuan has a huge need for high-grade nutrient solutions alone. Upon returning from his first-time travel, Lin Yuan consumed a full 21 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution to fully restore his strength. How many bottles of advanced nutrient solution will be needed for the next successful shuttle? When their strength is even greater, high-grade nutrient solution alone will probably be far from enough, and they will probably need even more restricted resources. And all of this, everything requires money. If Lin Yuan can earn 50 million, his financial burden should be greatly reduced in the coming years. Okay, I'll think about it. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "No problem," Chairman Liao said nonchalantly. Anyway, there's still a year until the arena battle, so there's plenty of time. Chairman Liao isn't in a hurry for Lin Yuan to give an immediate answer. Outside the private room, a large group of people are waiting anxiously, speculating. Shucheng, your son's future achievements are limitless. Lin Hao looked at Lin Shucheng, who looked uneasy, and sighed. These words were spoken. The relatives around them all wore complicated expressions. Originally, many of them harbored feelings of jealousy or envy towards Lin Yuan. But now, those feelings have long since vanished. When the gap between two parties becomes so large that it cannot be bridged, it is difficult for any jealousy or resentment to surface. And now, Lin Yuan is a concrete example. Even the president of the Evolutionary Association personally came to Lin Yuan's door to discuss important matters. Any normal person can figure out what this means. You bastard, you still have the nerve to stand here? Lin Hao glanced at his son and felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for the last few words his son Lin Yan said, he could have definitely gained a considerable favor simply by transferring the bureau's quota to Lin Yuan. But now, because of Lin Yan, even if this favor still exists, it will probably be greatly diminished. Dad, Lin Yan lowered his head. Little did he know that Lin Yuan would have such great influence, with important figures from the business world, the military region, and even the president of the Evolver Association coming to pay him a visit in person. Lin Yan's heart was still trembling, especially when Chairman Liao of the Evolution Association said that he had come to find Lin Yuan, which made his legs go weak. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan and Chairman Liao walked out of the private room. After Chairman Liao took his leave, the Chu family and the Huo family also bid farewell one after another. The main reason is that this is someone else's family banquet. As an outsider, I can't stay here after visiting Lin Yuan. These people left. The Lin family banquet continued. At this moment, however, no one was in the mood to participate in the family dinner. Their hearts were filled with complex emotions and shock, and their gazes toward Lin Yuan were filled with incomprehension and awe. An hour later, the Lin family banquet has ended. Countless relatives hesitated, wanting to get closer to Lin Yuan. but I don't have the courage. Xiao Yuan, what exactly happened? Upon returning home, Lu Qiang, the mother, couldn't help but ask. Lin Yuan stole the show at the family banquet, but Lu Qiang felt somewhat apprehensive afterward. Mom, don't worry. During the last evolutionary registration, I was classified as Tier 1 Stage 12. Lin Yuan said it casually. First tier, 12 stages? Lu Qiang, the mother, almost thought she was dreaming. She had barely seen any non-advanced evolved beings, let alone first tier, 12th level evolved beings. My son is a 12th stage evolutionary being? The father, Lin Shucheng, looked bewildered. That's all. Time passed slowly. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Shuyu residential area, no. 32. Underground training ground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Suddenly, it seemed as if they had sensed something. Lin Yuan immediately focused his mind on the depths of his brain. The tall, majestic, and magnificent gate to all realms had its edges completely illuminated. Can we travel now? Lin Yuan was overjoyed. The ability of the gate of all realms to traverse is not without limitations. It takes time to accumulate energy, which manifests as being gradually lit up. Upon his first return from the journey, Lin Yuan received relevant information from the Gate of Myriad Realms. The lighting level of the Gate of All Realms is divided into 3 levels: the outer edge area, the inner area, and the core area. Once the outer edge area is lit up, you can travel between areas, but the method of travel is through the descent of consciousness. When the internal area is lit up, it means that one can physically travel between different areas. As for lighting up the core area, it relates to a certain transformation of the Gate of All Realms. The information Lin Yuan received only provided a brief description of this matter. There are 3 lighting levels, with the time required increasing from shortest to longest. It will take approximately 8 months to a year to light up the edge areas. Lighting up the internal areas, however, will take several years to a decade. As for the lighting up of the core area, Lin Yuan deduced, it may take decades or even centuries. Let's proceed with the consciousness transfer. Lin Yuan had no interest in physical body transformation. First, it takes too long to accumulate enough energy for the body to travel through the body. Secondly, the margin for error in physical body transformation is too low. Once you die, you're truly dead. In comparison, consciousness travel is much more cost-effective. However, we should make some preparations before we travel through it. Lin Yuan composed himself and began to make arrangements. The main purpose was to remind her parents that she might disappear for a while, although there is a difference in the flow of time between the higher and lower worlds. But Lin Yuan didn't know what level of world he was traversing this time. If the time flow rates are not significantly different, what might have taken decades for one person to spend in the other world could have resulted in only a few years passing in the main world. It's also a troublesome matter. Get everything ready. Lin Yuan left the underground training ground and arrived at the door of a room. After this journey, I should be able to deduce the path of martial arts evolution to the 2nd level. At that time, if I continue to upload to the Goddess of Wisdom, the merit points I gain should be enough to raise my citizenship level to level 3, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Half a year ago, Lin Yuan uploaded the improved martial arts manuals, the mythology chapter, and the free and unfettered chapter. I received a reward of 3,000 merit points. At the same time, the ranking of the martial arts evolution path on the Kanglin evolution ranking has risen from 93rd to 78th. The 100 evolution paths on the Kanglin evolution ranking are ranked by the Goddess of Wisdom based on her immense computing power, combined with factors such as potential, popularity, and ease of cultivation. When the martial arts manual only had the Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster chapters, it was ranked 93rd. With the addition of the Myth and Freedom chapters, its overall potential was further enhanced, which naturally led to its rise in the ranking. It can be predicted that when the martial arts evolution path officially breaks through to the second level, the ranking will inevitably rise another level. After all, the transition from the first to the second level represents a major qualitative change, a leap recognized by human civilization throughout the universe. In total, uploading the martial arts evolution path provided Lin Yuan with 5,000 merit points. It took 1,000 merit points to advance to level 2 citizen. There are 4,000 merit points remaining. It takes 5,000 merit points to advance from level 2 to level 3 citizen. Let's begin. Lin Yuan pushed open the door. We walked up to a nutrient tank that was 2 meters long. During his first time traversing, Lin Yuan had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed with the traversal, burdened by the mandatory conscription. Fortunately, he was lucky. He spent 20 years in the martial arts world, but only a little over 10 minutes passed in the main world. But now, Lin Yuan naturally can't just do nothing. This nutrient storage facility was purchased by Lin Yuan through Chairman Liao's channels. It was of military quality. Once activated, it can last for no less than 200 years. In other words, as long as Lin Yuan lies inside, unless he gets up on his own, the nutrients in the nutrient chamber will be enough to sustain his body for 200 years. This made Lin Yuan feel very safe. At least he wouldn't have to return to a body that was skin and bones from hunger. With the usage of the nutrient tank flashing through his mind, Lin Yuan opened the hatch and slid inside. Shuttle. Lin Yuan's mind merged with the gate of myriad realms deep within his mind. In an instant, an invisible suction force came. Lin Yuan felt his consciousness rapidly declining. Zhang Jiabao, decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations. How festive! Everyone in the fort knew that Lord Zhang's wife had given birth to a son. It should be noted that before this, Mrs. Zhang had given birth to 8 daughters in a row, and all sorts of gossip were flying around. "You've worked hard, madam." Inside the room, Zhang Kun excitedly put down the swaddled infant, looked at the weak woman lying on the bed, and said with heartache, "It's not hard work, Zhang Lang, these are our children." Madame Zhang's face was a little pale, but she still managed to sit up, holding the swaddled baby in her arms, her eyes full of tenderness. The two lingered tenderly for a while. Madame Zhang then got down to business. "Husband, the 10,000 Demons sect has been acting strangely lately, showing signs of moving closer. Have you informed the Taoist priests of Longgu Mountain?" "Don't worry, madam," Zhang Kun said, patting his chest. "I sent a message to Master Changqing a long time ago, and he should be arriving soon." Zhang Kun paused for a moment before continuing. "Besides, what is there to fear about the 10,000 demons sect? Your husband is a top-tier expert in the martial world. Why would he be afraid of those demon bastards?" Zhang Kun's tone was filled with strong confidence as he spoke. It seems this birth was a good one. Unbeknownst to Zhang Kun and his wife, this was happening while they were talking. The infant, held in swaddling clothes, opened its eyes, revealing a depth beyond its years. The baby was naturally Lin Yuan. Through their brief conversation, Lin Yuan deduced that his father in this life must have a decent social status. At least when she was born, there were no fewer than 5 midwives and more than a dozen maids to serve her. No matter what world you're in, an ordinary person definitely couldn't do that. As he thought about it, Lin Yuan felt sleepy. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he heard an extremely noisy sound. The door was tightly closed, but the sounds of fighting could be heard outside. His own mother looked anxious. What happened? Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Everything was fine just now. How could things have turned out like this? The mother saw Lin Yuan wake up. He immediately sat down, tears welling in his eyes, and said, "Child, the 8 leaders of the 10,000 demons sect have come to attack, and your father has gone to fight them with the experts. Inside the fortress, we will definitely be able to defeat the 10,000 demon sect." The mother held Lin Yuan, more to comfort herself than to comfort the child. A moment later, the door was pushed open. The father, Zhang Kun, walked in covered in blood. "Zhang Lang, how's it going outside?" Mother Su Yun quickly asked. "We can't hold them off anymore." The 10,000 demons sect has sent not only 8 branch leaders, but also a protector lurking in the shadows. Zhang Family Fortress. Zhang Family Fortress is finished. Zhang Kun's face was ashen. He never expected that the 10,000 demons sect would actually send out a protector to deal with his Zhang Family Fortress. To become a protector of the 10,000 demons sect, one must at least surpass the level of a first-rate expert. "What should we do now?" After a moment of silence, Su Yun, the mother, asked. "You guys go." Zhang Kun went behind the bed and gently patted it, revealing a tunnel. "This tunnel leads to a place 10 miles away. Take the child and go far away. Never come back in this lifetime." After Zhang Kun opened the tunnel, he seemed to lose all his strength and almost collapsed to the ground. "Zhang Lang, let's go together and leave this place together." Su Yun glanced at the tunnel and immediately looked at Zhang Kun. "I can't leave." Zhang Kun shook his head and said, "I was struck by the palm of that Wamo sect protector, and my heart meridian has been severed. I won't live much longer." Zhang Kun looked at Lin Yuan, his voice softening. "I had even thought of a name for you, Shanfeng, to become the mountain peak of my Zhangjiabao. Unfortunately there will be no later." After Zhang Kun finished speaking, he took out a jade pendant and put it into the swaddling clothes. 2 characters are engraved on the front of the jade pendant, Mountain Peak. After doing all this, Zhang Kun looked up at his wife, Su Yun. "Don't tell your child about your background when they grow up. Just live an ordinary life like this, and don't ever think about avenging me." After saying that, Zhang Kun pushed Su Yun directly into the tunnel, through the tunnel. Mother Su Yun successfully left Zhangjiabao. However, less than half an hour had passed. Then the pursuers from the 10,000 demon sect arrived. Clearly, the secret passage in the room has been discovered. Left with no other choice, Su Yun could only place Lin Yuan in a secluded patch of grass. "I'll distract them. I'll come back to pick you up later." After Su Yun finished speaking, she headed in another direction. As the wife of Zhang Kun, a top-notch martial artist, Su Yun was naturally no ordinary person. Even though she had just given birth, her strength was no less than that of a 3rd or 4th-rate expert, and her lightness skill was even more remarkable. Only 2 or 3 hours had passed. Su Yun still hasn't returned. They probably won't be coming back. Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. For so long, Su Yun managed to shake off her pursuers. They must have been back long ago. They didn't come back. This means they haven't shaken off their pursuers. The consequences of failing to shake off the pursuers are self-evident. Why? Lin Yuan sighed softly. Just moments ago, he was the highly anticipated heir to the Zhangjiabao family. But right now, there's nothing. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Now is not the time for sentimentality. The most pressing issue is how to survive. Lin Yuan's situation was extremely difficult during this journey. As a newborn infant, Lin Yuan dared not make any big moves. If he were to leave his swaddling clothes immediately after birth, his only fate would be to freeze to death. As for crying loudly to attract the attention of others around, Lin Yuan was unsure whether he had attracted pursuers from the demonic sect. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's current environment is extremely remote, with few signs of human habitation. I'm afraid that if I dare to make even the slightest sound, then jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards will come. Human infants are a delicacy in the eyes of those ferocious beasts. Pity. If only it could have been a few months later. No, just a few days. Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. With his extraordinary comprehension, given time, Lin Yuan can quickly become stronger. When Lin Yuan first traveled through time, he was only 3 years old, yet he was able to comprehend the Great Arhat Buddha Fist and enter the innate realm. Although an infant has many limitations, it is not that they cannot do anything, at least they have the power to resist. Soon, night fell. The temperature also began to drop rapidly. Even wrapped in swaddling clothes, Lin Yuan felt a chill creeping over him. If it were any other baby, they would probably be crying by now. But Lin Yuan didn't, because he knew that if he started to cry, this will attract nearby wild animals, which will then carry it away and devour it. However, even so, the natural milky scent of an infant also wafted out. Not long after, Lin Yuan then heard it from the bushes not far away. A series of rustling sounds came from inside. Judging from the noise, it was clearly not made by a person. What to do? Lin Yuan's heart began to race. If it wasn't made by a human, then it must have come from a wild beast. Faced with wild beasts, Lin Yuan was helpless. To the beasts, Lin Yuan was just a delicious meal, and they felt no sympathy or anything like that. The rustling sound drew closer. Lin Yuan's breathing began to slow down. At the same time, Lin Yuan's gaze, suddenly I noticed the dead leaves and fallen trees on the ground. This is the wilderness with abundant plants and dead leaves and fallen trees everywhere. Gazing at the withered leaves and dead trees, Lin Yuan's mind was suddenly filled with many flashes of inspiration. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing a withered tree, you have comprehended the breathing technique of withered tree of a dead wood breathing method. Through a special breathing rhythm, gather all breath and simulate the form of dead wood. In an instant, Lin Yuan continued to conceal his aura. The faint milky flavor had disappeared. Even Lin Yuan's skin, which was originally pink and fair, has turned closer to the dark color of withered wood. From a distance, Lin Yuan looked like a withered tree wrapped in swaddling clothes. Awoo! A few meters away, an adult wolf paused, sniffed the air, and let out a low growl of confusion. After lingering nearby for a while and confirming that there was no sign of food, the wolf had no choice but to turn and leave. While still in his swaddling clothes, Lin Yuan's breath had ceased, but his consciousness remained. After the rustling sound faded into the distance, he breathed a sigh of relief. The breathing technique of dead wood, Lin Yuan maintained this secret technique of concealment. In fact, Lin Yuan had already grasped many secret techniques related to concealing one's aura during his first time traveling through time. Only, these techniques for concealing energy all require the assistance of internal energy and vital energy. Lin Yuan is currently just an infant. He has no internal energy or vital energy whatsoever. As for the newly created dead wood breathing method, it simply achieves the purpose of controlling one's breath by adjusting the breathing rhythm. This is something Lin Yuan can do at the moment. There's no danger for now. Lin Yuan kept looking around, remaining vigilant. Time passed slowly. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan felt a strong hunger. Every cell in my body felt hungry. Your comprehension is extraordinary. After enduring the torment of hunger, you have mastered the art of hibernation breathing. His extraordinary comprehension saved Lin Yuan once again. The hibernation breathing technique greatly reduced the physical damage to Lin Yuan. Combined with the dry wood breathing technique, Lin Yuan became indistinguishable from a piece of real dry wood. 2 days later, Lin Yuan maintained his last shred of consciousness. Just then, a Taoist priest dressed in a Taoist robe descended from the sky. Someone's here? Or is he a Taoist priest? Lin Yuan was jolted awake. This was the first living person I had seen in 2 days. Never mind. If this continues, we'll really die. Lin Yuan quickly dispelled the deadwood breathing method and the hibernation breathing method. Although the hibernation breathing method can greatly reduce the physical strain on Lin Yuan, but it only decreases. For a newborn baby, surviving for 2 days is already the limit. If this continues, even the hibernation breathing method won't be able to sustain it. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan mustered all her strength and cried loudly, as the baby's voice rang out. The Taoist priest clearly heard it. Is it an abandoned baby? The Taoist priest looked middle-aged, and his expression was full of fatigue. Kindness? Is it an abandoned baby from Zhangjiabao? The Taoist priest immediately deduced Lin Yuan's identity from the pattern on the swaddling clothes. This jade pendant? It's Brother Zhang's jade pendant? Is this Brother Zhang's child? The Taoist priest's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. He is Master Changqing. Several months ago, Zhang Kun wrote him a letter. It is said that traces of the 10,000 demons sect have been discovered. Master Changqing immediately set off for Zhangjiabao. However, on the way, they were ambushed by several protectors of the 10,000 demons sect. It was delayed for several days. When he arrived again, the entire Zhangjiabao village was wiped out. Just as Master Changqing was feeling dejected and was about to return to Longyu Mountain to report, they actually heard Lin Yuan crying, and this baby was Zhang Kun's son. Okay. Brother Zhang's bloodline continues. Brother Zhang's bloodline has not been severed. Master Changqing immediately hugged Lin Yuan and touched him for a while. In Master Changqing's view, newborn babies like Lin Yuan, if left in the wild for half a day, it would probably freeze to death. Although he didn't know how long Lin Yuan had been there, judging from the surrounding environment, it was clearly more than half a day. Therefore, Master Changqing planned to use his own true energy to replenish the infant's original essence. Even though this would be a huge drain on him, Master Changqing didn't care. Because of his late arrival, Zhangjiabao was massacred, and now even the last bloodline of Zhangjiabao cannot be preserved. He truly has no face to live in this world. Kindness? Are you unharmed? Master Changqing was stunned. He found that the baby was healthy, except for weakness in blood and energy, which was probably due to hunger, but otherwise there were no major problems. Incredible. Master Changqing muttered to himself. Child, from now on you belong to Longhu Mountain. Master Changqing held Lin Yuan in his arms. We immediately set off back to Longhu Mountain. The Zhenwu Hall at Longhu Mountain. Master Changqing stood before a true man of azure green and recounted the whole story. Master Changqing is the current head of the Celestial Master's Mansion on Longhu Mountain, a highly respected figure in the martial arts world. The current leader of the 10,000 Demons sect is a man of great talent and ambition, having already entered the realm of celestial phenomena. That is why he has ordered his disciples to plunder the 4 directions to demonstrate the power of the demons. Master Changqing spoke slowly. He then received Lin Yuan from Master Changqing. Poor child. Master Changqing sighed deeply. Master Zhang was a chivalrous man throughout his life. He died at the hands of the 10,000 Demon sect. Our Celestial Master's mansion will never let this go. By the way, have you decided on a name for the baby yet? Master Changqing asked. I found a jade pendant with the words Mountain Peak engraved on it in the swaddling clothes. It must have been Brother Zhang who named the child, Master Changqing said in a low voice. Mountain Peaks, Mountain Peaks. All right, from now on I'll call you Zhang Shanfeng. Master Changqing spoke slowly. And so Lin Yuan settled down at Longhu Mountain. At first, Master Changqing was worried that Lin Yuan's crying would disturb others, But after spending a few days together, Master Chengqing discovered that Lin Yuan was extremely obedient. She never cried or fussed. If she was hungry, she would open her big, bright eyes and stare at him. She's almost too sensible. As for infants needing milk, there are many villages at the foot of Longhu Mountain where many women have recently given birth. Master Chengqing would shamelessly beg the women for some breast milk, which was enough to barely keep Lin Yuan alive. And so, 10 years passed Longhu Mountain at dusk. Lin Yuan, dressed in a gray Taoist robe, stopped in front of a boulder. 10 years. Lin Yuan sat on the boulder, lost in thought for a moment. Over the course of 10 years, Lin Yuan has gained a deep understanding of this world. The cultivation system in this world is divided into 9 ranks, from the 1st rank to the 9th rank. The 9th rank is the lowest, the 1st rank is the highest, and above the 1st rank is the celestial realm. Celestial realm experts are said to be one with heaven and earth, comprehending the energy of all things, and capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks with a mere gesture. Even within the Universal Human Alliance, he would undoubtedly be considered a second-tier combatant. From this perspective, Lin Yuan also confirmed that the level of this realm was higher than that of the martial arts world he had first traversed. 70 years of residency remain. Lin Yuan glanced at the illusory text below his line of sight. A name, Zhang Shanfeng, Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the gate to all realms, bound talent. Unparalleled comprehension, the current status. Consciousness descends at duration of stay. Perhaps. It's because of increased strength and a different world ranking. This time, Lin Yuan's stay will be extended from 20 years to 80 years. Lin Yuan was satisfied with this. Given the arrival of consciousness, the longer the stay, the better. Celestial realm. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly, feeling the true energy slowly circulating within his body. In 10 years, Lin Yuan certainly couldn't have done nothing. With his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan cultivated to the 1st rank in just 3 years. This corresponds to the free and unfettered realm level in the martial arts world. 5 years later, Lin Yuan entered the celestial phenomenon realm and became one of the strongest people in the world. Of course, all of this was done secretly by Lin Yuan, and the others on Longhu Mountain were unaware of it. We should keep a low profile. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself. The Celestial Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain is the ancestral home of all Taoist sects in the world, with unfathomable cultural heritage. At least after Lin Yuan broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm, he vaguely sensed that there were several locations in Longhu Mountain that contained an aura beyond the celestial phenomenon realm. Cultivate slowly. Anyway, this stay will be quite long, so there's no need to rush. As Lin Yuan pondered this, he moved away from the boulder. A short while later, Lin Yuan then arrived at the Taoist temple located halfway up the mountain. This Taoist temple is where the young Taoist disciples on Longhu Mountain live. There are a total of 8 such Taoist temples on Longhu Mountain. The Celestial Master's mansion doesn't usually strictly manage its young disciples. As long as they complete their daily tasks, they can do their own thing. Not long after Lin Yuan returned, he saw a group of young Taoist disciples, about his age, gathered together. Master Pingyang? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Surrounded by a group of young Taoist priests was an old Taoist priest, wearing a tattered robe. This old Taoist priest usually loitered around Longhu Mountain and liked to hang out with the young Taoist priests. The many Taoist priests of the Celestial Master's mansion never paid him any attention. Over time, everyone became familiar with them. Lin Yuan paid such attention to Taoist Pingyang because this person was actually a celestial realm expert. The Celestial Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain announced that its master, true person Kanking, is a celestial realm expert. In fact, there are 3 celestial realm experts in the Celestial Master's Mansion. The disheveled-looking Taoist priest from Pingyang is one of them. Lin Yuan guessed that the Taoist priest Pingyang was probably a protector-like figure. They only appear when the Celestial Master's Mansion is in crisis. Always priest, old Taoist priest, who do you think is the strongest in the world? Among the young Taoist disciples surrounding Master Pingyang, one of the younger ones asked in a childish voice. The strongest in the world? Master Pingyang was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, then naturally they are the celestial masters of my Celestial Master's Mansion throughout the ages. Our Celestial Master's Mansion has a history of 6,800 years and has produced 36 Celestial Masters. Each of them is exceptionally talented and unparalleled in the world. Even someone as powerful as the Celestial Phenomenon Realm must bow before the Celestial Master. Master Pingyang's tone rose slightly, and he seemed quite pleased with himself. Upon hearing this, the other young Taoist disciples became excited. After all, they were all disciples of the Celestial Master's Mansion, and they were all excited to hear that their Celestial Master was invincible. I was naturally happy. Then who is the Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's Mansion now? Another innocent young Taoist boy asked a question. These words were spoken. All the young Taoist disciples looked towards Master Pingyang. The Celestial Masters of today. Upon hearing this, Master Pingyang hesitated for a moment, but still replied, no Celestial Master has been born in this generation of my Celestial Master's Mansion. Master Pingyang had one more thing he didn't say. The Celestial Master's Mansion has not only failed to produce a Celestial Master in this generation. For a full 500 years, no Celestial Master was ever born. The Celestial Master's Mansion has a history of 6,800 years and has produced 36 Celestial Masters. In other words, not every era produces as a Celestial Master. Even so, a Celestial Master will usually emerge every 200 or 300 years at most. However, now, it has been a long time since the last Celestial Master passed away. 500 years have passed. Celestial Master. Not far away, Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm, based on his understanding over the past 10 years. The Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's Mansion, in reality, should have surpassed the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. As for how to become a Celestial Master, one needs to pass a certain test. Lin Yuan did not yet know the specifics of the test. This is already one of the most core secrets of the Celestial Master's Mansion, and it is estimated that only those at the Celestial Phenomenon Realm are qualified to understand it. How to transcend the Celestial Realm? Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Since entering the Celestial Phenomenon Realm 2 years ago, Lin Yuan has noticed that his cultivation speed has slowed down considerably. Following this trend, even with extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan would need at least 50 years to break through to the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. This is very strange. Even with Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension, it would take him 50 years to break through. If it were anyone else, no matter how talented they were, it would take at least 200 or 300 years, if not 500. However, all the Celestial Masters Lin Yuan knew of throughout history were no more than 100 years old. Is there a shortcut? Lin Yuan secretly guessed, his gaze once again subtly glancing in several directions. Those directions were the locations that Lin Yuan had sensed, places that contained auras surpassing the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. It's a mountain peak. Master Pingyang looked up at Lin Yuan and smiled. If we count the days, in another half-month, it will be the once every 20 years sword tome trip of the Celestial Master's Mansion. If you perform well then, it will be very beneficial for your future. Master Pingyang said something that seemed to have a deeper meaning. A trip to the sword tomb? A slight ripple stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. If someone else had said that, Lin Yuan probably wouldn't have cared much. However, Master Pingyang is a protector of the Celestial Master's Mansion and one of the 3 Celestial Phenomenon Realm experts. His understanding of the Celestial Master's Mansion must far surpass that of Lin Yuan. This person specifically emphasized the trip to the Sword Tomb and even told Lin Yuan to perform well. It clearly has a deeper meaning. Thank you for the reminder, Master Pingyang. Lin Yuan was not clear about what the trip to the Sword Tomb really meant. However, he still respectfully bowed to Master Pingyang. Over the past 10 years, Master Pingyang has taken good care of him, especially when he was first brought to Longwu Mountain. While Master Changqing was taking care of him, Master Pingyang secretly used his own celestial energy to cleanse Lin Yuan's marrow several times. Master Pingyang thought that Lin Yuan was too young to know about this, but when Lin Yuan's consciousness descended, she was fully aware of everything she had experienced since birth. There's one more chapter, which is already finished and is being revised. It should take about 10 minutes. After Master Pingyang left, Lin Yuan returned to his Taoist temple, Sword Tomb. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The Sword Tomb on Longwu Mountain is where the swords worn by the ancestors of the Celestial Master's Mansion throughout the ages are kept. The Celestial Master's Mansion enshrines the true martial emperor, who is highly skilled in swordsmanship. His ultimate technique, the true martial 7-section sword, is the strongest sword technique in the world. If I remember correctly, the location of the Sword Tomb should be one of those places. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. The so-called those places are naturally places that contain an aura that transcends the celestial realm. This also made Lin Yuan quite wary. Things will straighten themselves when they reach the bridge. We'll know in 2 weeks. Lin Yuan steadied himself, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate the top of Longwu Mountain, Zhenwu Hall. Master Changqing, the head of the Celestial Master's Mansion, stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the tall, true martial god statue in front of him. The trip to the Sword Tomb will take place in half a month. I wonder if this generation of disciples from my Celestial Master's Mansion will be chosen by the true martial sword. Master Changqing sighed. The Sword Tomb on Longwu Mountain contains countless swords. Among them are the swords of the disciples of the Celestial Master's Mansion throughout the ages, the swords of the true immortals of the ages, the swords of the lords of the mansion throughout the ages, and even the swords of the 36 Celestial Masters. Of course, there is also the most important true martial sword. It is said that the Zhenwu sword belonged to the first Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's Mansion and was related to the Zhenwu Emperor, which is why it was called the Zhenwu sword. Only by being chosen by the true martial sword can one take that step and become the new Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's Mansion. 500 years. The 25th trip to the Sword Tomb. Not a single disciple of the Celestial Master's Mansion was chosen by the true martial sword once again. This resulted in the position of Celestial Master remaining vacant for 500 years. Even without the Celestial Master, the Celestial Master's Mansion remains the ancestral home of Taoism, and no one dares to underestimate it. However, in terms of deterrence in high-end combat power, it is ultimately much weaker. Over the past few decades, the 10,000 Demon sect has made a comeback, causing countless killings. If the Celestial Master's Mansion had a Celestial Master in charge this generation, would the 10,000 Demon sect have the guts? Lord of the Manor need not worry. A chubby Taoist priest standing nearby spoke up. This chubby Taoist priest appeared to have no aura whatsoever, yet he was a celestial phenomenon realm expert, one of the 3 celestial phenomenon realm experts from the Celestial Master's mansion. Time passed. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. This day, Lin Yuangang walked out of the Taoist temple. Then a Taoist priest from the mountaintop walked quickly over. All Taoist novices under the age of 20, come with me. This Taoist priest looked to be in his 30s or 40s, but he was actually a 4th-rank expert. The cultivation system in this world is divided into 9 ranks to 1 rank. A 4th-rank expert is already at the peak of the middle 3 ranks, and would be considered a master in his own right if placed down the mountain. Is the trip to the sword tomb coming? Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly, and he obediently stood still as the Taoist priest instructed. Soon, almost all the qualified Taoist disciples in this Taoist temple were gathered together. Lin Yuan glanced at them and saw that there were about 100 people. Follow me, everyone. Don't fall behind, don't wander off. Upon seeing this, the Taoist priest immediately spoke up. The sound contained a subtle martial art technique resembling sound waves, and all the disciples felt a booming sound in their ears, so none of them dared to cause trouble. Half a day later, under the guidance of the Taoist priest, Lin Yuan and many other Taoist disciples arrived at a valley on the back of Longwu Mountain. A large number of other Taoist disciples have gathered here, presumably from the other 7 Taoist academies. There are so many people. Beside Lin Yuan, a somewhat thin young Taoist priest couldn't help but sigh. Brother Shanfeng, what are the Taoist priests doing here? The thin, small Taoist boy leaned closer to Lin Yuan and whispered something. I don't know. Lin Yuan shook his head. The thin Taoist boy named Qingping had a good relationship with Lin Yuan. To be precise, he followed Lin Yuan's lead. After all, because of Master Changqing, Lin Yuan was considered a 2nd generation with a background in Longwu Mountain, and he wouldn't be bullied. Therefore, a group of young Taoist disciples naturally gathered around him. Even in Longwu Mountain, the ancestral home of Taoism, there are still factions, and young Taoist disciples will naturally form small groups to stick together for mutual support. Another half-hour passed. A Taoist priest came quickly, carrying many books in his hands. After distributing the book to each of the young disciples, the Taoist priest spoke, saying, "This book contains a method for sensing the mind." Everyone began to cultivate according to the sensing technique, and then entered the sword tomb one by one. During this time, I continuously maintained my sensory cultivation technique and searched for a suitable sword within the sword tomb. The Taoist priest finished speaking quickly, then repeated himself several times to make sure all the young disciples understood before heading off to other places. This sensory cultivation method is so difficult. Qingping flipped through the book and couldn't help but complain. The other young disciples are in a similar situation, and they are working hard to understand. Sensing mind technique, Lin Yuan unfolded the book and quickly browsed through it. Your comprehension is extraordinary. After reading the sword intent sensing technique, you have comprehended the Supreme Sword Control Sensing chapter. In an instant, a great deal of inspiration related to swordsmanship and sword intent surged forth. Even Lin Yuan, who had already entered the celestial phenomenon realm, spent almost half an hour absorbing it all. This mental cultivation method, Lin Yuan was filled with doubt and unease. After learning and refining this method of sensory perception, Lin Yuan and the sword tomb not far away seemed to echo each other. Above the sword tomb, a high platform. 3 figures sat there, looking down at the sword mound below. The leader of these 3 figures was none other than True Man Kanking, the current head of the Celestial Master's mansion. In an era when no Celestial Master existed, the head of the Celestial Master's mansion held absolute power over the entire mansion. The other 2, The one on the left is the slovenly Taoist priest Pingyang. The one on the right is a chubby Taoist priest. These three figures were none other than the three Grand Masters of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm from the Celestial Master's Mansion. A trip to the Sword Tome. It is the key to the birth of Celestial Masters in my Celestial Master's Mansion. Hopefully, this time they won't let us down, Master Pingyang muttered to himself. From his angle, he could clearly see everything in the Sword Tome below. In the Sword Tome, people choose swords and swords also choose people. The swords that can be placed in the Sword Tome all contain sword intent. Once you master the sword intent sensing technique to a minor level, you will be able to sense numerous sword intents, and you will have a chance to select the swords worn by past Celestial Masters. The chubby man spoke up. As for why the young disciple wasn't allowed to practice the sword intent sensing technique beforehand, the sword intent sensing technique is both a sensing technique and a way to measure one's own aptitude. Being able to cultivate the sword intent sensing technique to a minor level within just a few hours, one's swordsmanship aptitude must be extraordinary, and the sword ultimately chosen reflects one's true skill level. Furthermore, if one's own aptitude for swordsmanship is insufficient, even if one spends 10 years cultivating the sword intent sensing technique, it will be difficult to achieve even a minor level mastery. As for the sword intent sensing technique at the great perfection level, it hasn't appeared in the Celestial Master's Mansion for a long time. That's something only the seeds of the Celestial Masters throughout history could possibly accomplish, and it's hoped that the true martial sword could sense it. Half a day later, as the young Taoist disciples entered the Sword Tome one after another, they selected the swords that suited them best. The three Celestial Realm experts watching from the high platform above gradually revealed smiles on their faces. So far, 4 young Taoist disciples have been selected to carry the swords of past Celestial Masters. This means that these 4 people have the potential to enter the Celestial Realm. 31 other Taoist disciples were selected to wear the swords of past prefectural lords. Even if these people don't reach the Celestial Phenomenon Realm in the future, they will have no problem reaching the first rank realm. This scene brought great joy to true immortal Kang King. Before his trip to the Sword Tome, he secretly hoped that a young disciple might be able to choose the true martial sword, but wishful thinking is still wishful thinking. No one has been able to sense that true martial sword for 500 years, so why should it be possible this time? Compared to this faint hope, the current outcome is more in line with the actual situation of the Celestial Master's Mansion. As long as more Celestial Realm experts are born, even without Celestial Masters, there won't be any major problems. No. These sword intents are all too weak. Inside the Sword Tome, Lin Yuan was also selecting a sword. After elevating the sword intent sensing technique to the Supreme Sword Control Sensing chapter, the sword intent of the entire Sword Tome became as clear as the lines on a palm in Lin Yuan's eyes, revealing every detail. As long as Lin Yuan slightly activated the Supreme Sword Sensing technique, he was able to sense that countless swords were sending him signals of desire. These swords would be extremely powerful to those young disciples, but Lin Yuan, already at the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, naturally looked down on them. There is a sword intent there. Following his senses, Lin Yuan continued to walk deeper into the Sword Tome, almost at the same time. On the high platform, the 3 Celestial Phenomenon Realm experts looked at Lin Yuan. Who is this person? Why is he heading deeper into the Sword Tome instead of properly choosing a sword? The chubby man frowned and spoke. Is it a mountain peak? Master Pingyang recognized Lin Yuan, and his expression also showed confusion. He did tell Lin Yuan to perform well, but performing well doesn't mean just lounging around. Furthermore, Deep within the sword tome, sword energy roams freely. If these young disciples rashly come into contact with it, the sword energy could easily enter their bodies, leaving hidden dangers. Seeing this, Master Kanking also looked puzzled. I will bring him back. Seeing that Lin Yuan showed no sign of stopping, the chubby man was about to go down and stop him. However, the next moment, Lin Yuan looked solemn as he raised his right hand and plunged it into a pile of swords. Get out here! Lin Yuan activated the Supreme Sword Control Sensing Technique and slowly pulled it outwards. Wipe it clean. A slight scraping sound was heard. Then, to everyone's astonishment, inside the sword tome, thousands of swords trembled uncontrollably. The sword tome trembled as a result. The mountain behind the mountain also trembled. Finally, the entire Longhu mountain trembled as well. On the far northern ice plains, a majestic man with golden eyes suddenly stood up, looking towards Longhu mountain in shock. On a street, a fortune teller dressed in a Taoist robe was slowly calling out his wares. Suddenly, he twisted his body and almost fell to the ground. The children beside him looked on in surprise. How could the master, a powerful figure in the world, be unable to walk steadily? But the Taoist priest looked on incredulously. Celestial master? In a desolate place, an old man with half his body buried in the ground couldn't help but crawl out of the ground, looking blank and seemingly in disbelief. Longhu Mountain, the sword tomb on the back mountain. Lin Yuan slowly drew his right hand, and a worn-out sword with the words Zhenwu engraved on the front appeared in his hand. Centered on Lin Yuan, thousands upon thousands of swords trembled. The many Taoist disciples from the Celestial Master's mansion were shaken and knelt down in unison before the true martial sword. The 39 first-rank true persons of the Celestial Master's mansion bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan. The current head of the Celestial Master's mansion, the powerful celestial phenomenon realm True Man Kanking, was actually in tears at this moment. Zhenwu has not been seen at Longhu Mountain for 500 years. Today, Zhenwu finally saw me. This sword, deep within the sword tomb, Lin Yuan gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. Even so, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that the sword was trembling slightly. If it weren't for the Supreme Sword Sensing Technique constantly circulating within his body, Lin Yuan had no doubt that the sword would have flown away. How can something inanimate possess such spirituality? Lin Yuan couldn't help but be amazed. If this were within the Universal Human Alliance, it would likely only be comparable to spaceships and warships created using biofusion technology and valued as large as planets. However, no matter how spiritual it is still an inanimate object. Lin Yuan could sense that the sword's resistance was weakening. Just a moment later, the trembling stopped, and Lin Yuan held it quietly in his hand. Only then did Lin Yuan turn around and look behind him. The 3 Celestial Phenomenon Realm experts, the current head of the Celestial Master's mansion, the chubby Taoist priest and Taoist Master Pingyang, stood not far away, quietly watching Lin Yuan. To be precise, he looked at the true martial sword in Lin Yuan's hand with a complex expression, perhaps gratified, perhaps shocked, perhaps nostalgic. Lord of the Manor, a look of fear immediately appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He was about to bow in respect. No. The Lord of the Manor, True Person Kanking, stepped forward and helped Lin Yuan up. Since you have been chosen by the Zhenwu sword, you are the successor of Zhenwu in this generation, and also the future Celestial Master of my Celestial Master's mansion. The Azure Immortal spoke solemnly. The trip to the Sword Tomb has come to an end. Lin Yuan did not return to the Taoist temple halfway up the mountain. Instead, he was personally led by the Lord of the Palace, True Man Kanking, to a residence at the top of the mountain. Along with Lin Yuan were 4 Taoist boys. I learned from a casual conversation with Master Kanking that these 4 young disciples had chosen their swords. Even though it is far inferior to the true martial sword that Lin Yuan chose, it is still extremely remarkable, as it is a sword left behind by the Celestial Masters of the Celestial Masters Mansion throughout the ages. There is a great chance that they will enter the celestial realm in the future. Senior Brother Shanfeng, what do you think the Lord of the Manor is doing? The young Taoist priest Qingping followed closely behind Lin Yuan. This little tag-along was actually chosen by a sword left behind by the Celestial Masters of all generations, becoming one of the 4. Don't worry, it's definitely a good thing, Lin Yuan said casually. From the information that Master Kanking accidentally revealed, Lin Yuan deduced that the 5 of them would definitely be cultivated as seeds by the Celestial Master's mansion. Lin Yuan, in particular, was chosen by Zhenwu's sword and directly became the future Celestial Master in Kanking Zhenren's words. What is the concept of a Celestial Master in the Celestial Master's mansion? Even after 500 years, the world still cannot forget the terror of the Celestial Master. As long as a Celestial Master emerges from the Celestial Master's mansion, it will be invincible in the world. According to Lin Yuan's understanding, the ceiling of combat power in this world is the celestial phenomenon realm. Perhaps a very few exceptionally talented individuals are able to take a small or even large step beyond the celestial phenomenon realm. But only the Celestial Masters of the Celestial Masters Mansion can completely transcend the celestial phenomenon realm. This is also why the Celestial Master is invincible. Even Lin Yuan wanted to know what the so-called Celestial Masters used to take that final step. It should be noted that, according to Lin Yuan's calculations, even with extraordinary comprehension, it would take him at least 50 years to surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. But how could the Celestial Master do that? Could it be that every Celestial Master in the Celestial Master's mansion possesses such extraordinary comprehension as Lin Yuan? That's clearly impossible. After Kanking Zhenren escorted Lin Yuan and the other 4 to their residence, he gave a few words of advice not to wander around at night, then turned and left. Lin Yuan sat on the bed. He casually placed the Zhenwu sword in front of him. At this point, the sword had completely calmed down. This sword must contain the secrets of the Celestial Master. Otherwise, Master Kanking would not have recognized me as the future Celestial Master. Lin Yuan gently stroked the hilt of the sword with his right hand. At the same time, a wisp of true energy began to travel along the hilt, probing deep into the sword's body. Boom! The scene around Lin Yuan suddenly changed. I found myself in a deep, dark void. Not far to the left, there was a fireball as bright as the sun. Not far to the right is a deep abyss that exudes endless coldness. The power of the sun and the power of the moon permeated the entire space. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. Suddenly, a flood of inspiration began to surge into my mind. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing the external manifestations of the yin and yang forces, your understanding of the principles of yin and yang has deepened. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing the external manifestation of the yin and yang forces, your understanding of the yin-yang principle has deepened. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing the external manifestations of the yin and yang forces, your understanding of the principles of yin and yang has deepened. In an instant, a flood of insights came to mind. Lin Yuan was completely absorbed, his mind focused entirely on the yin and yang energies on his left and right sides. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. I see. Lin Yuan suddenly realized what was going on. At this moment, he finally understood why the Celestial Masters of the Celestial Masters Mansion had been able to surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. It's because of this Zhenwu sword. Within the sword, the power of the sun and the power of the moon manifest outwardly. This is a direct path to the heavens, leading directly above the celestial realm. The celestial masters of the celestial masters' mansion observed the power of the moon and sun within their swords day and night. If one constantly comprehends the essence that far surpasses the celestial phenomenon realm, then transcending the celestial phenomenon realm is naturally not a difficult task. 20 years, wrong, at most 10 years or so. Then I will be able to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan was filled with excitement. In fact, the sword contains the power of the sun and the power of the moon. You only need to comprehend any one of them to break through to the celestial realm. This is also the path followed by successive celestial masters of the celestial masters' mansion. But Lin Yuan had great ambitions and wanted to cultivate both the yin and yang energies. This is why the required time has increased dramatically. If Lin Yuan had only comprehended one method, with his extraordinary comprehension, he would probably have been able to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm in just a year or a few months. Wrong. I made a mistake in my method of breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm. After observing the essence of the power of the Tai Yin and Tai Yang, immediately realize the problem with yourself. Several years ago, Lin Yuan quietly broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm. However, Lin Yuan's foundation for entering the celestial phenomenon realm mainly came from the martial arts world he had traveled through last time. It's not that I said something wrong. However, breaking through to the celestial realm in this way will make the subsequent path more difficult. If one uses the power of Tai Yin or Tai Yin as a foundation to enter the celestial phenomenon realm, and then attempts to combine yin and yang to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm, Lin Yuan quickly formed an idea in his mind. He decided to break through to the celestial realm again. If it were anyone else, wanting to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm again, they would most likely have to lose all their cultivation and start all over again. However, Lin Yuan possessed extraordinary comprehension and quickly comprehended a method that allowed him to perfectly transform his own celestial realm true Kai and true power into yin power or yang power. Although there are losses along the way, it is far better than starting over and wasting all the effort. This sword, could the true martial emperor really exist in this world? Lin Yuan's gaze fell once again on the sword in front of him. The sword contains the essence of the yin and yang energies, which can guide living beings to a level beyond the celestial realm. The existence created from it possesses terrifying power that is beyond comprehension. The next day, Lin Yuan and 4 other Taoist boys gathered outside. The lord of the palace, true person Kanking, stood not far away with 2 other celestial realm cultivators. All right, you 5 are the future hope of my celestial master's mansion. Master Kanking's gaze lingered on Lin Yuan for a moment without leaving a trace. Clearly, in Kanking Zhenren's eyes, the other 4 were dispensable. As long as Lin Yuan, the future celestial master wielding the true martial sword, is here, that's fine. However, due to the rules of the celestial master's mansion, he brought along the other 4 people. Next, I will take you to true martial Taoist temple. That is where the celestial masters of my celestial masters have secluded themselves for cultivation throughout the ages. It records the cultivation paths and insights of the celestial masters. Master Kanking spoke slowly. These words were spoken. Excitement appeared on the faces of the 4 young disciples. In Longhu Mountain, the celestial master has been mythologized. Being able to visit the place where the celestial master once cultivated is something that every Taoist priest in the celestial master's mansion longs for. The Zhenwu Daozang is built inside Longhu Mountain, making it extremely secluded. The interior space is very large, and the walls are covered with densely packed characters. These characters were all written by celestial masters throughout history. It contains the essence of cultivation. You should not observe it too often. Watching it only once in a while is fine. Otherwise, it will affect your cultivation. Lord Kangking Zenrin reminded me. Because apart from Lin Yuan, the other 4 Taoist disciples had already gathered around, their big eyes fixed on the characters on the wall. It wasn't until Master Kangking reminded them that the young disciples reluctantly looked away. You will spend most of your time from now on comprehending the fire pearl and the ice pearl. Master Kangking led everyone to the center of the Taoist canon. Here are 2 stones, one with a bright red surface and the other with a deep blue surface. Faintly, a great deal of heat and cold emanated from above. These fire pearls and ice pearls are made of celestial crystals from the depths of the East Sea, capable of containing and preserving various kinds of energy. The celestial masters of our celestial Master's Mansion have often poured their own power into it. Over the long years, they have accumulated and formed the fire pearl and ice pearl we see today. Master Kangking explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan, who was standing nearby, seemed to be deep in thought. These fire and ice beads should be a significantly reduced version of the solar and lunar power within the Zhenwu sword. It is a replica created by generations of celestial masters in an attempt to simulate the power of the sun and moon. Unfortunately, whether due to the material or the vast difference in strength, even the fire pearl and ice pearl, crafted with the combined power of generations of celestial masters, could not compare to the Taiyin and Taiyang within the Zhenwu sword. It was still the light of fireflies compared to the bright sun. This was Lin Yuan's first impression, just as Lin Yuan was pondering. Master Kangking continued, your main goal now is to comprehend the power of the sun and the power of the moon from the fire pearl and the ice pearl, the strong members of our celestial masters. Mansion generally only follow 2 paths. The moon is without limit and the sun is without limit. Whether it is the Taiyin Wuji or the Taiyang Wuji, as long as you understand 3 or 4 parts of it, you can enter the celestial phenomenon realm. Master Kangking scanned the entire room and continued speaking. This is also the cultivation path set by the first celestial master of the Celestial Master's Mansion for his disciples. Indeed, it has been proven that these 2 cultivation paths are very powerful. The celestial phenomenon realm experts in the Celestial Master's Mansion have always been a bit stronger than those outside the celestial phenomenon realm. It relies on the Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. Even the celestial masters all generations followed one of the paths of Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. However, the celestial masters can comprehend the essence of the yin and yang power within the true martial sword. That effect was far superior to the fire and ice beads before them, thus they progressed very far on the paths of Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. After finishing his speech, Master Kangking dismissed the 4 young disciples. He then came to Lin Yuan. You don't need to feel the fire orb and the ice orb. The Azure Immortal stared intently at Lin Yuan, although he was unaware of the secret within Zhenwu's sword. However, according to the records of the Celestial Master's Mansion, when the Celestial Masters all generations came the Zhenwu Daozang to cultivate, they don't seem to be very interested in fire beads and ice beads. Under these conditions, the celestial masters of all ages still lead the way on the path of the boundless yin and the boundless yang. Master Kangking then deduced that perhaps there were other ways to cultivate outside of the celestial masters. The main thing is to look at the texts on the walls. Those are the insights and reflections of the celestial masters, which should be helpful to you. Master Kang King envisioned Lin Yuan as a future celestial master. That's why I made this suggestion. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. The celestial masters of the Celestial Masters Mansion throughout history have all been beings who have transcended the celestial phenomenon realm. Their insights and experiences were naturally useful to Lin Yuan. If you encounter any problems or difficulties, feel free to call me. Before leaving, Master Kang King specifically left this message for Lin Yuan. It is clear that they value Lin Yuan highly. The time that follows, Lin Yuan never left the Zhenwu Dozang. The food and drinks were all delivered by Taoist priests from the Celestial Master's Mansion. There's no need to go out. In fact, even if Lin Yuan wanted to go out, he could only wander around Longwu Mountain at most. Those chosen as Celestial Masters by Zhenwu's sword throughout history are forbidden from leaving Longwu Mountain before becoming Celestial Masters. The main reason was to ensure that Zhenwu's sword would not be lost. The Zhenwu sword was key to the birth of the Celestial Master at the Celestial Master's Mansion. We absolutely cannot afford to lose. Time passed slowly. More than half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in front of a stone wall. It is covered with a lot of text. These inscriptions were left by the 18th Celestial Master of Longwu Mountain. It recounts the Celestial Master's insights and experiences regarding the boundless path of the sun. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing the Celestial Master's stone wall, your understanding of the principles of yin and yang has deepened. A half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. It has finally been completely transformed. A smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. During this time, Lin Yuan spent his time studying the principles of yin and yang. The remaining time was used to convert all of his previous celestial realm true power into yin power and yang power. By using the power of yin or yang as a foundation, one can enter the celestial phenomenon realm and be 20% to 40% stronger than someone who normally enters the celestial phenomenon realm. This is just the beginning of the changes. In terms of potential and cultivation speed, Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji are far superior to other celestial realm cultivators. Originally, it would have taken Lin Yuan 50 years to surpass the celestial phenomenon realm. After transforming one's foundation into Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, one can comprehend the essence of Taiyin and Taiyang within the Zhenwu sword. The time required to surpass the celestial phenomenon realm is at most 20 or 30 years. It saves nearly half the time. Senior brother Shanfeng, how's your understanding coming along? At this moment, the young Taoist priest Qingping trotted over. Sigh, the fire pearl is too difficult to comprehend. I still haven't figured it out. The young Taoist priest Qingping looked dejected. He said, take your time, no rush. Lin Yuan comforted him. The young Taoist Qingping chose the path of the sun's limitless formation, so he comprehended the fire pearl. Although the fire pearl's effect is far inferior to that of the true martial sword, it's better than nothing. With the aptitude of the young Taoist boy Qingping, who was chosen by the Celestial Master's sword, if he patiently studies it for several or 10 years, he will surely gain something. Senior brother Shanfeng, how is your comprehension going? The young Taoist priest Qingping seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lin Yuan with anticipation. Some progress was made. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then raised his right hand, and a wisp of yin energy and yang energy swirled and collided between his fingers. Wow! Senior brother Shanfeng, you are amazing. The young Taoist priest Qingping opened his eyes wide. Although he was amazed, the young Taoist priest Qingping did not show any disbelief. As early as when Lin Yuan held the Zhenwu sword in his hand in the sword tomb, all the Taoist disciples felt an irresistible aura emanating from him. Later, the lord of the manor, true person Kang King, repeatedly reminded the four of them not to compare themselves with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is the future celestial master, destined to overlook the world. Comparing oneself to Lin Yuan is likely to cause emotional turmoil. At that time, it will be difficult to enter the celestial realm. So, when he saw Lin Yuan simultaneously wielding the power of yin and the power of yang, the young Taoist Kingping could only marvel. Seeing this, the other 3 young Taoist disciples also gathered around, blinking their big eyes with envy. 2 weeks later, true immortal Kanking and 2 other celestial realm cultivators arrived. They were about to check on the progress of the group's cultivation. First up was the young Taoist boy Kingping, who struggled to raise his hand, a faint trace of intense heat emanating from him. Good, you've gotten the hang of it. Master Kanking nodded. He also walks the path of the boundless sun, and is particularly sensitive to the intense heat of the world. Next up are 3 young Taoist disciples. One of them, like the young Taoist boy Kingping, barely managed to enter the path of Taiyin Wuji. The other 2 still haven't mastered the skill. The yin and yang Wuji are obscure and difficult to understand. Even with the help of the fire pearl and ice pearl, it is not easy to even begin to grasp their essence. The general idea behind Master Kanking's words is that everyone should not be discouraged, but rather gradually gain insight and cultivate themselves. After checking the cultivation progress of the 4 young Taoist disciples, Master Kanking's gaze fell on Lin Yuan. Not only Kanking Zenren, but also the other 2 celestial phenomenon realm cultivators, Lin Yuan was chosen by the true martial sword and is a future celestial master. In terms of understanding the concepts of Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, 2 of the other 4 Taoist disciples have already entered the realm of enlightenment. So what results will Lin Yuan, who has the strongest aptitude, achieve? The 3 celestial realm experts, including true immortal Kanking, were all looking forward to it. Lord of the Manor. Lin Yuan stepped forward and raised his right hand. The power of yin and the power of yang appeared, constantly colliding and intertwining, faintly emitting an even deeper aura. That's amazing. Senior brother Shanfeng has become stronger again. I wonder when I will be able to reach the level of senior brother Shanfeng. Seeing this, the other 4 young Taoist disciples began to discuss among themselves. Even among the 2 who had just entered the path, the amount of yin or yang energy they gathered was only as thin as a hair. The combined yin and yang energies that Lin Yuan gathered were as thick as a thumb. The difference is obvious. What the young Taoist disciples didn't notice was, at the same time, Lin Yuan was simultaneously circulating the power of yin and the power of yang. The expression on the face of the Azure Immortal, who was not far away, suddenly turned very ugly. Who made you cultivate both Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji at the same time? Master Kanking's face flushed red as he looked at Lin Yuan with heartache. The yin is limitless, the yang is limitless, either one is the path to heaven. But to pursue both paths simultaneously is a dead end, a dead end. Yin and yang are inherently opposite forces. If you cultivate them at the same time, you may not see anything in the early stages, but that the later stages will become more and more troublesome. The 3rd generation Celestial Master of my Celestial Master's mansion wanted to cultivate both yin and yang, and to channel the power of Taiyin into the body of a Celestial Master. As a result, he ended up dying from his body exploding. Have you thought about the consequences of your reckless actions? Master Kanking was so angry that he couldn't help but scold him. Inside the Zhenlu Daozang, the angry reprimands of the Manor Lord, Master Kanking, echoed continuously. The other 4 young Taoist disciples turned pale, their faces filled with fear. For so long, although true immortal Kanking was strict with them, but I have never been angry with them, let alone scolded them. Even if one has never grasped the basics of Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji, Master Kanking only said a few words, mostly offering encouragement. Zhang Shanfeng, you have been chosen by the Zhenwu sword, a truly exceptional honor. Even I am not confident in teaching you, so I have you look at the insights and reflections left by the celestial masters of past generations on the stone wall. Master Kanking spoke in a low, gentle voice. Among these insights and reflections, you weren't asked to travel with Taiyan Wuji and Tai Yang. Wuji, were you? No, there isn't. Lin Yuan nodded. All the insights and reflections of the celestial masters within the Daoist canon, both are one-sided explanations of Taiyan Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. As for mentioning both at the same time, there really wasn't one. Because of the celestial masters of the celestial masters mansion throughout the ages, it is also just one of the paths of Taiyan Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. Since there isn't one, why are you making this decision on your own? The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, path forged by the lives of our ancestors. You think you can just change it like that? Master Kanking looked at Lin Yuan with disappointment. Shanfeng, now that you have gained the approval of the Zhenwu sword, you only need to follow the steps step by step. Whether you choose Taiyan Wuji or Taiyang Wuji, it will take you at least 50 years, or at most 80 years to become a celestial master. You are the hope of our celestial master's mansion. Hope of the world. We all have high expectations for you, but what have you done? A multitude of emotions welled up within Kanking Zenren, including rage, disbelief, and heartache. The young Taoist priest Qingping trembled beside him. They also realized that Lin Yuan might have gone astray in his cultivation, otherwise Master Kanking wouldn't be so angry. Lin Yuanqi is a potential celestial master. He went down the wrong path, which was even more painful than if the Azure Immortal himself had gone into a state of demonic possession. The yin and yang are two completely opposing paths. If you cultivate both, your foundation will be affected. Even if you find something is wrong in the future, do you think you can go back and start over? Regret welled up in the heart of the Azure Immortal. He should have told Lin Yuan this common sense at the beginning of his cultivation. Actually, this can't be considered an oversight. After all, for the vast majority of people, even just getting started with one of the basics of Taiyan Wuji or Taiyang Wuji is extremely difficult. Even a genius like Qingping, who possessed the aptitude to enter the celestial phenomenon realm, spent nearly a year before making any progress. To gain a deeper understanding of the completely opposite Taiyan Wuji, after having mastered the basics of Taiyan Wuji, one must first comprehend Taiyang Wuji. Its difficulty will undoubtedly increase tenfold or 100-fold. Therefore, Master Kanking never imagined that Lin Yuan would simultaneously cultivate Taiyan Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Furthermore, the insights and guidance of past celestial masters on the stone wall did not mention the simultaneous cultivation of yin and yang. Master Kanking truly doesn't understand. How did Lin Yuan manage to combine the Taiyan Wuji and Taiyang Wuji? I know, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. But I think that cultivating Taiyan Wuji and Taiyang Wuji simultaneously is the most correct path. His extraordinary comprehension wouldn't lie to him. Since Lin Yuan was able to comprehend the limitless sun and limitless yin through his heaven-defying comprehension, therefore, the road ahead will certainly not be a dead end. What do you think? Kanking Zenren laughed in anger. Ordinary people know that we should learn from history. The Celestial Master's mansion has a history of 6,800 years, and its 36 invincible Celestial Masters selected the path for future generations of disciples. So Lin Yuan just dismissed it, so casually. Perhaps, to put it another way, combining the yin and yang is truly a path to heaven that surpasses even the boundless yin and boundless yang. But to make this path a success, it will take countless generations of effort and sacrifice. For example, the third generation Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's Mansion, after becoming the celestial master, wanted to try to balance yin and yang, but ended up dying from his body. Exploding. Exploring new paths inevitably involves sacrifice, something even the most powerful Taoist priests cannot avoid. However, with Zhenwu's sword recognizing Lin Yuan, becoming a celestial master was practically a certainty, so there was absolutely no need for Lin Yuan to take this risk. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Instead of becoming the invincible celestial master, he chose a path with an uncertain future. This is also why Master Kanking is so angry. From today onwards, Shanfeng, you will stay by my side. I will use my true energy to temper your body every day, trying my best to eliminate the influence of the yin and yang forces. In less than 10 years, your foundation will be rebuilt, and then you can start cultivating again. After a long silence, Master Kanking spoke again. Kindness? The chubby Taoist priest next to him looked at the azure immortal in surprise. Even a peak celestial phenomenon realm expert, who uses his true energy to temper the bodies of others every day, it also requires a huge price to pay, not to mention maintaining it for 10 years. It's fair to say that by daring to do this, Master Kanking has essentially ruined himself. Not to mention that his cultivation level might regress to the early stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. He would at least lose 20 years of his lifespan. Senior brother, you, the Taoist priest from Pingyang, dressed in a shabby Taoist robe, sighed. Although Master Kanking was a rigid and strict person, he truly stood from the perspective of the celestial master's mansion. Lin Yuan is the first person in 500 years to be chosen by the Zhenwu sword. Even though he had gone down the wrong path, Master Kanking did not give up and tried his best to bring him back. Lord of the Manor, Lin Yuan glanced at Kanking Zhenren and shook his head, saying, I still think that taking both yin and yang into account is not a dead end. If you insist on making a choice for me, I'm afraid I will lose interest in the next stage of cultivation. Lin Yuan directly rejected Kanking Zhenren's words. The main problem is that if Lin Yuan lets Master Kanking temper his body, his own secrets will definitely not be kept. Secondly, Lin Yuan did not think that it was wrong for him to be cultivating both yin and yang. Every moment of insightful feedback from extraordinary comprehension, this confirmed Lin Yuan's suspicion that this was a path that surpassed that of all previous celestial masters. However, Lin Yuan could not openly discuss this matter with Master Kanking. Good, this is your choice. Don't regret it in the future. Master Kanking shook his head. Even if he was unwilling, he had no choice but to give up on Lin Yuan. Cultivation is an extremely private matter, especially since Lin Yuan has gained the approval of the true martial sword. He couldn't force Lin Yuan to do anything. Soon, the three celestial realm cultivators, including Kanking Zhenren, left the Zhenwu Daozang. Lin Yuan returned to the celestial master stone wall and began to ponder. He wasn't intimidated by Kanking Zhenren's words. It's merely his consciousness manifesting now, even if it's true that he cultivates both the yin and yang paths. The explosion that caused the body to explode resulted in no damage to the original body in the main world. Simply put, Lin Yuan has countless chances to start over. Besides, Lin Yuan did not believe he would follow the same path as the 3 generations of celestial masters. The 3rd generation celestial master, in his celestial master form, forcibly introduced the power of the Taiyin, moon, in an attempt to combine it with the power of the sun within his body. However, the power of the sun is the result of nearly 100 years of cultivation by 3 generations of celestial masters. How powerful they are, rashly introducing the yin energy, which has no foundation whatsoever. This leads to an imbalance of yin and yang. It would be strange if the body didn't explode. Senior brother Shanfeng, are you all right? Just as Lin Yuan was sorting out his thoughts, the young Taoist Kingping cautiously approached. The other 3 young Taoist disciples stood not far away, not daring to come over. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head. Compared to the treacherous world outside, life on Longyu Mountain is much purer. The 4 young Taoist disciples in the Zhenwu Taoist caste cannot usually get along well with Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan was being scolded by true person Kanking, but the others did not mock him. Instead, they showed great concern. Even when true person Kanking discovered that Lin Yuan had gone astray, he did not give up immediately, but instead thought of using body tempering to bring him back. Even though this method causes irreversible damage to Kanking Zenren himself. The lord of the manor must have made a mistake. I tried to comprehend either Taiyin Yin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji, and I found it to be incredibly difficult. Senior brother Shanfeng comprehended too at once. How amazing must he be? Kingping, the young Taoist, said in a low voice. He was not lying. After gaining a basic understanding of the Taiyang Wuji, the ultimate state of things, the young Taoist Kingping attempted to comprehend the Taiyin Wuji, the ultimate state of things. The difficulty of detection has skyrocketed. Before they had even mastered either of the basics, they could still barely sense the power of yin and yang through the fire pearl and ice pearl. Once you reach the Taiyang Wuji stage, you can no longer sense the power of Taiyin. They couldn't even sense the power of Taiyin, let alone comprehend the Taiyin Wuji. Therefore, in the eyes of the young Taoist Kingping, cultivating both Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji was an extremely remarkable thing. Yeah? Lin Yuan smiled slightly. I chatted with a few young Taoist disciples for a few minutes. Lin Yuan then immersed himself in cultivation once again. To be precise, thanks to his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan has new insights and inspirations every moment. Especially after reading the insights of past celestial masters inscribed on the stone wall. Although the celestial masters of the Celestial Masters Mansion did not cultivate both yin and yang like Lin Yuan, but the insights each celestial master gained on one of the paths often touched Lin Yuan. Wonderful! The power of the sun can be used in this way. Lin Yuan sat in front of the stone wall of the first celestial master, his eyes shining. After browsing the stone walls for so long, Lin Yuan divided the celestial masters of the Celestial Masters Mansion into 3 levels in his mind. The first tier is the first celestial master. Without a doubt, the first celestial master was the strongest among all celestial masters, giving him a commanding lead. Especially on the path of limitless sun, the first celestial master can be said to have explored to the deepest depths, the descendant of the first celestial master. These are the 2nd generation celestial master, the 3rd generation celestial master, the 15th generation celestial master, and the 28th generation celestial master. Although these 4 celestial masters were not as good as the first celestial master, they were still significantly stronger than the remaining celestial masters. They have all achieved considerable success on their respective paths of Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. As for the remaining celestial masters, compared to the previous 2 levels, they seemed rather ordinary. However, even the weakest celestial master possesses strength far surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm, capable of sweeping across the world. My path should not be limited by the celestial masters of all generations. I want to surpass all celestial masters. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his mind resolute. Just then, Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly as he looked towards the gate. Not long after, a Taoist priest from the Celestial Master's mansion strode in. Junior brother Shang, someone is looking for you. Even though Kanking Zhenren didn't think highly of him or even abandoned him, Lin Yuan's status in the Celestial Master's mansion remained supreme. As a disciple recognized by Zhenwu's sword, once he becomes a Celestial Master, he can take charge of the entire Celestial Master's mansion. Even if he fails to become a Celestial Master, no one can command him. including the current head of the mansion. Uncle Changqing? As Lin Yuan stepped out of the Daoist temple, he saw the figure of Daoist Changqing. Lin Yuan still respected Master Changqing very much. After all, if it weren't for him back then, he definitely wouldn't have survived. He would have either frozen to death or starved to death. Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension allows him to continuously break through his limits and comprehend various secret techniques, but there are limits to it as well. Even if an infant were to truly hibernate without food, it wouldn't last long. Furthermore, Master Changqing had a good relationship with his father. Although he couldn't arrive in time back then, he had indeed treated him well over the years. Mountain Peak, I heard that the Lord of the Prefecture was quite angered by you. Master Changqing looked at Lin Yuan with satisfaction and said casually, I have indeed failed to live up to the Lord's expectations. Lin Yuan nodded and said, Master Changqing's expectation for Lin Yuan is that he become a celestial master. But Lin Yuan's own goal was to surpass the celestial master. Ha ha ha. It's quite interesting that the Lord of the Manor is so easily angered by you, as he usually doesn't show his emotions. Master Changqing laughed. Immediately, Daoist Changqing's expression turned serious, and he said, Shanfeng, do you know why I've come here today? Did the Lord of the Manor send you to persuade me? Lin Yuan speculated. Indeed, Daoist Changqing nodded. The Lord of the Palace sent me to persuade you, hoping that you would accept the body tempering and then embark on the path of the Celestial Master, just like all the Celestial Masters of the past. But now it seems I don't need to persuade you anymore. Just be happy. As for whether or not someone is a Taoist master, don't worry about it too much. As Master Changqing spoke, he seemed to remember something and fell into a daze. Back then, I was on good terms with your father. When your mother was pregnant, I wrote to your father and asked him what he hoped his son would achieve in the future. Master Changqing said softly, I originally thought your father would say that he wanted his son to become a famous hero, or at the very least, to inherit Zhang family fort. But all your father wanted was for you to live happily. Life is lived whether you're happy or stressed. The Celestial Masters of the Celestial Masters Mansion were invincible throughout the world, but they still died completely, didn't they? As for posthumous fame, what does it matter when a person is dead? Master Changqing sighed and said, I only hope that you won't regret the path you've chosen. Master Changqing's words startled Lin Yuan slightly. He originally thought that Master Changqing would be an advocate for true Mancan Changqing. As a result, the other party spoke directly from his perspective. After Master Changqing left, Lin Yuan once again entered a state of enlightenment through cultivation. It contains the insights and reflections left by successive celestial masters on the stone wall. Furthermore, based on his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed is much faster. According to Lin Yuan's prediction, at most 10 years, he would be able to simultaneously push Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji to a level beyond the celestial phenomenon realm. This day, Lin Yuan is currently cultivating. A Taoist priest dressed in a shabby robe appeared silently behind them. Uncle Master Pingyang. Lin Yuan immediately showed surprise and greeted him. Compared to the Azure Immortal, Lin Yuan was much more familiar with the Taoist priest from Pingyang. Before embarking on the journey to the Sword Tomb, the Taoist priest from Pingyang often chatted enthusiastically with the young Taoist disciples at the mountainside temple, showing none of the demeanor one might expect from someone in the celestial realm. Amazing. To cultivate both the Taiyin Wuji and the Taiyang Wuji is something that no celestial master in history has ever accomplished. Master Pingyang nodded slightly and praised. Of the 36 celestial masters of the Celestial Masters Mansion, Only the third generation of celestial masters had considered practicing both yin and yang. However, the third generation celestial masters only attempted to introduce the power of yin after they became celestial masters, and the results weren't very good. Lin Yuan had not yet become a celestial master, but he was already pondering this matter and putting it into practice, which truly lived up to the recognition of the Zhenwu sword. "Thank you for the compliment, uncle." Lin Yuan remained calm. "But have you thought about what lies ahead? Cultivating both the yin and yang paths might allow you to reach the celestial phenomenon realm, but to step into the celestial master level and surpass. The celestial phenomenon realm, you need to undergo a transformation using your own true energy. Since you are balancing yin and yang, once you begin the transformation, the yin and yang forces will repel you. You should know the consequences," Master Ping Yang reminded him. The consequence was the existence of 3 generations of celestial masters. He died instantly from his body exploding. "Uncle Master, I've already thought about that. The reason why the yin and yang forces repel each other during the transformation of true qi is because the two are not one. As long as I can fuse the yin and yang forces beforehand to form a completely new power, I can break through to the celestial phenomenon realm once again." Lin Yuan shared his thoughts. "This is the path that I have come to after so many days of continuous deduction with my extraordinary comprehension. The fusion of yin and yang power? So, it means merging the Taiyin Wuji and the Taiyang Wuji together? Are you crazy? Two completely opposite forces, you can't even cultivate both, let alone merge them." The Taoist priest from Pingyang swallowed hard, truly terrified by Lin Yuan's idea. "This is like fire and water merging. The final result was not that the fire was extinguished, but that some of the water was evaporated. The water is completely evaporated, while the fire is severely damaged. The more likely scenario is that both water and fire will collapse simultaneously. There is no other possibility." "You're insane, you're really insane. To merge the Taiyin Wuji and the Taiyang Wuji is utterly absurd. No one has ever dared to do this since ancient times. Even the first celestial master couldn't do that. No one in future generations will ever have such an idea," the Taoist priest from Pingyang muttered to himself, his gaze toward Lin Yuan filled with disbelief. Two extreme forces can be harmonized through the human body, and there is a slight possibility of cultivating both, but to fuse them, that would be suicide. The ancients dared not do it, and later generations will never be able to do it either. Master Pingyang opened his mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back down. He could see that Lin Yuan's will was firm and that he truly wanted to merge the yin and yang paths. Why Master Pingyang sighed and turned to leave. Lin Yuan watched Pingyang Zenrin's retreating figure. He then stepped out of the Taoist temple and came outside, looking down from a high vantage point at the foot of the mountain. The ancients dared not, and later generations cannot. Lin Yuan raised his head slightly, his eyes revealing the interplay and collision of yin and yang energies deep within them. "I'll do it." 8 years later, the top of Longyu Mountain, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a huge rock. Splash! The drizzling raindrops fell from the sky, evaporating into thin air just a few feet away from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked down at the sea of clouds drifting in the early morning. The Taiyin Wuji and the Taiyang Wuji seem to be two completely opposite paths, but in essence they are both part of the vast universe. Taiyin can transform into Taiyang, and Taiyang can also transform into Taiyin. Deep within Lin Yuanqi's Danshin, the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang transformed into black and white. They collide, dissipate, and are reborn endlessly, seemingly without end. For the past 8 years, Lin Yuan has devoted himself almost entirely to comprehending the Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Even his cultivation level hasn't improved at all. He's still stuck at the early stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. For Lin Yuan, having mastered the Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, there was little difference between the early stage and the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm. This Zhenwu sword, with a slight thought, Lin Yuan's true martial sword floated in front of him. The more Lin Yuan comprehended, the more he realized how terrifying the true martial sword was. The ability to compress the essence of both the power of yin and the power of yang into a single sword, for future generations to comprehend, is truly astonishing. Over the years, without this Zhenwu sword, Lin Yuan's progress in comprehending the Tao would probably have been slower. Mastering the Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji is not difficult, but to merge the two is indeed extremely difficult. Ordinary people who try to do so will die, Lin Yuan thought to himself. No wonder celestial realm experts like true immortal Kanking considered this a dead end. Even a powerful celestial master would face certain death if he dared to do such a thing. The 3 generations of celestial masters are a prime example. As the second-tier powerful celestial master, among the 36 celestial masters of the Celestial Masters Mansion, did the 3rd generation celestial master not know the consequences of forcibly introducing the power of Taiyin? I am different from the 3 generations of celestial masters. The 3rd generation of celestial masters only decided to take the path of balancing yin and yang after they became celestial masters, but at that time the foundation was already established. I am different. I have not yet stepped into the celestial master realm. It is entirely possible to take into account both yin and yang, and then integrate yin and yang, Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. Of course, the completely possible here refers to Lin Yuan, who possesses extraordinary comprehension. Even if someone else possesses extraordinary talent and gains the approval of the true martial sword, the hope of achieving a balance between yin and yang and integrating yin and yang remains slim. The first question is how to proceed to the next level after mastering either Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. Secondly, how do we fuse the two while simultaneously considering the Taiyin Wuji? Even the slightest mistake in this process could result in the body exploding. Lin Yuan possesses extraordinary comprehension. As long as it's not a certain death situation, he can always seize a glimmer of hope. The terrifying thing about extraordinary comprehension is that no matter what situation one is in, one can always figure out the most advantageous methods for oneself. Just like 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was still an infant and about to be discovered by wild beasts, he comprehended a breathing technique to conceal his aura. He discovered the method of hibernation breathing while on the verge of starvation. Both of these secret techniques do not require any internal energy or true Kai. They were created entirely based on Lin Yuan's situation at the time. When merging yin and yang, Lin Yuan also faced countless crises, but he was saved by the related secret techniques he comprehended through his extraordinary comprehension. Almost there, just a little short, and I'll be able to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm using the power of the yin and yang. Lin Yuan felt the yin and yang energies constantly colliding and intertwining deep within his Qi Si and Danshan, and a sense of anticipation rose in his heart. According to his prediction, breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm with the power of the yin and the power of the sun will make him stronger than all the celestial masters of the Celestial Masters Mansion in the past. How can the power of a single yin or sun be compared to the power of the fusion of yin and sun? After examining myself, Lin Yuan couldn't help but glance outside Longwu Mountain. Things haven't been peaceful out there these past few years. In fact, since the 10,000 Demon sect made a comeback more than 20 years ago, the world has never been at peace. However, with the suppression of righteous forces such as the Celestial Master's Mansion, the 10,000 Demons sect did not dare to be too presumptuous. However, 5 years ago, a piece of news suddenly spread through the 10,000 Demons sect. The leader of the 10,000 Demons sect received the inheritance of the original demonic sect. The primal demonic sect is an incredibly ancient force that, in theory, should have long since vanished into history. Since the establishment of the Celestial Master's Mansion 800 years ago, the Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master's Mansion have always been synonymous with invincibility, but being invincible doesn't mean that others can't get close. 6,800 years ago, the first Celestial Master appeared out of nowhere, wielding the true martial sword. That era belonged to the first Celestial Master. However, another powerful figure emerged during that same era. That was the primordial Demon Lord. Although the original Demon Lord could not defeat the first Celestial Master. However, even the first Celestial Master could not completely kill this person. Thus, in the midst of their ongoing stalemate, the two respectively established the Longu Mountain Celestial Master's Mansion lineage and the Primordial Demonic Sect lineage. Finally, the first Celestial Master fought a desperate battle and finally killed the Primordial Demon Lord. However, although the original Demon Lord is dead, the original Demon Sect still exists. For the next several hundred years, the second and third generations of Celestial Masters joined forces to suppress them. Finally, the original demonic sect was completely destroyed. For thousands of years afterward, the original demonic sect disappeared without a trace and never reappeared. The Celestial Master's Mansion has not produced a new Celestial Master for too long, a full 500 years. Without the deterrent power of the new Celestial Master, the demonic sect's influence would have grown rapidly, leading to the current state of the 10,000 Demon sect. According to the tradition of successive Celestial Masters, each Celestial Master, after becoming a Celestial Master, the first thing to do was to go down the mountain to vanquish the demons and suppress the evil forces. There has been no new Celestial Master for 500 years. Under these circumstances, even the Celestial Master's Mansion and other righteous forces still hold the advantage, but this undoubtedly gave the demonic path a lot of time to develop. Compared to the righteous path, demonic cultivation techniques are easier to master quickly and can even be rapidly improved by absorbing human essence and blood. This is why Zhang Jiabao was massacred. Besides the fact that Zhang Jiabao had a lot of money, it also had a large population and even powerful people. In the eyes of powerful demonic cultivators, these things are as desirable as hot commodities. Regardless of whether it is true or false that the 10,000 Demon sect obtained the inheritance of the original demonic sect, the prestige of the demonic path will surely rise greatly once this news comes out. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Speaking of which, he also has a grudge against the 10,000 Demon sect. 18 years ago, Lin Yuangang was born, and the entire Zhang Jiabao was wiped out by the 8 leaders of the Wamo sect. Lin Yuan's biological parents both died on that day. Senior brother Shanfeng. Just then, a shout came from above. A young Taoist priest came running over. I knew senior brother Shanfeng was here. The young Taoist priest grinned when he saw Lin Yuan. It's Qingping. Lin Yuan looked back. The young Taoist priest who approached them was none other than the young Taoist boy Qingping from back then. 8 years have passed, and Qingping, the young Taoist, has grown up quite a bit. Due to his cultivation, he is almost indistinguishable from an ordinary adult male. Over the years, Lin Yuan has lived a solitary life. However, she got along well with Qingping. The main reason was that Qingping would often come over to chat with Lin Yuan, whether he had something to do or not. By the way, Let me also mention some news from Longwu Mountain. Apart from King Ping, Master Changqing would also come to visit Lin Yuan every now and then. To Master Changqing, Lin Yuan was no different from his own son. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan becomes a celestial master or not, Master Changqing's attitude will not change. Master Changqing always felt guilty towards Lin Yuan-kun. If he had arrived in time back then, Zheng Jiabao might not have ended up like that. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, would not have lived a life of hardship on Longwu Mountain since childhood. A few days ago, the Lord of the Manor asked the four of us to go down the mountain one by one for training, King Ping said casually. The four people he mentioned were naturally the four Taoist disciples who obtained the Celestial Master's sword during their trip to the Sword Tome. Although they can't compare to Lin Yuan, who was chosen by the true martial sword, but now it is also the hope of the Celestial Master's mansion. The reason for descending the mountain in sequence is to prevent extreme events from occurring. For example, a situation where four people die at the same time. Given that Lin Yuan, a potential celestial master, has taken a wrong path, what if all four celestial phenomenon realm potential cultivators also die? Longwu Mountain will not recover for at least 50 years. Go down the mountain? Lin Yuan was slightly curious. 18 years after consciousness descended into this world, Lin Yuan was outside on the very day he was born. I spend the rest of my time on Longwu Mountain. Brother Shanfeng, you are a seed of a celestial master, different from us, so you cannot go down the mountain. Upon seeing this, King Ping immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He is no longer a clueless young Taoist priest, knowing the importance of the Celestial Master's seed to the Celestial Master's mansion. Only disciples recognized by the true martial sword can become the Celestial Master seed of the Celestial Master's mansion, and every Celestial Master seed is inseparable from Zhenwu's sword. If Lin Yuan were to descend the mountain, it would mean that Zhenwu's sword would also have to descend with him. If any accident were to occur and the Zhenwu sword were lost, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Celestial Master's mansion. The current head of the Celestial Master's mansion would probably be so angry that he'd vomit blood on the spot. It is indeed serious that a seed of a Celestial Master like Lin Yuan has gone astray, but it cannot shake the foundation of the Celestial Master's mansion. At worst, after Elder Lin dies, the Zhenwu sword will return to the Sword Tome, and the Celestial Master's mansion will still have hope of producing the next Celestial Master. But if Zhenwu's sword were lost, then there would be no hope of recovery. King Ping could have foreseen that if Lin Yuan had secretly run away, because of him, the Lord of the Manor, Master Changqing, would probably have wanted to skin him alive. Just kidding. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He's not really an 18-year-old. All things considered, Lin Yuan's true age is probably over 50. Coupled with his extraordinary comprehension, he doesn't need any so-called training down on the mountain at all. For Lin Yuan, Longwu Mountain was the best place, with plenty of food and drink, and it was also incredibly safe. How could he possibly want to go down the mountain? That's good. King Ping breathed a huge sigh of relief. By the way, senior brother Shanfeng, I've been practicing lately, and something feels off. After chatting for a while, King Ping brought up cultivation again. Lin Yuan asked a few casual questions and quickly figured out the reason. Wrong. Your mindset is wrong. You are walking the path of the boundless sun. The sun is boundless, supremely strong and yang. Of the 36 celestial masters of my celestial master's mansion throughout history, most of them have followed the path of the sun's boundless power, including the strongest first celestial. Master, what is the boundless sun, the ultimate in strength and yang, moving forward without hesitation? You've been hesitant and indecisive lately, so it's natural that you'll find everything strange when you try to cultivate the sun's limitless formation. Lin Yuan hit the nail on the head and said slowly, "It's not that everyone who walks the path of the sun's limit is a reckless fool. Rather, it's the kind of mindset that goes forward without hesitation and the decisive personality that leads to action. So that's how it is," King Ping suddenly realized. He was indeed quite excited about going down the mountain to gain experience. He wanted to see the outside world, but he was also worried about encountering any dangers. Now, thanks to Lin Yuan's reminder, his mind began to flow smoothly. Buzz, King Ping felt his internal energy flowing smoothly, and hot air surged through his limbs and bones. Third rank. A moment later, King Ping opened his eyes, his expression excited. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's reminder, he actually broke through from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank. It should be known that the cultivation levels in this world are divided into 9 grades. The 9th rank is the lowest, and the 1st rank is the highest. The 3rd rank is already among the top 3 ranks, and even in Longwu Mountain, he would be considered a strong person. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Shanfeng." King Ping bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. He knew in his heart that without Lin Yuan's words, not only would he not be able to break through to the 3rd rank, but if he continued, his cultivation might even regress. "It's all right." Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. At his current level, guiding a cultivator who isn't even at the celestial phenomenon realm would be incredibly easy. Zhenwu Hall. The lord of the manor, true person Kanking, rubbed at his temples, a hint of wariness flashing across his face. The 10,000 Demons sect is causing trouble outside, and the Celestial Master's mansion can't do anything about it. They can only join forces with other righteous forces to try their best to suppress it. Furthermore, the fact that the sect leader of the 10,000 Demons sect received the inheritance of the original demonic sect greatly boosted the fighting spirit of the demonic forces. This resulted in a series of battles between the righteous and demonic factions, both ending in the defeat of the righteous path. The immense pressure was making it hard for Master Kanking to breathe. It seems that the sect leader of the 10,000 Demons sect is indeed a remnant of the original demonic sect. When the previous generation of Celestial Master traveled the world, he discovered clues about the original demonic sect, but he could not find the source. At the time, I thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems that the remnants of the original demonic sect existed back then. Over the years, the 10,000 Demon sect has received covert support from the remnants of the original demonic sect. The chubby man next to him spoke up. As the ancestral home of Taoism, Longhu Mountain and the Celestial Master's mansion are the most prestigious in the world, so their intelligence capabilities are naturally excellent, and they quickly figured out the details of the 10,000 Demon sect. It's too late to say all this now. Master Kanking shook his head. The most important thing now is how to continue suppressing the 10,000 Demons sect. Just then, a figure ran in from outside. It was a time of peace and tranquility. "Master, I've already reached the 3rd rank." King Ping shared the good news in a light-hearted tone. As the celestial realm seedlings of the Celestial Master's mansion, King Ping and the other 3 Taoist disciples have always been directly taught by the Azure Immortal. Each of them had to inform Master Kanking immediately whenever they made progress in their cultivation. 3rd rank? So fast? Upon hearing this, Master Kanking frowned slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want King Ping to break through, but rather that he was worried that King Ping had used other quick methods. Based on the cultivation speed of disciples who received the Celestial Master's sword throughout history, it would take at least 15 to 20 years to advance to the upper 3 ranks. King Ping has been cultivating for less than 10 years. His cultivation speed was clearly abnormal. With a solid foundation, I don't see any problems. The chubby man stepped forward, carefully observed Kingping for a while and concluded. Upon hearing this, Master Kanking's brows relaxed. Kingping, what's going on with your cultivation speed? Master Kanking was still somewhat surprised. Master, it was senior brother Shanfeng who guided me, which is why I broke through so quickly, Master Kingping said truthfully. Before this, although Kingping often received guidance from Lin Yuan, his cultivation speed was at most a little faster than that of the other 3 Taoist disciples. It is still within the normal range. Therefore, Master Kanking did not inquire further, only believing that it was Kingping's own effort. However, this time, it would normally take 5 to 8 years to advance from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank. Kingping's effortless leap naturally caught the attention of true immortal Kanking. Was it the mountain peak that guided you? The Azure Immortal's tone was somewhat surprised. With just a few words of guidance, Kingping was able to advance to the 3rd rank, so his strength should far exceed that of a 3rd rank official. Even most Celestial Realm experts might not be able to do it. Yes, senior brother Shanfeng has been guiding me all these years. He's amazing. Every word he says can enlighten me and improve my strength. Kingping's words were undoubtedly like a thunderclap in the ears of Celestial Realm experts like Kanking Zenren. Every word spoken. They all made things suddenly clear. Then their strength increased. These 3 sentences may seem insignificant. However, a powerful figure like true immortal Kanking realized that something was amiss. Those who can accomplish this are all people with a commanding perspective and an extremely deep understanding of the essence of cultivation and the essence of power. And this actually came from Lin Yuan, who had been completely abandoned by true immortal Kanking. I also sense that senior brother Shanfeng is very strong. Seeing senior brother Shanfeng is like seeing master. Seeing that Master Kanking was silent, Kingping mustered up his courage and spoke. These words were spoken. Once again, all was quiet. Like the Azure Immortal, is true immortal Kanking a celestial phenomenon realm expert? Could it be that Lin Yuan is also a celestial phenomenon realm expert? To enter the celestial realm before the age of 20 is unprecedented among all the celestial masters throughout history. Could Shanfeng truly be unprecedented genius? The chubby man looked shocked and muttered to himself, "Genius." Master Kanking fell silent. A bitter expression immediately appeared on his face. If what Kingping said is true, then Lin Yuan is truly a genius. He was a genius who exceeded all of their expectations. However, no matter how talented one is, if one cultivates both the Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, the limit is the celestial phenomenon realm, and one can never reach the heights of the celestial masters of all generations. Because the yin and yang energies within his body exploded the moment he became a celestial master. To possess such a profound understanding of the nature of power at such a young age is truly remarkable. As far as my celestial master's mansion is concerned, the chubby man stopped halfway through his sentence. At that moment, an extremely painful thought welled up in his mind. Such a genius. Why did we take the wrong path? Time flies like water. Another year has passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan's life remained almost unchanged. It is not about comprehending the insights left by past celestial masters within the true martial Dao canon. We climbed to the top of Longwu Mountain to view the sea of clouds. Aside from occasional communication with Kingping, he almost never speaks a word. The lord of the manor, true person Kanking, learned that Kingping had entered the upper 3 ranks realm because of Lin Yuan's guidance. He wanted to have a chat with Lin Yuan, but he was quickly distracted by the commotion outside. The 10,000 Demon sect is about to engage in a decisive battle. The leader of the 10,000 Demon sect, accompanied by 9 deputy leaders, 43 protectors, 126 guild leaders, and thousands of demons, marched in a mighty force, intending to storm Dragon Tiger Mountain. Longhu Mountain is the ancestral home of Taoism, and the Celestial Master's Mansion is the most prestigious in the world. The invincible Celestial Masters of all time emerged from here. Once Longhu Mountain is leveled and the Celestial Master's Mansion is destroyed, who in the world can stop the advance of the 10,000 Demons sect? Zhenwu Hall. The atmosphere was heavy. The Celestial Realm experts, led by true immortal Kanking, gathered together. These Celestial Realm experts mostly came from other forces across the land and were summoned by the Celestial Master's Mansion. Everyone understands the principle of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. So what if the 10,000 Demons sect really razes the Celestial Master's Mansion to the ground? Then the next to be crushed will be the other righteous forces. In peacetime, the righteous forces have killed quite a few evil lords. If the 10,000 Demons sect gains power, their fate will not be much better than that of the Celestial Master's Mansion. The 9 vice sect leaders of the 10,000 Demons sect are all at the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, and the 43 protectors are even at the upper 3rd rank. They're not easy to deal with. A Celestial Realm expert, who appeared to be a middle-aged woman, spoke slowly. The other Celestial Realm experts nodded slightly upon hearing this. There are 11 of them at the Celestial Realm level, which is more than 2 from the Myriad Demon sect. However, the Celestial Realm experts of the Demonic sect are not easy to deal with, as the Demonic sect's techniques are inherently adept at killing. Even if 2 righteous cultivators at the Celestial Phenomenon Realm besiege 1 demonic cultivator at the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, it is possible for the demonic cultivator to fight to the death to take down one of them. None of this matters. At this moment, the Celestial Master's Mansion Master Kanking Zenren spoke. In terms of combat power, the Celestial Master's Mansion Celestial Phenomenon Realm cultivators who follow the Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji paths are clearly stronger than the Demonic sect Celestial Phenomenon Realm cultivators. This has been proven in numerous past encounters. Master Kanking made 3 moves and easily defeated several vice sect leaders of the 10,000 Demons sect. Even the sect leader of the 10,000 Demons sect chose to retreat when facing true person Kanking. Only, in this situation, the 10,000 Demons sect actually dared to launch a decisive battle, intending to attack Longhu Mountain. This gave Kanking Zenren a bad feeling. 2 possibilities. First, the 10,000 Demons sect has gone mad and is planning a desperate gamble. Secondly, the 10,000 Demons sect was confident enough to believe that they'd conquer Longhu Mountain. Master Kanking believed the former was unlikely, based on his several encounters with the sect leader of the 10,000 Demons sect. I know the other person has a very calm and composed personality. They would never do anything they are not confident about. This is also why the leader of the 10,000 Demons sect didn't even fight against true person Kanking and chose to retreat directly. Outsiders would only think that the master of 10,000 demons was afraid, but true person Kanking did not think so. The demon lord retreated simply because he didn't want to waste time. On this day, King Ping hurriedly climbed to the top of Longhu Mountain. Senior brother Shanfeng, something terrible has happened. Uncle Changqing, King Ping was deathly pale, and he looked at Lin Yuan cautiously. Changqing, what's wrong with Uncle Changqing? Lin Yuan opened his eyes and turned to look at King Ping. When Master Changqing was chasing the demon, he was ambushed. By the time we arrived, he was already seriously injured and unconscious. The lord of the manor and the others examined him and said that the demonic energy had entered his lungs and internal organs, making it difficult for him to regain consciousness. King Ping recounted the whole story in one breath. Take me to see it, Lin Yuan said directly. In any case, if it weren't for Master Changqing, he wouldn't be alive today. Although for Lin Yuan, death was not the end, it was merely a wasted opportunity to travel through time. Inside the Taoist temple, Lin Yuan looked at the unconscious Taoist King. Qingping stood to the side, her face showing grief. Master Changqing was very popular in the Celestial Master's mansion, and Qingping received a great deal of help from him. In Qingping's heart, Master Changqing was more like an elder than just a senior disciple. It's nothing serious. Lin Yuan examined it carefully and came to a conclusion. Master Changqing fought with the demon, was infused with demonic energy by the demon. This caused him to lose consciousness and become unable to regain it. This kind of infusion is difficult for outsiders to intervene in. Even someone as powerful as the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm can't do much about it. However, once Lin Yuan uses the power of the Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang as his foundation and breaks through to celestial phenomenon realm, resolving this demonic energy infusion will be a simple matter. Take good care of Uncle Changqing. I'll come back to rescue him in a while. Lin Yuan gave Qingping a word of advice. He is now only one step away from completely merging the yin and yang energies. His extraordinary comprehension and constant insights are bringing Lin Yuan closer and closer to the level of a celestial master. Good Qingping paused for a moment, then responded. The fact that Master Changqing had fallen into a coma did not have any impact on Lin Yuan. He remains in a state of enlightenment at all times. With his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan comprehended the Tao while awake and while asleep. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Your understanding of the principles of yin and yang is deepening. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Your understanding of the principles of yin and yang is deepening. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Your understanding of the principles of yin and yang is deepening. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the boulder, his mind free of distractions, continuing to comprehend the power of yin and yang. It must be said that the power of yin and yang is definitely the highest level of power that Lin Yuan has ever come into contact with. Lin Yuan spent nearly 10 years just trying to comprehend this power. This was achieved thanks to his extraordinary comprehension. Of course, compared to other powerful figures in this world, or even the celestial masters of past generations, Lin Yuan's speed of comprehension and cultivation is simply unreasonable. No monstrous or abnormal talent can describe it. It is hundreds of miles away from Longhu Mountain, inside a dimly lit hall. A tall man dressed in a black robe sat in the main seat. This tall man had dark eyes. An ordinary person would be filled with inner demons and all sorts of desires just by looking at him. Sect Master, is it really necessary to have a decisive battle with the Celestial Master's mansion so early? On the lower right, an elderly man with wrinkled skin tentatively asked a question. The Celestial Master's mansion has an unfathomable foundation. After all, it produced 36 invincible Celestial Masters. Furthermore, other righteous forces will not stand idly by and will certainly provide full support. Although the 10,000 Demons sect is powerful, it is not advisable for them to confront the Celestial Master's mansion head-on. A bunch of useless trash. If I weren't so confident, how could they make such a decision? The master of 10,000 Demons sect, seated in the main seat, snorted coldly. The demons below immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Even the 9 vice sect leaders, whose strength had reached the celestial phenomenon realm, felt a chill run down their spines. Those within the sect know each other well. The 9 deputy sect leaders are well aware that, with their potential, they have no chance of ever reaching the celestial phenomenon realm. It was the lord of the 10,000 Demons sect who, through some unknown means, forcibly elevated them to this level. Although they made a great sacrifice, giving up at least 20 or 30 years of their lifespan, the 9 deputy sect leaders had no regrets. This is the celestial realm, a realm that countless people dream of. No one would complain about the feeling of standing at the pinnacle of the world. I know what you're worried about. The master of 10,000 demons sect slowly rose from his seat. However, I have already taken half a step beyond the celestial phenomenon realm. As long as the celestial master's mansion does not send out any celestial masters, my strength is enough to sweep them all away. The master of 10,000 demons sect had a deep, unfathomable gaze. He took half a step beyond the celestial realm. The 9 deputy sect leaders below were startled. Although exceeding the limits of the celestial phenomenon realm is not exclusive to the celestial masters of the celestial masters mansion. Besides the celestial masters, there are still a very small number of other lineages. They are able to surpass the celestial realm by either a small step or a large step. But those who achieve this level are extremely rare. Has their sect leader also reached that level? If I could completely absorb the legacy of the primal demonic sect, it wouldn't be just taking half a step forward. The Lord of 10,000 demons glanced at his many subordinates below and couldn't help but recall everything he had experienced in the original demonic sect's inheritance grounds. That was a great opportunity he obtained after going through countless near-death experiences, and he can only enter once. Now, even if he wanted to enter again, he couldn't, and he couldn't even confirm the corresponding location range. As time goes by, the decisive battle between the 10,000 demons sect and the righteous forces such as the Celestial Master's Mansion is drawing ever closer. 6 months later, at the foot of Longuhu Mountain, the 10,000 demons sect led thousands of demons to gather. The Celestial Master's Mansion was not to be outdone, and all the celestial phenomenon realm experts came out. They formed a standoff with the 10,000 demons sect. Ha 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 ha. True Master Kanking, you don't think that I retreated from you in the past because I was afraid of you, do you? The Lord of the 10,000 demons sect was arrogant and unrestrained, and his terrifying demonic aura swept across all directions. Opposite him, Master Kanking remained calm and unaffected. Weren't the remnants of the original demonic sect hunted down enough by the successive celestial masters of my celestial master's mansion? Master Kanking said calmly. So what? You're celestial. Master's mansion hasn't produced a celestial master in 500 years. This world ultimately belongs to my primal demonic sect. The Lord of 10,000 demons sect simply stopped pretending, and the aura he exuded became even more profound. Upon hearing this, Master Kanking sighed inwardly. If Lin Yuan hadn't taken the wrong path, his celestial master's mansion might have produced another celestial master. However, it's of no use in the current situation. Even a celestial master needs time to grow. Based on the cultivation speed of successive celestial masters of the celestial master's mansion, it takes at least 50 years to become a celestial master. When the celestial masters of the celestial master's mansion descended from Longu Mountain, most of them were already in their 60s or 70s. Even if everything goes smoothly for Lin Yuan, and he doesn't take any wrong turns, it will still take him 50 years to become a celestial master. Today, I will let you, true immortal Kanking, witness my true strength. Upon seeing that true immortal Kanking remained silent, the master of 10,000 demons laughed heartily, raised his right hand and gently tapped down. Rumble. A terrifying aura pressed down from all directions. Upon seeing this, Master Kanking drew his sword without hesitation. Buzz. An extremely sharp sword aura erupted, piercing through the surrounding demonic energy and slashing down towards the master of the 10,000 demons sect. The Celestial Master's sword. Not bad. With your strength, if you use the Celestial Master's sword and activate the remaining Celestial Master's power within it, you can unleash a power close to mine. the leader of the 10,000 demons sect, commented. As the current head of the Celestial Master's mansion, Kanking Zenrin was naturally cultivated as a seed of the celestial phenomenon realm when he was young. He also entered the Sword Tome and was chosen by a certain Celestial Master's sword. Although the Celestial Master's sword is far inferior to the true martial sword, it contains the essential power of the yin and yang forces. However, due to the nurturing and cultivation by successive Celestial Masters day and night, some of the Celestial Master's power remains. Celestial Realm experts from the Celestial Master's mansion, who follow the same path, can fully unleash the power deep within the Celestial Master's sword when fully activated. What a pity. Even if it is the Celestial Master's sword, it is just an external object. Even if you can activate it, how long can you activate it? The Master of the 10,000 Demons sect sneered. Even if all the Celestial Phenomenon Realm cultivators in your Celestial Master's mansion wield a Celestial Master's sword and join forces to kill me, at most you can only suppress me until your strength is exhausted. The Master of 10,000 Demons sect had an icy gaze. In fact, it was impossible for the Celestial Phenomenon Realm experts of the Celestial Master's mansion to actually join forces with true person Kanking to kill the Master of the 10,000 Demons sect, because they were short-handed, which allowed the Celestial Phenomenon Realm experts of the demonic sect to act recklessly. Die. The Lord of 10,000 Demons took a step, and terrifying, frenzied demonic energy enveloped him. Not good. Master Kanking's expression changed. The top of Longu Mountain. In stark contrast to the somber and austere atmosphere at the foot of the mountain, as the sun rises here, a touch of warmth permeates the air. Lin Yuan remained seated on the boulder, detached from worldly concerns. Senior Brother Shanfeng, Qingping appeared on the platform without anyone noticing. The Lord of the Manor asked me to tell you that you should leave Longu Mountain through the secret passage now, Qingping said quickly. Master Kanking was not entirely confident in his ability to win the final battle against the 10,000 Demons sect. To ensure the continuation of the Celestial Master's mansion, Lin Yuan, a disciple recognized by the true martial sword, must definitely leave. Thus, even in the most extreme circumstances, the lineage of the Celestial Master's mansion has not been completely severed. As long as the Zhenwu sword does not fall into the hands of the 10,000 Demons sect, the possibility of a new Celestial Master emerging in the future still exists. Even if 100 or 1,000 years pass, as long as a new Celestial Master emerges, the Celestial Master's mansion can still be restored. Senior Brother Shanfeng, seeing that Lin Yuan did not respond, Qingping called out softly again. However, Lin Yuan, who had his back to him, remained oblivious, his eyes slightly closed, as if he were lost in thought. Senior Brother Shanfeng? Just as Qingping was wondering if Lin Yuan had fallen asleep and was about to go over and nudge him, Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have devoted yourself to enlightenment day and night, comprehending the method of merging the yin and yang, and using it to achieve the ultimate sublimation. Surpassing the celestial phenomenon realm, Lin Yuan's eyes were clear. I see. Lin Yuan stood up from the boulder. At this moment, from his perspective, all things in heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang, which transform into black and white, into yin fish and yang fish, constantly intertwining and merging. Senior Brother Shanfeng, is that you? Qingping stared blankly for a moment, not knowing why, but he felt that his senior brother Shanfeng was somewhat different from before. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan smiled slightly and reached out to grasp the void. A sword appeared out of nowhere, hovering in Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan gently stroked the sword and said calmly, "You may leave now." Whoosh! The sword shot into the sky, heading towards the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At the foot of Longu Mountain, True Immortal Kanking is currently engaged in combat with the master of the 10,000 Demons sect, Sudden. The master of the 10,000 Demons sect seemed to sense something. His expression changed drastically, and he suddenly retreated. An ancient sword descended from the sky, its tip embedded in the spot where the master of the 10,000 Demons sect had been standing. The ancient sword was only 3 feet long, yet it possessed a vast and boundless aura, obscuring the sky and the sun, as majestic as the entire Longu Mountain. The character Zenwu can be faintly seen engraved on the scabbard. True Martial Sword. The sect leader of the 10,000 Demons sect looked solemn as he gazed up in the direction from which the ancient sword had come. That's the top of Longu Mountain. At this time, the top of Longu Mountain, Lin Yuan simply let out a long sigh and took a small step forward. This step covered a distance of 100 feet, directly taking him out of Longu Mountain. The sea of clouds at the top of Longu Mountain surged and rolled towards Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan stepped through the sea of clouds, walking step by step towards the foot of the mountain. Qingping stared blankly at the strange phenomenon before her. As if remembering something, her eyes reddened, and she murmured softly, "Uncle Master Changqing, please wake up and see that senior brother Shanfeng has become a celestial master." At the summit of Longu Mountain, a sea of clouds churns and surges. A Taoist priest dressed in a robe and wearing a lotus crown slowly descended the steps. The heavens and earth are the steps, using the sea of clouds as a ladder. This scene, witnessed by everyone, caused both the righteous and the demonic factions to tremble with awe and revere as if it were a divine deity. Celestial Master, the Celestial Master of my Celestial Master's mansion. Upon seeing this, an elderly Taoist priest from the Celestial Master's mansion burst into tears, his lips trembling as he spoke. Besides the invincible Celestial Master, who else has such ability to tread on the sea of clouds and descend from the sky? Even the strongest beings in this world, those at the celestial phenomenon realm, or those who are more than half a step beyond it, cannot accomplish this. Only a celestial master who has mastered the Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji possesses such abilities. Celestial Master? Celestial Master, the 183rd generation disciple of the Celestial Master's mansion greets the Celestial Master. Greetings, Celestial Master. Many disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion knelt down with a thud and kowtowed repeatedly. Disciples from other righteous forces also knelt down. The Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's mansion holds special significance for Longu Mountain and the entire world. When a Celestial Master is born, the sect leaders and patriarchs of all the major righteous forces must personally pay homage. Celestial Master. Master Pingyang's gaze was blank, unlike that of his other disciples and even the righteous forces. Those within the family know best what's going on. In the current generation of the Celestial Master's mansion, there has indeed been a disciple who has gained the recognition of the true martial sword. But that was only a short time ago, less than 10 years. Even if he really has the potential to become a Celestial Master, it will be 40 or 50 years from now. Now he's a Taoist master. Celestial Master, the Lord of the Manor, True Immortal Kanking, looked up at the sky and gazed at the figure standing on the sea of clouds. As the distance closed, he could clearly see the figure's face. It was Zhang Shanfeng, whom he had once abandoned. Could it be that I was really wrong? Is it true that following the same path of Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji is also a path to heaven, and can also lead to the Celestial Master level? The Manor Lord, True Immortal Kanking, was in a state of confusion, and it took him several breaths to calm down. It's no wonder he lost his composure. The others simply saw that another celestial master had emerged from the celestial master's mansion. It's impossible to imagine which path this celestial master took. It was a path unprecedented in the history of celestial masters, a path that encompassed both the infinite yin and the infinite yang. If Lin Yuan hadn't become a celestial master, that would have been fine. Once one achieves the position of celestial master through the Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji methods, one will be the strongest celestial master in the celestial master's mansion in 6,800 years, even surpassing the first celestial master who founded the celestial master's mansion. The path that combines the Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji is known to be very powerful, so how could true person Kanking not know it? Knowing how strong something is and not being able to do it are two different things. Everyone knows that if one comprehends the great principles of heaven and earth, one will become a godlike figure. But how many people can truly comprehend the great principles of heaven and earth? The same applies to the Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. Their opposing forces, if they come into contact rashly, will cause the body to explode right before their eyes. Just now, the expression on the face of the Azure Immortal was one of disbelief, complexity, bitter smile, excitement, and lingering fear. He almost destroyed Lin Yuan and the entire Celestial Master's mansion. If Lin Yuan hadn't insisted on his own opinion and been determined to follow the Taiyin and Taiyang paths, and instead followed the requirements to choose one from Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, even if he had become a celestial master, he would have been a relatively ordinary celestial master among the generations of celestial masters in the celestial master's mansion. They might even become celestial masters in their 50s or 60s, just like the celestial masters of the past. By then, the entire celestial master's mansion would have been razed to the ground by the 10,000 demons sect. Master Kanking took a deep breath. In any case, the Celestial Master's Mansion has produced another Celestial Master in its 500 years of history, and he is very likely the strongest Celestial Master in history. As for the rest, so what if Master Kanking is blind? Even if he were to atone for his sins with his death right now, Master Kanking would not hesitate for a moment. Being able to see the Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's Mansion before dying was already worthwhile. Celestial Master? Damn it. Why would a Celestial Master have to step out at this time? The sect leader of the 10,000 Demons sect felt a chill run down his spine. In recent decades, while accumulating strength, he has also been secretly probing the Celestial Master's Mansion. Only after confirming that no Celestial Master had been born in this generation of the Celestial Master's Mansion did they dare to gather the power of the demonic path and prepare for a decisive battle. It wasn't until the demons surrounded the mountain that the leader of the 10,000 Demons sect was completely certain that the Celestial Master's Mansion was not under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Master. Otherwise, with the Celestial Master's invincible strength, how could they possibly have allowed them to surround Longu Mountain? The leader of the 10,000 Demons sect never expected that at the last moment, a Celestial Master would emerge from the Celestial Master's mansion. With the eyesight of the Wamo sect master, he could naturally tell that this Celestial Master had just broken through. Otherwise, even true person Kanking would not have shown surprise and shock. The sea of clouds is sinking. Lin Yuan landed on the ground, his gaze calm, and looked at the sect leader of the 10,000 Demons sect. Whoosh! The Zhenwu sword, which was stuck in the ground, flew up again, swirling around Lin Yuan before finally hovering beside him. Celestial Master. The master of 10,000 demons felt a tremor in his heart. Walk. Without hesitation, the leader of the 10,000 Demons sect retreated rapidly. Although he still has many trump cards, even the strongest trump card brought from the original demonic sect's inheritance site. If he had used these trump cards, Master Kanking would have been dead long ago. How could he have been entangled with him for so long? But the leader of the 10,000 Demons sect knew in his heart that, in front of a true celestial master, these trump cards were nothing more than a means to prolong one's life. At most, he would go from being killed by the celestial master with one palm strike to being killed by 2 or 3 palm strikes. You might live a few more breaths, but the outcome won't change anything. Therefore, the leader of the 10,000 Demons sect naturally knew how to make the right choice. In fact, when the true martial sword appeared, the leader of the 10,000 Demons sect had a vague idea that it was related to the celestial master. But his unwillingness to give up led him to see Lin Yuan with his own eyes and confirm that he was indeed a celestial master, before deciding to retreat. Splash! Suddenly, the leader of the 10,000 Demons sect exploded, transforming into 6 demonic shadows that raced wildly in all directions. This is a secret technique for self-preservation in the demonic path. Even a celestial master might not be able to catch up to the master of the 10,000 Demons sect if he suddenly uses this technique. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had only just broken through and his mastery of the power at the celestial master level was not yet high. Trying to run? Lin Yuan smiled gently. Rise. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. Centered on him, a huge circle is formed within a range of hundreds or thousands of meters. The circle is filled with the power of the Taiyan Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, which transforms into black and white, forming yin and yang fish that constantly merge, transform, and collide. Boom! Within the scope, 5 of the 6 demonic shadows shattered silently. Only the terrified leader of the 10,000 Demons sect remained. No! What kind of tactic is this? You're not a Taoist priest. The sect leader of the 10,000 Demons sect struggled desperately, a faint black demonic flame igniting between his brows as he tried to resist something, but he was reduced to dust in the waves formed by the black and white colors. Over the decades, he stirred up countless storms across the land, leading the demonic sects in a siege of Longhu Mountain. The field fell into a deathly silence. The experts from the Celestial Master's mansion were feeling dizzy, as if they were dreaming. Although they had long suspected that the Celestial Master would sweep through the 10,000 Demons sect, seeing this scene in person still stirred up a multitude of emotions within them. The leader of the 10,000 Demons sect, who had put immense pressure on them, was like an ant on the roadside in front of the Celestial Master, who could be easily crushed with a single step. Compared to the myriad thoughts on the righteous path, the path of demonic cultivation is much simpler and purer. Fear, dread, panic, trembling, and other emotions surged into the hearts of every demon. Run! Another Celestial Master has emerged from the Celestial Master's mansion. What are you all standing there for? The sect leader is dead. Everyone run, or you'll die too. The 9 deputy sect leaders, the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, and numerous guardian leaders all fled. Longhu Mountain in utter panic. Cut. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram suddenly expanded, and then the Zhenwu sword was drawn, and a light slash was made. Sizzle. When the sword light first flew out, it was only 3 feet in size, but it grew larger and larger, heavier and heavier, and extremely sharp. With just one sword strike, 7 of the 9 deputy sect leaders were cut in half, and the remaining demons suffered hundreds of casualties. Lin Yuan unleashed several more sword strikes. Thousands of demon corpses lay strewn about, their blood almost staining the earth red. That's about it. Lin Yuan retrieved the Zhenwu sword. Under these few sword strikes, at least 99% of the thousands of demons surrounding Longhu Mountain were killed. if not all of them. Lin Yuan turned around and walked towards the group of people from the Celestial Master's mansion. Mountain Celestial Master, Master Pingyang and Master Kanking's hands trembled, and tears streamed down their faces. This is a Celestial Master. After 500 years, the Celestial Master's mansion has produced another Celestial Master. Greetings, Celestial Master. Greetings, Celestial Master. The rest of the righteous forces also bowed in unison. At this moment, they too trembled, and a question arose in their minds. Are the Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master's mansion really that powerful? Killing a Celestial Phenomenon Realm cultivator is as easy as killing a chicken? They had witnessed Lin Yuan's actions, and various factions also had records of past Celestial Masters. In terms of strength, the Celestial Master is indeed far superior to the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, but his abilities and methods shouldn't be that terrifying, right? Get up, everyone. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Yes. Many people stood up, feeling a slight sense of relief. It sounds like this generation of Celestial Masters has a good temper. However, when everyone thought of the fate of the thousands of demons just now, and the scene of corpses lying all over the ground not far away, they immediately put the whole idea aside. Not bad, my foot. Disciple is guilty. Master Kanking remained kneeling in the same spot. Others can get up, but he can't. It's all right. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Master Kanking did indeed give up on him, but Lin Yuan's journey along the Taiyin and Taiyang paths was truly astonishing. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter. He brought it on himself. However, Lin Yuan was recognized by the true martial sword and was considered a potential Celestial Master. This is of great significance to the Celestial Master's mansion. It is understandable that Master Kanking is heartbroken that such a disciple has gone astray in the eyes of the world. For example, the scientists in the Universal Human Alliance, who used to research warships and mechs, suddenly started focusing on literature and theology. It's infuriating even to outsiders, let alone the teachers and schools that nurtured these great scientists. Next, after exchanging a few words with other righteous forces, Lin Yuan then returned to Longwu Mountain with the people from the Celestial Master's mansion. The powerful figures from the righteous forces also wisely took their leave. After 500 years, the Celestial Master's mansion has finally produced another Celestial Master. I almost thought the ancient records were wrong, that there was no such thing as a Celestial Master, that the Celestial Phenomenon Realm was the strongest, and that a Celestial Master beyond the Celestial Phenomenon Realm was utter nonsense. A Celestial Master. To witness his magnificence in this lifetime, wow! By the way, what was that Taoist priest's name again? Zhang Shanfeng. I've heard the Celestial Master's mansion mention this name before. Zhang Shanfeng, the Celestial Master Zhang. The powerful figures from various righteous forces were conversing among themselves, and it was foreseeable that within a month, the news of the birth of a new Celestial Master in the Celestial Master's mansion would spread throughout the entire world. Midway up Longhu Mountain, Lin Yuan followed the mountain path, walking step by step. Behind them followed Master Kanking, Daoist Pingyang, and other disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion. Celestial Master. Master Pingyang hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Lin Yuan had once told him that he wanted to follow the path of Taiyin and Taiyang, and even planned to merge Taiyin and Taiyang in order to surpass the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. At the time, Master Pingyang thought Lin Yuan had gone mad. He had already struggled to travel with Taiyin and Taiyang, let alone merge with them. But that's how it seems now. Lin Yuan clearly succeeded. Even outsiders could see that Lin Yuan's strength seemed different from that of previous Celestial Masters. Master Pingyang, a Celestial Realm expert from the Celestial Master's mansion, naturally had a deep understanding of this. That's why doubts arose in my mind. I know what you want to ask. Lin Yuan stopped and looked down at the scenery below the mountain. I have indeed merged the sun and the moon. After the yin and yang wuji merge, I call it taiji. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. At the same time, a tai chi pattern formed by the intersection of yin and yang fish appeared on Lin Yuan's palm. The extreme of the moon is the sun. The extreme of the sun is the moon. Taiyin and Taiyang together constitute taiji, tai chi. Tai chi. Master Pingyang was inexplicably shocked. This is a realm that none of the 36 generations of celestial masters of the Celestial Masters Mansion have ever touched. Even the strongest first-generation celestial master pales in comparison to the Taiji path. The path of Tai Chi is not for those without great perseverance, great opportunity, and great enlightenment. I will inscribe this path on my celestial master's sword. In the future, place this sword in the sword tomb. If any future disciple secretly comprehends the way of Tai Chi, the sword will fly out on its own. Lin Yuan continued. The way of Tai Chi was something he comprehended in this world, and he returned it to this world. The reason why Lin Yuan did not directly record the path of Tai Chi in books and pass it down was because practicing the Tai Chi path with the sun and moon was too dangerous. Anyone who touches an ordinary person will die. If the complete principles of Tai Chi were shown to everyone, the Celestial Master's Mansion would probably perish on its own initiative in just a few years. Inside a Taoist temple on Longwu Mountain, Lin Yuan stood in front of a bed. Behind him, Truman Kangking, Truman Pingyang, and others stood respectfully. Lin Yuan looked at the bed, where the Taoist Changqing lay unconscious. Master Changqing fought a fierce battle with a powerful demonic cultivator, but was ultimately infused with demonic energy that penetrated deep into his lungs. This caused him to fall into a coma and become unable to regain consciousness. This kind of injury is difficult to cure completely. Even a celestial realm expert can do nothing about it and can only rely on the patient himself. If one day the demonic energy in his lungs is worn down to a certain extent, he may wake up on his own. Certainly, such injuries are nothing to Lin Yuan now. Using the power of Tai Chi to harmonize yin and yang, the demonic energy in Master Changqing's body was completely removed in just a few breaths. About half an hour later, Master Changqing slowly awoke. Mountain Peak. When Master Changqing first saw Lin Yuan, he immediately became excited. I've discovered the trail of the Shadow Serpent leader who attacked Zhang Jiabao back then, but when I tracked him down, I was ambushed instead. That Yin Shi leader was prepared. I fought with all my might, but I only managed to seriously injure him. In the end, I was hit by the others. Master Changqing's gaze became lost as he spoke. He knew nothing more about what happened after that. It's all right. I will personally avenge the grudge against Zhang Jiabao. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Mountain Peak. Those members of the demonic sect are extremely cunning. You must not risk your life. Upon hearing this, Master Changqing's tone immediately became serious. He is a living example. He thought he was a hunter, but he ended up falling into the trap of the Shadow Serpent leader. Master Changqing was about to continue educating Lin Yuan with a few more words. The Taoist priest Pingyang, who was standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Changqing, what are you saying? The person in front of you is Zhang Tianqi. Pay attention to your tone of voice. Master Pingyang gave Master Changqing a meaningful glance. Ah? Master Zhang? Has the mountain peak become Zhang Tianqi? Master Changqing looked bewildered until he saw the many true immortals, including true immortal Kangqing, standing respectfully behind Lin Yuan, at which point his mouth slowly opened wide. I just took a nap. How did Shanfeng become a celestial master? Kingping explained in a low voice. After Master Chengqing nodded in affirmation, Master Chengqing finally believed that Lin Yuan had become the Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's Mansion. To be precise, it was the 37th Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's Mansion. The 36th Celestial Master was a matter of 500 years ago. Life is unpredictable. Master Chengqing looked pleased, but a complex expression flashed across his face. Before he fell into a coma, the Celestial Master's Mansion was working with other righteous forces to suppress the expansion of demonic sects, such as the 10,000 Demon sect. While the situation on both sides isn't exactly balanced, the Celestial Master's Mansion doesn't hold any particular advantage. Just now, Lin Yuan, whom I've watched grow up, became a Celestial Master and directly crushed the 10,000 Demon sect. The blood of those in the demonic path at the foot of Longyu Mountain is still hot. This dramatic turn of events left Master Chengqing deeply moved. Next, Lin Yuan checked Master Chengqing's body several more times to make sure there was no demonic energy left. He then got up to take his leave. Master Chengqing walked to the entrance of the Taoist temple, watched Lin Yuan's departing figure, and his lips twitched. "Brother Zhang, your son has become an invincible celestial master. Zhenwu Daozang." Lin Yuan returned here again. This place was originally the place where the celestial masters of the Celestial Master's Mansion practiced in seclusion. Only in an era without celestial masters can it become a place for the seeds of celestial masters and the seeds of the celestial realm to gain enlightenment. Celestial Master Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. "Experience your own power." After becoming a Celestial Master, Lin Yuan immediately went to deal with the 10,000 Demons sect. Then he went to treat Master Chengqing, which is why he now has time to feel the power of the Celestial Master. First is lifespan. Lin Yuan, with the power of Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji as his foundation, vaguely sensed that his lifespan had increased to 500 years after becoming a Celestial Master. It should be noted that the lifespan of the Celestial Masters throughout history was only around 200 years. Lin Yuan's lifespan was more than twice that of all the previous Celestial Masters. Taking into account both the yin-yang aspects makes one far superior to a Celestial Master who focuses solely on either the yin or yang aspects. This is evident not only in combat strength but also in lifespan. 500 years. Lin Yuan was startled. It's important to understand that these 500 years is the basic lifespan. That is to say, Lin Yuan could live for 500 years without any external assistance. If he were to return to the Universal Human Alliance and combine various cutting-edge biotechnology, Lin Yuan estimated that he could live for more than 2,000 years. The essence of lifespan limitation stems from the failure of various organs, but the Cosmic Human Alliance is fully capable of cultivating new organs to replace the decaying old ones. This is also why advanced evolvers can easily live for 400 or 500 years. Of course, organ replacement can only prolong life. As time goes by, the soul and consciousness of a living being will gradually weaken. At that time, even if more organs are replaced, it will be of no use. However, the strength of a being's soul and consciousness depends on its level of power. The stronger the being, the stronger its consciousness will naturally be. My current strength, according to the Human Alliance's ranking system, is roughly equivalent to the second tier, 9th stage, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this world's cultivation system, the celestial realm is roughly equivalent to a second-tier evolver in the Human Alliance. Specifically, it belongs to the second-order first to second stage segment. As for the Celestial Master, he is between the 4th and 6th stages of the second tier. Lin Yuan entered the Celestial Master realm with the foundation of the Taiyin and Taiyang, and his strength far surpasses that of previous Celestial Masters, which is why he is at the second tier, 9th level. don't underestimate the difference between just a few levels. The Cosmic Human Alliance has extremely standardized rank divisions. Even a difference of just one level can result in a nearly double difference in the energy level within the body. 61 years of residency remain. Lin Yuan glanced at the illusory text below his line of sight. A name, Zhang Shanfeng, Lin Yuan, identity. Holder of the Gate to All Realms, bound talent. Unparalleled comprehension, current status. Consciousness descends, remaining stay, 60 years and 11 months. During this journey, Lin Yuan stayed for 80 years. Excluding the first 10 years and the 9 years or so that I became a seed of the Celestial Master, a total of 19 years and 1 month have passed. It's still early. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Compared to the first time travel, which only lasted for 20 years, the duration of this time travel is significantly more generous. Perhaps, as my strength increases, the time I can stay during each traversal will increase? Lin Yuan had a guess in his mind. After experiencing himself, Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. The true martial sword hovered in the air, stopping in front of Lin Yuan. Let's go back. Lin Yuan reached out and stroked the sword hilt, speaking softly. After reaching the Celestial Master level, the yin and yang power within the Zhenwu sword offered Lin Yuan virtually no benefit. Therefore, Lin Yuan planned to send it back to the sword tome to continue its slumber. Walk. Lin Yuan patted the hilt of the sword, and the Zhenwu sword whooshed and transformed into a beam of sword light, returning to the sword tomb, not long after Zhenwu sword was dismissed. Master Kanking then respectfully entered. Celestial Master. Master Kanking inquired, how should the Celestial Master's sword be forged, and what are the requirements of a Celestial Master? Each generation of Celestial Masters of the Celestial Masters Mansion possessed their own Celestial Master's sword. The Celestial Master sword is also a symbol of the Celestial Masters of all generations. Even after a Celestial Master passes away, the Celestial Master sword can still serve as a substitute for that Celestial Master. The Celestial Master's mansion makes a trip to the sword tomb every 20 years, and occasionally the Celestial Master's sword of a certain generation of Celestial Master will fly out. Disciples recognized by the Celestial Master's sword will receive dedicated training from the Celestial Master's mansion. Celestial Master sword, Lin Yuan, fell into a brief moment of thought. He didn't have any special requirements for his Celestial Master sword, he just wanted it to be a normal sword. Should we engrave something on the hilt and blade? Master Kanking reminded me. Generally speaking, the Celestial Masters of each generation would have their names engraved on the Celestial Master sword. The name here can be a word, a pattern, or even a painting. Anyway, the swordsmiths of the Celestial Master's mansion are highly skilled, so there's no problem with any of this. Imprint. Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, my name is Shanfeng, Mountain Peak. In that case, let's carve a mountain peak on the Celestial Master sword. No problem. Master Kanking readily agreed. This is not a difficult task. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. Zhang Shanfeng's name was given to him by his parents. The initial idea was to make him like a mountain peak, protecting the entire Zhangjiabao. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's parents had been dead for almost 20 years by then. Let's add 2 more peaks. Lin Yuan changed his mind. Imprint 3 mountain peaks on the Celestial Master sword. 3 mountain peaks. Master Kanking was slightly taken aback. 3 peaks. Several days later, the swordsmiths from the Celestial Master's mansion then presented the completed Celestial Master's sword. The reason for such speed is that each generation of the Celestial Master's mansion would have its own swordsmiths forge the sword blanks for the Celestial Master's sword in advance. As soon as a Celestial Master is born, a complete celestial master sword can be forged in the shortest amount of time. It is indeed a fine sword. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 mountain peaks on the sword. Of course, the good sword Lin Yuan mentioned was in comparison to ordinary swords. The most unique feature of the Celestial Master's swords throughout history is that they have been nurtured by the Celestial Master for a long time, resulting in the development of a certain degree of spirituality. Even inside the Celestial Master's sword, there remains the power left behind by the corresponding Celestial Master, which future disciples may be able to draw out to fight enemies. When true immortal Kanking fought against the Lord of the 10,000 Demons sect, he used the power of the Celestial Master left in the Celestial Master sword. It's about time to go down the mountain. Lin Yuan picked up his own Celestial Master sword, left the true Martial Dewe's temple, and walked down Longhu Mountain. 20 years ago, Zhang Jiabao was destroyed. A few years ago, Master Changqing was infused with demonic energy, and not long ago the 10,000 Demons sect besieged Longhu Mountain. The old and new grudges could not be quelled simply by Lin Yuan killing the leader of the 10,000 Demons sect, and thousands of demons. How many evil people are there in the world? If someone asks this question, they will definitely be laughed at, because there are simply too many evil people in the world. As the leader of the demonic forces, the 10,000 Demons sect commands fewer than 10,000 demons, even including those of the 8th and 9th ranks. And the number of demons wreaking havoc across the land is far more than 100,000 or even 100,000, because becoming a demon is too easy, and the benefits are too great. Ordinary people want to advance to the 9th rank and become cultivators. Even without considering the rigorous training in the coldest and hottest winters, it still requires a tremendous amount of effort and time, and it's not even certain that it will ultimately succeed. However, you can only cultivate one demonic art, and then devour the essence and blood of dozens of ordinary people. Then one can smoothly enter the 9th rank realm. Although it is easy to get started with demonic arts, it is much more difficult to master them and even reach the top 3 ranks than with orthodox cultivation methods. However, many people cannot even reach the lower 3 ranks without relying on demonic arts, let alone the upper 3 ranks. Furthermore, the demon acts recklessly, without needing to follow any rules. Killing is as simple as eating and drinking. It has gained a large following. Especially in recent decades, the rise of the 10,000 Demons sect has tied up a lot of the righteous path's energy. This has led to an even greater proliferation of evil lords across the world. In the past, righteous and powerful figures would often descend the mountain to eliminate demons and protect the righteous path. Now look what's happened. All these righteous experts have gone to fight against the 10,000 Demons sect. The demons entrenched in various places seem to have lost their shackles, and their methods became even more ruthless. However, now, the demons of the world have met their doom. Because Zhang Tianxi from Longhu Mountain has come down the mountain to vanquish demons, the headquarters of the 10,000 Demons sect. After the Battle of Longhu Mountain, the leader of the 10,000 Demons sect was killed. 8 of the 9 deputy sect leaders at the Celestial Phenomenon realm have died. The deputy sect leader who escaped alive, because he had a mission at the time and was a bit far from Longhu Mountain. In addition, he was already skilled in self-preservation techniques, which allowed him to barely escape with his life. Even so, the deputy sect leader was also terrified. Although he was trying his best to escape, he caught a glimpse of the Wamamo sect turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This horrifying scene almost shattered the heart of this demon. Vice sect leader, what do we do now? The sect leader is dead, and the other deputy sect leaders are dead too. Are we still here? A demon who remained behind asked in a trembling voice. If we don't stay here, where can we escape to? This is the main headquarters, full of secrets and mechanisms. It's the safest place to hide. The deputy sect leader steadied himself and said calmly. From the very beginning of its rise, the 10,000 Demons sect had already considered that if it were to lose the decisive battle against the righteous path, its headquarters would be its final escape route. The headquarters of the 10,000 Demons sect was set up by dozens of master mechanics. Even a group of celestial realm cultivators dared not break in, as the slightest mistake would result in serious injury from the traps. That is precisely why the deputy sect leader finally chose to flee back to the main headquarters. At the same time, he ordered the remaining demon to activate all the mechanisms suddenly. Screams came from outside. At the same time, a terrifying tremor reverberated throughout almost the entire headquarters. No! Who are you? Why are you killing us? The desperate roar of the demon lord echoed from the headquarters, followed by an instant silence. A figure dressed in a Taoist robe walked in step by step. It was Lin Yuan, celestial master. The deputy sect leader gave a bitter smile. He had considered that the mechanisms within the headquarters might not be able to stop the celestial master from Longyu Mountain, but unexpectedly, it happened so quickly. Many of the mechanisms that the Wanmomen used to regard as a way out failed in the hands of this celestial master, and they didn't even last for half an incense stick. Celestial Master, if I choose to submit to you and the Celestial Master's mansion, can I still live? The deputy sect leader did not give up and asked in a low voice. In any case, he is a celestial realm cultivator, so he should be of some use, right? No. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He immediately turned and left. Meanwhile, a red line suddenly appeared between the brows of the deputy sect leader, who was sitting in the main seat. The demon beside him was no exception. His gaze quickly hardened, and he collapsed. The Great Yu Dynasty, the capital city. A man dressed in a blood-red robe fled in terror outside the palace. My name is Aoyang Yi, and I am the personal disciple of the sect leader of the 10,000 Demons sect. I know how to quickly cultivate celestial phenomenon realm experts. The 9 celestial phenomenon realm experts of the 10,000 Demons sect were born through this method. The man in the blood-red robe, Aoyang Yi, looked at the palace in front of him, activated his inner energy, and transmitted his voice into it. The Great Yu Dynasty is the most powerful unified dynasty in the world today, and it is also Aoyang Yi's only way to survive. I can tell you about this method to the Great Yu Dynasty. My only request is that you protect me and stop that Zhang Tianxi. When Aoyang Yi said this, his expression was almost pleading. He believed that the Great Yu Dynasty could not refuse his method of cultivating celestial realm experts. After all, those were celestial realm experts, and even if the price was high, it was absolutely a priceless treasure for a dynasty. After a long while, the palace gates were pushed open. An elderly man with a hunchback walked out. This hunched old man exuded a profound aura, clearly indicating that he was also a celestial phenomenon realm expert. You can leave now. Zhang Tianxi is invincible. We can't help him kill the people he wants to kill or the demons he wants to exorcise. The hunched old man shook his head slightly. He seemed to realize something immediately and turned to walk out the door. The next moment, the palace gates were tightly shut. Can't help? They've even abandoned the methods for cultivating celestial phenomenon realm experts. The man in the blood-red robe, Aoyang Yi, remained silent. Could it be that there's really no one in the world who can save me? Aoyang Yi was utterly despondent. Immediately afterwards, a flash of sword light appeared from behind. Aoyang Yi collapsed immediately. losing all signs of life. They do know what's good for them. Lin Yuan looked up at the great Yu Imperial Palace, then turned and left the far north ice sheet. In front of a palace made of ice crystals, a figure dressed in a black robe knelt there. My original demonic sect lineage stood shoulder to shoulder with your Northern Plains lineage 6,000 years ago. I am willing to reveal many secrets of the original demonic sect, just in order to survive. The figure in black robes spoke in a low voice, knowing that the Lord of the Northern Plains inside the Ice Palace could hear him. Under heaven, only this Lord of the Northern Plains is able to somewhat restrain that celestial Master Zhang. You want to live? Deep within the Ice Palace sat a majestic man with golden eyes. At this moment, his expression was somber and unreadable. I want to survive too, the dignified man sighed. Lord of the Northern Plains, are you really going to just stand by and watch my primordial demonic sect lineage die out once again? Receiving no response, the black-robed figure kneeling on the ground raised his head in despair. At the same time, the figure in black robes collapsed with a thud. Lin Yuan's voice came from the side. The Lord of Northern Plains? Lin Yuan looked at the palace in front of him with slight surprise. From the records of the Celestial Master's mansion, he also learned that the Northern Plains lineage had a long history, no less than that of the Celestial Master's lineage. However, this lineage has always been far removed from the power of the Central Plains, residing peacefully in the far north ice plains, and is known to very few people. Master Zhang, this demon has nothing to do with my Northern Plains. He came to us on his own. Noticing Lin Yuan's gaze, the dignified man deep within the ice palace immediately spoke up somewhat nervously to explain. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. His figure vanished without a sound. Wait until Lin Yuan has completely left. The Lord of Beiyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from this generation of celestial masters is immense. They seem to be far greater than any celestial masters of the past. The dignified man couldn't help but think to himself. The Northern Plains lineage has a much better understanding of the celestial masters than other righteous forces. That's why the dignified man felt the pressure Lin Yuan exerted on him was almost unbearable. In a desert, dozens of figures fled frantically. Master Zhang, we brothers number in the dozens. Although we call ourselves demons, we have absolutely no connection with the 10,000 Demon sect. Back when the 10,000 Demon sect besieged Longwu Mountain, we brothers were unaware of it and did not participate in it. The man in the lead screamed hoarsely, looking with fear at the figure approaching step by step behind him. Any demon should be killed. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and pressed down gently, causing the dozens of people running wildly in front of him to fall down at the same time. On a bustling street, a fortune teller was calling out his wares by the roadside. At this moment, a man with ordinary features stepped forward. Tell me how long I can live. The ordinary-looking man had red eyes, clearly indicating that he had been under unusual stress recently. You're so young. The fortune teller glanced at it, and his expression immediately changed slightly. He quickly tidied up the abacus table and left without a second thought. Master, are you so afraid of that person that you don't even dare to do the divination for him? A child jogged after him. What do you know? The fortune teller glared at him. That man is nearing the end. We got too close to him and might get implicated. The fortune teller spoke quickly. Ah? Affected? The child blinked. He knew his master was one of the strongest men in the world, so why would he be afraid of being implicated? Because that person is a demon. The fortune teller said directly. Demon? Upon hearing this, the child immediately shrank back. Now everyone knows that a catastrophe is coming for all the evil lords in the world. The celestial master Zhang, who came down from Longwu Mountain, is now hunting down demons everywhere. Once someone becomes a demon, they are almost certain to die, and no one can stop them. Master Zhang, the fortune teller, suddenly stopped. My heart suddenly began to tremble, because a young man dressed in a Taoist robe was walking towards them. They walked toward the man with ordinary features from before. Master Zhang has arrived, the fortune teller muttered to himself. Later records state that Zhang Shanfeng, the 37th celestial master of the celestial master's mansion, descended the mountain to vanquish the demons. For the next 60 years, the evil ways of the martial world disappeared, and the world was at peace. No one dared to call themselves a demon. Later generations also called this, the Jiazi year will be a time to vanquish demons. The ending was difficult to write, so it was posted a little late. This time travel is basically over. The rest is just wrap-up storyline, and we'll probably be back in a day or two. What were everyone's impressions of this time travel experience? Please share your opinions. Time flies. 60 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Deep in the endless desert of the far west lies an ancient, eerie, and mysterious ruin. This is it. According to Zhang Tianxi's description, this place should be the site of the original demonic sect. Go and inform Zhang Tianxi immediately. Dozens of martial arts practitioners who had explored this place were all invigorated. After the burly man in the lead quickly gave his orders, he stood guard in front of the ruins. It is said that this site will move to a different location as the Earth's veins shift. It will change locations every once in a while, otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long to find it. Beside the burly man, a slightly dark-skinned man spoke in a low voice. About half a day later, a young man dressed in a Taoist robe appeared in front of the ruins at some unknown time. Master Zhang. Upon seeing this, the burly man immediately stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. I have met Master Zhang. The others bowed in greeting. Everyone felt immense pressure when facing this seemingly ordinary Taoist priest. Because this Zhang Tianxi was definitely the most bloodthirsty of all the Tianxi in the history of the Tianxi mansion. In the past, the celestial masters of the celestial master's mansion did indeed descend the mountain to vanquish demons, but at most, one should be able to roam the demons for a few years. However, this Zhang Tianxi roamed the demons for a full 60 years. Today, the once extremely arrogant demons have long since become legends, and the two words most taboo in the world are demonic path, and all of this is because of Zhang Tianxi. Zhang Tianxi single-handedly killed so many people in the world that no one dared to call themselves a demon. Some people secretly calculated that in the past 60 years, the number of demons who died at the hands of Zhang Tianxi must have been at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions. This is it. Lin Yuan carefully examined the ruins and confirmed that they were indeed the remains of the original demonic sect. The primal demonic sect, a force that rivaled the first celestial master 6,800 years ago, can be considered the source of all demons in the world. If Lin Yuan wants to truly eradicate all demons in the world, he definitely cannot bypass this ruin. However, the original Demon Gate ruins are not fixed in one place. Their location is constantly changing. Therefore, Lin Yuan directly mobilized martial artists from all over the world in the name of the Celestial Master, and finally located the site today. I'm going in. You should leave as soon as possible. Lin Yuan glanced at the burly men and the others, and then spoke. Yes. The burly man immediately responded. Master Zhang, this site is very dangerous. You must be careful. The burly man hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. He still greatly admired Zhang Tianxi. During the 60 years of Lin Yuan's campaign against demons, although the world was not entirely free of conflict, it was at least much more peaceful. The burly man's grandfather often told him that 60 years ago, the demon was arrogant and would often join forces to capture people and devour their blood to cultivate demonic arts. I know what I'm doing, Lin Yuan nodded and then walked straight into the ruins. Outside the ruins, the crowd quickly began to discuss it. That's Zhang Tianxi. He looks very young. 60 years ago, Zhang Tianxi was already 20 years old, and now he is 80. How could we possibly imagine the celestial masters? I've heard that celestial masters throughout history have lived for over 200 years. The crowd discussed in hushed tones. After all, Zhang Tianxi had been mythologized over the years. Compared with other Tianxi in history, Zhang Tianxi had spent the longest time exorcising demons, and therefore his reputation was even deeper. Even the emperor of the Great Yu dynasty had to bow respectfully when he saw Zhang Tianxi. Over the years, Zhang Tianxi has commanded heroes across the land in his name. What has he relied on to do so? That the heroes obey him on their own. It's not his absolute, invincible strength. Although Zhang Tianxi only kills demons, how to define a demon is up to Zhang Tianxi himself. Even if you cultivate righteous techniques and have never harmed a single person, if Zhang Tianxi considers you a demon, then you are a demon, and he can kill you. Alright, let's all go. Since Master Zhang is letting us go, he must have his own reasons. Even if the original demonic sect has perished, its ruins should not be underestimated. Zhang Tianxi is not afraid, but we are not Zhang Tianxi. The burly man immediately spoke seriously. Upon hearing this, the others immediately felt a chill run down their spines. They quickly followed the burly man away from the area. Inside the ruins of the original demonic gate, Lin Yuan took a leisurely stroll. An invisible Tai Chi aura, centered on him, covers an area of 100 meters in radius. Within 100 meters, it is as clear as looking at the lines on one's palm, with every detail visible. 60 years ago, Lin Yuanqing became the celestial master and was already invincible in the world, surpassing all previous celestial masters. Now, 60 years later, even Lin Yuan himself is somewhat unable to judge his own level. For 60 years, Lin Yuan has been fighting demons, but he possesses extraordinary comprehension. Whether in seclusion or fighting demons, he is constantly seeking enlightenment and cultivating. Before becoming a celestial master, Lin Yuan hid on Longyu Mountain for two reasons. Firstly, his strength was not invincible, and going down the mountain would be risky. Secondly, the true martial Taoist scriptures on Longyu Mountain have not yet been fully understood. After becoming a celestial master, even if he didn't vanquish demons, Lin Yuan won't stay on Mount Longhu. Instead, he will travel the world and contemplate the universe. The ruins were dark and gloomy, but Lin Yuan seemed completely unaffected and walked directly towards the deepest part of the ruins. Not long after, Lin Yuan then saw a huge altar. The altar was black and red, with faint traces of blood on its surface. Just as Lin Yuan was looking at the altar, a deep and powerful voice came from behind. On the surface of the altar, countless streams of blood energy appeared and coalesced into a blood-red figure. After so many years, the Zhenwu lineage has finally produced another celestial master. The blood-red figure stared at Lin Yuan and chuckled softly. "Who are you?" Lin Yuan asked. "Who I am? You may call me the primal demon spirit." The blood-red figure raised his voice, speaking with a hint of madness. "Primal demon spirit?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then asked, "You are not from this realm?" As early as when he obtained the true martial sword, Lin Yuan speculated that it came from another world. Because of the yin and yang power within the true martial sword, even Lin Yuan in his current state cannot achieve this, let alone the celestial masters of past generations. The celestial master represents the pinnacle of this world. If the celestial master cannot achieve it, it means that no other being in this world can. Only in other worlds, or even the upper realm, is it possible. Now that Lin Yuan has seen the primordial demon spirit before him, he is even more certain of his guess. The way the primordial demon spirit just appeared was beyond the ordinary, and considering its tone, it is very likely that it existed 600 years ago. Ha 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 ha. This generation of celestial masters does have some insight, knowing the origins of this demon spirit. The blood-red figure glanced at Lin Yuan, but now that you've come in, the person this demon spirit chose has probably already died at your hands. 100 years ago, the leader of the 10,000 demons sect accidentally entered the ruins. Under the covert guidance of the primordial demon spirit, they received a portion of the legacy of the original demonic sect. This sparked a bloodbath across the land. In fact, this is not an isolated case. For the past 600 to 800 years, every few hundred years, a scene of chaos caused by demonic forces has occurred, most of which were caused by primordial demonic spirits. Speak. What do you want from me, this demon spirit? The blood-red figure stood in the center of the altar and asked with great interest. He had been lonely for too long. The last time he saw a living person was 100 years ago. I'm going to try to destroy you. Lin Yuan did not hide his purpose. He commanded heroes from all over the world to search for the ruins of the original demonic sect in order to completely end this source of all demons. Without the ruins of the original demonic sect, many more demons may appear in the hundreds or thousands of years to come, but at least they will not cause any major disasters. Ha 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 ha. You want to destroy me? How arrogant. Before you, more than 20 other celestial masters had also found this place. This includes the world's first celestial master. Why do you think I'm still alive today? The blood-red figure paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Lunar, sun. Lin Yuan did not continue speaking, but instead subtly moved his mind, drawing upon the power of the yin-yang forces between heaven and earth to suppress the altar. Rumble. The black and white colors transformed into a giant millstone, seemingly intent on crushing the altar, causing the entire ruins to tremble slightly. Under the crushing force of the yin-yang millstone, the blood-red figure suddenly staggered back several steps, its crimson color dimming slightly. By simultaneously controlling the power of the yin and yang, you will surpass all the celestial masters of the Zhenwu lineage in this world, including the first celestial master who received the teachings of Zhenwu. But these alone are still not enough to destroy me. The crimson figure regained his calm tone, and a large amount of blood energy surged from the surrounding altars once again, continuously replenishing his energy expenditure. Lin Yuan circulated the Taiyin and Taiyang within his body, extended his right hand, and slowly pressed down. After 60 years of cultivation and enlightenment, Lin Yuan's understanding of the Taiyin and Taiyang is far greater than it was 60 years ago, and the Taiyin and Taiyang power he is mobilizing. This moment is even more vast and mighty. Boom, 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 boom. The yin-yang millstone surged tenfold, with the power of yin and the power of yang transforming into each other endlessly, rippling and undulating like a vast ocean. It's no use, I am immortal. The primordial demon's expression changed slightly, but it remained stubborn. Only a few breaths had passed. Stop, stop, stop. Let's talk this out. There's no need to resort to violence inside the ruins of the original demonic gate. The vast and mighty power of the moon and the sun transformed into a boundless ocean. Lin Yuan remained unmoved by the primordial demon spirit's pleas for mercy. Whoosh. A wisp of yin-yang power transformed into a sharp sword, piercing through the blood-red body of the primordial demon spirit. In an instant, his blood-red body boiled, then quickly returned to normal. Only, this scene surprised Lin Yuan slightly. Because your comprehension is extraordinary, you have glimpsed a portion of the primordial demonic spirit's essence and comprehended the demonic art Great Wilderness Rejuvenation Technique. In an instant, every detail about the Great Wilderness Rejuvenation Technique flooded into his mind. This technique, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he hadn't practiced it, Lin Yuan was certain that this technique was a Celestial Master level technique. Even within the Celestial Master's mansion, there weren't many techniques that reached this level. Primal Demon Spirit. Lin Yuan looked down at the blood-red figure screaming and wailing on the altar. What are primal demon spirits? Protectors? It's clearly not like that. The primordial demons could not leave the altar or the ruins of the primordial demon gate. It's clear that it has nothing to do with the protectors. Lin Yuan believes that the primal demon spirit is more like a successor, to master the legacy of the original demonic sect and prevent this lineage from being completely severed. 60 years ago, the leader of the 10,000 Demons sect obtained part of the primal demonic sect's inheritance from the primal demonic spirit, and then established the 10,000 Demons sect, wreaking havoc on the world. As an inheritor, one must have mastered many of the original demonic sect's traditions. Just now, the primordial demon spirit was pierced by the power of yin and yang, and instinctively used this Great Wilderness Rejuvenation Technique to recover. The result, as seen by Lin Yuan, was directly comprehended by his extraordinary comprehension. Over the past 60 years, Lin Yuan has hunted down demons across the land and has indeed comprehended many demonic arts and secret techniques. However, those demonic arts and secret techniques were not of a high level, and Lin Yuan basically looked down on them. But the primordial demon spirit before them possessed a demonic lineage no less powerful than that of the Celestial Master's mansion. The many profound and mysterious things he possessed were enough to catch Lin Yuan's eye. Take your time. Lin Yuan made up his mind. He originally planned to finish the battle quickly and eliminate the primal demon spirit as soon as possible. But now that there's something to gain from the primal demon spirit, Lin Yuan naturally won't let it go so easily. Next, Lin Yuan deliberately held back, forcing the primordial demon spirit to use many inherited techniques. Then, your comprehension is extraordinary. You have glimpsed a portion of the original demonic spirit's essence and comprehended demonic arts. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have glimpsed a portion of the original demonic spirit's essence and comprehended demonic arts. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have glimpsed a portion of the original demonic spirit's essence and comprehended demonic arts. Several months later, the original demonic spirits were basically drained by Lin Yuan. All the demonic inheritances he possessed fell into Lin Yuan's hands. Are you going to kill me or not? Just give me a quick answer. On the altar, the primordial demon spirit had completely given up. Although he was not a living being, he still possessed intelligence and couldn't understand why Lin Yuan, who clearly had enough strength to kill him, had been playing around here for several months. Could it be that his original demon spirit is fun? That's not fair. The original demon spirit probably never dreamed that Lin Yuan would steal all the trump cards it possessed. Good, Lin Yuan nodded. When it was determined that no more could be extracted from the original demon spirit, the yin-yang great millstone was activated to completely destroy it. Emerging from the ruins of the original demonic sect, Lin Yuan turned around and looked at it again. Lin Yuan's trip to the primal demon sect was a win-win situation. Not only did they truly annihilate the original demonic sect, but they also accomplished something that no previous celestial master had been able to do. Furthermore, he took the opportunity to obtain all the secret techniques inherited by the original demonic sect. Although Lin Yuan was a celestial master of the Celestial Master's mansion, he did not have any aversion to the inheritance of demonic secret techniques. As long as it makes one stronger, it doesn't matter whether it's the righteous path or the demonic path. The Cosmic Human Alliance possesses a vast array of evolutionary pathways, many of which are horrifying, even involving feeding on blood and souls. However, none of them were restricted by the three goddesses. The nature of power is neither right nor wrong. Only the person who wields the power can determine right and wrong. The demonic path. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. In just a few months, he had thoroughly understood and mastered many of the original demonic sect's traditions. Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension depends on his strength. Before he became a celestial master, Lin Yuan spent several years barely comprehending the insights and experiences contained within the True Tao canon. After becoming a celestial master, Lin Yuan continued his arduous cultivation for 60 years. Facing the profound and complex original demonic inheritance, which was no less than that of the true martial Tao canon, Lin Yuan only took a few months. The way of heaven is to take from those who have more than enough and give to those who have less than enough. The way of the demon is to take from the insufficient and give to the excessive, many. Demonic lineages surged into Lin Yuan's mind. Longhu Mountain. Lin Yuan stood in front of the Zhenwu Hall. Look up and gaze at the statue of Zhenwu the Great, celestial master. Qingping immediately stepped forward. 60 years have passed, and the former immortal Kanking and immortal Pingyang have both passed away. Nowadays, the Celestial Master's mansion is mainly managed by Qingping and a few other celestial realm experts. Master. Just then, a figure walked in. He bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan. Kindness? You've become a Taoist master? Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan glanced back at the figure. The figure was named Yuan, an orphan whom Lin Yuan had found 50 years ago when he went down the mountain to fight demons. Because he noticed the student's exceptional talent, he took him under his wing and carefully taught him for several years. When Yuan turned 10, he was taken to Longhu Mountain. With Yuan's qualifications, he was not actually capable of gaining the approval of the true martial sword. However, under Lin Yuan's orders, Zhenwu Sword could not make decisions on its own and could only acknowledge Yuan's authority. Now, 40 years later, Yuan has not disappointed Lin Yuan, and 2 years ago he officially became a celestial master. Thus, the Celestial Master's mansion ushered in its most prosperous period, and 2 celestial masters were born in this era. If it weren't for my master, Yuan would have died at the foot of the mountain long ago, Yuan said respectfully. His current achievements are inseparable from the guidance he received from Lin Yuan over those years. It could even be said to be the dominant factor, with a greater impact than the Zhenwu sword. As his strength grew, Yuan felt his master's unfathomable depths more and more. When Yuan was a child, he met Lin Yuan and only thought that his master was very strong. When Yuan saw his master again after reaching the upper 3 ranks, he felt as if he were facing the might of the heavens. Now that he has become a celestial master, Yuan is astonished to find that his master is as vast and profound as heaven and earth. It's like when you stand 100 miles away and look at Longhu Mountain, you'll think that the mountain doesn't look very high, but as you walk closer to it, it gradually becomes taller. When you're only 5 li away, you realize how high Longhu Mountain really is. By the time you reach the foot of the mountain, it's already so high that it blocks out the sky. Zhangjiabao. The peach blossoms are in full bloom, flying all over the mountain. No one knows that more than 80 years ago, this place was wiped out by the demonic sect, and thousands of people lost their lives here, their blood staining the earth red. Today, Zhang Jiabao has become a cemetery where all the members of the Zhang family were buried. Because of that Zhang Tianxi, there are special guards outside the Zhang Jiabao cemetery to prevent outsiders from disturbing the deceased's rest. That is precisely why. The cemetery is usually deserted and unusually quiet. Only today, inside Zhang Jiabao cemetery, a figure stands before a tombstone. The figure, dressed in a Taoist robe and with a youthful appearance, was none other than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stared at the tombstone in front of him, which was engraved with the words Zhang Kun, Su Yun, the father and mother of 9 Yuan's body. It's time. Lin Yuan's gaze was filled with melancholy. The 80-year period of his stay was drawing to a close, and he would have to return to the main world in no more than half an hour. Now the Celestial Master's mansion has a new Celestial Master, and the Celestial Master's sword, which contains Lin Yuan's Tai Chi Dao, has been left in the sword tomb of Longyu Mountain. At this point, Lin Yuan was free of all trouble. Before leaving, Lin Yuan suddenly wanted to see his parents in this life. Time passed. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. In Lin Yuan's mind, the gate to myriad worlds suddenly shone brightly. As consciousness was about to return, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly. The yin-yang Tai Chi power within the body collided and dissipated. Along with it, the physical body began to dissipate inch by inch. A gentle breeze blew by, and Lin Yuan completely disappeared. Born in this world, returning to this world. There will never be another Zhang Tianxi in this world. The second shuttle has ended. Starting tomorrow, the main world storyline will involve the aspect of spreading the word. Please give me a monthly pass. Kang Langsing, Shuyu Community. House number 32. Inside a nutrient tank, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Compared to the first time, this time the journey will take much longer. He spent a full 80 years in the world of Dragon Tiger. It should be noted that this occurred before the second shuttle, including the first time, main world life, and life on Earth. Even combined, it doesn't amount to 80 years. However, it was all worth it. Because Lin Yuan created the way of Tai Chi, it should be noted that they are both at the Celestial Master level. Celestial Masters who break through by following the path of Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. This is completely different from the concept of a Celestial Master who breaks through the path of Tai Chi, even without relying on either Taiyin Wuji or Taiyang Wuji. With Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension, he is fully capable of forcibly opening up a new path and breaking through to the Celestial Master realm. For the first 10 years of Dragon Tiger World, this is exactly what Lin Yuan did. But in the end, it was discovered that, in terms of both potential and combat power, it was inferior to Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. However, the Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji are far inferior to Taiji. The way of Tai Chi is the most suitable path for Lin Yuan so far, and it is also the most perfect and powerful path that Lin Yuan can achieve. Perhaps among the many evolutionary paths of the Cosmic Human Alliance, there exists a path even more powerful than the way of Tai Chi. But it's certainly not as suitable for Lin Yuan as the way of Tai Chi. Where can you find the smoothest cultivation path than the one you forge yourself, even if it's an evolutionary path pioneered by others? My current strength should be at the limit of the 12th stage of the second tier, infinitely approaching the third tier. Lin Yuan made his own guess. In the Dragon Tiger world, after 60 years of demon slaying, Lin Yuan only took 40 years to cultivate from the 9th stage of the second rank to the 12th stage of the second rank. The remaining 20 years were spent exploring the subsequent 3-tiered path. Over 40 years, spanning 3 stages, looking across Kanglin Star, he might be considered top tier. However, within the entire Cosmic Alliance, it can only be considered above average. But let's not forget that every step Lin Yuan takes is a step towards creating a new path. It created a completely new evolutionary path from scratch. The difficulty involved is hundreds or even thousands of times greater than that of those who have followed the paths paved by their predecessors. As his thoughts gradually came to a head, Lin Yuan got up and left the nutrient tank. For 80 years in the world of dragon and tiger, Lin Yuan has been invincible. However, many secrets remain unsolved. For example, the true martial sword or the primal demon spirit. Why would these things from the upper realm fall into the lower realm? Are those powerful figures from the upper realm making moves or laying the groundwork for something? But now that he has returned, it has nothing to do with Lin Yuan anymore. 2 hours. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. Confirm the start of the shuttle from when you lie down until you stand up to end the shuttle. 2 hours have passed in total. To be precise, 2 hours and 3 minutes have passed. It seems that the level of the Dragon Tiger world is indeed higher than that of the martial arts world. Lin Yuan made his own judgment. 20 years have passed in the martial arts world, but only 10 minutes have passed in the main world. If it rises to 80 years, that is 40 minutes. In terms of the flow of time in the Dragon Tiger world is less than half that of the martial arts world. The planet Kanglen also possesses the power of the moon and the sun. Lin Yuan walked to the rooftop. It was nighttime, and Lin Yuan could clearly feel the power of the moon and the sun permeating the heavens and earth. Because it is nighttime, the power of yin is greater than that of yang. Absorption at a little bit is too slow. We still need to purchase the corresponding spiritual items. Lin Yuan sighed. He has already reached the required level. All he lacks is the accumulation of energy. In the main world, there is no shortage of any kind of energy. If Lin Yuan had the means, he could go to the surface of a star to cultivate. The solar energy there was so concentrated it had become liquid. The amount of solar energy Lin Yuan absorbed with a single breath was probably equivalent to several years of arduous cultivation. Of course, doing all this requires a lot of money. Lin Yuan's biggest need was money. With money, Lin Yuan could not only buy all kinds of spiritual items. They can even purchase various evolutionary pathways from the Cosmic Human Alliance to deduce and improve their own cultivation system. Continue uploading Tai Chi. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and made a decision. The Cosmic Human Alliance encourages its citizens to develop entirely new evolutionary pathways, and the 3 goddesses even allocate a certain amount of resources to this end. After his first time travel, Lin Yuan exchanged 5,000 merit points for the path of martial arts evolution. 1,000 merit points were used to raise one's citizen level to level 2, granting numerous privileges and making one an undisputed privileged class on Kanglen Star. The way of Tai Chi is the next step in the martial arts cultivation system created by Lin Yuan. If it is uploaded, it will surely cause the Goddess of Wisdom to re-evaluate it, and thus obtain subsequent merit points. In the Universal Human Alliance, merit points are everything. The prerequisite for earning merit points is to make contributions to humanity, and there are certainly many other ways to do so. But for Lin Yuan, there was only one way to be the fastest and simplest. That is to upload the way of Tai Chi. The 3 goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance are absolutely selfless and will never suppress or enslave citizens. As long as the Tai Chi principles that Lin Yuan transmits have sufficient value, they will be protected by the 3 goddesses. As for whether other citizens will surpass Lin Yuan in cultivation after he uploads the Tai Chi Dao, it remains to be seen. Even though the cultivation environment of the Cosmic Human Alliance far surpasses that of the Dragon Tiger world, it would still take others decades to reach the Celestial Master level in the path of martial arts evolution. Given Lin Yuan's frequency of traveling every 8 months over several decades, he would have already traveled dozens of times. To Lin Yuan decades from now, the current celestial masters are practically nothing more than ants. Since I've decided to upload the Way of Tai Chi, Lin Yuan then began translating it into the main world's language and making minor adjustments. Several days later, Lin Yuan organized his gains in the world of Dragon Tiger into 2 parts. The chapters on celestial phenomena and yin and yang. The yin-yang chapter was a name given by Lin Yuan for the celestial master level. Master the yin and yang and integrate the yin and yang. After doing all this, immediately, consciousness connects with the goddess of wisdom. If one is an ordinary citizen, even if one is only connected to a tiny, insignificant part of the goddess of wisdom, all of these require patience and waiting for a few minutes. However, Lin Yuan is a level 2 citizen who has contributed to the human alliance. Only a moment has passed. The solemn and serene voice of the goddess of wisdom echoed through the air. Respected Class I citizen Lin Yuan, please state your demands. I want to continue uploading the martial arts evolution path, Lin Yuan said directly. After informing the goddess of wisdom, Lin Yuan uploaded the celestial phenomena chapter and yin-yang chapter that he had prepared. The moment the goddess of wisdom finished receiving the celestial phenomena chapter and the yin-yang chapter, in a mysterious space, countless light years away from Kanglin's star, enormous light screens flashed rapidly as massive computing power frantically assessed and deduced the value of the celestial phenomena chapter and the yin-yang chapter. The celestial phenomena chapter has been detected to involve the dual attributes of yin and yang. The yin-yang chapter has been detected to involve the fusion of the dual attributes of yin and yang. The extreme fusion of these evolutionary powers has a theoretical limit of 6th order. Potential limit discovered, reaching the 6th order evolutionary path, triggering the 9th charter. Initiating contact with the goddess of justice. Initiating contact with the goddess of liberty. After confirmation by the 3 goddesses, this evolutionary path does indeed have the potential to reach the 6th rank. Relevant contingency. Plans generated. Initiating contact with the highest ranking authority on this planet, Planet Governor Song Wuyang, the highest point of Kanglin's star. Governor Song Wuyang ended his call with other planetary officials. The planetary arena battle is about to begin. Hopefully, this arena battle will produce a few promising talents with the potential to reach the 3rd or 4th tier, Song Wuyang sighed. As the planet's ruler, he also faces pressure to meet performance targets. Every 10 years, the goddess of wisdom would evaluate in detail everything he did during his reign. Some of the criteria include how many evolved beings of various ranks were born on Kanglin's star during this period, as well as the happiness index of all citizens. The higher the goddess of wisdom's evaluation of him, the greater his gains will be, most specifically in the form of corresponding merit points. Of course, if the goddess of wisdom gives him a low evaluation, he will not only fail to gain merit points, but will also be impeached. In severe cases, the person loses their position as consul and is sent to the Supreme Court for trial. I wonder what has become of the creator of that martial arts evolution path. When Song Wuyang thought of the arena battle, he naturally thought of Lin Yuan. After all, the martial arts evolution system entered the top 100 of the Kanglin Star Evolution ranking as soon as it appeared. This is the first change to the evolution ranking during Song Wuyang's term. The goddess of wisdom is so protective of those who founded these evolutionary paths that even I, as the ruler, cannot access their information. Song Wuyang pursed his lips. As an ordinary level 2 citizen, Song Wuyang could investigate as many cases as he wanted, since he was a level 4 citizen. However, Lin Yuan is not only a level 2 citizen, but also the creator of the evolutionary path, making him a special person who is specially protected by the goddess of wisdom. However, Song Wuyang also understood the goddess of wisdom's behavior. Throughout the history of the Cosmic Human Alliance, there have been many instances where promising talents were nipped in the bud. These suppressions come from enemies, competitors, or foreigners. Thus, the three goddesses decided that any human deemed a genius would be protected by specific encrypted information. Outsiders have no way of obtaining the relevant information, so the so-called suppression of nature is very difficult to achieve. It's just a martial arts evolution system. Its potential ceiling is only 3 levels. If it weren't so widespread, the goddess wouldn't value it so much. Song Wuyang shook his head slightly. When determining the value of an evolutionary path, potential is one aspect, and so is its prevalence. Suddenly, just then, a synthesized electronic voice came through. Governor Song Wuyang, the goddess of wisdom requests a connection. The goddess of wisdom is looking for me? Song Wuyang was slightly taken aback. He had just been thinking about the goddess of wisdom, but unexpectedly, she came to him. Connect. Song Wuyang nodded. He straightened his back, hoping to make himself more pleasing to the eye of the goddess of wisdom. After all, Song Wuyang himself cannot see the goddess of wisdom, but through numerous monitoring devices, the goddess of wisdom can keep track of all of Song Wuyang's movements at any time. As Song Wuyang chose to connect with the goddess of wisdom, goddess of wisdom has been connected. The Statue of Liberty is now connected. The goddess of justice has been connected. In an instant, the 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance arrived. This made Song Wuyang, who was originally thinking about how to communicate with the goddess of wisdom, feel a chill run down his spine. Wasn't it the goddess of wisdom who wanted to speak with him? Why are all 3 goddesses here? Oh my God! What exactly happened that alarmed 3 goddesses? The 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance are the goddess of liberty, the goddess of justice, and the goddess of wisdom. These 3 goddesses govern different aspects of life. The Statue of Liberty represents aggression and expansion. The goddess of justice presides over legal decisions. The goddess of wisdom governs people's livelihood and logistics. The 3 goddesses each have their own roles, working together to support the brilliant and dazzling human civilization we see today. Normally, the 3 goddesses would only appear in their respective fields. Only when a major event occurs that can affect the star field, or even beyond, will the 3 goddesses contact each other and make a joint decision. Song Wuyang has met the 3 goddesses. Song Wuyang felt uneasy but spoke with a slightly respectful tone. Although the 3 goddesses do not have any emotional connection, they will not be treated differently based on the citizens' attitudes. But it's always good to be respectful in front of these 3. The criteria for determining the path of martial arts evolution have changed. The goddess of wisdom spoke first, her voice solemn and clear. The path to martial arts evolution. Song Wuyang was stunned. He does know the path to martial arts evolution. They were even quite impressed by this evolutionary path. But why did the 3 goddesses come to find him? No matter how unique the path of martial arts evolution may be, its theoretical upper limit has already been set. 3rd order. Is this level of evolutionary path really necessary to alarm 3 goddesses all at once? Could it be that the theoretical upper limit of the martial arts evolution path has changed, or has it been raised to a higher level? Song Wuyang's heart stirred, and he secretly guessed. The theoretical upper limit of the evolutionary path was deduced by the 3 goddesses using their enormous computing power. Simply put, if a 2nd-order evolutionary path has a theoretical upper limit of 3rd order, then it means that this evolutionary path has the potential to become a 3rd-order evolutionary path. Of course, this is only a possibility. The vast majority of evolutionary pathways do not reach their theoretical upper limit. However, it is undeniable that the theoretical upper limit deduced by the three goddesses is, to some extent, linked to the potential of this evolutionary path. Furthermore, the predictions made by the three goddesses were not entirely accurate. The process of pioneering evolutionary pathways is influenced by a variety of factors. For example, if the first-order evolutionary path opens up to the second-order path, it may be affected by certain special factors, resulting in a significant increase in its potential and a higher theoretical upper limit. Although it's a low-probability event, all three goddesses have now come to me, suggesting that the criteria for determining the path of martial arts evolution have changed. Song Weiyang could only think in this direction. This is the latest assessment result of the path of martial arts evolution. The sullen voice of the goddess of wisdom rang out once more. At the same time, a virtual screen appeared in front of Song Weiyang. The text above contains numerous characters describing the martial classic. Song Weiyang looked directly at the theoretical upper limit column. 6th rank. Song Weiyang was stunned, almost thinking he had misread it. Take one more look. It's still 6th order. What's going on with the goddess? Song Weiyang wondered if the goddess had made a mistake. Suddenly, she realized that she was not being watched by the goddess of wisdom alone. 2 other goddesses were also present. He immediately took those words to heart. As the ultimate intelligence of human civilization in the universe, every move of the goddess has been calculated millions of times. It's definitely not a mistake. This is especially relevant to the 6 levels. Moreover, it's not the goddess of wisdom who has come now. All 3 goddesses have arrived, which means they had obviously confirmed their arrival countless times beforehand. How is that possible? Song Weiyang muttered to himself. More than half a year ago, the theoretical upper limit of martial arts evolution path was only 3 levels. Now the theoretical upper limit has suddenly become the 6th order. To surpass the 3rd rank in one go is quite rare, even in the dozens of star systems nearby. The Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin-Yang chapter of the martial arts evolution path involve the fusion and transformation of extreme powers. If we continue research and development, there is a 100% chance of reaching the 3rd tier, a 60% chance of reaching the 4th tier, a 30% chance of reaching the 5th tier, and a 10% chance of reaching the 6th tier. That's what the goddess of wisdom said. The fusion of extreme forces. Song Weiyang took a deep breath. Fusing forces of the same attribute can potentially cause serious problems. Moreover, the fusion of extreme forces would very likely trigger a self-destruction. A sudden surge of curiosity welled up in Song Weiyang's heart. What exactly had the creator of the path of martial arts evolution gone through that he suddenly became involved in these areas? Unfortunately, Song Weiyang also knew that he could only be curious about Lin Yuan now. The evolutionary path it established has reached the 6th level of theory, and now that martial arts founder is probably a favorite of the goddess of wisdom. I'm afraid even the Star Lords don't have the authority to investigate this person's information, let alone themselves. What can I do now? Song Weiyang remained silent for a moment before speaking. According to the assessment, the subsequent chapters of the martial classic, Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin-Yang chapter, are worth 20,000 merit points and require authorization from Governor Song Weiyang, the goddess of wisdom said briefly. Song Weiyang felt a pang of sadness at the thought of 20,000 merit points. He fought against the alien races on the front lines, killing countless of them, before he could barely raise his citizenship level to level 4. He was then transferred to the rear to serve as governor. However, even with the rewards available to a governor, one could not earn 20,000 merit points in 1,000 years. This is all contingent on receiving a top rating from the Goddess of Wisdom during the once every 10-year assessment. However, Song Wuyang also knew that an evolutionary path with the theoretical potential to reach the 6th rank was indeed worth so many merit points. Putting everything else aside, the fusion of two extreme forces alone has failed countless times, with each failure resulting in enormous losses. I agree, Song Wuyang nodded. In reality, it wouldn't matter if he disagreed. The three goddesses will delegate authority layer by layer, and the outcome will not change. Shuyu Residential Area, Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Wait patiently for the Goddess of Wisdom to reply. In all honesty, Lin Yuan believed that the Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin-Yang chapter he had comprehended during this time travel were far more valuable than the Grandmaster chapter, Great Grandmaster chapter, Mythology chapter and Free and Unfettered chapter. After all, when Lin Yuan was comprehending the latter, even if he encountered a bottleneck, it would only take a few days or months at most. As for the Yin-Yang chapter, Lin Yuan spent nearly 10 years comprehending it in order to understand the power of yin and yang, and he also had the assistance of the true martial sword. Lin Yuan's thoughts were churning. Just then, a solemn and cool voice came from behind. Dear Level 2 Citizen Lin Yuan, the martial arts evolution path you uploaded has been assessed. Alright, Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. Although Lin Yuan expended a great deal of effort on the Yin-Yang chapter, its specific value to the Goddess of Wisdom remains unknown. Citizen Lin Yuan, according to our assessment, the subsequent evolution path is worth 20,000 merit points. Shall we issue it now? 20,000 merit points. Lin Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Based on the calculation that one Level 2 citizen is equal to 1,000 merit points, 20,000 merit points are enough to create 20 Level 2 citizens. 20 Level 2 citizens? There are only 6 or 7 Level 2 citizens in the entire city of Dongning. Distribute them, Lin Yuan said, after confirming that the 20,000 merit points have been credited to your account. Lin Yuan suddenly became curious and wanted to know how the current path of martial arts evolution was evaluated. Theoretically, the upper limit is 6th rank? Lin Yuan checked the latest information on martial arts evolution paths. I was quite surprised. The 6th rank corresponds to a 6th rank evolver. 6th order evolvers also have another name. That's a falling star. Every 6th tier evolver can travel through the starry sky with their physical body and shatter stars with a single, all-out attack. The title of Fallen Star for a 6th tier evolved being is used by the Cosmic Human Alliance. If this were placed in the martial arts world or the world of dragons and tigers that Lin Yuan travels through, that's world-destroying level. Only, even if it's a falling star, even if it's world-destroying, none of this has anything to do with the current Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Wisdom, with her immense computing power, deduced that the theoretical upper limit of the Tai Chi Wei is at the 6th level. But theoretical limits are ultimately just theoretical limits. They represent future potential. This indicates that the Goddess of Wisdom has high hopes for Lin Yuan. To be precise, it is the Yin-Yang chapter that is very optimistic about the path of martial arts evolution. The reason why the Goddess of Wisdom determined that the martial arts evolution path uploaded by Lin Yuan was worth 20,000 merit points was because of this. It mainly focuses on the Yin-Yang chapter. If it does not involve the fusion and transformation of yin and yang, but is simply a sun chapter or a yin chapter. Even if it ranks 3rd, its final value is only a few thousand merit points. How could it possibly reach a terrifying 20,000? The power of the sun and the power of the moon are both high-level energies. Mastering one of them is enough to reach the 3rd tier, let alone combining the two. That would directly elevate its potential to the 6th tier. I currently have 24,000 merit points. The 20,000 was what Lin Yuan had just obtained, and the 4,000 was what he had left over after his last time traveling. On his first time traveling through time, Lin Yuan uploaded the martial arts manuals, Innate Chapter, and Grandmaster Chapter, and gained 2,000 merit points. Later, he continued to upload the Grandmaster Chapter, Miss Chapter, and Free and Unfettered Chapter, earning 3,000 merit points. Excluding the 1,000 merit points required to upgrade to level 2 citizen, Lin Yuan now possesses 24,000 merit points. Directly upgrade citizen status. With so many merit points, there was no need to hesitate. Lin Yuan directly chose to upgrade his citizen level. Congratulations, Citizen Lin Yuan, your citizenship level has been upgraded to level 3. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 merit points were deducted, and Lin Yuan's citizen level was raised from level 2 to level 3. A level 3 citizen, Lin Yuan was jolted awake. Looking across Kanglin's star, even a level 3 citizen can be considered a big shot, and the highest citizen level in Dongning City is only level 2. It takes 10,000 merit points to advance from level 3 to level 4 citizen. Lin Yuan checked the citizen level information and immediately felt a slight stirring in his heart. He currently has 19,000 merit points left, which is enough to upgrade his citizen level once more. After the 3rd level citizen comes the 4th level citizen. Level 4 citizen is no longer just a big shot on Kanglin's star, but a giant and a tycoon. Only the governor on the entire Kanglin star has reached this level. If Lin Yuan becomes a level 4 citizen, his status will be directly equivalent to that of a planetary governor. Of course, the forestry department is well aware that although they are equal in status, they are far inferior in terms of power and influence. However, the influence of a level 4 citizen is already quite exaggerated, especially the numerous privileges granted to the Human Alliance, which make ordinary citizens' scalps tingle. Improve. Lin Yuansang intends to continue raising the citizen's status. Just then, Lin Yuan glanced at the other content on his information interface. It includes information such as name, account balance, and loan amount. Lin Yuan suddenly discovered that his loan limit had been reached. After being promoted to level 2 citizen, Lin Yuan had a loan quota of 10 million from the Central Bank of the Cosmic Human Alliance. This type of loan is a benefit provided by the Human Alliance to high-ranking citizens. It is an interest-free loan with a repayment period of up to several decades. It's basically like giving money to high-level citizens. Even if the high-level citizens don't spend the money, they can withdraw the loan, and then buy a few financial products to make money while lying down. After all, this loan from the central bank does not require any interest payments. For this reason, before the second time travel, Lin Yuan's expenses were mainly covered by loans. Purchase a residence in the Shayu residential complex, along with other nutritional supplements and that military-grade nutrition bin, etc. The original loan amount of 10 million had been almost entirely spent by Lin Yuan, but now his personal loan limit was full again. Simply put, all the money Lin Yuan had previously borrowed has been repaid. This is strange because Lin Yuan knows very well that he did not voluntarily repay the loan. As for the automatic deduction, how long has it been? And the money in Lin Yuan's account hasn't decreased either. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan directly chose to connect to the Goddess of Wisdom. Dear Mr. Lin Yuan, a level 3 citizen of the universe, the Goddess of Wisdom quickly explained the reason to Lin Yuan. It turns out that whenever a citizen's citizenship rank is promoted, the personal loans belonging to this citizen will be automatically cleared and repaid by the central bank. Of course, the personal loans mentioned here can only be official loans. Private loans are not eligible for repayment. This repayment mechanism is one of the implicit benefits of high-ranking citizens, and it is not explicitly stated. A citizen's advancement in rank signifies contributions to the human alliance, for which the central bank repays its loans. This is not surprising. Such a good thing? Lin Yuan blinked and glanced at the loan limits for level 3 citizens at the central bank, 100 million. The idea of immediately promoting one to level 4 citizen was abruptly thwarted. If I spend all of this 100 million loan amount and then upgrade to level 4 citizen, can I get this 100 million for free and not have to pay it back? It's obvious. Lin Yuan's speculation was correct. This is indeed the case according to the central bank's loan repayment mechanism. This is not a loophole in the citizen ranking system. Merit points are extremely difficult to obtain. As long as ordinary citizens accumulate enough merit points for promotion, they will definitely be promoted immediately. Almost no one can resist the temptation of promotion, given the numerous benefits and privileges of higher-ranking citizens. While pondering how to spend the 100 million, Lin Yuan browsed the email sent by the Cosmic Human Alliance after his promotion to level 3 citizen. First, congratulations and a transfer of 10 million. Upon being promoted to level 2 citizen, the Universal Human Alliance transferred 5 million. Now that he has been promoted to level 3 citizen, the Universal Human Alliance has transferred 10 million to him. The increase was far less than the increase in loan amounts, but that's understandable. After all, this was free money, so Lin Yuan naturally accepted it all. Secondly, there are updates to many privileges. Compared to the rights of second-level citizens, third-level citizens have an additional appeal privilege. If you are treated unfairly or witness any injustice, you can directly contact the highest ruler of the local planet to appeal. After browsing through all the privileges, Lin Yuan had a clear understanding of them. Open the shop directly and start selecting various spiritual items to restore your strength. Using his level 3 citizen privileges, Lin Yuan was able to see several times more results in the search list. Many unheard of spiritual objects and strange things keep appearing. These two will do. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan finally confirmed his choice. Yang Liquid, a cosmic spiritual object, worth 30 million civilization coins per unit. Yin Marrow, a cosmic spiritual object, 20 million civilization coins per piece. Lin Yuan created the way of Tai Chi, which encompasses the yin and yang, and the spiritual objects needed to restore strength are naturally those that are both extremely yin and extremely yang. In this regard, yang fluid and yin marrow are more suitable. Yang liquid is produced from stars in their deterioration phase, making it difficult to collect. The price of 30 million per dose was only achieved with a 20% discount by Lin Yuan using his level 3 citizen privileges. As for yin marrow, it comes from a small number of special cold and yin cold planets, which are often guarded by alien races and are extremely dangerous. In fact, given the interconnected and transformative nature of Tai Chi, Lin Yuan could still recover his full strength, even if he continued to consume high-grade nutrient solutions. It is simply a matter of slowly refining the energy in the nutrient solution and transforming it into the power of yin and the power of yang through the principles of Tai Chi. However, this takes a lot of time. Moreover, a single bottle of high-grade nutrient solution is worth 200,000 yuan, and Lin Yuan used more than 20 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution when he was recovering. Now that his cultivation level has reached the second-tier limit, it would take at least 200 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution to fully restore his strength. More than 200 bottles of high-grade yin-yang liquid would cost 40 to 50 million, not much different from the value of yin marrow yang liquid. Click to confirm the purchase of yin marrow and yang fluid, and set the payment method to the central bank's loan limit. Lin Yuan stretched lazily in a cheerful mood. How should we spend the remaining 50 million? Lin Yuan began to make plans in his mind. We could try purchasing some evolution pathways, Lin Yuan thought to himself. With his extraordinary comprehension, observing other evolutionary paths might allow him to further refine the path of martial arts evolution. Thinking about the path of martial arts evolution, Lin Yuan once again thought of the Kanglin evolution ranking. This list records the 100 most powerful evolutionary paths in the history of the planet Kanglin. Before embarking on his second journey, Lin Yuan uploaded the subsequent chapters of the martial arts evolution path, including the Grandmaster chapter and the Myth chapter. The subsequent improvements in cultivation levels slightly increased the potential of the martial arts evolution path, which was reflected in the Kanglin evolution ranking, where he rose from the initial 93rd place to 78th place. Just now I uploaded the Celestial Phenomena chapter and the Yin-Yang chapter. The Yin-Yang chapter is especially crucial, as it allows the Goddess of Wisdom to start from scratch and re-evaluate the path of martial arts evolution. Goddess of Wisdom, where does your current martial arts evolution path rank on the Kanglin evolution ranking? Lin Yuan connected with the Goddess of Wisdom and asked with a hint of curiosity. The Kanglin evolution ranking is updated once a day at midnight, but as the creator of this evolution path, Lin Yuan can naturally ask the Goddess of Wisdom about the real-time rankings in this regard. Respected Level 3 Citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, your comprehensive ranking in martial arts evolution path is 8th on the Kanglin evolution ranking, the virtual world of Kanglin Star. Early morning in the central square area. The majestic Kanglin evolution ranking stands tall, and a middle-aged man with reddish eyes sits casually in a chair, glancing at the ranking from time to time. His name is Pei Lu, and he is a member of the Pei family of Kanglin Star. The Pei family, on the other hand, is a well-known family of evolutionists on Kanglin Star. There are two types of evolved beings: unique evolved beings and universal evolved beings. Unique evolved beings are divided into many categories, among which are bloodline evolved beings. Bloodline evolvers are the foundation of many evolver families. These evolvers inherit their evolutionary abilities through their bloodline. Compared to other evolved beings, the cultivation of bloodline evolved beings is much easier. It is simply a matter of constantly developing the upper limit of their bloodline. Of course, the drawbacks are also obvious. The upper limit of one's bloodline is also one's own upper limit. Before reaching the upper limit of one's bloodline, one will not encounter any setbacks or obstacles. Once the upper limit of one's bloodline is reached, it is basically impossible to break through. The Pei family is a family with the bloodline of third-tier evolvers. I wonder why the patriarch is so concerned about the evolution rankings. Pei Lu was a little bored. In 10 minutes, the evolution ranking would be updated. Ever since more than half a year ago, when the martial evolution broke into top 100 of the evolution ranking. The patriarch then ordered him to stay here at this time every day and immediately notify the family of any changes to the evolution rankings. In fact, it wasn't just the Pei family. Other forces on Kanglin Star also started sending people to guard the evolution ranking. The Kanglin evolution ranking is more than just a ranking. The numerous evolutionary paths recorded on it are related to the future situation of Kanglin Star. For example, if a citizen wants to try to become an evolver, they will definitely prioritize the evolution path on the evolution list. Evolvers who follow the same evolutionary path are naturally closer and easily stick together. Over time, it is only natural for them to form groups. At this point, as long as the creator of this evolutionary path steps forward, he will surely be able to command a large following and establishing a force belonging to the corresponding evolutionary path will just a matter of a word. The 100 evolution paths on the Kanglin evolution ranking represent the 100 most powerful forces on Kanglin's star. These forces are deeply entrenched on Kanglin's star, and their influence has even spread to nearby star systems. More than half a year ago, the martial arts evolution path suddenly rose to prominence, squeezing into the top 100 of the evolution rankings. It caused an unknown amount of impact and shocked many people. In just a few months, many citizens on Kanglin's star embarked on the path of martial arts evolution. Although no advanced evolvers who are at the corresponding grandmaster level have appeared yet, it will definitely happen sooner or later given enough time. Since the path to martial arts evolution has appeared on the evolution list, it must have been confirmed by the three goddesses, and its cultivation progress is accurate. The path to martial arts evolution, Pei Lu's expression turned slightly serious. He had read the innate chapter and grandmaster chapter of this evolutionary path. They also realized the advantages of this evolutionary path. That means the barrier to entry is very low. Compared to other evolutionary pathways that require various external agents or even special environments, this is different. The path to martial arts evolution has almost no requirements. Citizens only need to practice according to the requirements day after day. Reaching the Grandmaster realm might be difficult, requiring some talent, but reaching the innate realm 1 out of 3 or 4,000 citizens is not that difficult. PD. The upper limit is not high, only 3 tiers. Pei Lu shook his head. Although his bloodline was only at the 3rd rank, the bloodline world on Kanglin's star has always been unified, and occasionally one can find beings with a bloodline upper limit of the 4th or even 5th rank. However, it's interesting that the number of martial arts evolution paths was recently increased from 93 to 78. Did the founders refine the relevant concepts? Pei Lu couldn't help but think to himself. He didn't care too much about it. The Kanglin evolution ranking is divided into 4 levels. The top 10 are at 1 level, the top 11 to the top 30 are in 1 tier, the top 31 to top 50 are in 1 tier, the top 51 to the top 100 are in 1 tier. The difference between the 51st and 100th places is not significant. The upper limit is basically the 3rd order. Hundreds of years ago, no new evolutionary path had yet entered the evolutionary hierarchy. However, the top 50 to top 100 on the evolution ranking list changes frequently. The potential of the martial arts evolution path has been determined, belonging to the 4th level of the evolution ranking. Perhaps in the near future, there will be evolvers of this path who will form forces and become a force to be reckoned with on Kanglin's star. Pei Lu stroked his chin and speculated. Just then, the text on the towering evolution chart in the distance suddenly became blurry. It's time for an update. Pei Lu's mind stirred slightly, and he stared intently at the direction. At this moment, the other figures in the square also looked over. Soon, a new font has reappeared. Pei Lu was curious about the evolutionary path of martial arts. His gaze went directly to the 78th person. Kindness. What happened to the path of martial arts evolution? Pei Lu was startled. I subconsciously looked down. 79, 80 people. 90, 100. Pei Lu's expression changed. Could it be that there's something wrong with the path of martial arts evolution? Was he kicked out by the goddess of wisdom? Pei Lu was somewhat incredulous. At the same time, we will start with 78 digits. Look upwards. 70 people, 69, 60 people, 50 people. Until you see all the rankings from the bottom 50 on the evolution list. Pei Lu still hadn't seen a path to martial arts evolution. What exactly happened? Pei Lu frowned, and at this time, Pei Lu suddenly noticed that the other people in the square had suddenly become a bit noisy. A few people, in particular, couldn't control themselves and stood up from their seats, looking up at the very top of the evolution rankings. What happened? Pei Lu frowned slightly. For months, he has been watching the updated rankings on the evolution leaderboard here. The other people in the square were also very quiet. What's going on today? Pei Lu was puzzled. I subconsciously looked towards the top of the evolution rankings, the top 10 ranking area, just one glance. Pei Lu then discovered that, of the original top 10 evolution paths on the evolution ranking list, the 8th evolution path had changed to the path to the evolution of martial arts. This Pei Lu's eyes widened, and he didn't react for a long time. Martial arts evolution path, 8th? Wasn't it 78 yesterday? Pei Lu was completely shocked, and he couldn't help but look at the 11 people. Tied an evolutionary pathway. This was originally ranked 10th on the evolution list. Now it has been pushed down to 11th place. This is a big deal. Pei Lu swallowed hard and immediately began contacting the family head to send the message back. Shuyu residential area. House number 32. A strange man stopped and stood in front of the door. Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan. These are the items you purchased. You can open them using your fingerprint. Lin Yuan took the sealing alloy from the other party and ran his finger along the top of the alloy box. Beep. Fingerprint verifications successful. A synthesized electronic voice sounded, and Lin Yuan took the alloy box directly. The box was very light. If it weren't for the faint, powerful energy fluctuations inside, one would hardly notice it. Lin Yuan would probably think there wasn't much inside. Truly a divine object of the universe. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He could sense the energy fluctuations inside the box, which belonged to the sun and moon. Even if it was not as powerful as the sun and moon within the true martial sword in the dragon tiger world, it was not far off. Mr. Lin Yuan, if you confirm that there is nothing wrong with the items, you can sign here. The delivery man next to him spoke up, a hint of envy in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yuan. Although he didn't know what was inside the alloy box, he knew that the items being delivered were of the highest level. Items of this level are generally worth at least tens of millions of civilization coins. Anyone who can casually take out tens of millions of civilization coins is no ordinary person. After receiving Lin Yuan's signature, the delivery man turned and left. Lin Yuan carried the suitcase back to the underground training ground. Click, the box was opened. Inside, 2 boxes made of special transparent metal were revealed. The box on the left is bright red, while the one on the right is deep blue. So beautiful. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 kinds of cosmic spirits. After admiring it for a moment, he immediately began to cultivate. 2 days later, at the underground training ground, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The yang fluid and yin marrow in front of him had already been mostly devoured. Second-order limit. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the yang liquid and yin marrow, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. With these 2 cosmic treasures, Lin Yuan recovered his full strength in just 2 days. Our strength has not been affected in any way. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, sensed it for a moment, and nodded. Slightly. Although in the world of Dragon Tiger, he was already familiar with his own power, but the main world is, after all, another world, and there are subtle differences between different worlds. The way of Tai Chi. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan lifted his feet off the ground and hovered in the air. In the world of Dragon and Tiger, anyone who reaches the Celestial Master level can fly through the air. In the main world, due to the different focuses of various evolutionary paths, the ranks required to achieve flight are also different. Most evolutionary paths allow one to fly at the 3rd tier. A small number of special evolutionary pathways allow individuals to fly at the 2nd stage. Of course, there are also some evolutionary paths where the ability to fly is not available until the 4th rank. Lin Yuan arrived at the rooftop of the residential building, took a step, and his body was suspended in mid-air, about to take flight. It just happened suddenly. Lin Yuan seemed to remember something. His body shrank back again. This is not a world of dragons and tigers. In the world of Dragon Tiger, Lin Yuan can fly however he wants. However, in the main world, on the technologically advanced planet Kanglin, do they really think planetary defense systems don't exist? Given Lin Yuan's speed and life force fluctuations, as long as he dares to appear in the high sky, it is safe to say that it will inevitably be detected by the planet's defense system. At that time, being surrounded would be fine, but if they were identified as an alien invasion, they would directly launch energy weapons, such as electromagnetic cannons and laser beams. Even Lin Yuan would suffer a great loss. Dear Mr. Lin Yuan, a level 3 citizen, if you wish to fly, there is no need for any worries. You are free to roam the entire airspace of the eastern continent. A solemn and cool voice came from behind. It was the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan was on the roof of the residential building at this time. It does not belong to the privacy space agreed upon by the human alliance. Therefore, the goddess of wisdom has the power to observe. Then, based on the actions just now, we can deduce Lin Yuan's purpose. The goddess of wisdom kindly provided relevant hints. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt reassured. As long as the goddess of wisdom thinks there's no problem, that's fine. Even the most secure planetary defense system on Kanglin Star could be taken over by the goddess of wisdom at any time if she wanted to. Whoosh! Lin Yuan shot straight into the sky. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, just after he took to the air, the invisible fluctuations that enveloped the entire Kanglin Star seemed to have been torn open with a small gash. Centered on Lin Yuan, all sensing devices and monitoring methods within a radius of hundreds of miles became ineffective. Drop. At the Kanglin Star Security Center, a staff member stared in astonishment at the massive surveillance screen in front of him. What's wrong? A colleague next to me asked casually. Nothing. The goddess just transferred some data. That's what the staff member replied. That's not normal. My colleague pursed his lips. The goddess of wisdom oversees the logistics and daily life of the entire human alliance and frequently takes over the security system of Kanglin Star. What's the big deal about transferring some data? High in the sky above Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan lay on his back on the clouds. Their gaze was directed toward outer space. If we go a little further out, we should be off the coast of Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without the protection of Kanglin Star, they would have to face various rays of radiation from the starry sky, as well as the loss of oxygen and other substances. Before reaching the 6th rank, an evolved being simply cannot survive for long in the real starry sky. This is the starry sky. Lin Yuan had never observed the starry sky and the universe so closely as he did now. For a moment, I became quite engrossed in it. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Gazing upon the starry sky and the universe, you seem to gain some insight. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Gazing upon the starry sky and the universe, you seem to gain some insight. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Gazing upon the starry sky and the universe, you seem to gain some insight. It lasted for more than half an hour. Lin Yuankai snapped out of his immersive state. Unfortunately, the current starry universe is too far away for me. Forcing myself to comprehend it will not yield any results in a short time, Lin Yuan sighed. For example, one can comprehend the principles of yin and yang in the world of dragon and tiger. It took Lin Yuan nearly 10 years to comprehend it, let alone the vast and boundless universe. If Lin Yuan wants to comprehend it, it will probably take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Of course, this is also because Lin Yuan's current cultivation level is too low. If Lin Yuan were at the 6th, 7th, or even 8th level, his comprehension speed when observing the universe and starry sky would certainly far exceed his current level. The essence that Lin Yuan comprehends through his extraordinary comprehension depends on the height at which he stands. Simply put, the stronger Lin Yuan becomes, the more insights he gains. It's more convenient to just buy the evolution path directly for comprehension, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The evolutionary path includes the martial arts evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan. They are all in-depth analyses of a certain path or force. Compared to understanding the natural world and the path of evolution, this is like taking a shortcut. For example, when students learn the content in textbooks, they may actually learn it without textbooks. Those complex formulas can be derived in reality. However, this approach is far too inefficient. It's far less simple than learning directly from a textbook. Next, Lin Yuan continued to observe the cosmos for a while. He then returned to his residence in the Shuayu residential area. With his consciousness connected to the virtual world, Lin Yuan appeared in his personal space. The virtual world is divided into two parts, personal space and public areas. The public areas are further divided into the central square area, living area, trading area, arena area, etc. So many private messages. Lin Yuan checked and found that more than 10,000 private messages were unread. It's about the path of martial arts evolution. Lin Yuan glanced at the first few documents and roughly understood what was going on. The Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin Yang chapter, uploaded 2 days ago, caused a surge in the potential of the martial arts evolution path, propelling the character into the top 8 on the Kanglan Evolution ranking. This caused a stir among the major powers on Kanglan's star, and naturally many people tried to contact the founder of this path of martial arts evolution. Because Lin Yuan concealed his citizen ID number, he only left the name Yuan. Those who want to contact Lin Yuan can only do so via private message. It doesn't mean anything. Lin Yuan spent half an hour browsing through more than 10,000 private messages. Private messages mainly consist of the following 4 parts. 1. I want to get to know Lin Yuan. 2nd, they want to win over Lin Yuan and bring him into their faction. 3rd, he wanted to seek refuge with Lin Yuan. 4th, ask Lin Yuan about the path of martial arts evolution. Of the 4 types of private messages mentioned above, Lin Yuan basically ignored the first 3. Only the 4th category exists. People who send the 4th type of private message are basically planning to try the martial arts evolution path or have already embarked on the martial arts evolution path. These people wanted to seek guidance from Lin Yuan, the founder of this evolutionary path, and were willing to pay a considerable reward. One of the private messages said that someone was willing to pay 10 million civilization coins to ask Lin Yuan for guidance for 3 hours. 3 hours, 10 million? Lin Yuan was indeed somewhat tempted. Even after I was promoted to level 3 citizen, the congratulatory gift from the Universal Human Alliance was only this much. And giving pointers doesn't necessarily have to be one-on-one. You can totally open a class and have dozens of people take it together. Lin Yuan could even release paid videos on the path of martial arts evolution. Even if the price was lower, as long as he the founder released them, would those citizens who embarked on the path of martial arts evolution not buy them? Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan connects with the Goddess of Wisdom. How many citizens are currently practicing martial arts and evolving their skills? Lin Yuan asked directly. More than half a year ago, he uploaded the path to martial arts evolution. With the promotion of the Kanglin evolution ranking, it is estimated that many citizens have now noticed this evolution path. After all, most evolutionary pathways have various limitations, such as financial support. The path to martial arts evolution does not require much financial resources. Of course, the not large here refers to the current living standards of citizens. At the very least, you can't eat too bland food. Practicing martial arts requires the support of Qi and blood, so you have to have meat at every meal. This requirement is not difficult for human citizens. In the interstellar era, even if you completely retire and stop working, you can still receive relief funds from the government every month. There is no problem as long as you don't have high demands for quality of life. Currently, there are 1,232 citizens who have completed the innate stage of the martial arts evolution path, and 0 people have completed the Grandmaster stage. The Goddess of Wisdom provided the answer. It hasn't been that long. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. It's important to know that the innate chapter of the martial arts evolution path corresponds to martial arts experts at the innate realm. In the world of martial arts, a martial arts expert at the innate realm can dominate a region. The Great Zen Temple has a history of thousands of years and supports thousands of martial monks, but there are only about 50 martial monks who have reached the innate realm. However, Lin Yuan thought about it again and realized it was normal. This is Kanglin's star, where technology is extremely advanced, so the path to martial arts evolution naturally requires little financial resources. However, if one has sufficient financial resources, one may have to rely on oneself for the Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster levels, but for the innate level, one can still rely on external resources. In the world of martial arts, one of the quick ways to reach the innate realm is by consuming spiritual fruits of heaven and earth. The so-called heaven and earth spirit fruits would be just some kind of spiritual object in the main world, which citizens of a certain status could probably purchase.